He is alive. I did it. I managed to save your boy's life. Asterisk, please, remember that asterisk means words that Derek is not capable of understanding. After the midwife triumphantly said those words, the room exploded in cheers and tears of joy. The people in the room were hugging each other and the mother in turns. Meanwhile, Derek lied limp in the midwife's arms, looking left and right trying to determine how bad his current situation was. Well. What do we have here? The bedridden woman is clearly this body's mother. She definitely needs a bath. After delivery, the sheets were stained with blood, urine, and feces. The crying, rough-looking man should be the father. I wonder if he is crying for my sake or just because he was afraid of losing his wife. I bet the second one. It's likely for me to have an older sibling. This doesn't bode well. Suddenly, another woman entered the bedroom bringing with her a little boy and a girl who raced to the bedridden woman. Oh damn it. This is even worse than I thought. So far, I only have two possible choices. Option 1, grow into this large family, fighting every day for the few available resources. Malnourishment is most definitely a given. Then, when I am old enough, I would be forced to work with my relatives, get married, and have children. Option 2, wait until I am tall enough to grab sharp objects, put an end to my misery, and take another spin at reincarnation, hoping for a better outcome. I think I'll go with option number 2. While Derek was thinking, the room had become quieter. The midwife had already finished cleaning the newborn and had wrapped him up in a clean cloth. During all that time, Derek neither moved nor cried. Asterisk, Nana, what's wrong with the baby? Why is he not crying? It has never happened before. Asterisk, the mother was so worried that she ignored the pain and tried to get up. Asterisk, shush child. Don't you dare move. I still have to heal you. Asterisk, the midwife's tone did not leave space for a reply. Asterisk, I've delivered dozens of children. A silent one is rare but nothing special. Do you want to see how strong he is? There you go. Asterisk. She unwrapped him from the cloth, and while holding him gently, she gave Derek a little spanking to make him cry. Derek grunted a little while staring at her in dismay. Do you want to play rough, old hag? He thought. Fine. You just triggered my trap card. Twin flood, activate. Derek relieved both his bowels and bladder onto the midwife. The back door attacker splattered all over her feet, while the front door flood struck her on the face and chest. Derek started giggling loudly. Asterisk, well, this wasn't exactly what I was expecting, but as you can hear for yourself, this little imp is breathing just fine. Asterisk, the midwife handed the baby to another woman to clean him. Derek kept giggling, proud of his work. After washing her face with warm water and a cloth, the old hag moved her left index finger drawing a circle in the air, striking it through in the middle from right to left. Then she pronounced a single word. Ekidu. A black energy manifested on her fingertip. She proceeded to point it over her wet dress and then over her shoes. The smell of feces and urine suddenly disappeared along with their source. With his mouth agape in shock, Derek watched as his poop dried and crumbled, turning into dust. It was akin to watching one of those fast-forwarded videos where in 1 minute you could see a seed becoming a flower. Heisenberg's beard. She is not just an old midwife. She is a real magician, in the flesh. I have never been so happy in my whole 3 lives to be dead wrong. Derek was ecstatic, and not only because this world had magic, but also because as soon as he heard the word Ekidu, he had felt something clicking inside of him. As if something deep inside of him had started taking root, and suddenly he had become ingrained in the very fabric of his new reality. He started obsessively repeating the magic word in his mind, and tried to engrave every detail of the circular finger movement in his memory. Asterisk, now that I'm clean, let me stop that bleeding, dear. Asterisk, the healer approached the mother and placed her hands above her nether regions. Is it time for more magic? Show me, please. Derek begged in his mind. Nana first spread her fingers wide, then started to move both arms in a circular motion, first up over her head. Then she opened her arms as much as she could before joining her hands, palm against backhand, at her navel's height. Vinayar Lokhat. Despite being all wrapped up, Derek tried to mimic all of her movements, step after step, memorizing every single detail he could grasp, no matter how small. A sphere of light enveloped Derek's mother's lower body and she quickly recovered her complexion. The pale skin reverted to a healthy pink, while all the traces of pain and fatigue disappeared from her face. Once again, something clicked inside him. After the dark magic, he could clearly feel that simply by hearing the power word, a connection had been established between him and light magic. Derek could not stop grinning. If I have enough magical talent, it would mean there is actually a third hidden option. He thought. I can become a magician and live free for the first time in my life. No shackles, no responsibilities. But it's better not to get over-enthusiastic. With my luck I could just have poor talent or... His reasoning was abruptly interrupted when the woman who had held him until that moment, handed him to his mother. Nana, are you sure he is all right? He has yet to cry, or giggle. He is too quiet. With all that has happened, I'm really afraid that something is wrong with him. After those words, the room turned gloomy. Afraid of being somewhat responsible for the change of mood, and quite eager to explore option number 3, Derek did his best baby impression. He giggled, smiled, and emitted raspberry sounds. Such allegations hurt Nana's professional pride, but it wasn't her first time with an anxious mother. She knew Alina since she was still a child, and had delivered all her babies. Nana could not deny that this delivery had been one of the most difficult in her career. The labor had lasted hours and she had been forced to cast healing spells multiple times to stop the bleeding. When she finally could see the baby's head, she knew something was wrong. Alina was fighting with all of her strength but the baby was limp. So, Nana had rushed and used her hands to pull out the baby as fast as she could, only to discover that he was being strangled by his own umbilical cord. After cutting and removing it, Nana had tried all of her best spells, but to no avail. For a long terrible minute, Nana had believed the child was lost. But then the healing light had finally activated, forcing the baby to puke, clearing his airway. Then and only then could Nana afford the luxury of relaxing. Healing magic was no miracle. It could enhance the life force of the patient, making it easier for them to recover from an illness or heal from an injury, but it could not create life. Nana was sensitive, so she understood that Alina didn't need a lesson about magic. She just wanted to be reassured about her child's health. Worry not, my child. I can prove to you that all is well. Nana caressed Alina's cheek while smiling warmly and took Derek from her arms, removing the cloth as if she was revealing a treasure. Nana carefully adjusted Derek in the crook of her left arm, then she circled her open right hand around him and said, Vinayar Rad 2. A small wisp of light came out of her palm, dancing around the baby before penetrating his chest. The light spread from head to toe, making him emit a dim light. See. If there was even a scratch on his body, my injury-detecting spell would leave that area bleak. Your little son is fine. The energy flowing through his body was making Derek feel empowered. During his old life, he had felt like that only a few times. When he got his degrees, when he finally abandoned his parents' home, when he beat up the bullies. But all those times it had been a fleeting emotion, lasting a few seconds at best. Now it was different, it wasn't just adrenaline. Real magic, real power was coursing through every fiber of his being, making him feel invincible. So, when the spell started fading away, he could not accept that. No. Come back to me. Give me my power back. Derek thought. He focused on the last strands of energy, willing for them to stay. He could not cast the spell on his own, but he could still feel the lingering power and started feeding it with his own. Derek's light stopped dimming and instead grew stronger and stronger. Nana was dumbfounded. She had never seen anything like that before. That was not how the spell was supposed to work. Derek wanted it to last forever, but a second later he fell asleep due to mana exhaustion, and the light disappeared quickly. Nana wrapped up the baby again and returned him to his mother's embrace. "Nana, what was that?" Alina asked, full of wonder. The old healer had no idea how to answer. Many possibilities popped up in her head, and all of them would require long explanations that would needlessly make Alina worry and maybe even force Nana to repeat the spell. It had been a long day and she had no intention of prolonging it even a second more than necessary, so she borrowed a line from her childhood's favorite fairy tale. "My child, I think the newborn may be blessed by the light. There is no need to worry, only to rejoice." Derek's first days as a baby were peaceful, but far from boring. He had no responsibilities. All he had to do was eat, sleep, poop, and the occasional baby noise or finger-grabbing routine. That left him with all the time he needed to think about his future. On Earth, it was no mystery that kids had a greater potential for learning than adults, and since his family seemed human, or at least human-like, he could hope for that to be also true in the new dimension. From what he could see, his body was no different from a baby from planet Earth. He could hear his heartbeat and see his chest moving while he breathed. Even the reproductive apparatus was as he knew it. The same could be said for his new family. If it wasn't for the existence of magic, he would have simply thought to have traveled through time, but things clearly weren't that simple. Derek quickly dismissed all the "what race am I now" hypotheses as overthinking. One of the advantages of being a baby was that ignorance was perfectly fine. When the time came, someone would teach him. He determined that he had two priorities. Number 1, learn their language. All babies are supposed to learn their native language, and he had only so much time before being considered a retard, so he could not slack off. Number 2, he had to somehow figure out magic, or at least its foundations. That also had a deadline, since his learning potential was at its peak only until his brain stopped growing. After that, he would be no different from anyone else with the same talent and disposition for magic. He set magic as his first priority. Being considered a slow learner was much better than being weak for life and being forced to take another spin at reincarnation. Derek spent his first day in the new world in bed together with his mother, while his father would sleep and rest in the boys' room. Whenever someone talked to him, he paid close attention, trying to figure out common words or patterns. The rest of the time he was not eating or the cloth diaper being changed, he would try to cast one of the 3 spells he knew, Ekadu, Vinayar Lokhat and Vinayar Rad 2. Every attempt was a failure, he could not feel even an iota of power inside himself. Comparing what he saw with what he knew from Earth's dungeons and looting, those spells had clearly a verbal and somatic component. But that couldn't be all, or at least he hoped so. Otherwise all of his efforts would be useless until he was able to talk. Failure after failure, his anxiety grew stronger. Fear of the unknown and of tomorrow started to build up. Also, getting used to pooping and wetting himself wasn't a pleasant feeling either. Thankfully, his mother showered him with nothing but love and affection, making his day not a total loss. Despite his bias about mothers due to his previous life, Alina managed to make him feel loved and protected. That wasn't half bad at all. The final outcome of his first day was 0 progress in magic and no progress with the language. On the other hand, his mother seemed to be a good parent and he finally learned his new name, Lith. The second day turned his world upside down. Alina, showing the strength of a wild ox, decided she was sick of resting and got up to help performing the daily chores. Lith had the opportunity to see her full figure. Despite giving birth the previous day, she was a good-looking woman in her early 20s. She was definitely well endowed in all the right places, with a fit body honed through hard work. Her shoulder blades' long hair was of a beautiful light brown color, with shades of red all over it. Just the light of the candle made it look like there were flames dancing within. Seeing Mother with her hair down on a sunny day must be quite a sight to behold. Derek thought. Maybe it was because Lith was still a baby or maybe because of the mother-son bonding, but Lith felt deeply proud of her. He also discovered that she did not use a bra or underpants. Once she finished dressing, Alina wrapped Lith up, making it impossible for him to move. Then Alina placed him into her sash, using it like a baby cradle so that she could easily hold him with only one arm and minimum exertion. She walked out of the small bedroom and found her older daughter, Rena, messing with the fireplace. What in the great mother's name do you think you're doing, Rena? The sun is not even out, you should be sleeping. You know you are not allowed to mess with fire. She said with a hiss, trying to not wake up the house. I'm sorry, Mom. I just wanted to make you all a surprise. To make you wake up in an already warm house when breakfast was ready. Rena's face showed only sincere concern. There is no need to worry, silly bee. Your mommy is a pro with kids. Alina said while ruffling her hair. Rena, together with her twin brother Orpal, was the eldest child. She was 6 years old, and her blonde hair with shades of black was the reason for her moniker. Alina shooed her away from the fireplace, lighting the wood with a flick of her finger. In Fyro. Thank heavens. Lith rejoiced. I had that weird feeling I experience when I discover a new type of magic again. This proves that I wasn't just imagining stuff. Alina sent Rena to open the window shutters to let the dawn light in while she prepared breakfast. Alina took several vegetables out of a cabinet and proceeded to chop them with a knife. Some had a familiar look to Lith, like some semi-potatoes and odd-colored carrots. The others were all a mystery. The idea of having such a breakfast made Lith almost cry. In his past life he never liked vegetables, they were all bland-tasting. No matter how much of them he ate, within half an hour he would be hungry again. Alina shoved everything inside a small copper cauldron and with the help of a hook, hung it on a metal bar over the fire. After that, she conjured water out of nowhere with a snap of her fingers and filled the cauldron. Both Lith and Rena were ecstatic, although for completely different reasons. For Lith it meant hope. Spells could be cast without words or precise hand movements. That proved to him that there was a real chance to practice magic while still being a baby. For Rena it was a reason for pride. Magic was common, but every time Alina cast a silent spell it was like watching a real mage at work. You are so amazing, Mom. Rena's eyes were full of admiration. Will I ever be as good as you with magic? Of course you will, silly bee. Alina replied with a kind smile, while inwardly adding, after 10+ years of chores every single day. After a while, everyone woke up to have breakfast together. The family consisted of Raz, father, Alina, 2 daughters, Rena and Tista, and 2 sons, Orpal and Tryon. Lith could then establish with depressing certainty that there was no such thing as an indoor bathroom. From what he could see, the house consisted of a big room used as dining room, kitchen and pantry with 3 doors that lead to the various bedrooms and nothing else. The breakfast was relatively quiet, so he had no problems learning the word for water magic when his father filled some jugs. Joran. After everyone left for their daily routine, Alina moved along with Lith to a rocking chair. During the morning, he had the pleasure to discover that in the new world the daily chores like washing the dishes or cleaning the floors were all performed using magic. From her rocking chair, Alina would simply twirl her index and middle finger while reciting Breza, to generate up to 3 small whirlwinds that she would move all around the house to collect and get rid of the dust. Whenever someone would dirty the floor with earth or mud, a flick of the wrist and a magna would send it back through the same door it had been brought in. Lith was delighted discovering how common the use of magic was. Everyone in the family, even the younger ones, would use magic to make their lives easier. When bedtime arrived, Lith was dying to try some magic. He had waited so long for his hands and feet to finally be free. Alina fell asleep almost instantly, yet Lith was impatient enough to have the impression of having waited for hours. After a full day spent thinking, he had decided to try only air magic, at least until he was confident enough in his ability to control magic. Fire was too dangerous for a novice, while water and light would easily wake up his mother. Lith could not spot any dirt to control in the dim light of the room, and he was too afraid to mess up with darkness magic until he got a better understanding of it. So, he twirled his little arm and said, "EAA." Nothing happened. Lith tried and failed countless times before giving up. He didn't know how long his baby body would last before falling asleep, so he stopped despairing and started thinking. Magic was common. Whenever he heard for the first time an elemental magic word, something inside him would click. As if it created a connection between him and the elemental energy. Those were all good news, but he still couldn't make heads or tails about why he was always failing. He never expected to succeed on the first try, but he had thought that something would have manifested. A random tiny gust of wind, a spark of light, anything would do. He started thinking back to when the healer had filled him with power. That feeling was not new to him, but he had never experienced it so intensely. Lith searched his memory, until he found the answer. It was the same sensation that he felt when he started practicing jujitsu, while learning the basic breathing technique. Well, I have nothing to lose. Let's give it a try. Lith breathed in through his diaphragm while relaxing the anus to draw the world energy in. Then he would contract the anus, holding the breath for a few seconds, to let the energy settle in before breathing out while he relaxed his whole body. Back on Earth, he had always thought that the intoxicating feeling he experienced during his first days of practice was just some kind of placebo effect. His naive young mind deluding itself that the weak could miraculously become strong just believing and practicing in all that key/internal energy nonsense. But what if he later stopped experiencing that sensation only because his native world's energy was just too thin? After some time, Lith started to feel a tingle all around his body, and then the energy seemed to move and condense inside his solar plexus. The more he performed the breathing technique, the more clearly he could sense the energy getting stable. In his old video games, mana was always blue. So, he visualized a blue sphere settling inside his solar plexus. After a while, Lith felt like he was brimming with power. After holding his breath one last time, he twirled his little arm before commanding, "EAA." The wind-generated barely tweaked his mother's hair, whereas he had aimed for the blanket, yet he could not stop grinning. This really is a great start. In the following weeks, Lith's days consisted of a strict routine. During the day, when he was all wrapped up, he would only focus on practicing the breathing technique and learning as much as he could about his family and their language. At night, he would practice magic until exhaustion made him fall asleep. Then as soon as he woke up, he would start again until Alina would get up for the day. More than once he tried taking a break, but it would never last for long. Living as a baby was not easy. On the contrary, it was very stressful. He could not speak even the words he had already understood to avoid scaring his family. He could not move. He could do nothing but watch, sleep, eat, and relieve his bowels. He was not used to being so helpless and dependent on someone else for every little thing. Too much free time would bring him to the verge of insanity. So, he would practice and practice, trying to adjust to his new reality without overthinking about how absurd his situation was. As Lith's powers increased, so did his control. After a few weeks, he felt confident enough to try earth magic and water magic. He would always be careful, never conjuring more than a few droplets of water or manipulating a handful of dirt. He discovered that it was possible to make the elements float in mid-air, changing their shape and size by continuously spending mana. After that, he shifted his night training on focus and control rather than power. His mana was very limited and he much preferred doing a few elaborate tricks perfectly rather than a lot of stuff at the risk of blowing his cover. No matter how common magic was, Lith doubted that a baby practicing it would be anything less than shocking, if not even terrifying. Lith was afraid of being abandoned by his family, or even worse killed. He was once again scared of death since he now had too much to lose. What were the odds of finding another world where magic existed, to be born as a baby in a loving family. Zero, none, nada, squat. He had to play his cards well, and play them as close to the chest as possible. Before revealing even a hint of his talent, he needed to know what the standards of this world were. How much talent was considered good? How much divided being considered a genius from being labeled a monster? His mind was constantly filled with worries, and only training would alleviate his anxiety. After 3 months, he had become good enough at silent magic to try fire magic on the fireplace. The fire was already lit, and when everyone was busy talking and eating during breakfast, he tried making the flames dance at will. It ended up in failure, since the flames were too strong and the distance too big for his mana to have any effect. Yet he kept trying, since he could still sense the flow of magic going from himself to the fireplace, hence making it a good training to expand his mana sense and range. The only downside of all that training was that Lith would get hungry faster. Luckily, he was not Alina's first glutton, and she had no shortage of milk. Another month passed, and Alina started weaning him. This event was meaningful for 2 reasons. The first was Lith noticing that food wasn't abundant in his household, so even if he still had a limited vocabulary, he could still read his parents' worried expressions every time he needed to be fed. Despite still being a cold-hearted, cynical misanthrope at his core, Lith could not help but feel guilty about it. They loved him like a child, whereas he would consider them nothing more than hosts, like a parasite. The only exceptions were Alina and Rena, his big sister, the only one that aside from his mother would take care of him. With their constant love, affection, and care, they had managed to crack his emotional defensive wall. The more time he spent with them, the more he would consider them part of his real family rather than just people who he was leading by the nose. He started limiting his training to not exceed the amount of food they could afford. Even that required quite a few tries to find the right amount, since too little would cause even more worry than too much. The second reason was world-changing discoveries. Being forced to stop training magic as much as possible, Lith now had free time that he dedicated to practicing the breathing technique that he named accumulation. That way, his inner energy, that he had long dubbed as mana core, grew faster to the point of hitting a bottleneck. Apparently, his body wasn't big, strong enough or both to hold an indefinite amount of mana. Lith had never noticed that before because his baby body was rapidly growing and he had only so much time to expand his mana core. So, without him realizing it, his body and mana core had developed together. But now the balance had been broken, and practicing accumulation would make every fiber of his body ache, so he was forced to stop. Luckily, he was still well fed and developing fast, so despite not being able to perform any physical exercise, the bottlenecks would not last long. The second discovery was the result of him being forced not to practice magic or use accumulation. While studying his bottleneck status, he found out that it was possible to modify the breathing technique by removing the breath-holding step. That way, the world energy would just flow in and out of his body, energizing him like a good night's sleep. Lith named this new technique invigoration. After several tries, he discovered that the world's mana could allow him to stay awake for several days, but not indefinitely. Each time he would use invigoration, the energizing effect would last less, and only sleeping would reset its effectiveness. But the most important discovery, as almost always happens, was made by chance. After adjusting his food intake, Lith's greatest enemy had become hunger. Not the slight appetite that can be fixed by a candy bar or the hankering after a busy morning. It was the kind of hunger that never goes away, always lurking, even right after a meal. Even though Lith was not starving, it was something that he had never experienced. Among all the misfortunes of his first life, food had never been an issue. He had always been able to eat to his heart's content, even allowing himself to be picky about food. But now he was so hungry that he ate every meal until the last bite, and if his body had allowed him to, he would not hesitate to lick the plate clean. In the good days, when the portions were larger, it was like white noise, annoying but easily ignored. During the bad days, though, either because the rations were smaller or because he had lost himself in the practice of magic and consumed too much mana, it would become a thorn in his head. He would be so hungry that he would experience headaches all day long, often feeling lightheaded and incapable of focusing. Food would be the only thing he could think or dream about. Of course, he was not the only hungry one in the family. Aside from Alina, only his siblings Orpal and Rena would be tasked to feed him. And while Rena had a big heart and strived to be like her mother, Orpal was angrier and hungrier by the day. He would often daydream about the days when he and his twin sister were the only children in the house. Now he not only had to fight each day for his parents' attention, but also for food and clothes. Once he had a room all to himself, but now he had to share it with Tryon. It was just a matter of time before Lith would come to take away what little personal space he still had left. Orpal could not understand why a family as poor as his own would keep making kids. It was winter, so there was not much work to do. Hence there weren't many occasions to restock their food supplies, and they had to last until spring. It was the toughest time of the year for all the farmers' families, since the food was meant not only for men but also for the animals. Orpal was sick of seeing Lith gobbling up all the food, to the point of dubbing him leech. So, whenever it was his turn to feed the little vermin, he would take some spoonfuls for himself, but Lith was not easily bullied. As soon as he noticed the spoon was not aimed toward him, he would start to cry madly, and Alina would run to his side, foiling Orpal's plan. Lith never cried unless he needed to be fed or changed. It made their parents both really happy and paranoid about him. Since he would never cry wolf, they took every wail very seriously. That day was a really bad day for Lith. He was starving because of his growth spurt and it was Orpal's turn to take care of him. Both their parents were out. One of the cows seemed to be suffering from frostbite. Orpal took the plate full of creamy soup for the baby and gulped down a full spoonful. Lith immediately started to cry, but there was no one to hear him. Cry all you want, leech. Lith was now able to understand most of the common words included Orpal's mockery. Today is just you and me. No mom in shining armor to come to your rescue. After saying that he gulped down another one. Lith felt like he was going crazy. Once again, he was helpless. His so-called magic was useless in his time of need. What could he possibly do, aside from blowing his cover? Ventilate him? Wet him? Using fire was too dangerous. A single meal was not worth burning down a house. Lith's hunger was eating him, making his rage go above and beyond what he would have ever thought possible. You fucker! He inwardly yelled. Feeling so tough robbing a child. Then he saw the third spoonful moving toward Orpal's smug face. A good half of his meal was as good as gone. Lith's anger reached a new peak, his hatred burned like fire. You are not my brother. He inwardly yelled. You are nothing but a filthy thief. Trash. And then, instead of clicking, he felt something breaking inside of him, like a dam that could not hold the raging waters anymore. I hope you choke on that spoon, you shit. Lith waved his arm against Orpal in a final struggle, and so it happened. Lith felt the mana radiating out of his body, reaching the spoon already in Orpal's mouth, and pushing it down, hard. Orpal started to choke, and after removing the spoon from his throat, he puked his guts out. Lith was so astonished that he almost forgot about both his rage and hunger. He had discovered something wonderful, a power that no one else in his family seemed to have. Lith had discovered spirit magic. At that time, Alina and Raz, father, were coming back to the house. Upon hearing Lith's desperate cries, they had run back to check on him. When they found Orpal on the ground, puking, they understood what had happened. They already had suspicions since whenever Orpal fed Lith, he was always hungrier than usual. Now they had proof. Inside the pool of vomit, the undigested creamy soup was as clear as the day. Raz became red with anger. Asterisk, you little. Asterisk, but had to stop, his other children had returned as well. I am very disappointed in you, Orpal, said Alina, seeing that her husband was too angry to speak. Asterisk, from now on, Alina will be the one feeding Lith. You can take all of her shifts in the stable. I don't think that even you could eat hay. Asterisk. But Mom. Orpal said, trying to defend himself. He hated cows and their smell. Asterisk, no buts, young man. Asterisk, Raz yelled. Asterisk, and that is not punishment enough. Alina, feel free to prepare one more bowl for Lith, and take the food from Orpal's share. He must learn that bad decisions have consequences. Asterisk. They were speaking too fast for Lith and there were too many unknown words, but Orpal had just turned pale. So it had to be good news. Orpal started crying and apologizing, but Lith made sure to cry louder. Raz and Alina ignored Orpal's pleas and sent him to take care of the animals. After being fed with a generous serving of soup and milk, Lith could finally focus on what had happened. After days of trial and error experiments, he had grasped the basics of his newfound ability and gained a much deeper understanding of magic. Lith had discovered that when he cast an elemental spell, it actually consisted of a three-step process. First, he would emit the mana, then he had to mix it with the world energy that he was trying to manipulate. The last step was the hardest, controlling the spell and its effects. Spirit magic skipped the second step. It used only his own power without borrowing elemental energy. That made it more difficult than any magic he had practiced so far and more mana-consuming. It also required much more focus compared to normal magic. Pure mana had no physical form, so he could not rely on his eyes to manipulating its effects. All depended on his willpower and imagination. The clearer the mental image of the action he wanted the mana to perform, the better the result. Spirit magic's range was also very limited, barely reaching a meter, 328 feet, radius. Despite all of its strict limitations, Lith started to practice only spirit magic. The ultimate discovery about it was that every improvement he did in spirit magic was also passed on to all other kinds of magic. He didn't need to split practicing between them anymore, so he progressed in leaps and bounds compared to before. From time to time, he would use a random elemental spell to check on his progress, reaching a new understanding of the true nature of that element. The progress Lith made allowed him to also improve his breathing techniques. Through accumulation, he could now not only perceive how his mana core changed in size with practice, but also have a rough understanding of the amount of mana contained in his body. By using accumulation, he would feed the world energy to his mana core, allowing it to expand from the size of a pinhead to that of a glass marble. Once the mana core grew to marble size, further progress could only be made when the physical body forcefully compressed the mana core back to a pinhead. Lith had no idea how the phenomenon worked and had found no way around it. Mana core and body development had to go hand in hand, there was no shortcut. Bottlenecks happened when Lith tried to use accumulation while the mana core was still at its peak size. The world energy would be rejected by the mana core, going wild through his body and damaging it. By continuously undergoing expansion and compression cycles, his mana capacity was already incomparable to when he was just a newborn. After discovering and practicing spirit magic, Lith had a much finer control of his mana, inside and outside his body. He managed to modify the invigoration technique so that when he breathed in the world mana, he would combine it with his own, temporarily exceeding his limits. Then he would expand the resulting energy, moving it from the solar plexus outwards until even his body hair would be overflowing with mana. Ever since he invented invigoration, he had noticed qualitative changes to his body. Lith was now better at withstanding the cold and heat. He would hardly ever get sick. When his whole family would catch a cold, he would either get over it before the symptoms manifested or recover in a few days. Unless it's all a crazy coincidence, improving invigoration is the only means at my disposal to temper my body. If I am right, this means that I can use it as a crutch until I get big enough to do physical activity. He thought. Hopefully, it should also help me overcome my bottleneck periods faster. It's a gamble, but it shouldn't do any harm. Also, between hunger and bottlenecks, there isn't much I can do as a 7-month-old baby. As for his family life, it also experienced some changes during the following months. After the soup incident with Orpal, a divide opened between the brothers. Lith was vengeful by nature and so was his brother. Sometimes, when Orpal was angry, he would call him Leech instead of Lith since he always called him like that in his head. Every slip of the tongue would cost him a serious scolding, and when he did it while harshly arguing with his parents, even a good spanking. Orpal blamed Lith for all of his misfortunes. The little runt always giggled when he was having a hard time. The relationship between Lith and his parents instead kept getting better and better. He had already started saying babble words, making sure to say "mama" when Alina embraced him and "dada" whenever Raz came near him. If this world is even a bit similar to Earth's Middle Age, it's better to stay in my old man's good book until I am self-sufficient. This was Litha's reasoning. He was still very afraid of father figures, and the two of them didn't have a great relationship anyway. Raz would always be busy with something, letting his wife and eldest daughter spend the most time with the baby. To his defense, he had just wrongly assumed that Lith was too little to notice and that they would have time to catch up later in the future like he did with his other sons. Raz really loved him and Lith never ceased to amaze him. He couldn't remember him crying for no reason, not even when teething. If someone bumped into his cradle or raised their voice while Lith was asleep, or at least pretending to, he would not make a sound, just look around before going back to sleep. Lith grew increasingly fond of Rena. She was more like a loving aunt than a sister to him. He could see himself in her, taking care of her little brother as he did with Carl. He would have loved to express this affection, but all he could do was smile and laugh as soon as he saw her and call her Lala. She was, in fact, the only one besides his parents to have a babble name. It wasn't much, but it meant the world to her. And so, time went by. After 6 months from his arrival, Lith was put on the ground for the first time and started to crawl under strict supervision. At the 9th month, he started to walk and graduated himself from babble words to real ones. On the day of his birthday, after discovering they had birthdays in the New World too, he allowed himself to use simple phrases and started to make questions to complete his vocabulary. Knowing nothing about babies, it was very stressful finding the right timing for every little thing. Luckily, Lith could always resort to cheating to find out the proper time for him to learn to do something. He was already capable of understanding most of what he could hear, so he would always be open to suggestions. If Alina was dying for him to finally say "mommy" instead of "mama," he would wait a couple of days before making it happen. If Raz cheered for Lith running to him, he did. The real problem was paying attention to everything Raz, Rena and Alina said while seeming completely oblivious to their words. Another problem was that once they let him roam free in the dining room, they also gave him small wooden toys expecting him to play and explore his surroundings. Lith already knew the dining room like the back of his hand, and there was not much to see in the first place. Yet he had to pretend to be curious about it. That was the hardest thing he had ever done since becoming a baby, and it scared him to death. He had no clue how a child would explore such a bland environment, and his paranoia about blowing his cover made him sweat bullets. Seeing the expectation in their eyes, he started from the nearest thing, the fireplace. The fire was not lit, the logs were cold and covered in ashes. When he got closer, Raz stopped him. "This is the fireplace. Now it's safe, but fire is bad. Fire hurts. No touching it, never." Lith looked at him, seemingly confused, before trying to put his hand in the ashes. Raz grabbed his hand, blocking him. "Fire is bad. No touching it. Never." His father repeated. Lith stared in his eyes like he was deeply in thought, before asking, "Fire bad?" "Yes, very bad." Raz replied while nodding. "Okay." Lith moved away from the fireplace and got close to the table. When he tried climbing up a chair, almost falling down with it, Alina ran to his rescue. Good gods, this little one sure likes danger. Seeing their increasingly worried expressions, Lith believed to have found a way out of his torment. He would keep putting himself in danger, trying to climb on the table or go into the kitchen rummaging through pots and knives. They quickly decided that his adventure time was over. They made him sit on an old cloth spread over the wooden floor and gave him toys to play with while they recovered from the stress. He had a little wooden horse, some kind of cart, and an odd-looking dog thingy. Playing was much easier for him. Lith did not need to create stories or explain what he was doing. He could just use playtime to practice spirit magic. Lith would actually never use his hands to move the toys, making them float as close as possible to his fingers. He really enjoyed those moments. Lith could finally openly rejoice, scream and laugh anytime he made a new discovery or a breakthrough, and all his parents would see was a happy child lost in his fantasies. Who would have ever thought that such a quiet little fellow could have such a vivid imagination? Raz said with a big, proud smile on his face. Look at him. All he has is just some old toys, yet it looks like he has the whole world in the palm of his hand. The following years weren't easy on Lith. He was finally allowed to ask a lot of questions, filling most of the holes in his vocabulary and starting to finally learn about his family and the new world. He learned that they were living in the village of Lucia, which was part of the county of Lustria, which in turn was part of the Griffin Kingdom. His parents knew about the neighboring countries by name only. They knew nothing about things were outside the village, nor did they care about it. In their eyes, the king was some sort of mythical beast, whereas they put all of their faith and worries in Count Lark. Not only did he administer justice and taxes in the county, but he would also always take part in Lucia's spring festival as guest of honor. His parents never mentioned to their children anything about magic, wars, or history. They only told them tales that even in this new world could be easily dismissed as bedtime stories. All of their fables were filled with beautiful princesses, valiant heroes, and villainous tyrants. Lith was truly dissatisfied by such little information. He wanted to know what was the planet's name and what stage of scientific development the human race had reached. He wanted to learn about the history of magic, the lore, the legends, anything that could give him at least a clue about what to expect from his new life. Unfortunately, it was clear they knew little more than gossip. To make matters worse, he couldn't pose questions he was not even supposed to think about. At least his family tree was quite simple to understand. Alina and Raz had married very early, even by village standards, when they were barely 16. Being an only child, Raz had inherited his father's farm where they were currently living. Alina had gotten pregnant shortly after the marriage, giving birth to the twins Rena and Orpel. Then she got pregnant again every 2 years. That meant that Raz and Alina were currently 25 years old, Rena and Orpel 8 years old, Tryon 6 years old, Tista 4 years old, and finally Lith 2 years old. In fact, most of that information was leached from his siblings' questions. Lith was mostly limited to a "what's this? Why is that?" kind of question. Spending more and more time with the rest of his family, he also discovered why, despite his father owning such a nice farm with its own barn and henhouse, they had so many problems putting food on the table. Tista was born with a congenital condition that prevented her from doing any physical exertion and also made her prone to illness. Fast pacing was enough to leave her out of breath. She would cough from time to time, and when things were about to turn for the worse, the cough would become violent. At that point, one of her parents would have to run to the village to let Nana visit and heal her. She could not really cure her, only alleviate the symptoms and return Tista to her natural state. While a checkup wasn't expensive, the treatment was. Also, even if Raz did go to pick her up and then brought Nana back home, it would still cost extra. Doing a round trip meant her losing business, so she demanded compensation. It was the constant need for the healer to put such a strain on their budget. Lith felt very sorry for her. Despite not having spent much time with Tista, she was precious to both Alina and Rena, and that was more than enough to make her precious to him too. He felt helpless, cursing his inability to ever practice light and darkness magic. Light magic required a patient. Until he gained a solid grasp of how it worked and what was this world's human anatomy, he would not dare to put anyone's health at risk. Darkness magic was another story. Lith had only seen it once and no one in his family used it. The only time he had seen it in action, he had clearly felt the destructive power it held. He was also biased against it since, on Earth, dark magic would always be associated with evil practices and undead, so he had no desire to dabble with something potentially horrifying. Lith could only live on, hoping to eventually get some training in magic while enduring the madness he was getting used to calling family life. He had to be lively, but not too much. He had to be curious, but not too much. He had to run around, but never get out of the door. His parents were never satisfied. If he tried to sit in a corner meditating, they would worry because he was too quiet or too lazy. If he tried to move around or help them, he would be scolded for getting in the way. They refused to teach him chore magic, that was the name of the lesser spells they used in their daily life, and prohibited him from learning them. Lith could not go outside without being accompanied by someone, he could not get near to the fireplace, nor could he ask too many questions. Everything was basically prohibited until he grew up. More than once Lith wanted to scream, "I may be biologically young, but I am actually the oldest in here, damn it," but all he could do was suck it up and obey. His feud with Orpal never resolved, and he could clearly feel Trion's hostility on his brother's behalf. Clearly, Orpal was for Trion what Rena was for Lith, his role model. Unlike Orpal, Trion would not completely ignore him even when their parents were absent. Yet Lith could clearly see that every time his brother helped him, it was just to be polite. There was no kindness between them. Lith quickly started to ignore him in return. "I have already spent half of my old life being worried about dysfunctional family members. Been there, done that. Thank you, but no thank you. If you want to be a jerk, be my guest. I don't give a damn about you." These were his thoughts about the matter, so he let things fester. Once he became 3 years old, he could not take it anymore. The boredom caused by the cold winter months when he was basically stuck at home 24/7, aggravated by the constant hunger, was about to drive him insane. It was a stormy afternoon and the family was gathered around the fireplace. Alina was teaching her daughters how to sew. Raz was teaching Orpal how to carve wood while Trion and Lith were only allowed to watch. They were still too little to handle any sharp object, even sewing was off limits. Lith had already asked, baffling his father and flattering his mother. "You are too little and your hands are still too clumsy," she replied. Alina was right, though. Lith's body felt even clumsier than his old one before he had started practicing martial arts. Just the thought of all the lost muscle memory was enough to make him cry. So, he patiently waited until Raz finished instructing Orpal, and then Lith mustered all of his courage. He asked his father to teach him how to read, write and count. Raz was flabbergasted. "You are too young. Usually, kids wait until they are 6 years old to go to school and learn. Don't you think it's boring?" That was the philosophy every man in his lineage had always upheld. Boring? What could possibly be more boring than sitting here doing nothing? Like yesterday and the day before. And probably tomorrow too. "Please Daddy, try me. I beg you, please, please, please." Raz didn't know how to say no. Lith had never asked anything for him before. Even when Lith is still hungry, if he notices that there is no more food, he never asks for more. He thought, he's so unlike Orpal. I don't know if it's Lith that's too good or I'm just spoiling Orpal too much. He really wanted a way out, but Alina was already staring at him. Her hands never stopped sewing, nor her mouth explaining to the girls what they were doing wrong, but her eyes were clearly set on him. Damn it, what can I say? Learning does not even require dangerous tools. That's it. The tools. I'm such a moron sometimes. Raz looked into Lith's puppy eyes, his heart squeezing as if in a vice, but he still replied, I'm sorry son, we have nothing you could possibly write on. So, I can't teach you. Lith had considered things thoroughly before asking, so he had already a solution at hand. He picked the biggest tray they had and filled it with the ashes collected in a bucket beside the fireplace. Now we do. We can write as much as we want. Raz was amazed by Lith's ingenuity and so was Alina. He was about to object again when he noticed that the stare had turned into a frown. Her hands were moving too fast, and that meant trouble for him. There was a storm outside, so he could not run away from the one that was brewing inside. He had to admit defeat and yield. Where do you want to start? Raz could only hope that Lith would get bored fast and let him return to his leisure. Count. Lith promptly replied. So Raz sat on the floor beside him and started drawing lines in the ash. Lith was ecstatic. The numbers they used had a different shape from the Arabic numerals, but aside from that they were identical in use. Even the calculation methods were the same. So, he kept the new numbers in the upper row to learn their shape and then started doing the multiplication tables. He could actually do such simple math in his head, but he needed to engrave the new numbers in both his mind and body. Once he finished, Lith started taking requests from his audience, and when Orpal sarcastically asked, "How much is 124 times 11?" he quickly replied with 1364, leaving them all speechless. Alina could not help herself, standing up and lifting Lith up in a big hug. "My little genius. I'm so proud of you." In less than 1 hour he had mastered what it would take others a full year to do. Rena and Tista soon joined her in the embrace, congratulating their little brother, while the male side of the family was still flabbergasted. In rural areas, people learned how to count only to not get ripped off when they sold or bought merchandise. They remembered only addition and subtraction, whereas they soon forgot about useless things like multiplication and division. Reading and writing required more time, but it was equally simple. Lith already knew most of the words and how to spell them. He only needed to learn the alphabet and memorize it to be able to read and write. Once again, his family was stunned, and the only one not rejoicing with them was Orpal, left alone with his envy and scorn. Having officially learned how to read and write, Lith practiced it every day. While his family considered him a genius, he knew better. Needing to practice hard to memorize just 21 letters and 10 numbers, Lith did not feel much brilliant. Striking the iron while it was still hot, he asked for Raz to carve him a wooden ruler, 50 centimeters, 19.7 inches, long and 3 centimeters, 1.2 inches, both high and thick. On its front Raz engraved the entire alphabet, on its back the numbers. It was Litha's clutch during his homework, a tool necessary for him to be free of practicing any time without bothering his parents. Raz was still on cloud 9, so he didn't make any question about the oddly big sizes Lith had requested. He could have easily made it much thinner and shorter, making it easier to carry around. But Lith refused the proposal, begging his father to fulfill his wish. Lith had not missed Orpal's hostile glare every time someone called him a genius. He had to be sure that the rules would not be easy to break nor go missing by accident. It was also the perfect pretext to always carry around something he could practice spirit magic on. When the weather finally cleared up, Alina decided that it was the perfect moment for Tista to be checked up by Nana. With all the cold and wind during those last days, no matter how much effort Raz and Orpal put in the house's maintenance, it had still been kinda drafty. Tista had been coughing enough for Alina to be seriously worried about her. She took the mule cart and brought Tista and Lith to the village of Lusha. The bad weather had lasted too long, and the accumulated farm work needed everyone's help to be finished before another frost wave arrived. She had to bring Lith along, he was too small to be left home alone. After stuffing them with the warmer clothes they had, the trip began. Lith was really happy. It was the first time for him seeing the world outside the farm's bounds. There was much he could learn from such an experience. On the road, they were bothered more than once by stray graths. They were wasp-like insects with a venomous sting at the end of their abdomen. Compared to Earth's wasps, they were much hairier and blue instead of yellow. Why in the Great Mother's name are they still around? Alina complained. They are supposed to be asleep during winter. One grath was particularly stubborn, and despite all their shooing, it kept going back until it got too close to Tista for comfort. Lith slammed his hands hard, missing it entirely. He was still as nimble as a brick, but his spirit magic wasn't. It had already reached an area of effect of 10 meters, 32.8 feet, around him, so the grath was squashed effortlessly. Lith showed the prey with pride. "Don't worry, big sister, I'll always protect you." After hugging him, Tisto was really curious about the dead insect, but Alina was still worried by the venom, so after throwing it away, they resumed their trip. When they were in sight of Lucia, much of Litha's doubts got cleared up. It wasn't just his family, the whole village resembled closely one of those early Middle Ages drawings he had seen in history books. There was no sign of any complex technology. Even a windmill or a watermill would have been considered a marvel of science. When Lith asked Alina about the village, she explained that only artisans, scholars, and merchants lived there. The rest of the population lived in their own farms tending the fields and raising livestock. Lucia consisted in a few dozens of 1 or 2 stories high wooden houses well spaced between them. Not even one was made out of stone or bricks. There was also no road pavement of any sort. The space between the houses was just like the road to the village, bare earth and mud. From the signs hanged outside the buildings, Lith could spot a blacksmith, a tavern and a tailor shop. The bakery didn't need any sign or advertisement. The delicious smell that came out its chimney was enough to make every passerby's mouth watery. Litha's hunger hit him so hard that he already knew what he would have dreamed about that night. When they arrived at Nana's house, Lith was surprised noticing it was bigger than their own, yet Alina had told him more than once that Nana lived alone. In his eyes it meant that either she was from a rich family, or more likely that healing was a lucrative business. Lith decided that he had to master light magic as soon as possible. The door was open and once inside, Lith recognized the familiar feeling of a doctor's waiting room. The door led to a single huge room that smelled of medicinal herbs and incense. On the left end of the room there was a door, probably leading to Nana's living quarter. On the right there was a huge wide curtain, behind which Nana was visiting and treating her patients. The rest of the space was filled with benches and chairs. Many of them were already taken. Many families had decided to make use of the good weather and get a checkup. Alina removed all of the extra clothing from her children before instructing them to be quiet and don't disturb others. The waiting room was filled with bored mothers, and soon Alina was one of them. She joined the conversation, sharing her experiences and advice. Lith could now wander around undisturbed. The women were too busy keeping their children under control to take notice of his existence. The room was bare and uninteresting, but once he got close to the curtain, he stumbled upon a treasure. He had found a small open cabinet, filled with books about magic. Maybe in this world is the equivalent of a doctor hanging his degrees and masters. He thought. Many of the titles were specific about an element or its application, but one book caught his eye. It had "The Basics of Magic" written on the cover. After checking that no one was paying him attention, he grabbed it and started to read. "I'm only 3 years old. I can afford a better to ask forgiveness than permission attitude." Lith then moved to a corner, giving his back to the curtain and hoping to go unnoticed as long as possible. It was clearly a book for beginners, so he skipped the introduction and went straight for the element's description. Lith discovered that water magic was not just about conjuring and manipulating water, it also allowed the user to lower anything's temperature. Any magic apprentice was supposed to be able to generate ice. It could be used for both offense and defense. Air magic too had an ability that he had never taken into consideration. Air magic highest peak was weather control, but even at the basic level, a mage could generate lightning. Fire and earth were just plain and simple as he had pictured them all, so he moved to the last 2 elements. While reading, it became clear to him that because of magic, whoever had written the book had no idea what anatomy was. The book would speak about the importance of keeping a wound clean, but there were no words like disinfection or sepsis, so he barely found unknown medical terms. Lith remained dumbfounded upon discovering that light and darkness were explained together instead of in separate chapters. According to the book, both elements were the bread and butter of any healer. Darkness magic could be used as a weapon, but it was not explained in detail. The author was very clear in stressing the fact that he was not a fighter, and that beginners should never bite more than they could chew. Then he proceeded to explain that darkness magic wasn't either good or bad, just an element like the others. It was an invaluable tool for a healer, since it allowed them to clean wounds, tools, or even to fumigate houses from rats and insects to avoid the spreading of diseases. Also, it was the only way of getting rid of parasites that had grown inside a patient. Light magic would allow the healer to detect their presence, but could do no harm to them. Light and darkness worked best when used together. Light magic's specialty was the ability to perceive life forces and scan them for anomalies. It also allowed to correct such anomalies and to guarantee an instant recovery from most diseases. Restoring broken bones was more difficult, so it was explained in another chapter. Lith felt incredibly ignorant and stupid. He could have discovered most of those elemental properties on his own if he hadn't been blinded by his narrow-minded superstition. How could I have been so idiotic? I have lived here more than 3 years and I am still thinking like this is a video game, with fixed rules and levels. Darkness is evil and light is holy or something. No, this is science, damn it, the same one I studied all my life. If fire magic is converting mana into heat, then water magic is nothing but converting mana into cold, condensing the water in the atmosphere and turning it into the liquid state. It's all so obvious, it's like the damned Columbus egg. He thought. He was about to turn the page and learn about healing broken bones when a firm hand squeezed his shoulder, locking him into place. That's not a toy, young man. I really hope that you have not damaged it, otherwise your family will have to pay for it dearly. Lith had been so engrossed reading to forget where he was, throwing caution to the wind. When Nana caught him red-handed, he was startled enough to yelp. I thought I knew every single rascal, but I failed to recognize this one. What's your name, kid? Lith. What's yours? He replied while making puppy eyes. Nana was now more curious than angry. Lith? Do you mean Alina's little imp? No wonder your face is new to me, you were just a newborn the last time I saw you. Nana's presence had made the chatter stop. Some women wanted to ask her how long they had to wait for their turn, others were just curious. Alina jumped out of her chair and apologized on Litha's behalf. There's no need to apologize, Alina. Nana said. No harm, no foul. The little imp has not damaged the book while playing with it. Yes, Mom, there is no need to apologize. Lith hated it when someone spoke about him like he wasn't there. And I was not playing with it, I was just reading. Reading? Young man, how old are you? 3 years and something. If this is a joke, it's not funny. I never expected one of Alina's children to be such a liar. He is not lying. During the last storm, Lith was bored, so he asked his father to teach him how to read, write, and count. Here is proof. Alina handed Nana the wooden ruler. Alina's rebuttal had caught her by surprise. Nana realized to have struck a nerve. After studying the ruler, Nana had to admit that it was a clever learning tool. Tell your husband that this thing is really a good idea. He could sell it to Teacher Hall. It never hurts to have extra money. Alina wouldn't let her change the subject, not until she apologized for calling her son a liar. Raz didn't invent it. Lith did, so he could study alone without bothering anyone. Nana was shaken by all those sudden revelations. Her pride wanted to avoid apologizing, but insinuating that Alina too was lying in front of all those people would have hurt the reputation of her family. So, young man, how much is 7 times 6? 42. Nana took the book from Litha's hands and after opening a random page, she gave it back. What is written there? Start from the top of the page. Lith suppressed a smirk. The first thing to understand while studying magic is that it's just a tool. Anyone can use it, but only a few people can actually employ it properly. In fact. Okay, that's enough. I owe you an apology, Lith. Yet she said it while looking at Alina. Seems your son is indeed blessed by the light, dear. The room was once again resounding with chatter, but this time they were all discussing the same topic. What does Nana mean with blessed by the light? Isn't that just a fairy tale? I wish my son was that smart. Just sending him to school every morning is a war of attrition. Not to mention getting some actual results. Those were the most common comments. Lith kept hitting the iron while it was still hot. Can I? Suddenly he realized that he ignored the word borrow. Take it with me for some time. I will return it as it is. I promise. And what would you do with it? Can you already use magic? Nana's reply would have normally been quite different, but she had enough surprises for one day and could not afford any more sarcasm or skepticism. Yes, I can. Lith replied before realizing his mistake. I'm an idiot. I just blew my cover. Years of careful planning, ruined by this big mouth of mine. The only thing I can do is damage control. He thought. Really? And what can you do? Yes, Lith. What can you do? Alina rebuked. Her right foot was furiously tapping the floor in annoyance. Lith knew he was in trouble. I can do wind and water chore magic. He said with a low apologetic tone while staring at his own shoes. I'm sorry, Mom, I know you prohibited me to learn magic. But everyone else in the house always uses it, and I was so bored. The chattering increased in volume. Alina was really angry, but she could not scold him in public. Not when they were staring at them with admiration. Nana seems really impressed. Maybe this is a turning point in Litha's life. If she takes him as her apprentice, we could have a healer in our family. I can't ruin this opportunity. She thought. Alina kept silent and wondered about his son's future. Would you please show me? Nana asked, smiling for the first time. In for a penny, in for a pound. Here goes everything. Lith thought. Breza. Lith twirled his middle and index finger 2 times, creating as many tiny whirlwinds that he used to quickly sweep the room. He pretended to lose control from time to time. His goal was to impress, not to brag or scare people out of their wits. Nana laughed in admiration. She could see more and more of her in the little imp. Nana too had been a precocious brat. When she was his age, her talent was better, but Lith was still a sight to behold. Usually men were less talented for magic since women with their prerogative to give birth were naturally more in tune with the life force of the planet. Some called that world energy, others simply called it mana. Also, country boys were usually blockheads. They were more inclined to work hard in the fields or in the military rather than spend years on books. Now I want you to do a thing for me. You said that you can conjure water, right? Lith nodded in response. Now call upon water, it does not matter how little. You have to not let it fall, though. You must make it float, like this. A perfect sphere of water the size of a fist appeared half a meter from Nana's open hand. Lith could not comprehend the reason for such a specific request, but he complied. Joran. He conjured less than a glass worth of water, keeping its form irregular and unstable. Lith could not afford any more mistakes, his focus peaked trying to make his lack of control convincing. The water floated for 3 seconds before falling off. But instead of hitting the floor, it started floating again, becoming another perfect sphere orbiting around Nana's spell like the moon does around Earth. Lith was flabbergasted. Not by Nana's control on the mana flow, he was already able of doing the same, if not better. He could not avert his eyes from the scene in front of him. Both spheres of water were constantly spinning on themselves, reflecting their surroundings over their surface. They would capture the light from the sun and turn it into sparkles of rainbow. Lith had always seen magic like a force to be reckoned with, a great tool to build his future with. But he never thought of it as beautiful. For the first time in over 3 years, he was not pretending. He was really amazed, staring at the dancing lights while the memories of his old life flooded his mind. He suddenly remembered all the hours spent as a kid, hiding in the planetarium together with his little brother Carl. They would dream of becoming astronauts, to run away to the stars where no one would ever hurt them again. And just like that, his grief returned stronger than ever, fighting the joy out. The pain for Carl's loss overwhelmed him, tears started to stream from his eyes. "Lith, are you all right?" Alina's voice woke him up from his stupor. Realizing how weak he had allowed himself to be, Lith felt deeply disgusted. "Water is just water, there's no need to get soft over a measly light show. Soldier up and follow the plan." Lith steeled himself and sealed all the feelings that he deemed useless. "I'm done getting hurt," he thought. "Yes, Mommy, I am all right. I was just moved from the old lady's magic. My name is Neria, Lith. But everyone calls me Nana." "Why Nana?" Nana was usually a term of endearment used for the family's grandmother. "You see, when I was still a young maiden, everyone called me by my name. But then time passed, and I helped so many children come into this world that they started to call me Mama. After even more time passed, those children had children of their own, and they started to call me Nana." She ruffled Litha's hair. "I have a proposal for you. Now you are too little, but when you become 6 years old, instead of going to school together with those blockheads, you could come here instead. You could read those books as much as you want. And maybe you could learn a trade." "Mine." Lith tilted his head, playing dumb. "I don't know, you don't seem nice. I would like the books, though," he replied while hiding behind his mother, only half his face visible behind her legs. Alina didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Her dream had come true, but Lith didn't understand what he was turning down. "Please, excuse him, Nana. He is just 3 years old, he has no idea what he is saying. He doesn't even know the importance of apprenticeship." 3 years old. Nana repeated. "It's almost too good to be true. But you are right, if he had to choose between gold and toys, he would probably pick the latter. We'll have this conversation again 3 years from now." She knelt down, looking Lith straight in the eyes. "If you don't become as dumb as all the other boys in this village, I'll take you as my apprentice. If you will still be interested in magic and books, of course." Lith nodded, grabbing his mother's gown, looking for her protection. His weak and scared appearance hid his inner rage. 3 years. I might as well starve to death by then. And all because of you, greedy hag. Lith thought. He was so sick of being hungry, he wanted to bite her out of frustration. "Calm down, Derek, and remember all of your lessons. Suck it up and grow stronger, because only strength will make you free. Only power will keep your family safe." Nana's work ethic didn't allow for favoritism of any kind. Lith may have been his future apprentice, but Tista had to wait for her turn like everyone else. Lith hadn't been so happy about being stuck in a queue since his student's days in college when he would use every single second to review his weakest subjects. So much to read in so little time. Better to cram light and dark magic since they are the only elements outside physics as I know it. In the best-case scenario, it will take years to get my hands on a book again, and there is only so much I can learn as self-taught. He thought. When it was their turn, he studied carefully how the healer performed the light magic Vinaya Rad 2. It was the same life force detecting spell she had used on him 3 years ago, but this time he had a better understanding of magic and a way better standpoint. Being next to Nana, Lith could appreciate every gesture and hand movement Nana used to amplify the spell's effectiveness. The light enveloped Tista's body, quickly turning gray around her chest, clearly outlining the shape of her lungs. "I have good news, and I have bad news. The good news is that Tista's condition is the same as always, there is no sign of degeneration this time. The bad news is that it doesn't seem to be improving either. I'm afraid that she will remain like this forever. The more she grows, the lesser the chances that her body will be able to somehow fix itself." The air in the room turned heavy. A lifetime of illness was barely better than no life at all. Lith was so shocked that he completely forgot about the books. The whole world meant nothing to him if he could not share it with the only 3 people he loved and trusted. They came out of Nana's house in low spirits and returned home in silence. Once arrived, Alina shared the bad news and searched for Raz's arms before starting to cry. One by one, the whole family burst into tears, hugging each other in search of comfort. Lith allowed himself to cry, cursing the cruel fate that had befallen his sister. What good is magic if I keep being helpless? Why do I keep reincarnating, simply to replace one living hell with another? Is this just bad luck or is it my fault? Could it be that in some previous life I committed such an atrocious act that now all those who I love are cursed? Could this be my punishment? He thought. During the following days, Lith kept second-guessing every life choice he made, before accepting the fact that bad things happen. Tista was already ill when he had resurrected for the second time, it couldn't be his fault. Having been accepted as Nana's apprentice, he could now openly practice magic. Soon he proved to be capable of cleaning the whole house by himself, relieving his mother and sisters from all their chores. Thanks to darkness magic, cleaning dishes and cauldrons became a matter of minutes. Nothing organic, be it food residue or grease, could escape being turned into dust by a single spark of dark energy. He also made countless experiments with light magic, in search of a cure for Tista. Yet all he managed to achieve was to keep her symptoms at bay. Tista now needed much fewer treatments from Nana, but she was still a prisoner in her own body. This caused Orpal to hate him more and more. Show off. How I am supposed to enjoy my life with him constantly breathing on my neck. Not only does Leech share the housework with Mom, but he also spends a lot of time with Tista. Orpal thought. Mom and Dad always praised him for his so-called talent and intelligence. Now they never shut up about Leech saving the family a lot of money, by tending Tista's condition on his own. No one gives a damn about me wasting my time and sweat doing all the farm work. Gods, why did you let him live? Why didn't you give me any talent? Oblivious of his brother's feelings, Lith was not coping much better. His magic power and comprehension of mana kept growing, but it could not erase the perpetual taste of failure that accompanied him. In the following year, he could not feel any joy regarding magic, every discovery was useless, all of his power meaningless. And so, he was finally 4 years old. The period between 4 and 6 years in Lusha was called the Golden Age. Children that age were big enough to have some freedom and too little to be of any help in the daily activities. They would be allowed to play all day without a care in the world. It was the perfect time to make friends and grow closer to one's own neighbors and deepen the ties between the families. On the day of his 4th birthday, after Lith finished his chores, Rena introduced him to all their neighbors before returning home. He was supposed to socialize and play, but Lith had other plans. There was no amount of failures or grief that could make him forget for long the hunger that consumed him ever since he was barely 5 months old. Raz's farm was on the western edge of Lusha's farmlands, a little less than a kilometer, 0.62 miles, of distance from the great woods known as Tron. Despite its pretentious name, it wasn't a particularly dangerous place. The people who lived in the nearby villages depended on the forest as their primary source of timber for their everyday life. Tron was also abundant in wildlife, so those bold and lucky enough would go hunting all year round, searching for precious meat, warm fur, or both. It was impossible to meet monsters in the forest unless one went several kilometers deep. Since there was no need for exploring the woods in detail, the inner areas were still uncharted territory. There was a reason Lith had never practiced martial arts in the New World, not even the footwork. The constant practice of magic required a lot of energy, and his household lacked the necessary resources for his training. Lith was already skinnier than all of his siblings, any more exertion and he would turn into a pile of bones. He needed food. But being a city boy, he knew nothing about butchering. He needed a teacher, and that was why he was headed for the house of Celia Fast Arrow, the only hunter among their neighbors. The problem is that I have no idea how to get her to help me. I'm still too little for an apprenticeship, and even if I wasn't, it's unlikely she had not heard about Nana's offer. She has nothing to gain helping me. I can only hope that she is a kind and benevolent woman. He thought. Celia's house was a single-story wooden house, much smaller than Lith's, about 60 square meters large. There was no henhouse or barn. Except for the space in near proximity of the house, the fields were uncultivated, full of weeds, tall grass, and whatever the wind had planted over time. She clearly has no interest in farming and stock breeding, and that's good news. That means her business is good enough. I wonder what's in the shed near the house. It's almost as big as the house itself. He thought. Lith knocked, his innards were tied in a knot from the nervousness. The door opened almost immediately. You again. Are you lost or something? Celia was a woman in her mid-20s, 1.7 meters tall. Her skin was tanned from a years-long exposure to the sun. Her black hair was kept short with a haircut identical to Earth's military standards. She could have been considered very cute, but her small bosom coupled with her sharp eyes and rough attitude, made her manlier than most farmers. She wore a leather hunting jacket over a green shirt, green cargo pants, and brown hunting boots with a soft outer sole, to limit the noise made while moving. Hi Miss Fast Arrow, I need a favor. Could you please teach me how to skin and gut animals? Celia raised an eyebrow. Why? Because I am hungry. Not having any leverage on her, Lith had decided that truth was the best policy. I have been hungry long enough to forget how being full feels. I know I can hunt, but I also know that without proper handling, meat goes bad and is inedible. No, you got me wrong. I mean, why should I help you? What's in for me? Now she was knitting her eyebrows. What do you want? Lith asked while bottling up the urge to kill her slowly and painfully. He was hungry enough to see her as a quarry. Honestly, I don't believe a runt that barely reaches my belt can hunt anything, not even a rat. And since teaching is a waste of time, it demands compensation. She scratched her chin searching for a deal bad enough to drive the pest away. She had never wanted a child of her own, let alone being forced to deal with someone else's. If you want to learn from me, first you must bring here some game. If you mess up while playing butcher, you'll ruin my merchandise, wasting both my goods and time. So here is my deal, whatever you bring me, I'll teach you how to skin and gut it. But half of it is mine for the trouble. Take it or leave it. So much for the kind and benevolent woman. That's daylight robbery. Lith thought. I'll take it. How long will you stay home? He replied. I'll be here all day. I have a lot of work to do. Why? Because when I get back with my prey, I'll need your help. Don't forget our deal. Lith turned around, moving toward the woods. Seeing the little runt act all tough despite not having a bow, traps, or even just a bag for the game, Celia could not help but laugh out loud. At least until the door slammed on her face, sending her but first onto the floor. After getting up, she went to the nearest window. Lith was still in the same spot, but his face was turned toward her door. His eyes glowed brightly in the dim light of the dawn. After getting at the edge of the woods, he activated the light spell Life Vision. It was one of the many he had created after a year of practice. By infusing his eyes with light magic, Lith was able to see living beings as colored, while the rest of the world was turned into shades of gray. The stronger the life force, the bigger and brighter the light they emitted. This way, he could easily spot animals, even if they were hiding underground, in bushes, or inside a tree. Lith didn't need to hunt something big. As long as it was meat, it was the perfect prey. Most of the animals would run away as soon he came too close, but not all of them. Birds and squirrels perched on tree branches felt safe. Unluckily for them, Lith's spirit magic had reached a range of over 20 meters, 21.9 yards. They were all within his reach. He only needed to extend his open hand towards the quarry, then squeeze and turn his hand to break their necks. In less than 20 minutes he had killed 2 odd feathered birds and 2 squirrels. I could catch more, but I want to pay that harpy as little as possible. Lith thought. While returning to the huntress house, his greed was fiercely debating with his rage. Damn it. I wish I could just ask my father. Our farm has a henhouse, we eat chicken, so he must know how to butcher it. But if I do that, then I will be forced to share my quarry in equal parts. And if there is something that I hate more than being robbed by that harpy is the idea of Orpal and Tryon having the same amount of meat as me. Or worse, being older they could receive even more. I hunted this game. This meat is mine, mine. They will only be allowed to eat my scraps when and if I want so. When Lith arrived at Celia's door he had calmed down and managed to hide his rage behind his business face. He took a few deep breaths before knocking again. When Celia saw him, she was about to mock him and call him a quitter for giving up in less than an hour. But then Lith showed her his game, making her whole. Never underestimate how hard a hunter's job is. Speech died in her throat. How did you do that? Celia asked, still recovering from the surprise. Magic. I am blessed by the light. Didn't you hear the news? Lith said. Celia started rummaging through her brain until the kid's answer made sense. Oh. I get it now. You are the magic kid that's on everybody's mouth in Lusha. That explains a lot, including your shitty attitude. Excuse me. You found a scrawny kid on your door asking for help. Then, you forced him into accepting a rip-off deal, even laughing at his efforts, and I am the one with a shitty attitude? Lith was now so angry that even the idea of sharing his prey didn't seem so bad anymore. Celia laughed out loud. Kid, you really are funny in the head. First, when you go asking a complete stranger for help, the best you can hope for is to be sent away with a polite kick in the butt. If I had to comply with every madman's request, I would be broke in a jiffy. Second, you had the guts to slam the door in my face and then come back like nothing happened. That's a shitty attitude. Seeing things from her point of view, Lith could only agree. For the last 4 years, he had been secluded, only interacting with his family members. He had become too used to getting yes for an answer, forgetting the basic social rules and even common sense. His hunger didn't help either. It made him single-minded and prone to anger. Lith realized that Celia was right, and what he had done that morning was just a temper tantrum. I'm really sorry. He said earnestly, looking her in the eyes. I have no excuses for my behavior. I would understand if you wanted to call off our deal. Celia started laughing even harder. Hold your horses, kid. I said that you are crazy and rude, but I like that. As you so kindly pointed out, I'm a bit of jerk myself. Dog doesn't eat dog, our deal is still valid. She handed him a small knife with a wooden handle. Rule number 1, bleed out the game as soon as possible. If the blood starts clotting, the meat is ruined. Make a deep incision in the neck and then hang them upside down, to make the blood drain out. She pointed him to a clothesline. If you don't need the fur, just cut off the head. It makes things faster. Lith put down the knife and conjured enough water to coat his whole hand. Then, he froze it and turned it into a razor-sharp blade, cutting off the birds' heads. He used the knife only for the squirrels. Celia whistled in approval. Nice trick. You don't shy away from blood, do you? As I have told you before, I am hungry. Too hungry to care about big round eyes or warm fur. I only see them as food. That's the right attitude for a hunter. Celia gave him thumbs up. She took the draining game and hung them for him, thinking that the clothesline was too high for Lith to reach. Lith didn't feel the need to correct her. Since we are building a master-apprentice relationship and all that Cr*P, do you mind telling me why you came to me instead of asking your parents to teach you? I don't know your family, but this is something any farmer knows how to do. It would be too expensive to have someone else butcher your livestock. Indeed. Lith said, pondering how to answer. He looked her straight in the eyes before asking. Just between us, master-apprentice secret and all that crap. Celia nodded, surprised to receive an actual answer instead of a cranky remark. As far as I can remember, my brothers and I never had a good relationship. Things are pretty bad, especially with my older brother. Lith decided that he needed to take that load off his chest. Talking to a stranger was the best way to relieve his stress and ruin Orpal's reputation. Honesty was indeed the best policy. I don't know if it's because of my magic, but I've always eaten a lot. That wouldn't be a big deal if I didn't have 4 siblings, one of which has a congenital condition. Her treatment cost quite a lot, and it's barely enough to keep her alive. Thank the gods I'm an only child. But what does that have to do with your older brother? Lith pretended to not have heard her. This means that despite my parents' hard work, we don't have much food on the table. Lith pointed at his thin arm, to make her feel guilty. And my brother is a growing boy too, so he would like to eat much more chow than he actually gets. From time to time, especially during winter, he has fits of rage, where he would accuse me of everything that goes wrong with his life. He often said things like, "Why the heck did you have so many children if you can't feed them properly? Why does Lith receive almost as much food as me? He does nothing while I work my ass in the fields all year round. He is not my brother, he is a leech that is sucking my life away. I wish you died that cursed day." Lith did his best Orpal impression. "Are you making this up to make me feel guilty, kid? Because that's sick." Celia was knitting her eyebrows, doubting that someone could say such things to his little brother. Lith shook his head, sighing. "I wish. Did your father give him a good beating? Maybe that could help him come to his senses." Lith shook his head again. "No. This started when I was very little, and even after talking proved to be useless and my father resorted to spanking, it only made things worse. To the point that I'm forced to sleep in my sister's room. Too soon." Celia bit her lips, to avoid making a sex joke. "Too soon for what?" "Nothing. Please continue." "That was until a year ago. Once I started practicing magic, I soon became skilled enough to do almost all the household chores by myself. Sometimes I help with the livestock too. I even managed to keep my sister's condition under control." Lith took a deep breath before finding the strength to add, "most of the time." "Then everything should be good now, right?" "Wrong. The house needs repairs, and so does the barn and most of the farm tools. If you take into account all the random sh*t that happens from time to time and takes priority, I don't see our situation getting better any time soon, and neither does my brother. Now he can't put the blame on me anymore, so the last time he took it out on my ill sister, saying things that I refused to repeat out loud." Lith spat on the ground to get rid of the dirty taste the memory gave him. To the point of saying that it would be better for her to. Lith pointed at the hung game. "To put her down like an animal. Kid, we may be jerks, but your brother is a lunatic." Lith gritted his teeth, remembering Orpal's exact words. "It would be much better for her, for all of us. She can't run, she can't work. Tista will never be able to make friends, fall in love, or have children of her own. She's bound to be a burden for her family. And what will happen when you guys are no more? Who will take care of her? Rena? Or maybe the little leech wonder?" Lith could still vividly remember his mother crying from those cruel words. Rena and Tista running into her arms. Raz beating Orpal so hard that he couldn't walk for days. "Indeed," he replied to Celia with a growl. "And that's why I despise him and don't want him to touch a single bite of my game. I get it. I don't even know him and I already hate that guy's guts too." "No, I don't hate him." Lith corrected her. "Hate, just like love, is an irrational feeling, while my contempt for him has sound foundations." Wow! Such a profound notion for someone so young. Worthy of a hunter. Now enough chit-chat, it's time to get to work. Celia took down the squirrels, passing one to Lith. "We will start with the little critters. They are smaller and better for practice. Even if you mess up, it's no big deal, there is not much meat in here." She placed a squirrel on a cutting board and prepared another for Lith. "What I am going to teach you stands for most rodents, but just in case, if you ever find a rabbit that still has a snow-white fur, bring it to me. It's valuable only until it starts turning brown for the spring. Even a tiny mistake can ruin the fur and lower its value. If you want me to teach you properly, let's do things my way. Use the knife, do as I do, and follow my instructions. Celia handed him the short knife again. Lith nodded in approval. On the squirrel's back, pinch its hide and cut it near the base of the neck to expose at least half of it. Now use your index finger and middle finger on both hands to create an opening after you have made the cut. Use your fingers to hook up under the skin and pull one hand towards the rear and the other hand towards its head. During the process, Lith noticed that besides being disgusting, skinning a squirrel was like taking off a sticky wet glove. After that, Celia showed him how to remove the head, the legs, and the tail. I know it's a bummer, but that bushy tail is not fur. It's all goddamn body hair. You can still use it to stuff things. It's still very warm and soft. Now comes the tricky part. When you proceed to gut anything, be careful while making incisions. If you cut open the bladder or the intestines, the meat is ruined by bile or feces. There is no saving it. This stands for all the animals, so pay attention, kid. Gutting the squirrel was bloody and gruesome, but Lith could already smell the meat at the end of the tunnel, so he barely felt any discomfort. When they finished, Celia put both squirrels on a skewer to roast them in her fireplace. While we wait for our morning snack, I'll show you how to scald a bird for the plucking. As the name implies, water must not be too hot nor cold. Just enough for you to immerse a finger without getting a burn, but unable to hold the finger in for more than a second without burning yourself. That's proper scalding temperature. Celia took a big cauldron, positioning it over a campfire she had always ready on the back of her house. It can be a messy job, so it's better to do it outside whenever is possible. The smell of the meat cooking inside the house was making Litha's mouth water. He could not afford the risk of them burning. Joran. At his command, the cauldron became immediately filled with water. Lith then stuck his hand in the water, casting in fire, and making it emit steam. Celia whistled again in approval. Fast and efficient. I'm starting to regret this master-apprentice stuff less and less. I now understand why that old hag Neria called dibs on you. We should be ready to go, but first. Celia went inside and returned with 2 little plates of roasted squirrel. Before she could even pass his plate to him, Lith had already snatched the food, wolfing it down like there was no tomorrow. He sucked and gnawed until only bones were left. After licking every single one of his fingers, he returned to his previous calm and composed demeanor. Good gods, such a gentleman. Celia's voice was oozing sarcasm. Would you like another serving? Because that seriously creeped me out and I know a thing or two about. Her mockery fell on deaf ears. Litha's eyes could only see the second squirrel closing in. As soon as Celia pretended to offer him her share, his hands were already moving. After devouring the last squirrel, Lith noticed that Celia was frozen in place. Her mouth was open but no words were coming out of it, the plate still near his face. He gently put the bones back into the plate. There was no need to hold the plate for me, but thanks. That was very kind of you. After resolving the morning snack incident, Celia prepared the working table for the remaining game. The birds you caught are called blinkers because they get scared easily and are very quick to fly away. Usually, you need luck and skill to take them down from a distance. Whatever magic you performed, it made a clean kill. Aside from the broken neck, both the feathers and the body are unscathed. Lith accepted the compliment and gave her a small bow. It's just a matter of finesse in using air magic, nothing special. Celia's curiosity was far from being satisfied, but she decided not to pry further. Scalding is easy and quick. You only need to throw the poultry in the cauldron for about 45 seconds. It's better to gently stir the water in the process, to clean the birds from dirt and external parasites. It also helps to loosen most of the feathers. Never scald too long, or the meat could start to boil. Not to mention the risk of rupturing the organs and ruining the meat. Lith took charge of the scalding process, waving his right hand to take control of the water in the cauldron. He stirred it and adjusted the force of the current according to Celia's directions. Damn it, kid. You are really starting to make me regret to have never given a damn about magic. You don't know how to use magic. Lith was astonished. No, and before today I was proud of it. I consider chore magic a simple parlor trick. Why waste my time learning how to do things with magic when I get faster and better results by using my hands? Celia shrugged. Now get the blinkers out of the water, time to get serious. Gutting poultry was really similar to his previous experience with the squirrel, but scalding and plucking replaced the skinning process and there was the addition of having to remove the crop, neck, and oil gland. Once they finished, Litha's eyes enjoyed the results. He noticed that aside from the blinker's skin being a little more porous compared to a chicken's, it was just a roast away from what he could purchase back on Earth. How do I cook it? Still hungry even after 2 squirrels? Yes, very. The previous meal was just an appetizer, he was far from satisfied. Please, let's use an outdoor campfire. I need to get used to not using a fireplace. Celia smacked her forehead with her hand. Right. I almost forgot about your family issues. After instructing him on how to choose the right spot for a campfire, she showed him how to improvise a kebab with wood sticks. The final lesson was about how high to set the kebab to avoid burning the food and how to recognize when it was ready to be eaten. After memorizing everything, Lith imbued his eyes with fire magic, activating the fire vision spell, that granted him an improved version of thermal goggles. He then started to weave together fire and wind magic, keeping the heat around the blinker stable with no hot or cold spots, while using air currents to evenly cook every nook and cranny of the bird. Such fine control required him to move both his hands and feet, to watch his meal from different angles, and to adjust the mana flow. His movements were akin to a combination of martial arts katas. Celia was about to mock him about how performing a victory dance for a single blinker was a little extreme, when the delicious smell reached her nose. The blinker was getting roasted with a speed visible to the naked eye. The skin turned into a crispy crust and released fat that was evenly spread over the meat. The smell was so good that, even though she had consumed her breakfast less than 2 hours ago, her stomach started to grumble. Lith removed the kebab from the fire with spirit magic and lowered the temperature of the roasted meat to avoid burning himself while eating. Then, he wolfed down the meat, ripping it apart with his bare hands. First the drumsticks, then the breast, and lastly the wings. It lacked salt, and the meat wasn't as tender as a roasted chicken since they had not let the meat undergo any maturation. Nonetheless, it was the best meal that Lith had ever had. I can't believe it. I'm not hungry anymore. Lith fell to his knees from happiness. His eyes became watery as if he was about to cry. But that moment passed quickly. I need more. I can't allow the hunger to cripple me again. Lith thought while looking at the sun. There were still a couple of hours before noon. Time that he could spend hunting. Master Celia, I need a favor. I need a place to hide my own game. At least those that I'm not willing to share. Just call me Celia. Hunters do not waste time with honorifics, we are practical people. She waved her hand, dismissing the need for a title. As for your request, I don't make favors, I cut deals. What about this? From tomorrow onwards, you will come here every day and clean my house. Maybe from time to time, you could cook something for me with that silly dance of yours. In exchange, I will keep your personal meat safe and sound. Plus, whenever I make you cook for me, we will share the meal evenly. Deal? Celia offered him her hand. It was still a rip-off deal, but it was his only option. Deal. I have only one rule. I don't do laundry. After a few days, Litha's house resounded with much more laughter and joy than usual. Him bringing game home had raised some questions, but nothing he couldn't explain easily. The food helped everyone to relax and to forget about past grievances. Even Lith and Orpal started to smooth over their relationship, limiting the glares and insults to a couple per day. But more importantly, Lith could finally start practicing martial arts again. His routine was very simple. He would hunt in the morning, practice magic in the afternoon, and martial arts at night. Thanks to the invigoration breathing technique, Lith was now able to stay up for almost a week before being forced to rest. He would sneak out of the house as soon as his life vision spell confirmed that everyone was asleep. Once outside, he would create mud dummies with earth magic to both practice martial techniques and temper his body. His first priority was footwork. Maybe it was because he was only 4 years old, or maybe it was the lack of activity due to his previous constant hunger, but his body was embarrassingly clumsy. Whenever someone threw anything at him, even a chestnut from a meter, 3 feet, away, he would either miss it entirely or dunk it on the floor. Lith knew that even though his spellcasting was very quick, especially spirit magic, it was not instant. He could not afford to become a sitting duck as soon as someone closed in too much. Magic made him powerful, but not omnipotent. What good was it to be able to topple mountains if he was killed by a random thug who managed to sneak up on him? Even back on Earth, Lith had always thought that considering mind and body as separate entities was dumb. Exercise had always allowed him to relieve his stress and relax his mind. Exactly like studying always allowed him to perform at his best, be it at work or martial arts. Brute strength was just violence, whereas pure intellect was just ideas with no substance. Only when mind and body were trained together the body could perform as the mind required. About a week after Lith had begun training, something happened. He was alone at night, practicing footwork by moving around the dummies when he felt that something was wrong. Pain burst from his mana core and quickly spread to his whole body, accompanied by head-spinning nausea like he had never experienced before. "What's happening to me?" he thought. "This can't be a bottleneck. The last one resolved just yesterday and no bottleneck ever felt like this." Soon he started gasping for air. He became incapable of standing up anymore and writhed in pain. "I can't die. I don't want to die again. Not after enduring so much. I refuse to become some slave in a distant galaxy or an old man waiting for death. I've had enough. I refuse to die." He used all his willpower to convert every iota of his mana into light magic, fighting the affliction that was tormenting him but to no avail. The pain got worse and worse, until his power became incapable of keeping up. When Lith surrendered, the burning sensation was finally free to rise all the way up to his throat. Lith started to puke lumps of a black, sticky substance that looked like tar but smelled like something that had died and rotted for weeks under the summer heat. They were the size of a nut, but the strain he felt was akin to have barfed 2 elephants walking side by side. The stench was so bad that even in his incapacitated state Lith found the strength to summon some darkness magic to destroy them without leaving traces. Lith spent the next minute spitting, drinking, and even eating grass to get rid of the revolting taste in his mouth. When everything returned normal, Lith was too exhausted to practice, so he had to use invigoration to return his body to its peak condition. As soon as Lith started performing the breathing technique, he discovered that he was now able to sense his mana core with much greater clarity. While absorbing the world energy with invigoration, he could feel and manipulate the mana flowing through his blood vessels and his organs to the point of visualizing even the residual magic in his body hair. Despite his eyes being closed shut, Lith could see inside his own body as if he were observing a state-of-the-art full-body 3D scan. Even though he felt still dizzy, he tried to perform the footwork exercise again. Lith's movements were still far from perfect, but he no longer felt like he had 2 left feet. It's an amazing improvement considering that until a minute ago my goal was to stop tripping on my own feet. I wonder. Lith extended forward his opened right hand, applying spirit magic to the head of the dummies. Just an hour ago, if I tried to attack this many targets at once, the best I could do was to squeeze them a little. What about now? He clenched his fist, faster and harder than ever before. The dummies' heads popped like balloons. During the following days, Lith made several discoveries about the changes he had undergone. His body felt lighter than ever and all of his physical abilities were enhanced. Even his 5 senses had become sharper. There had also been cosmetic changes in his appearance. The moles on his body had visibly shrunk, his skin was smoother than after a spa treatment back on Earth, and most of the freckles around his nose and eyes had disappeared. Lith took note of all the changes, trying to understand what had happened, but he couldn't care less about the beautifying effects. Even without any moles or freckles, he would still look like a crude hillbilly. If his mother had passed anything down to him, he wasn't able to see it. Unlike his sisters, Lith had none of her beauty or grace. Alina moved like a ballerina, while he was rough and clumsy enough to feel like a caveman. Lith had deep-set eyes like his father, a high forehead and a nose a little too big to fit his looks. He wasn't ugly but not even a little bit cute. The best he could give himself was a solid 6 out of 10. Litha's only hope for improvement was the teenage growth spurt would get rid of his thin and scrawny build. Figuring out the changes in his mana core required even more time. Lith found that his mana had undergone a qualitative change, becoming purer and denser. It allowed him to cast stronger spells and reduced the time he needed to manipulate elemental and spirit magic. It made it possible for him to achieve a faster casting speed. Through invigoration, he could now spot the presence of the tar-like material scattered throughout his body. He found it in his organs, his blood vessels, and even in his neural pathways. Whenever he used the accumulation technique, he could feel the smaller tar-like particles being pulled toward the mana core, whereas the bigger ones would fragment over time and shrink in size before actually moving. Confident in his new strength, Lith started going deeper into the woods and hunting for bigger prey. He was no longer afraid of predators. Instead of avoiding them, he started looking for them. Lith wanted his family to have enough fur to make a set of warm clothes for everyone. He was sick of being forced to wear so many layers of clothes during winter that he was unable to walk properly. Every time he went out of his house, he was forced to waddle along like a penguin. The problem was that Lith still moved through the forest making a lot of noise, exuding enough killing intent to scare away anything that wasn't stupid or desperate enough to stand in his way. It was only thanks to the life vision spell combined with spirit magic that he was still able to hunt. His range with spirit magic had expanded to over 30 meters, 32.8 yards, so he could easily kill any animal that tried to escape by climbing trees or taking flight. When Lith wasn't able to catch anything, he would snag any bird that made the mistake of flying within his reach. One day, Lith was exploring a new area of the Tron woods, hoping to find a fur-wearing meal and kill 2 birds with 1 stone. While looking at a small mound, his life vision spotted 3 life forces hiding a few meters underground. They were not strong enough to be predators, but they were big enough to be a perfect meal. If those are rodents or other smart animals, there could be more than one exit. I have no time to waste, I'll force them out. After getting on the highest spot of the mound, he used earth magic while always keeping both eyes on the prize. Magna. The ground around him started to shake, making the burrow and the small tunnels collapse. The creatures started to panic and took the most direct route to escape from their burrow. Lith ran, following their movements from above and remaining as close so they would not escape the range of his spirit magic. 3 big fat rabbits came out from a well-hidden hole near a bush. 2 of them were still wearing snow-white fur. Lucky! Lith screamed while snapping his fingers, snapping the rabbits' necks with a 180 degrees twist. I'll keep the brown-furred one for myself and trade the other 2 pelts with Celia for a greater amount of low-quality furs. Today is really my lucky day. Lith was so used to being alone in the woods that he would always think out loud to break his feeling of isolation. He hung the rabbits on his belt by the ears and walked toward Celia's house. After a few steps, Lith heard an odd sound closing in. He had never heard it before, so he started looking around for its source. Soon he could see 2 horses in the distance, galloping in his direction. It seems I have been too loud. Fight or flight? To answer his own question, he activated life vision again. The horses were just horses, while the men were far from impressive. The one taking point was barely as strong as Celia, while the one behind him was even weaker than Raz, Lith's father. Lith forced himself to hide a cruel smile. Well, well. My first encounter with complete strangers in this new world. Are they good people? I bet that humans are humans everywhere. This would mean that they are **** holes. I can't wait to find out. Lith stood there, waiting for them to arrive. The first man was clearly a servant. He was dressed in a hunter suit made of leather of low quality, with a crest on both his chest and shoulders. He was an unshaven middle-aged man, with pitch-black short hair, mean and angry eyes sitting on a face that only a mother could love. The other one was dressed in a suit of much better quality, probably brand new. He wore the same crest on his chest, but it seemed to be made of silk and gold embroidered. He was a kid, maybe 16 years old, with a handsome face and the build of a swimsuit model. The tight-fitting leather emphasized his muscular body moving in tune with his horse. Lith felt really pissed off, and he knew exactly why. I really hope he is as much of a jerk as he is handsome. Otherwise not only will I be forced to start believing in Prince Charming, but I will also die of envy. He thought. Hey, kid. The servant had a rude tone of voice. What was that noise from before? Lith put on his best innocent expression, playing wolf in sheep's clothes. Good day, sir. It was just me hunting. I'm sorry if I scared you. Lith's voice sounded genuinely apologetic. He wanted to give them the benefit of the doubt. Where did you get those? He said, ignoring Lith's apologies and pointing at the rabbits. From a rabbit hole. They are my game. Lith smiled, keeping watch on both of them. Give them to us, now. They will make a perfect muff for my mother. The handsome youth also had a beautiful voice. If you really are sorry, you should offer us proper compensation. Even a commoner like you should know the basics of decency. He said with a mocking smile. Lith dropped the act like a live grenade. Seriously? Robbing a kid in broad daylight? Don't you have any shame? Kid! The servant rebuked. Do you know who you are talking to? He is the son of Baron Wrath, lord of these lands. Lith laughed out loud. Please. Tron Woods has no owner, except maybe Count Lark. Stop spewing nonsense just to cover your sorry ***s. And besides, do you know who you are talking to? I am the Supreme Mage. See what happens when you waste your breath on commoners, Korth. The young noble took up the short bow he carried on his back, knocking an arrow. They are just too stupid, it's in their nature. He shot the arrow with perfect aim towards Lith's heart. However, Lith had kept many spells at the ready on his fingertips and had plenty of distance. With a wave of his hand, a strong gust of wind hit the arrow on the side, making it spin out of control before harmlessly hitting the ground meters away from its intended target. Despite being flabbergasted, the young noble was able to keep his cool, knocking another arrow while ordering Korth to kill the kid. Lith raised his left hand, freezing Korth in place with spirit magic, while with his right he took control of the arrow. It slipped away from the youth's fingers and then stabbed him in the eye. The youth fell from his horse, screaming in pain. To think that I even bothered giving you guys a chance to get out of here alive. Lith sighed, shaking his head. Wait. If you kill the young lord, you and whoever you love will die. Think about it. Korth said. Lith laughed again. Really? And how could they ever find out what happened here? Lith moved his left thumb, and Korth noticed with horror that his right hand was moving against his will, unsheathing the hunting knife he carried at his belt. Wait, please. Have mercy. Don't do this, you are just a kid. He begged. So, when you want to kill, you kill. But when you lose, I am supposed to show mercy. The spite in his voice was palpable. Lith lowered his ring finger, bringing the knife at Korth's throat. Since you are just a servant, I'll give you a clean death. With a flick of his little finger, Lith forced Korth to cut his own throat from ear to ear. Then he approached the young noble that was still writhing in pain, uncaring of what had just happened to his loyal servant. As for you, you are the kind of guy I hate the most. With one hand Lith kept him frozen at mid-air, while he used the other to punch him non-stop. Life gave you everything. Money, beauty, a bright future, and all you can do with such treasures is to screw those who are already struggling to survive. Lith hated humans more than anything. Even back on Earth the only thing keeping his rage in check was his responsibilities towards his family. In the new world, there were no cameras, no GPS, nothing. There was only power, and for once he was the one wielding it. You know, I have a very ill sister. Lith said after venting his rage. I could never practice darkness magic on living beings because using it on animals is just plain cruel. You, on the other hand, are just a monster with the face of a man. You will make a perfect specimen for my research. The Tron woods resounded with screams for hours before death could come to claim her prize. As Lith was approaching Celia's house, he felt a deep sense of shame tormenting him. It's a shame to waste so much good equipment and horse meat, but I have no plausible excuse for it. Our farm could really use a couple of horses, but what if someone recognized them? Too much risk for too little reward. Destroying everything was the right thing to do. Once he had finished with his experiments, Lith used darkness magic to erase any proof of what happened and turn everything into dust. Celia was so excited to get her hands on 2 snow-white rabbits that she let slip her dire need for their pelt to fill the order of a very generous client. Respecting his master's teachings, Lith exploited the situation. Hunters don't do favors, they cut deals. He quoted. In exchange for the snow-white rabbits, Lith managed to get a full set of warm clothes of lower quality and Celia would personally tan the remaining pelt for free. That and the 3 rabbits ready for the cooking earned him great praise from his family, except Orpal. Over time he had started taking for granted all the food that Lith brought home for granted, so his hatred and envy had returned stronger than ever. That little leech. Hunting with magic is easy, any idiot could do it. Everything he does is a slap in my face. I never get the respect that I deserve as the firstborn and it's all his fault. First, he flaunts his luck at hunting, then he plays martyr by asking mother and father to give the first set of fur clothes to that piece of trash Tista. What can Tista possibly do with them? Get ill with style? No, Lith did it on purpose. He knows that my stupid parents still resent me for telling the truth about that cripple. Lith only did it to make me lose face compared to him. The truth was quite different from Orpal's self-centered interpretation. Lith really loved his mother Alina, big sister Rena, and ill sister Tista. However, Orpal was never on his mind. He healed anyone in the family without being asked to, except for Orpal. Lith didn't do it out of spite or anger, but simply because Orpal's existence was irrelevant in his eyes. Lith didn't care less if Orpal lived or died. He wouldn't do anything to harm him, but wouldn't help him either. As far as Lith was concerned, they were complete strangers living in the same home. Lith wanted Tista to be the first to benefit from his luck in the hopes that the warm clothes would allow her to spend more time with him and Rena during winter and maybe even get to play in the snow. In Litha's eyes, the image of Carl would often overlap with Tista's face. He loved them deeply, and they were both victims of a cruel fate. Lith wasn't willing to let anyone or anything, not even a congenital condition, take his loved ones away from him. He suffered at the thought of how little of life she could enjoy. To give Tista the opportunity to experience speed and the feeling of the wind on her face, Lith built for a swing her with the help of their father, Raz. It was nothing special, just a wooden plank attached to 4 tight ropes hanging from a reversed U-shaped wooden framework with triangular standings. Yet the result was awe-inspiring for his family. Swings seemed to be unknown in the New World, or at least they were in the Lustria County. Raz looked at the result of their work in admiration. It's amazing. Why the 3 wooden beams instead of just 1? Safety reasons. Lith explained while using earth magic to make the last 10 centimeters, 3.9 inches, of the beams sink underground, making it impossible for the swing to be toppled by bad weather or extra vigorous movement. That way both ends are like a chair. Multiple legs means that the weight is equally distributed among them, significantly reducing the stress on each beam. Of course. Now that you explained it, it's so simple. By the way, what do we call this thing? Lith was at loss for words. He had no idea what the word for the swinging movement was and he couldn't ask that now. It's a rocking chair. Damn it, why do I always screw up with the little details? That's not a rocking chair, but it's the closest thing I could think of with my current vocabulary. He thought. Tista fell in love with his present, and the rocking chair soon became a popular pastime for the family. It got to the point that Raz had to build a couple more to avoid constant quarreling. Also, after his experiments with dark magic, Lith spent the following months trying to apply both life vision and invigoration while treating Tista's symptoms. If I can manage to achieve the same imaging quality for Tista's body that invigoration grants me for my own body, I can better understand the underlying cause of her condition. That would mean having a much better chance of finding a cure. He thought. In the blink of an eye, it was almost winter again. Lith's 5th birthday was approaching. Lith was determined to capitalize on every single day before the great cold arrived to catch as much game he could to fill the house's storeroom to the brim. He had no idea how cold the incoming winter would be, and even if he was probably strong enough to survive a storm, he doubted that his parents would allow him to test his theory. During the last year, Lith had explored more and more of the Tron woods, learning how to move without alarming the animals. He had also discovered new uses for darkness magic. His newest spell, Shroud, allowed him to hide his body's smell and aura by enveloping Lith in a thin layer of dark energy, making it impossible for most animals to notice him either by nose or instinct. But it wasn't an easy task. Even a small misstep would turn Shroud into a full-blown killing intent, making the whole woods aware of his presence. That day Lith was raiding a new area deep in the Tron woods. He wanted to investigate an odd feeling that had tormented him for days. In certain areas of the woods, Lith could hear an annoying buzzing sound, and until that day he had always ignored it. At first, Lith had thought that it was the call of some weird, unknown animal, but during the last few days, the noise had gotten stronger. Damn, whatever this is, it reminds me of my desktop's uninterruptible power supply unit whenever there was a blackout. It's ear-piercing. He thought. Lith could not help but to imagine it as a desperate cry for help. He didn't understand how he got that idea, but his gut was telling him that it was something important. Ever since Lith had learned martial arts back on Earth, he had always followed his gut feeling when he had nothing to lose, and this was definitely the case. The closer he got, the louder the noise became. Lith knew he was on the right path. He was running at full speed when he heard a bone-chilling howl. Lith immediately used 2 of his life-saving spells, Shroud to conceal himself, and the air spell Light Feet to float a few centimeters above the ground, making his movements noiseless. Both required a lot of concentration, but it was better to spend some mana rather than stupidly endangering himself. He remained calm and focused while he searched for the source of all that noise. Holy shit! That's a re. Lith thought after quickly hiding behind a huge tree. A re was a magical wolf beast, the apex predator of the Tron woods. Magical beasts were more common and weaker than monsters, but they could still easily take apart a fully armed soldier. Not many animals could turn into a magical beast. They needed to have a great talent for magic and enough time to feed off the world energy. Once an animal became a magical beast, it could use its mana to boost its physical prowess and even develop spells that employed elements they were attuned with. The re was almost as big as a horse, with thick fire-colored fur. Lith couldn't understand why a re would come so close to a human settling. Ris were intelligent beasts that avoided unnecessary trouble. If humans avoided disturbing them, they would return the favor. Lith felt pity for its prey. After making sure he was downwind of the re, he cancelled both spells to save precious mana while he got a better understanding of the situation. The re kept howling and growling as if it was in pain. Lith noticed that every time the re's snout got close to the ground, the buzzing sound would become high-pitched and the magical wolf would whine in pain. Now more curious than afraid, Lith activated life vision to estimate the re's power. What he saw made him gasp loudly. The re was unbelievably strong, with a mana flow almost on par with Lith's. But the real reason for amazement was a second mana flow, that belonged to the source of the buzzing sound. It was a little stone, smaller than a thimble. What the heck? That pebble is alive. That explains everything. The noise it's emitting must have lured here the re here, just like it did for me. Taking into account its reactions, the noise is much more annoying for the re than for me. I've never heard of rocks with mana flow, that thing must be a magical item. I cannot let that brute destroy it. Lith thought. Throwing caution to the wind, Lith decided to take action and save the magic stone. My life force is inferior to the re's, but if I can avoid letting it get close, I know I can win. His mana flow is inferior to mine, and from what Celia told me, magic beasts have no offensive spells. First Lith activated Shroud again, then he started weaving his strongest spell. Plague Arrow. A bolt of dark energy flew from his joined hands, hitting the re from its blind spot while it was trying to crack the noisy stone with its teeth again. The screeching sound and the spell both hit at the same time, making the magical beast almost lose its footing. Plague Arrow was a spell that injected a dense mass of darkness magic in its victim, disrupting both their mana flow and their life force. Lith had charged it as much as he could, hoping to send the beast on the run. Before the re could turn around to search for its enemy, a stream of lightning bolts erupted from Lith's palms, hitting the magical beast with enough strength to knock it down. While increasing the distance between them, Lith cancelled Shroud for life vision. Despite the sneak attacks, the re was still alive and strong. Lith focused his spirit magic, using both his hands to break its neck from a distance as he had already done countless times. The re wasn't stupid. As soon as it felt the ominous sensation on his neck, it contracted its muscles, reinforcing it with mana and making it harder than steel. Damn! So much for my advantage. If only I could use fire magic, you would be already roasted to death. Could you please go away? That thing is mine. Mine. Lith thought. He conjured several ice javelins and threw them at the magical beast from multiple angles. The re easily dodged them all and retaliated with a powerful magical roar. Lith was only saved by the distance. It gave him the time to realize that a massive wind blast was heading his way. He stepped back at the moment of the impact, using his own wind magic to dissipate the blast. His sleeves got turned into confetti, but aside from some flesh wounds, he was fine. Fuck me sideways. Thanks a lot, Celia. Magical beasts do not have offensive spells, sure. It seems this re never got the memo. The re charged at Lith, using its wind blasts to disrupt his rhythm. Lith did his best to keep the beast at bay, but the difference in physical prowess was overwhelming. It was only a matter of time before the re would hit him. Okay, if you can't win, just run. If even that fails, plan C, fight dirty. He thought. Lith stopped running away, to try a last attack before throwing the towel. He conjured many ice javelins, but did not throw them, he left them floating in mid-air all around him. After a moment of hesitation, the re chose to ignore them and charged straight at that insolent pest. That's a good boy. Eat this. Twin spell. Flash and bang. Lith's right hand produced a massive flash of light. For a moment it was like a second sun had appeared. His left hand, instead, used wind magic to produce a noise comparable to an explosion. The re tumbled from pain, its eyes and ears bleeding, while Lith was unscathed. He had learned long ago that as long as they were infused with his mana, his own spells would do him no harm. He could cover himself in fire, ice, or lightning without getting a single scratch. When the re crashed against a tree, Lith finally used the javelins, throwing them with all the force he had. All of them hit the target, but the thick magical fur prevented them from impaling the beast, piercing only through a few centimeters of flesh. Lith immediately checked his enemy with life vision, the results appalling. The re was definitely wounded and weakened, but far from being dead. Damn it. So much effort for so little damage. If it continues like this, I am the one who is most likely to run out of steam or luck. The re only needs one hit to kill me. It's not worth the risk. Lith used spirit magic to recover the magic stone before running for his life. The stone was full of teeth marks, its sharp surface prickled Lith's skin. So long, sucker. Lith screamed at the still stunned magical beast. See you again in a few years, let's see if you dare attack me again. Small drops of blood touched the stone, and the noise stopped. The re was still trying to make head or tails of what had just happened. It only wanted the damn noise to stop hurting his ears when that fierce man-pup showed up. The re had tried to scare him away and to teach him a lesson, but it was the one getting schooled instead. Bah, who cares? The re thought. I wanted to get rid of that stupid rock and one way or another I got the job done. That was one feisty pup, though. I pray that he shows more consideration towards his pack than he did for me. Otherwise, once he grows up, he will be a scourge to his kin. Stupid humans and their greed bring only troubles. They are incapable even of taking care of their own. The re, leader of all the packs in the Tron woods, shrugged away the javelins before returning to its family. Lith kept running until he was out of the woods. He turned his head from time to time, using his life vision to check if he was being followed. There is no trace of the re, but better safe than sorry. I'm afraid I have pissed off that thing quite badly. It's better to give it some time to vent and search for easier prey. He was near Celia's house when he finally remembered the magical stone in his hand. Lith activated life vision, getting a good look up close. The first thing he noticed was that the rough edges on the stone had smoothed out, it did not prick his skin anymore. The surface was still rough, but now it looked like a stone marble. The buzzing sound had stopped for a while, and the magical stone's life force, despite still being at the same level, had changed significantly. Back when he saw it for the first time, its life force was like a candle about to burn out, whereas now it had become steady. Warning Celia about the magical beast took priority, so he hid the stone in a leather pouch he always carried around his neck before knocking at her door. Lith explained everything to her. He described in detail the size and power of the re, leaving her flabbergasted. Of course, he never mentioned the fight. Lith told her that he had fled as soon as their eyes met and that he had only gotten away thanks to his magic. He showed her his tattered sleeves as proof. Good gods, kid. She still refused to call him by his name. You are really lucky it took it easy on you. Had the re decided to give chase, we would not be having this conversation. Nonetheless, thanks for warning me first, instead of going straight to your parents. Celia ruffled his hair. How did you know I came here first? Because if you didn't, your parents would have probably locked you up in your house and one of them would have come here to warn me in your place. Lith froze up. He had just dodged a bullet much scarier than any re. You are right. It's better not to tell them, otherwise my hunting days may be over forever. Yeah. I suggest you take the rest of the morning off. Make up an excuse for those sleeves and go home. Celia walked over to the shed near her house where she kept her game maturating. Take these as a thank you for the heads up. She handed him a rabbit and a blinker, ready to be cooked. I was about to go into the woods. I think I will follow my own advice, instead, and continue tanning the remaining pelts. I'll go hunting in the afternoon when it should be safer. Lith thanked her with a deep bow. He knew how precious meat was in Lucia, even for a huntress as good as Celia. Not to mention that she had just saved him from perpetual house arrests. He spent the rest of the morning trying to understand how to use the magic stone. It appeared to be feeding off Lith's mana. Not leeching it like a parasite, but more like nibbling at the mana that he naturally released. The stone would simply breathe in what Lith's body breathed out, nothing more. Lith tried injecting mana into it, but to no avail. Then he cast elemental spells while holding the stone, to check if their strength, cast speed, or area of effect were affected in any way. All of his experiments gave no results. The stone looked just like any other. Stones do not have such a clear mana flow, and certainly they do not have any life force. Maybe this thing needs time to heal, to recharge, or something. The re messed it up quite badly, let's hope it's not broken. Unless it starts harming me, I'll keep it. Maybe it is some kind of treasure, or maybe I can find something about it in one of Nana's books. I just have to be patient. The last few days of autumn passed by uneventfully until winter arrived. Having reached 5 years of age, Lith revealed a little more of his magic talents, proving to be invaluable to his family. He would wake up first and warm up the whole house with magic, even the floors. At that point, the fireplace was lit only because it was cozy, and because grouping up around the fire, especially during the stormy winter evenings, was a family tradition. Even the cooking was entrusted to Lith. Alina would prepare the meal, and Lith would cook it faster and better than a ventilated oven, keeping the soup warm for everyone during the whole meal. He could not go hunting anymore because of the bad weather, his parents had been adamant about that. Lith could still go to Celia's house to perform the chores for her. During the last year, she had become so lazy that she had become dependent on Lith for keeping her house clean and her tools sterilized. This was a way for Lith to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Now he had an excuse to go fetch his private stock of meat whenever he got hungry, and Celia had to pay him for the chores. Lith would do it for free, just to get out of the house, but his parents would not agree. So, Celia paid him a few copper coins to clean her house, and some more for Alina to do her laundry. Both Alina and Raz would welcome any extra income, and doing the laundry for 8 instead of 7 wasn't much of an effort. Especially since Lith provided her with an endless supply of hot water. "Nice to meet you, I am Lith, Boiler Supreme." He would inwardly grumble every time. In the first weeks of winter, Lith made a very important breakthrough. He finally understood how to use Invigoration's body imaging on others. He was now able to let his mana seep into another person's body, and slowly take control of their mana flow. It allowed Lith to know everything about his subject's physical condition. The only way to achieve such a result was to keep physical contact, searching for pathways that the mana could use to invade the patient's body without harming them. Lith immediately used it on Tista, and his findings were appalling. Her body was full of the tar-like substance, that for the lack of a better term, he had dubbed impurities. And the cause of that was her lungs. Barely half of Tista's lungs were made up of healthy tissue. The rest appeared to Lith like a black-brown mass that actively produced impurities. Over time the impurities had spread throughout the healthy tissues of her lungs and windpipe. At first, the clogging only made her cough, but it didn't take long for it to progress into pneumonia. After giving it some thought, Lith was sure he had found a fix better than everything he had done before, but it was very embarrassing. Even though his real age was that of a 30-year-old man, he was still in a 5-year-old body. He found it extremely uncomfortable to talk about certain matters, especially with the women of his family. After some deep breaths to calm down, he called Raz and Alina to ask for their help and permission. He had to dumb down the procedure quite a lot to get them to understand. "I cannot cure Tista, not yet. Yet I discovered a way that should make her feel much better. In the best-case scenario, she could even get rid of most of her symptoms. And in the worst-case scenario?" Raz asked, full of worries. "At worst, she will be the same. But I need you to trust me." Contrary to his expectations, they did not make any objections nor they asked any question. Their trust in Litha's mastery of magic was boundless, and in their eyes, he was just a 5-year-old, while Tista was barely 7. She had yet to mature in any way, for them it was like yesterday when they bathed together in the washtub. The first phase was the easiest. Lith would take control of Tista's mana flow and overload her body with his mana. Then, he would force the impurities to move away from her inner organs and toward the skin. She would just feel hot the whole time, as if she had a mild fever. Once most of the impurities were about to surface, Lith demanded to be blindfolded and that either Alina or Rena witness the process. Tista was just a kid, and Lith feared that over time suspicions might arise. During Earth's Middle Ages, incestuous relationships were disgustingly common, and he rejected even the idea of being thought of as a pervert. The second and last phase required Tista to be soaking in the washtub, that had previously been filled by Lith with hot water and soap. He clearly remembered the stench the impurities gave off, and during winter ventilating the house was difficult, especially in Tista's condition. Cold was her worst enemy. Then, he could finally extract the impurities by using water magic. He created and manipulated flows that massaged Tista's body all over. Lith would destroy the impurities as soon as possible with dark magic, preventing them from releasing their smell. It was a difficult process that required using water and darkness magic, all while keeping invigoration active. After the treatment, he would also use water magic to remove all the water still on her body, and then mix fire and wind magic to create a makeshift hairdryer. When it was finally over, Tista looked like she was just back from a spa, whereas Lith looked like he had just got back from mining. He was drenched in sweat and out of breath. "How do you feel?" Tista took several deep breaths. "I never felt so good. Like, ever. Also, I always dreamed of having a winter bath, instead of settle for warm water-soaked towels. Thanks, lil bro, you just made 2 of my wishes come true." She tried to hug him, but he raised his arms in defense. "Please, no. I'm disgusting right now, do not ruin my hard work. I need a bath, some food, and 2 hours rest. Minimum." Both his mother and big sister nodded. "Lith, dear, what was that thing with the water that you did?" Alina asked. "Do you mean the—" "Damn it, I can't tell her I was imitating a hydromassage, they do not have Latin here. Nor I can call it a jacuzzi or something. Whatever, I'm too tired for more shenanigans." He thought. Water massage. Yes, that. It seemed so relaxing. Tista had fallen asleep many times during her treatment. It sure must be pleasant. Rena's words were filled with expectation. "And that thing for drying her hair, could you do that again too?" Alina raised the ante, making their goal more and more obvious by the second. Lith was on the verge of collapsing, he had no time to spare with niceties. "Are you saying that you would like a hot water massage too?" More nodding followed as Rena and Alina their hands joined in a silent plea. "But Lith stuttered. "Both of you are." He was trying to find a polite way to say, hot. Lith could still remember Alina's naked body when he was an infant, and she had aged very well. Rena was now 11. Maybe it was the countryside lifestyle, maybe it was related to the new world, but she had already begun her growth spurt, developing some curves. She was getting nice and soft in all the right places. Lith already had so many qualms about giving a water massage to his little sister, and Tista was as flat as a board. Only her long hair gave her away as a girl instead of a boy. "We are family. All of us have dreamed of being able to take a bath during winter without catching a cold or worse. You have no idea how smelly we become after working in the barn, surrounded by the smell of livestock and their dung. Sometimes the stench is so bad that we can't even sleep at night. Couldn't you help us too?" Alina, his mother, was completely oblivious to Lith's worries and tried to play the guilt card. Lith gave up. "Fine. Just let me rest a bit, and then I'll help you. But you still need to blindfold me, and I demand a witness." They both started laughing out loud. "Why do you worry so much? You are just a baby, not some thug. I would like to say that I am a gentleman, but I do not know the word for it. I could say that I am a man, but that would make them laugh even harder. Stupid 5-year-old body." He thought. Decorum. It was the only word in his vocabulary he could resort to. Damn, this is going to be a freaking long winter. As Lith predicted, his 5th winter was shaping to be quite interesting. Treating Tista's condition required 2 sessions per week minimum, each one lasting around 4 hours. He needed 2 hours for the treatment itself, while the remaining time was necessary for him to bathe and recover his strength. Manipulating Tista's mana flow while simultaneously using fire, water and dark magic took its toll every time. The good news was that with so much practice, he was becoming accustomed to casting and maintaining active several spells at once. Every treatment was easier than the previous one and her symptoms were quickly improving. Tista was now able to help with the house chores and the livestock. She could even afford to take long walks outside, when the weather was good. The bad news was that Lith's relationship with his brothers was now uglier than it ever was before. Whenever Tista got better, someone would reproach Orpal for his past words, and if no one did, then Tista would. Orpal's fits of rage had really hurt her. His cruel words had shattered the image she always had of her perfect family and of her caring big brother. Tista had been humiliated and betrayed. She was not going to forgive him that easily. Soon after hot winter baths had become available, Raz had also started to bathe often. Orpal and Tryon were the only ones left out. Orpal because he could not stand the thought of having to ask for something from Lith, especially if he had to do it politely. "I'm the eldest brother, I'm not supposed to beg runts for favors. I'm supposed to give orders and be respected for it. That leech has now turned even that cripple against me. I can't put Tista in her place, otherwise she will make me look like I'm the bad guy who picks on a sick little girl." Manipulative **tch. He thought. Tryon was stuck between a rock and a hard place. He deeply loved Tista, but he also loved and respected Orpal. Tryon was the only one by his side, so he did not have the heart to betray their bond. With everyone else smelling fresh and clean, their stench stuck out like a sore thumb. Even with all their family goodwill, disgusted grimaces were impossible to avoid from time to time. The first time Tista dubbed the duo as Orpup and Tirik, she brought the house down with laughter. Orpal and Tryon blamed Lith for their humiliation, but he just ignored them like he always did. Raz had made Lith a pair of snowshoes, spending more and more time with him. Raz had also started imparting him lessons about how to operate a farm and teaching him how to whittle. Lith was still very young, but knowing he was able to skin and gut his game, Raz thought there was no risk for him handling a carving knife. Orpal and Tryon viewed the situation differently, though. Until then, Lith had spent most of his time with the girls, letting Raz spend all his free time with the boys. They felt wronged twice. Once because Lith was robbing them of their dad time, the second because Raz had always refused to teach them whittling before they reached the age of 8. Things got even more unpleasant for Lith after midwinter. Every time he treated Tista, he would notice that something was off. Both his mother and oldest sister had an odd look in their eyes. Often, they would open their mouth, only to close them right away, giving him the silent treatment for hours. Lith couldn't figure out the reason for their behavior, so his mind started spinning like crazy. Do they believe me to be a pervert? Have I looked at them in an inappropriate way? Maybe they are starting to suspect something. Maybe they know I am from a different world. He thought. Lith's full-blown paranoia wouldn't give him even a second of rest, preventing him from having a good night's rest. He also heard them sighing quite often. Something was definitely off. It took all the courage Lith could muster to face them and ask for the truth. The confrontation took place in the girls' room, where they were all gathered for Tista's treatment. "Lith, did you really not notice any changes?" Alina asked, pouting. "Yes, I did. Tista is feeling much better now, right?" "Of course there's that. But don't you notice anything here?" She waved her hand, going from Tista's head to toes. "That's my sister." "And?" she prompted. "Her health is getting better, nothing is getting worse. Tista is still Tista." For the first time in all his 3 lives, Lith had the opportunity to see with his own eyes a synchronized facepalm outside internet meme gifs. Rena was fuming. "Really? Don't you notice that her hair is soft and silky? That it never tangles nor she gets split ends? Tista had light brown hair with shades of purple all over them. Ever since the treatment began, the color had become more vibrant. Shades of purple, This is really another world after all. I wonder why women have them and men do not. Lith thought. Now that you mention it, yes I do. But normally I don't care for hair, I keep mine short for a reason. Rena shook her head. Don't you even notice that her skin has become smoother? With no imperfections. That she is growing taller and even more slender than her peers. Lith kept scratching his head. He knew nothing about the average girl. Also, they were simply describing the side effects of removing impurities. Why is that a problem? Aren't those all good things? This time even Tista joined the facepalm. They are envious of those things, dummy. They just want you to do the same for them. Lith was flabbergasted by such trivial demands. All those grimaces, the silent treatment, all of it for such a stupid reason. Lith, dear, being attractive for a girl is a pretty big deal. For your sisters, it could mean having the possibility of choosing between merely a wealthy man, or a good and wealthy man. It can affect their entire life and their happiness. That sounded right to Litha's ears. How could I have not thought of that? While for your poor mother, it means that she can finally make all those pompous, high and mighty neighbors of hers, who keep bragging about having so much more money than me and flaunting all of their pricey beauty creams, kick themselves out of envy. That sounded right to Litha's ears too. He accepted it with a sigh, and his life finally returned to normal. He had to spend at least 3 afternoons a week for all the treatments, but it was worth it. All that practice made his mana core grow steadily and fast, his control of mana and casting speed improved by leaps and bounds. Right before the end of winter, he was forced to take on a new customer. With the weather improving, the neighboring families started meeting often. Sometimes for a visit, more often they would simply bump into each other while trading goods at the village. And that was driving Raz crazy. Lith, you have to help me. His plea was desperate. Your mother looks at least 10 years younger, and I am starting to look more like her father instead of her husband. People keep murmuring about how she was unfortunate to marry me, that she could have gotten so much better. Please do your thing on me too. Lith had heard the rumors. They were mean and petty. Such people deserve to be faced head-on. He would not allow anyone to speak ill of his dad. Fine, but only with some conditions, the same I'm asking from Mom. 1. Secrecy. Nobody must ever know about it except for you and me. Think of all the bad people that could want to exploit me. Raz nodded. 2. You will never talk about it with Orpal or Tryon, nor ask me to do it for them. I don't care if they fall in love or want to marry. They made it pretty clear what they feel towards me and Tista. I will not endanger my safety for them. Take it or leave it. Raz wanted to object and remind Lith that they were family too. However, their behavior had only gotten worse after being forced to spend so much time together during winter. Raz had to scold them multiple times just to make them behave properly. I can only hope that when they grow up, my sons will be able to mend their relationship. I can't force them to get along. Raz thought. And so, he accepted. A few weeks later, Lith was headed to Celia's house for the usual cleaning, before going hunting. The dawn's light made the world around him look like it was out of a fairy tale. The thin layer of snow was immaculate, reflecting the orange light over the weeds and trees along the way. His surroundings were completely silent. The world was still and at peace. At the next clearing, Lith took the magic stone out of his pouch, observing it in the morning light. During the winter months, the magic stone had mended most of the teeth marks. Both its life force and mana flow had tremendously improved, but it was still useless as the day Lith found it. Just my luck. He sighed. I risked my life facing that re for nothing. Let's hope I can find something in Nana's books, otherwise my only option is to find someone willing to buy it. Lith was really impatient to start his apprenticeship. It meant finally being able to study magic from books instead of being self-taught. Also, as an apprentice healer, he would get to practice magic and be paid for it. He would also gain the village's recognition and respect. So many birds with just one stone. After putting the magic stone back into the pouch, Lith arrived at his destination and opened the door. That day Celia was out of town selling her merchandise, so she had left the door open for him. It didn't take him much time to clean everything and leave. As soon as he walked out of the house, he got hit in the head with a wooden stick. Lith's eyes went blurry, he felt someone pushing him back inside, making him fall to the ground with a kick to the stomach. "Look who's here, the little leech." Lith recognized that voice, he was one of Orpal's friends. 4 boys quickly surrounded Lith, kicking him while he was still down, while a 5th closed the door after checking that no one noticed them. "You little arrogant piece of sh*t. Orpal told us all about you. How you humiliate him every day, how you even dared to steal his food." "Yeah." Another one yelled. "He is your big brother, it should be him getting the best part of the game, not you, little ungrateful runt. Less yelling and more kicking, Trant. Remember Orpal's words, if Leech gets the chance to use his magic, we are finished." Despite how Lith curled up, desperately trying to shield his head and stomach, another kick grazed his face, making one of his baby teeth fall out. "I know what to do." Trant moved forward, gripping Lith's hands with enough strength to crush them. "Let's see how he does magic without hands." By coming that close, Trant had forced his friends to stop kicking, and a moment was all that Lith needed. He released all the lightning he could muster, shocking Trant. Unfortunately, before he could do anything else, the wooden stick hit him in the head again, making him collapse. "You dickhead! How dare you hurt your seniors? You deserve to die." The beating resumed, this time with no hint of mercy or any attempt to hold back. Lith started coughing out blood and teeth. The 4 had him surrounded. Lith tried multiple times to roll out of the encirclement, but he would be forced back to the middle every single time. Lots of feelings were raging through his mind, while his body was burning with pain. The spite for his brother's betrayal, the rage of being assaulted by boys who were twice his age and size. But most of all, he felt helpless and afraid of death. Damn magic! What use are you if I don't have the time to concentrate? Stupid stone, I kept you hanging from my neck for months, do something. Help me. Somebody, anybody, help me. All his silent pleas went unfulfilled. While his conscience was fading, Lith started cursing himself for his weakness and helplessness. Magic, martial arts, all that careful preparation, useless. Oddly, his last thought was not for his family or revenge, but for his last opponent. If only I was as strong as a re. He stopped my spirit magic so easily by. His survival instinct kicked in, his mind and body acting in unison. By infusing himself with mana. I can do that too. It's the same principle behind life and fire vision. He thought. With each breath he called upon the elemental energy, but instead of wasting time giving it a form, Lith let it merge directly with his mana core and infused himself with earth magic. His whole body started to harden, the pain to get duller and duller. Lith also infused himself with light magic. It accelerated his healing and prevented him from losing consciousness. Soon he was able to ignore the kicks and spring back up with a kip up. What is earth? It's just a mix of minerals and organic matter, the same as my body. I can be immovable like a mountain. With that thought, he further hardened his head, before driving his head up from below into the chin of the assailant in front of him. Before the remaining 3 could recover from the surprise and resume the beating, Lith raised his guard. His left arm forward for blocking while his right arm was ready to strike. Orpal's friends were scared. After Lith knocked down their leader with the head strike, the only thing on their mind was to prevent him from using magic, so they rushed forward to not give him time to recover. The closest assailant tried to punch Lith in the face, to disrupt any casting he could attempt. 60% of the human body is made of water. I can be formless like water. Lith's left arm, imbued with water magic, coiled around his opponent's right arm like a snake. The body burns calories to produce heat and energy. I can be destructive like fire. Fire magic burned through his muscles, granting Lith short bursts of explosive strength. By flexing his left arm, Lith broke the immobilized limb in 3 points. The boy's elbow, ulna, and radius shattered while Litha's right fist hit the opponent on the nose, pulverizing it. The pain made the boy faint, his nose bleeding profusely. The remaining 2 fell into a panic, and tried to run away. Nerves, synapses, all the information and orders in the body are transmitted via electrical impulse. I can be as fast as lightning. Lith imbued his whole body with air magic, becoming fast enough to blink in front of them, punching both in the gonads at the same time. All of his opponents were down, sobbing in pain or fainted. Lith spit out a mouthful of blood, while contemplating the results of his last experiment. It seems that this new magic puts too much strain on my body. Maybe I'm too young or maybe I took too much damage, whatever. I have all the time in the world now. I need to decide what to do with you motherfuckers. Lith said while using light magic to heal his internal injuries. It may take a while, but you'll get my undivided attention. Enjoy your stay. Lith sat on the couch with his left hand on his chest, using healing magic on himself. His right hand was open in front of him, releasing 5 streams of lightning that enveloped the 5 boys like root tendrils, making them scream in agony. The original plan was to kill them all, erase the evidence, and then make sure Orpal would have an unfortunate accident. As Lith calmed down, however, he realized that it was an idiotic plan full of holes. If 5 young men suddenly disappear in a sleepy village like Lucia, it is bound to raise a commotion. Also, Orpal knows they were here. Once he discovers they are nowhere to be found, he might come too close to the truth for comfort. I don't want to give him any kind of leverage over me. There is also the possibility that these blockheads shared their plans with their siblings. Killing them is the wrong answer, too many things can go spiraling out of my control. Worst of all, if I make Orpal disappear too, the whole family would worry and grieve for him. The last thing I want is to turn him into a martyr. I want him to pay. To suffer for the rest of his miserable life. Lith thought. While in deep thought, Lith would release streams of lightning from his right hand, keep the spell active for a couple of seconds, then give his assailants a few moments of relief before zapping them again. They had already lost control of their bladder and bowels multiple times. When they were not writhing in pain, they were sobbing and begging for mercy. I can't let this trash off easily either. Lith made sure that there was a pause between each shock. The short interval without pain would leave the boys thinking that their torture was finally over only to have Lith renew the shocks. He also tried to keep the time between shocks long enough to make sure that the boys' bodies would never adapt to the pain, making sure each shock hurt just as much as the first. Punishing them is not enough, I want to break them. He thought. There were too many variables and Lith was sick of running around in circles. He decided to resort to a modified version of his very first plan, back on Earth. Those guys were trash too. I wonder how they reacted after my death, after the photos were leaked all over the internet with their names tagged. Lith had a cruel smile at the thought of his revenge, backstabbing them after so many years. With a final spell, Lith made the 5 youths lose consciousness and arranged their bodies with spirit magic. I must keep both spirit and fusion magic a secret, so I need to stage a scenario from which I could have emerged victorious with just normal magic. An encirclement is too much for a 5-year-old, I'll fan them out. He thought. He put the wooden stick back in the hand of its owner, making sure it was smeared with blood. Lith was arranging the final details, when he heard someone calling his name from afar. Damn! I spent too much time thinking. My family must have sent someone looking for me. This screws up a good part of my plan. I must play it by ear and hope they did not send Orpal, or it's going to get ugly. He thought. Lith looked through a window, spotting Alina approaching Celia's house with long and fast strides. Good, it's Mom. Rena or Dad would have been better, but I can work with this. When she got close enough, Lith responded to her call with a moan, slowly opening the door while begging for help. Alina started running with all her strength. Once she walked through the door, what she saw was bone-chilling. There was blood everywhere, teeth on the ground, and Lith was almost unrecognizable. He was losing blood from multiple injuries. His face was swollen to the point that his eyes were barely visible amidst all the black and blue. Lith was holding his left arm like it was hurt, and every time he opened his mouth to talk, Alina could see the bloody ruin it had become. "Mom! Mom! Thank the gods it's you." Litha's voice was distorted by his injuries in a lisp. "I was so afraid they would get up before I could call for help. They tried to kill me, Mom, and I don't have the strength to fight them anymore." Alina quickly embraced him, hearing him yelp and feeling him quivering from the pain caused by even such a gentle touch. "My baby! My poor baby! Who did this to you?" The two of them started to cry at the same time. Alina because she was scared to death, Lith because while in his mother's embrace he could finally allow himself to vent all his rage and fears. "Orpal. It's all Orpal's fault. These are all his friends. They even told me their plan when they thought I was about to die." Alina was shocked by those words, refusing to believe such a terrible thing. But those 5 really were Orpal's closest friends. One of them, Rizzle, was even holding his grandfather's wooden stick, and it was stained with blood. Alina looked at Litha's head, easily spotting the bruises and cuts shaped like the cane. "Why would they assault you, and how could they possibly know that today Celia was out of town?" Alina thought out loud. Among all the sobbing and crying, Lith was inwardly smiling. Feeding her facts was a last resort. It would have a much deeper impact if she put the pieces together by herself. "Can't you heal yourself, even a little bit?" Alina's voice was full of worry, her son's condition seemed dire. Lith was expecting this question. "Now that I had the time to recover, I could. But I won't." "Why?" That answer made no sense to her. Alina started to worry that his injuries were affecting his mind. "Because when you and Dad decide what to do with Orpal, I want you to take a good look of what he did to me." Lith screamed, coughing a mouthful of blood from a wound he had reopened on purpose. "Orpal always hated me and he always will. No matter if I help you all with chores or your health. He does not care how much game I bring to the table, or money to our house. Nothing is ever enough for him." Lith kept screaming and sobbing. "Am I such an awful son, such a terrible brother to deserve this?" Lith hugged her with all of his strength, bawling his eyes out. Alina was at a loss for words, but only for a moment. She held her son tightly, raising him up from the ground and carrying him back home. Then, she brought the whole family to Celia's house to let them witness the scene with their own eyes. The matter was too serious, she could not hide it from her children. When Orpal saw Lith, he became pale as a ghost. Alina refused to call him by his name, and if glares could kill, he was certain that she would make him leave the field's feet first. What the heck went wrong? Those morons knew the plan. They only had to rough him up and teach him respect and humility. Most importantly, to force him to shut his fucking mouth. Now my stupid parents will never let me hear the end of it. Orpal thought. When he saw all the blood on the floor, with his friends still there and out cold, he felt his life falling apart. As soon as Alina let him do it, Raz embraced Lith before checking his conditions. After that, he looked around the room, easily recognizing the 5 culprits. "Rena, go call their parents. Take Tista with you, I don't want her to hear what I am about to say." Raz was even paler than Orpal, clenching his fists so hard that they started to bleed. Alina had whispered to him only 3 words after coming back with Lith. Orpal did it. In the beginning, he had refused to believe that one of his beloved children could do something like that, but the truth appeared so horrifyingly simple to his eyes. No one outside of the family knew that Lith worked for Celia. No one else could possibly know that exactly on that day and time Lith would be left alone in Celia's house. But the most painful and irrefutable truth was that no one but Orpal could possibly resent Lith so much. He barely knew anyone outside of his family and their closest friends. Lith had always worked so hard to help all of them, especially Tista, that he never had the time to make friends or enemies. Raz felt those thoughts ripping his heart out of his chest, but he had to know. "Did you do it?" Raz looked Orpal straight in the eyes. A terrible silence fell in the room, revealing the truth that Raz was trying so hard to deny, looking for a possible alternative explanation. But there wasn't any. How could you possibly do this to your brother?" Tears were streaming from his eyes. "Dad, I swear, it's not what you think. I can explain." Orpal's mind was desperately trying to find a plausible excuse. "Is there anything to explain?" Raz roared out of anger. "Aren't those your friends?" "Yes, but it wasn't you who told them what to do. It wasn't you who planned how, when, and where to ambush Lith. It wasn't because of your plan that he was almost beaten to death. In the God's name, how could you possibly explain all that? Because that wasn't the plan. They didn't listen to me, just like you. You never listen to what I say. You never let me have my way, always siding with Leech and the cripple. You are never on my side. Never. They got carried away. Is that your explanation?" Raz didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Do you mean that ambushing and beating your brother, my son, is perfectly fine as long as they do it with moderation?" He raised his fist, tempted to give Orpal a taste of his own medicine, but Alina stopped him. "Too much blood has already been shed today. Don't do it. You'd only harm yourself, he is beyond saving." Alina was crying too, but her face and tone were stone cold. She had already made up her mind. Raz was too heartbroken to stand anymore. He sat down on the nearest chair and wept. "You are right, my love. I have lost count of the times I have tried to make him understand that respect is something that you must give before receiving it yourself. That we were his parents, not his friends. We are supposed to help our children understand their mistakes, not enable them. The gods know that I have tried to teach him that his siblings are not his servants, that a man's authority lies in the responsibilities he shoulders, not how strong he is. I know I have not been a perfect father, but I did the best that I could. I don't know what to do with him anymore, Alina." Raz wiped his own tears, looking to his wife for support. "I agree. Even now he doesn't show any remorse. He never loved his brother. He started to steal his food and calling him names even before Lith was able to walk. He is clearly unable to understand the enormity of what he did. I believe that if we allow this to continue, he will do it again. If not to Lith, to Tista. I'm not going to let him do more harm to our family." She held Raz's hand tight, searching for the strength she needed. "I think we should disown him. Strip him of his name and report him together with his accomplices for attempted murder to the village militia." "Thanks, my love." Raz had no more tears to cry, his resolve was steeled and his voice hardened. "I don't think I had the strength in me to say it." After those words, Orpal fell to his knees. His world was crumbling beneath his feet. All he knew, all he had planned and dreamed about, had disappeared in the space of a single word. Disowned. It meant that he was dishonorably banished from his own family, leaving him with nothing he could call his own. He had just become a nameless and penniless orphan. When the parents of the other boys arrived, things escalated quickly. Seeing their boys broken and unconscious in a foreign house, stinking of their own feces and urine, they demanded an explanation. They were all longtime friends, so it was easy for Raz to make them calm down enough to have a civil conversation. "You, Raz," ordered the Nameless One, "explain what you did." Despite still being shocked, he was already angry enough to return to his old self. "If I must go down, I'll bring them all with me. We'll share the same destiny, so I won't be alone. I refuse to be the only one to pay for this," he thought. The Nameless One confessed that he had always hated his brother, and how he had planned to teach him discipline and respect with the help of his friends. When he had finished, everyone in the room was appalled, refusing to believe those words. They had always known Orpal as a good and kind young man. Lith, can you tell us what happened here exactly? Lith acted like he was reluctant to leave his mother's embrace. However, after a dramatic pause, he stepped forward. He made sure to emphasize his wounds by limping and holding his left arm. He winced with pain at every step. As you all know, my family has a lot of expenses, and my sister is ill. Since I am quite talented in chore magic, Celia pays me to clean her house. I give the money to my parents, to help them make ends meet. I have carefully picked the words for this speech. Lith thought. If they don't feel pity and compassion for a beaten-up 5-year-old after this sob story, these guys are full-blown psychos. Lith thought. Today Miss Celia is out of town. I was alone in here when your sons suddenly barged in and started beating me. He held out his arms, turning around to let them see how battered he was. I tried to defend myself as my dad taught me, but they were too big and strong. Lith started sobbing again. I had to use magic to defend myself, I was so scared. I really thought I was going to die. He returned to Alina's embrace, weeping non-stop. Poor kid, said Bro Man, Rizzle's father, picking up the wooden stick from his son's hand. This piece of trash even dared to use his grandfather's only memento. Alina, Raz, Lith, I offer you my most sincere apologies. I have failed as a man and as a father, to raise such a snake in the grass. Whatever your decision is, I will comply without questions. But first. Broman splashed Rizzle's face with a bucket of dirty water to bring him back to consciousness. He needed to hear the truth from his own son. He still could not fully believe his own eyes. Dad? What are you doing here? Rizzle held his throbbing chin when he suddenly recalled what had happened. All the eyes were on him, including Litha's. The same cold eyes that glowed with blue energy right before he would unleash a bolt of lightning. I ask the questions, young man. If you don't want another beating or worse, you'd better tell the truth. What in the gods' names were you all doing here? Terrified by both his father and his tormentor, Rizzle could only speak the truth. One after the other, the 4 remaining boys were woken up and forced to tell the whole story. One of them tried to expose Litha's torture, but his father made him shut up with a strong slap in the face. 5 against a little kid, and you have the gall to blame him for going all out. Our families have been friends from generations. Your actions dishonored us all. When we get back home, I will show you what real torture is. What a moron. Lith inwardly laughed. Their credibility is less than 0, they can tell whatever they want. It will only appear like the pathetic excuse of a criminal caught red-handed. Raz, what do you want us to do? Broman asked. I am going to disown Orpal, and then report all of them for attempted murder. I won't ask anything from you. We all know how hard it is being a parent, especially in moments like this. I just wanted you to hear it from me before I go to the village chief. I will not disown my son. Not yet at least. Broman said. But I can promise you that I will do nothing to defend him in any way from the consequences of his actions. And when he gets back home, I will make sure that he will never have the opportunity to harm your family again. They all went to Lusha, where the village chief listened to the 6 boys' confessions before pronouncing the sentence. After hearing all the facts and testimony, I hereby sentence the 6 of you to 4 hours of pillory, where you will be shaved of all your hair and whipped 10 times for your crimes. After that, you will spend 3 days in jail to reconsider your actions. Any objections? All those present shook their heads. I have a question. Lith said. For me or for the prisoners, young man? For them. Can I ask them? But of course. Ask them whatever you want. Lith nodded and moved in front of Rizzle. Did Tryon know? Of course he did. Orpal screamed. He has always stood by my side, unlike you, leech. Lith ignored him. Did he? No. Rizzo looked at Orpal with eyes filled with disgust. We planned everything when we were alone. Orpal said that he didn't trust Tryon enough. That Tryon is a spineless coward and that he feared that he would rat us out. Thanks. Lith then spoke to the village chief again. Could you please reduce his sentence? His sincerity helps my whole family. It clears our doubts and my brother's name as well. But of course. If the victim asks for mercy, how could I possibly refuse? Rizzo will only receive 5 lashes, and after the pillory time has passed, his family is free to bring him home. Is that okay with you? Lith nodded, and Broman shook Litha's hand while his wife was weeping with joy. Thanks, Lith. That means a lot for my poor Lisa. I will not forget your kindness. I'm sure you'll become a great man, just like your father. Lith was completely satisfied with that outcome. I didn't know that disowning a son, especially the firstborn, was possible. Everything went even better than I imagined. Orpal's friends can't wait to get some alone time in jail with him, and once his sentence is over, he is doomed. Either someone from the village adopts him, something that I find hard to believe, or he will be deported to the nearest orphanage. I hope to get rid of Tryon too, but maybe that's for the best. I don't think my parents can bear losing 2 sons at once. Between their happiness and getting even with that idiot, they come first by a landslide. Lith thought. The following days were really hard for Raz, Alina, and Tryon. The couple needed quite some time before overcoming their grief. It was really hard for them to accept that the kind and bright boy that they brought up for almost 12 years was gone forever. Even worse, they started to suspect that the Orpal they knew never really existed. Thinking back about all the bad things he did and said over the years, he might as well have been deceiving them all along. Tryon was the one having the hardest time. He had lost his favorite sibling and his family's trust at the same time. Despite Rizzo having cleared his name, the suspicions remain. How could he have been so close to Orpal and yet never notice anything? I can't blame them. In their shoes, I would think of me as either a liar or a complete idiot. Tryon didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Lith, Rena, and Tista, instead, were having the time of their lives, even if they did their best to avoid their parents from noticing. They would get more and better food, clothes, and they didn't have to tolerate Orpal's mean words nor his petty jokes anymore. Plus, there were all the gifts that the 5 families sent them as an apology. Both the girls had stopped considering Orpal as a brother from the day he had made the proposal to get rid of Tista, calling her a cripple. Lith, however, had never considered Orpal as a brother. His only worry was for his parents, so he tried to lessen their burden as much as he could. Litha's magic was now strong enough that he could till and plow the fields with earth magic. He could also hunt for much bigger prey. His aim was now set on deer, boars, and bear, all of whose pelt could be sold for more than a pretty penny. The time for the spring festival was nearing, and Lith wanted some extra pocket money to buy something nice for his parents and sisters. Tryon was still a stranger to him. The spring festival was held mid-spring, during the equinox, to celebrate the time when the light finally overcame the darkness and cold of winter. Lith was happily playing around the Tron woods, looking for the best opportunity to kill a huge boar. Damn it, its neck and skin are too thick to break with my current level of spirit magic. Fire and thunder could easily put it down, but that would mean damaging either the pelt or the meat. I need to get creative. The boar's movements were easy to predict since it would always charge in a straight line. Thanks to air fusion, Litha's body was fast enough to dodge the charges with ease, as long as he managed to prevent the beast from coming too close. When an ox went mad, my father told me that the best way to put it down is to strike at the legs, instead of the head. Once you take away their mobility, beasts like this one are easy prey. At the next charge, Lith conjured a thick layer of ice before dodging. When the boar stepped on the ice, it lost its footing and spun like a top. The boar crashed against the huge oak Lith had aligned it with, its bones snapping on impact. Lith closed in enough to not miss his next shot, but always keeping a safe distance. Cornered prey is the most dangerous prey. Always respect the prey, never underestimate it. It only needs one hit to kill you. Lith remembered Celia's teachings. Lith made a finger gun, aligning it with his target before shooting an ice arrow that penetrated through the boar's right eye, puncturing its brain. The beast collapsed to the ground, but Lith shot another arrow in the left eye too, just to be on the safe side. Okay, it's dead. Now the problem is, how the heck do I carry it out of the woods? My spirit magic may not be enough to carry a several hundred kilograms dead animal all the way back to Celia's house. Even if I actually manage to do it, how can I explain it? Lith was nervously tapping with a finger on a nearby tree, trying to think of a solution before he had to fight to defend his game, when the dead animal suddenly disappeared. What the f***ck? Since when do boars vanish into thin air? Who's there? He promptly activated Life Vision, scanning the surroundings in search of his enemy, but the only living beings he could find were small birds and rodents. Okay, this is getting creepy, but I need to get my boar back. The boar appeared back on the ground, very close to Lith, making him jump away in fright. Why are you messing with me? Who are you? Lith screamed while checking out the best escape route. An invisible enemy could easily kill me. Screw the boar, I need to get out of here fast. He thought. There is no need to escape. A gentle feminine voice replied in his mind. I'm not your enemy, my host. Okay, if you want to scare me to death, you're doing a great job. What do you mean by host? Where the heck are you? Lith kept looking around, the enemy somehow was untraceable even by his magical senses. Stop looking around, host. I'm where you put me. Around your neck. Lith instinctively grabbed the pouch and threw it away. He could finally see that both the life force and the mana flow of the stone were bigger than ever. Lith had always kept it in a blind spot, and since it was useless, he forgot to check it with Life Vision since the day of the ambush. Okay, I hate riddles. Tell me who or what you are, or I'll leave. As much as it pains me to lose such a game, it's not worth having a creepy, mysterious stone talking in my head 24/7. Please, don't. To voice turned desperate. I'll die without my host. Enough with the riddles. Lith said. What the heck are you? Our minds are linked, it's easier to show rather than tell. Suddenly Litha's mind was filled with images and memories that were not his own. He could have thought he had been teleported away, if the images weren't full of holes, allowing him to still see part of the woods through them. I'm sorry, but my powers are almost depleted, this is the best I can do. Lith could see a gigantic tower, whose vault was so deep it could reach the bottom of the ocean, its top so high it looked like it could touch the sky. He could perceive that the whole structure was a giant magical artifact, pulsing with mana. At some point, the owner of the tower had died, and without their mana to nourish its core, the tower began to decline. Centuries passed, while the tower kept looking for a next host, using illusions to send away those it deemed not talented enough or unworthy. Over time, the tower spent all its powers, and to avoid death it had been forced to self-sacrifice. To prolong its existence, it started to consume its own walls, floors, everything within itself, even its memories. More centuries had passed, now only the tower core was left, barely the size of a pebble. It had nothing left, except for its sense of self. Preferring death over becoming a mindless tool, the tower core attempted a desperate gamble. It sent a signal that any being with the bare minimum of magical power to sustain its life could perceive. The clock was ticking, every second that passed, the tower core could feel its life slip away. When the first one to answer its call turned out to be a the tower core had tried to communicate with the beast, but to no avail. The beast's mind was too different from the first host, making the mind link impossible. Hope was lost, the tower core could only wait for its end. But then a savior arrived, rescuing the tower core from the beast's maw. He even used his own blood to bond himself with the tower core, right before it fell into a deep slumber to recover from its wounds. The images disappeared, leaving Lith alone with the pouch and the dead boar. Litha's mind was overwhelmed, incapable of any thought outside stupid jokes. Does that make us married or what? Why do you say that? The feminine voice asked. Well, back on my world, being bonded for life with someone you would not have any intimacy with was the joke definition of marriage. That's funny. The voice chuckled. And also kind of sad. Never mind the jokes. Let me get this straight, you were once a mighty artifact, full of treasures and knowledge. Now everything you had and knew is lost. Plus you are diminished to the size of a marble. Am I missing something? No, all your statements are correct. You also didn't pick me because of my talent or virtue. Solely because I possess, and I quote, the bare minimum magical powers to sustain your life. That makes me nothing more than an off-brand life support system. That is not exactly right. I am now bonded with you until your death do us part. That sounds more and more like marriage. Lith grunted. I am no parasite, you can see me as a symbiote. We will both benefit from our relationship. How? Are you saying that if you manage to get your strength back, you will also recover your memories and magical artifacts? No, those are lost forever. I'm just like you. When you grow up, can you spit the food you have eaten in the past back up to pass it on to someone else? No. The same applies to me. Then what's in it for me? The pleasure of your company. At the moment all I can offer you is a pocket dimension. Say what? One moment, I'm looking at your memories to make it easier to understand. It works like a dungeons and lootings bag of keeping. That's interesting. Lith pondered. An interdimensional space where I can store my stuff without being hindered by its weight. How big is this pocket dimension? 10 cubic meters big. It can store anything that amounts up to such a volume, no matter the weight, as long as it's something inanimate. A cruel intuition flashed in Litha's eyes. Can it also store things like lightning, fireballs or incoming arrows? If so, it would be an invaluable tool for both offense and defense. No, the voice killed Litha's hopes. The pocket dimension is outside space and time, so it rejects both life and kinetic energy. Feeling its host's disappointment, the voice quickly added. This also means that whatever you store will not rot, cool down or warm up. A roasted blinker would be kept hot and tasty, frozen at the moment you finished cooking it. That barely qualifies as a silver lining. Despite how long their chat seemed to take, it was only happening inside their minds. Barely a second had passed after Lith had access to the stone's memories. Whatever. At least you saved me from my current predicament. Now I know how to bring the boar back, I just need a decent excuse to explain how I managed it. The stone mind shrugged. Keep it simple. Drop it at the edge of the woods, and tell Celia that you managed to kite it to that spot before killing it. It should be easier to believe that the truth. Lith nodded. Resourceful and smart. The fact that our minds are linked still creeps me out, but thanks to that I can see you have no malice or hidden agenda towards me. If you really are what you say to be, I'll keep you. True loyalty is too rare of a commodity to turn it down when you find it. So, until I am convinced of your good faith, consider yourself on probation. Lith put the pouch back around his neck and the boar in the pocket dimension. By the way, I can't keep calling you, and Stone. Don't you have a name? No, the voice sounded really sad. It's lost, like everything else. Don't be a pouter. A name is just a name. You can call me Derek, Lith, Host, CZ Delta, whatever. I'll always be the same cynic, misanthropic, lying, cutthroat guy I have always been. Would you like me to name you? Yes, please. Lith had a name ready since he heard the Tower Core story. You are supposed to be a great artifact, so I'll name you after the greatest, albeit fictional, magical forge master that I always admired when I was a kid. Solus. Thank you, Lith. I like how it sounds. I really appreciate that you named me after someone you loved, rather than give me a pet name like Happy or Lucky. Lith had the odd feeling Solus was mind-blushing. They spent the whole time on the way back chatting. Lith was really interested in understanding the limits and uses of his new partner's skill set. After assessing that both Lith and Solus could activate the pocket dimension, he proceeded to pick the right spot. It needed to be close enough to the edge of the woods and covered enough to make spotting the boar from a distance impossible. There are countless things that can go wrong leaving a dead animal alone, even for a few minutes. A passerby who claims it's his kill, a scavenger believing it had lucked out finding a free meal, take your pick. With my luck, I never trust the odds. You trust no one. Solus's voice changed to a flat tone. You bet. That's life rule number 1. Rule number 2 is, no good deed goes unpunished. Lith then used earth and wind magic to mess up the surroundings, mimicking the signs of struggle left by his previous fight with the boar. Bah! All this effort and I get such a sloppy result. If Celia throws a second glance at this scene, she'll expose my lie. I can only hope the prize catches her eyes enough to not ask any questions. He then gently dropped the pouch on the ground. As soon as you receive my signal, take the boar out of the pocket dimension. I'll be back in a jiffy. Without waiting for a reply, Lith started running at full speed towards Celia's house. Once out of their mind link range, 10 meters/10.9 yards, Lith could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Damn it, leaving her like that was a D***ck move. She surely knows the real reasons why I did it. It's hard to accept someone else in your head, reading every single one of your most embarrassing thoughts and memories. Not to mention that in DNL every sentient artifact was usually a bag full of troubles, trying to mind control the owner or something. I know that it's just fiction, but still. What if I just stumbled into this world's lone ring, like in Vasily Bokian's books? Lith shrugged his head, his body covered in cold sweat. I bet that as soon as we are back together, she will have access to this inner monologue too. F*** my life. No pain, no gain. If she really is what she says, she's worth the risk. At least I'll have someone who finally knows the real me. A few minutes later, Celia and Lith were approaching the drop spot, riding the 2-horse cart she used to move the heaviest goods around. Is it really so big that it requires 2 horses? She asked. I think one should be enough to move it once it's loaded. The second is necessary to drag it onto the cart easily. Once Lith and Celia jumped down from their ride, he gave Solus the signal. Celia detached the horses, guiding them by the bridle. Lith took the thick ropes necessary to make a harness for the boar with him, making it easy for the horses to drag it out of the woods and into the cart. When Celia saw the game with her own eyes, she whistled with approval. Good gods! This thing must be around 300 kilograms, 661 pounds. You weren't boasting as usual. I never boast. Lith used spirit magic to stealthily recover the pouch, while Celia was engrossed in sizing the beast up. Please, all men do. Celia clicked her tongue. You are not an exception. With all your magic and secrets, do you want me to believe you do not enjoy your short, dark, and toothless act? She added, laughing out loud. It's not my fault I have a lisp now. Lith was pissed off by her non-stop mockery of his new voice. Will you ever let me hear the end of it? I'm sorry, I really am. It's just that your tough boy attitude is even more hilarious now that you have a lisp. The first time she had heard him call her Philia, she had laughed hard enough to fall from her chair, hugging her belly. Judging from its size, it was really close to becoming a magical beast. We could have sold it for a much bigger sum, it's kind of sad. She sighed. Yeah, and if it was a magical beast, I would be much deader now. Lith rebuked. They kept bickering until the boar was safe and sound on the cart. Only once they got back to her house and started bleeding the game, did Celia get her business attitude back. The most valuable piece is the head. If we can find a noble willing to stuff it, hang it over his fireplace, and take the credit for the kill, we can sell it for a high price. The pelt and the meat are nothing special, do you have any plans for them? Lith nodded. All this meat will allow me to skip hunting for a while, so I prefer to keep and macerate it. As for the pelt, it should make a nice carpet for my parents' bedroom. Always a family boy, huh? Celia ruffled his hair, this time there was no mockery in her voice. I'm so proud of you being so considerate toward your family that I'll tan it for free. I still get half of the head price, though. Perfect. Lith said. Good. Our best shot is with Count Lark himself. He is both loaded and very proud of his hunting skills. I must reach out to my contacts in his manor to test the waters. Fingers crossed. Lith suffered at the idea of losing so much money, but half was better than nothing. He didn't know how to tan pelts or stuff heads and lacked both the time and the instruments to do it. Even if he did, he had no way to sell the merchandise outside of his little village. After Lith left Celia, he and Solus started chatting again, feigning ignorance about each other's feelings. Solus, I think that your help will be invaluable to help bring my martial arts training to the next level. Until that moment, Litha's martial training had been really sloppy. Despite all his efforts, in a whole year of practice, he had barely managed to regain the skill level of a 4th Kyu of Jiu-Jitsu, the equivalent of an orange belt for karate. The only aspects he had managed to step up to the 3rd Kyu, the equivalent of a green belt for karate, were the footwork and the fall techniques. Even that had been possible only because the initial progression depended completely on him. Without a sparring partner, someone that could watch his moves and help him correct his mistakes, there was only so much that he could do. He could either make a mud dummy move or train himself, he was not at the point that he could do both at the same time. Making a rough mud doll perform human-like movements required a lot of concentration. That meant that he could only put the dummies in position and then practice while they were once again still. Litha's body was even clumsier than his original one back on Earth. To make real progress, he needed to be hit, to be thrown around, and to practice all his moves on a moving target. Yet Lith couldn't ask for help from anyone. How could he possibly explain that he wanted to practice alien martial arts? What help could anyone give him, not even knowing the basics of the basics? That's why he usually practiced in the middle of the night. Solus was the perfect solution for his problem. After further merging their minds, they had discovered new uses for the tower core. Lith had just had to plant her into a mud doll to turn it into a quasi-golem, finally getting his sparring partner. Solus had all the human senses and more. As long as she had Litha's permission, she could consume his mana to perform spells he knew in his stead. Her nature was that of a magic tower, she was supposed to oversee her countless floors and devices. Even in her weakened state, moving a poor excuse of a mud golem was as easy as pie. Solus further improved Litha's idea, managing to make the golem's body soften at the right times, before hitting him or being hit. This way, she was able to put enough strain on Litha's body to train it, and avoid any possible injury by accident. She also had access to all his memories, including all of his master's teachings. Solus was able to use those memories to correct Litha's mistakes and help him improve by leaps and bounds. Thanks to invigoration, Lith was now able to stay awake for a whole month before his performance started to decline and forced him to rest. Thanks to Solus, whenever he would meet a bottleneck, he would train martial arts. He only needed to take a short break when the fatigue became too much. Light magic would mend his muscles, making them recover and grow stronger in a matter of minutes, dissipating the accumulated lactic acid at the same time. During those moments, Lith and Solus would chat heart to heart. So, what do you plan to do in the future? Why do you put so much effort into all this training? Magic, martial arts, hunting. Why don't you stop from time to time, just to smell the roses? Solus asked. Whenever I take a break, I start thinking about the future. That scares me to death. I already know that death is a trap that forces me to switch one hell with another. I don't want to live all my life in a small village, just the idea is equivalent to the death penalty. Doing the same routine every day, in a prison without bars where I am forced to lie every single day, waiting to die and start all over again. I can't bear this thought. My plan is to test this body's limits, get as strong as I can, so that once I reach adulthood, I will be able to explore this world, and see if it's worth living in. If either this body or this world meet my expectation, I will strive all my life to find a way to prevent me from passing into another world after my death. How? Solus asked. I don't know, I'm still as ignorant as a baby about magic. All I know is its practical use. I have no idea if it's possible to create magical artifacts. If my hypothesis is right, I could become a lich. Even better, I could find a way to bind my soul to this world, so that in case of death I would remain here, possessing the nearest available corpse. I hope that when push comes to the shove, I will also have found a way to retain both my mana core and muscle memory. Lith thought. And what if both the world and your body fail you? In that case, I would not mind starting my journey once again. If I have to live a sh*tty life in a sh*tty world, I might as well depart early. I'll keep moving around until I roll my 100, and get born as a perfectly healthy young master of a filthy rich family, a chosen one, or whatever. It's just a matter of luck. What about your family? Are you going to abandon them like that? Solus's question made Lith ponder seriously about that matter. Of course not. Making them lose their son, their brother for no reason, without even giving them a body to bury is too cruel, even for me. I'll stick around until my family needs me before checking out. Solus giggled. Don't you see? Things are not actually all black and white like you make them out to be. When you awoke in this world, you couldn't wait to die. To re-roll, as you say. Then you chose to stay for the magic. Now you are willing to continue this life for someone else's sake. Give yourself some time. The bad people you met have reinforced your bias on life, but the good people are also slowly changing you. In the beginning, you couldn't care less about Tista's life, whereas now it's all you think about. You hated both Alina and Raz even before knowing them, because of your issues with parental figures. They are not the parents who ruined your life on Earth, and this planet is not Earth. Give it a chance before doing something so extreme. How do I know you are not telling me all this stuff only to keep your host? Lith asked. Easy peasy, just read my mind. After checking it thrice, Lith could not find any hidden agenda or egotistical reason. Damn it, all this mind link stuff is so irritating. I cannot get out of this argument with mistrust or doubts. It's my loss. For now, at least. You are barely a month old, life will change you. It always does. Solus giggled again. Or maybe it will change you, and you will start warming up to me. Then you will have to take care of me for your whole life, hubby. Lith felt a cold chill run down his spine. Please, don't call me like that. I'm ready to go again. Don't go easy on me. I never do. Solus replied, getting on Lith's already shaken nerves. Thanks to all that exercise, Lith would quickly overcome any bottlenecks, and soon he could feel the bottled-up impurities trying to find their way out again. Lith had pondered if it was the case of getting rid of the impurities in the same way he did for the rest of his family, but after discussing it with Solus, he decided against it. The purification treatment he had devised for Tista was an artificial method. Even though it gave the same benefits in terms of physical appearance and resistance to illness, their magic power and physical prowess never got enhanced. Lith had no idea why the impurities had to travel to the mana core before getting expelled, inflicting such an excruciating pain. But it was worth the cost. It happened during one of their sparring sessions. As soon as Lith realized what was happening, he quickly undressed himself to not taint his clothes. This time he offered no resistance, discovering that it wasn't so painful after all. Lith expelled far more impurities than the last time, letting them come out of all his pores and orifices. The stench was so bad that he was about to faint before managing to destroy them with dark magic. He was completely exhausted, this time not even invigoration could replenish his energies, he needed to sleep. After a bath. I stink so bad I could raise the dead. Solus ignored the obvious remark. It's exactly as you remembered. Whatever happens to you, is like a sword getting tempered and purified at the same time. Both your body and mana core have undergone qualitative changes again. I think your potential skyrocketed. Now you are stronger than my bare minimum requirements. You still need to work hard to develop your skills, though. And so, Lith continued his routine until the day of the spring festival came. It was without a doubt the worst day of the year for Lith. He would be forced to spend the full afternoon away from home, surrounded by complete strangers, and robbed of any privacy or personal space during the festivities. All the families in the village would gather for the festival, forgetting about their daily problems and miseries. Everything from decorations to food and drinks was paid for by Count Lark. He would also take part in the festival, to keep his bonds with the community strong and maintain his reputation as a fair lord, instead of just being a faceless guy who collected taxes and made their lives even harder. The festival was comprised of 3 parts. The morning would be spent like normal, with work and chores, to give foreign merchants and carnies the time to prepare their stands and arrange their merchandise. In the evening, the families would gather and check out the stands. People would search for trinkets and jewelry to buy with their extra money to add them to their daughter's dowry. The food would mainly consist of appetizers, like fresh fruit and vegetables. There would be also skewers of different kinds of meat and even exotic food. Count Lark always brought saltwater fishes and seafood for the occasion. The only drinks available would be water and light beer. After the sunset, huge braziers and torches would be lit all around the village, while the Count's workers would prepare the stage for the festival main event, the election of the Spring Maiden. All the girls 15 and 16 years old could take part in the Spring Maiden contest, which was more like a debutante ball rather than a beauty pageant. It was the opportunity for the young maidens of marriageable age to show off their beauty and virtues, in the hopes of catching the attention of as many suitors as possible. The judges of the Spring Maiden contest were always the same, Count Lark, the village chief, and Nana. After the election, the real food would be brought out. The banquet had lots of roasted animals, soups, and caramelized fruits. Both pure and watered wines would be available, raising the spirits for the finale. The last part consisted of a ball, encouraging the eligible bachelors to approach one or more maidens that may have caught their eye. Each part would affect Litha's mood differently. The first would cause extreme boredom, tempered by the fact that he was still not allowed to move alone. The second was akin to torture. He would be forced to sit on his father's shoulders for hours, staring at a bunch of little girls he did not give a damn about. The third was the best one, but only because it was very short. After some dancing, his parents were too tired to remain any longer, and would finally bring him back home. None of their children was yet of marrying age, so they had no reason to linger. For the first time in his new life, Lith had some money in his pocket. He could finally check out the carnival games that offered the best prizes. They cheat, I cheat. Let's play this fair and square, he thought. Using spirit magic, he won a beautiful stuffed bear for Tista, beating a ring toss game rigged by unbalanced rings. From a crossbow shoot game, he got a silver-coated hair comb for Rena. All he needed to do was to use 2 strands of spirit magic, one to guide the dart to his target, the second to force it to fall. Last, but not least, a silk ribbon for his mother from a Wheel of Fortune stand. The carnies were flabbergasted, but trying to bully a local child in front of so many villagers, not to mention Count Lark, would have earned them nothing more than the beating of a lifetime and a permanent ban from every event in the county of Lustria. They started to keep an eye on him, but Lith was not greedy and left after getting the 3 prizes. He actually wanted something for Raz too, but all they had were feminine products. The carnies hoped to lure the young boys into wasting their money, trying to impress the girls with expensive presents they could not afford without gambling. After distributing the presents, Lith searched for Nana. He wanted to have a chat about magic with an expert. He found her sitting on a bench near her house. The first thing he did was look at her with life vision. Her mana flow was way bigger than Litha's, but her life force was weaker than Tista's. Nana was an over 60-years-old woman, but she looked like an 80-year-old Earth woman. Her back was so hunched that she needed a cane to walk properly. She had sharp gray eyes, a face full of wrinkles, and a big aquiline nose. Nana always wore a shawl over her head, to avoid her long gray hair bothering her during work. At a first look she seemed an inconspicuous old lady, but when you approached her, you could feel the raw strength exuding from her body. She must have had a rough life. Solus commented. "Hello, Nana. How are you?" Lith asked. "Hello to you, little imp. You sure are growing fast, aren't you?" Just like Alina had noticed back in winter, Tista and Lith were growing taller and more slender than their peers. The same was happening to Rena too after she had received Litha's treatment. Lith was already over 1.1 meters tall, his shoulders broad like he played water polo. Lith nodded. "Yes, I am. Can I ask you a question? As long as it's not about my age, be my guest." Nana laughed. "Nana, are you a strong magician?" Nana was surprised. It wasn't a question she would expect from a child. "Yes, I am. When I was still a young girl, I even got a scholarship for the prestigious Lightning Griffin Academy, and I managed to graduate without a problem." Nana straightened up proudly, remembering her years of glory. "Then how did you end up being a healer in Lucia?" "How tactful of you, Lith." Solus rebuked him. "Children are allowed to be rude. It's one of their few privileges." Nana's mood turned gloomy. "You see, Lith, in this world there are commoners, nobles, and mages. A strong mage has status on par with the nobles, depending on their magic power. Back then I was very strong, but not a genius. Sadly, I was also stupid and naive. I made some very bad choices and ended up alone, without anyone backing me. I only had two options left. Either submit to a powerful noble or live free with the status of a healer. Guess what I picked?" Lith became gloomy too. The idea of losing everything after working so hard for it made his future look even scarier. There, kid." Nana brightened up. "Let's not spoil the mood and enjoy the festival." After leaving Nana alone, Lith recalled her words about his growth. He stopped in front of a mirror on display to watch his reflection. He could only sigh in resignation. "No matter how many impurities I expel, I even managed to fail at the gene pool lottery. I took so much from my dad and so little from my mom. When I look at myself while brooding, rather than cool I look like some kind of psycho kid escaped from juvie. If I smile, now that I'm missing so many teeth, I'm not even cute. Even all dressed up, I could barely pass for a street urchin from one of Dickens' novels." Solus tried to brighten him up, but to no avail. Later in the evening, Count Lark introduced the village elders to his guest of honor. "Chief Yurok, Sage Nana, allow me to introduce you to the young Ricker Trahan, son of my dear friend, Baronet Loker Trahan. This young lad is a really talented mage, who in the future will bring glory to our county." Count Lark was a magic enthusiast, always trying to sponsor promising youths from his land. "Nice to meet you, young man." The village chief saluted him with a polite bow, expecting the other to offer him his hand or at least reply to the bow. Ricker instead kept looking around, his eyes filled with contempt. "The pleasure is mine," he replied with a cold tone. "Ricker, where are your manners?" Count Lark rebuked him mildly. Sage Nana was a powerful and renowned magician in her youth. Feel free to ask her for advice. Her experience could prove invaluable to overcome any difficulty you may encounter during your studies. "I have no doubt about that, my lord." Ricker bowed this time, but to Count Lark. Nana had seen enough nobles in her life to recognize the type. A high and mighty young master, pampered enough to believe that only nobles could achieve greatness. The people of the village were having a hard time tolerating so much disrespect towards their elders, but for the Count's sake, they limited themselves to angry whispers. "Oh, oh, oh. You got yourself another spunky one, dear Lark. Nana laughed without any warmth. Ricker shuddered at such a lack of respect, the old bat calling the Count by his first name without honorifics. But he knew that Lark was a sucker for magicians, and judging from her attitude, he had granted the old bat the right to do so. He has every right to be proud, dear Nana. Next year he will turn 12 and apply for a Lighting Griffin's Academy scholarship. With a little luck, he will enroll just like you did back in the day. Ricker failed to repress his amazement, knitting his eyebrows at Nana. By the gods, how could such a commoner get admitted into the academy? He thought. She must have cheated her way in, no doubt. Really? Nana replied with exaggerated enthusiasm, why don't you ask him to show us what he is capable of? Count Lark gladly accepted. Per his request, a 1-meter-high stump with a head of lettuce on its top was quickly set up. Ricker had to stay at least 10 meters, 11 yards, away from it and knock it down. It was a very basic exercise for anyone who wanted to become a magician, often used to quickly get rid of unworthy candidates. Only those with a real talent for magic were able to use chore magic from such a range. For normal people, magic had a range of a meter or two. To learn something outside chore magic, one had to either enroll in a magic academy or buy very expensive books. Young man, do your best. Count Lark's voice was full of enthusiasm. Ricker had done that exercise countless times, but always alone. This time he was surrounded by commoners who clearly hoped to watch him fail and get the chance to ridicule him. Even worse, Count Lark was putting a lot of pressure on him. In Ricker's eyes this wasn't a simple test, but a matter of life and death. Feeling countless eyes on him, he lost his concentration while performing the hand signs and stuttered the magic word. Infiro. He produced a chestnut-big fireball that almost missed the lettuce. Yet with a small boom, the head of lettuce was knocked off. No one applauded except for Count Lark. More than one, that's it, could be heard among the crowd. Nana walked slowly to the vegetable, bringing it back for the Count to examine. He messed up a few key hand signs, stuttered the magic word, and missed the lettuce entirely. It only got knocked off because of the explosion. Nana remarked coldly. I would not keep my hopes up, Lark. When I was his age, I was able to actually hit my target without performing signs nor using magic words. They admitted me only because of my perfect silent magic. Nana's gray eyes were staring at Ricker in contempt. Well, he is still young, that's why I brought him to you. He has another full year to prepare for the exam. There is still time to fix the small mistakes. I was hoping you could mentor him. I would be glad to, I really would. But between the villagers and my disciple, I already have my hands full. I'm too old to take care of 2 youths, and my apprentice takes precedence. As you know, a mage's word is her bond. You have an apprentice? Count Lark was shocked no one had informed him about such a critical matter. Yes. She nodded, smiling in Ricker's face. He learned to read and write at the age of 3, and by that time he had already learned chore magic all by himself. Marvelous. Count Lark's excitement was a slap in Ricker's face. Yeah, he is also my disciple. Celia stepped forward, adding fuel to the fire. She and Nana politely detested each other. Yet between her and a stuck-up obnoxious brat, Celia would always choose the devil she knew. He has hunted in the Tron woods from the age of 4. Even if he can only hunt blinkers and critters, he would never miss a moving target, let alone some deadweight lettuce. She then whispered to the Count's ear, he is actually the you-know-who that provided the you-know-what. Fantastic. Excellent. When can I meet him? His monocle jumped out of his eye orbit from happiness. Ricker was on the verge of exploding with anger. Can't he see they are just leading him by the nose? How can someone with such a high social status like the Count trust even one word from these commoners? Lying and cheating is in their nature. They are just trash, trying to drag us to their level to make themselves feel better about their pathetic lives. If that old bat is a mage, then I am the crown prince. Why do I have to bear listening to her nonsense? And how come even a gut-stinking hunter can freely speak to a count? This evening could not turn any worse. How the heck did I manage to let my father convince me to come to this pigsty? Here he is. Broman shouted triumphantly, forcefully dragging Lith by his arm. Lith had no idea what was happening. He was with his family, nibbling at a caramelized apple, when Broman appeared out of the blue, babbling about the village honor or something. Too many eyes were on him. Litha's intuition told him that something was wrong, so he decided to play it close to the vest. Count Lark, I'm honored to meet you. It didn't take a genius to understand that the overdressed beanpole with the monocle had to be the lord of the land. Lith greeted him, cupping his fist while giving the count a deep bow. He then proceeded to greet the village chief, Nana, and Celia, making his bow deep according to the respect they deserved. Lastly, he turned towards the ill-looking kid standing next to the count. He had to be around 10 years old and was 1.4 meters, 4 feet 8 inches, tall. He was wearing a silk white shirt over high-end leather pants. His face was all red and sweaty like he had either run for his life or been bitten by a venomous snake. The situation made no sense to Lith, but since no one seemed worried about the kid's health, Lith did what he was supposed to. Greetings, honorable guest. I hope you enjoy your visit to our village. Lith cupped his fist again, giving Ricker a small bow. He had no idea who that kid was, and Ricker could not find the strength to introduce himself. The count seemed to have completely forgotten about his existence. Oh. Nana laughed. See, Lark. Manners. That's something so many youngsters lack nowadays. Lith kept looking around, waiting for someone to explain what was happening. Can I be of assistance? He asked. Ricker once again needed all his willpower to prevent himself from throwing a fit of rage. Is this guy their prodigy? A toothless bum? I should ask the count to whip them all to death for their blatant lies. Simply outrageous. Yes, Lith. Celia stepped in again. Count Lark loves magic in all its kinds and forms. I was just telling him about how you kill blinkers without ruining even a feather. Would you mind showing him? She took out a wooden stick, holding it up for the count and everyone else to see. Lith sighed with relief. All this fuss for chore magic. They almost gave me a heart attack. If it's just to entertain some bored nobles, why not? If the village thrives, so will my family. Breza. After twirling twice his middle and medium fingers, a small vortex enveloped the stick. At first glance, it was just like the ones every housewife used daily to clean their houses. Looking at it closely, however, one could notice that it was actually two different vortexes, one spinning clockwise and the other counterclockwise. This way the spell applied a huge strain to the stick in the point where the two vortexes connected, causing it to break almost instantly. Lith had invented it after Celia had started bothering him too much about how he killed the blinkers. He could not show her spirit magic, so he came up with this trick. Ricker wanted to rebut, saying that Lith was standing barely a meter, 1.1 yards, away from the stick, but even he knew how hard it was to use two different spells at the same time. He also knew that such an objection would be met by the old bat requesting him to do the same. And he had no idea how to. Nana waved her hand, and a villager put another head of lettuce on the stump. Lith, be a dear and knock that out, please. Lith was getting more and more confused. The count now had stars in his eyes, looking at him like some mythical beast had descended from the heavens, while the noble kid was as pale as a ghost. What the heck is going on here? Why is the count so engrossed by cheap magic? And why is it that no one cares about that sickly kid? Whatever he has, is getting worse. Lith shrugged before flicking his middle finger while saying, Joran. An ice dart hit the lettuce dead center, making it roll a few meters away. Without using hand signs. The count gasped, his voice so faint that Lith could not hear him. One last thing, dear Lith. If you manage to indulge this poor old lady, I will treat you and all your family for free until you start your apprenticeship. Are you willing to humor me one last time? Lith had no need to think before accepting. Despite his best efforts, Tista still needed constant care. From time to time they still had to seek Nana for help, and it wasn't cheap. Nana smiled, full of confidence enough for both of them. "Bro man, toss one of those as high as you can." Bro man threw a head of lettuce with a lob shot, sending it about 3 meters high. When it reached its peak, Nana made a simple gesture, cutting the air horizontally with her extended hand and fingers, conjuring 10 ice darts. 5 struck its left side and 5 on the right side. When the head of lettuce started to fall, Nana cut the air again, this time vertically, splitting it evenly into 4 parts. Then she simply opened her palm toward the sky, conjuring 4 small vortexes that brought down the 4 pieces slowly. Damn! Not only is Nana's mana flow still superior to mine, but her skill level is above and beyond my expectations. I could probably achieve the same result, but I'd need both hands and something more than just a casual wave of the hand. Now I understand why everyone in the village holds her in such high regard. She is likely to be the reason why the village of Lucia is so peaceful. If she can do so much with simple chore magic, I can't imagine what she can do with a real spell. Lith thought. Now is your turn. Bro man. Another head of lettuce, another lob shot. Lith knew it wasn't a contest, he wasn't supposed to perform as good as Nana. Until Lith could get a clear picture of how much talent was considered good, how much to be considered a genius level, and how much for the "burn that monster" label, he had to play it safe. When the shot reached its peak, Lith made hand signs with both hands shouting, "Joran," conjuring 4 ice darts, 2 per side. When the lettuce started to fall, he used Breza to cut it unevenly in half, using Breza again to summon 2 vortexes to bring the pieces down. Once again, they were rotating in opposite directions. The slowly spinning lettuce highlighted the phenomenon. In for a penny, in for a pound. They already know I can do it. If I have to entertain the count, I might as well do it with a little swag. Lith thought. The crowd exploded into applause, soon joined by an ecstatic Count Lark who still could not believe his own eyes. Nana sent Lith away to his parents, reassuring him that she would keep her side of the bargain, before speaking to Ricker Trahan again. And that, young man, is what real talent for magic looks like. Ricker could not hear her, though. Back when Nana had shown her skill, he had fainted standing up. His mind could not accept that all the certainties he had grown up with, had proven to be nothing more than convenient lies. After the end of the spring festival, nothing major happened, and Litha's life returned to his usual routine. Solus proved to be of invaluable help for Litha's magical training. Despite having lost all of her past knowledge and being quite naive in the ways of life, she was by far the brighter of the two. Solus was not limited to the human's 5 senses, but actually had 12. Solus was certain that by regaining her powers she would be able to awaken even more. Solus' sense of mana helped Lith to better understand the laws of magic that determined innate talent, the mana capacity. Her mana sense was similar to Litha's life vision, only more precise and accurate. Solus could actually see the mana flowing from blades of grass and even pebbles. When looking at someone, she was immediately able to grasp their magic talent. Even more important, she was able to use her mana sense on Litha's memories. According to Solus, all the information needed to use mana sense was also contained in the visible spectrum, but humans lacked the means to interpret them. When you were on Earth, you had no mana core. Your native world had no mana at all. The same thing happened on the alien spaceship. But when you were born here, you started with a very small blood-red mana core. By absorbing and processing the world energy with your breathing technique, you managed to develop it from red to orange. For years of unrelenting practice just to promote it to the next rank. Lith was quite depressed by the news. Not quite. Your mana core also keeps changing and developing as you grow up, and this happens to everyone else too. At the moment of your birth, Tista's mana core was already field poppy red, and turned brighter every year. Right now it's light orange, and it would not surprise me if after her final growth spurt it turned yellow, or even green. She seems to be fairly talented in magic. Solus said. And where does that leave me? Lith kept feeling worse about himself. Am I really a complete failure in everything? Looks, talent, can't I do one thing right? Lith thought. Stop moping around and listen to me. You keep forgetting that you are 2 years younger and I have no idea if males and females develop their mana cores at different rates. Also, the constant use of accumulation makes it hard for me to understand how good your base talent is. After every cycle of expansion and compression, your mana core would turn one shade brighter. Every time you expel impurities from your mana core, it skips to the next level. Right now, it's deep green. Solus said. Is it just me, or does the mana core strength seem to be somehow related to the light spectrum? Lith pondered. A prism can break down white light in its basic components: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple. Agreed. Solus' mind nodded. But it could also somehow be related to fire. Flames follow the same principle. A yellow star is colder than a green one and so on. Our real question is the final step for a mana core to turn purple or white? Lith shook his head. I'm starting to get a splitting headache. We'll face this as I did for college back on Earth, one exam session at a time. Even back then, if I started to think about all the exams that I had to pass to get my degree, only to start right back for my master's, I would fall into a deep depression. The memory made him shudder. Let's focus on the present. I'm deep green, what about Nana? She is the only person with a light cyan mana core. To be born with such a talent, she is really impressive. Is there anyone else talented in the village? Lith had to be aware of the possible competition. No. The ill kid Count Lark brought along had a bright yellow mana core, but I don't think he lives close by. Lith sighed, all that information was quite overwhelming for him. For so many years he had deluded himself into thinking that he was special, stronger than anyone else. Now he felt like the proverbial frog in the well, finally discovering the vastness of the sea. Enough moping around, let's roll up our sleeves and work hard. Nothing that's worth having comes easy. Lith and Solus kept practicing together for the whole year, growing closer and closer like fraternal twins. Litha's birthday was in the fall, but all major activities in the village would be suspended until the next spring. Since Nana's offer was to replace the 2 years of public schooling with an apprenticeship, Lith had to wait until spring to begin his magical education. In late winter the weather cleared, and the trades between the village and the farmhouses became more and more frequent. Thanks to this, Nana was able to let Lith know the date she had set for the start of his apprenticeship. She had entrusted the message to one of his neighbors that had come to her to heal a nasty wound suffered while repairing the roof. When the day came, Lith woke up early, determined to keep his routine of cleaning both his house and Celia's before going to the village. The huntress had done so much for him that Lith considered her as an aunt. A stingy, nagging aunt who would make rip-off deals, but an aunt nonetheless. That morning the house was in turmoil. All his loved ones were so excited at the idea of having a future mage in the family, that they could barely eat their breakfast. They would rather spend all their time and energy giving him unwanted and obvious advice. Don't be late. It's better to be a little early rather than to show up late. Raz said. Be obedient and respectful. Nana is giving you a great chance. Alina said. The reason everyone was so on edge was that they considered the first day to be of vital importance and Lith had to go to the village alone. The house was in dire need of repairs. With Orpal gone, they needed all hands on deck to take care of the fields and animals. Lith didn't mind it at all, it was just a 30-minute walk that he had done countless times. Raz and Alina, though, felt like they were abandoning their child in his hour of need. Lith rushed out of his house, to escape from their barrage of worries. He was very calm about the apprenticeship. It wasn't his first rodeo. Yet they had managed to make him nervous like a teenager waiting for his first date. After finishing the chores at Celia's house and collecting his usual payment, Lith restlessly looked at the sun. Damn it, it's still barely dawn. Here I was, shuddering in fear. I still have a lot of time. Lith walked briskly toward the village hoping that, by the time he arrived, Nana would at least already be awake. Arriving so early to give her the wake-up call would have been quite embarrassing. When he had made it about halfway down the road, Lith noticed something odd. There was a horseman standing on the side of the road. It was already unusual finding a stranger so early in the morning, but what really alarmed him was that the man wasn't moving. Whoever he was clearly on patrol. As soon as the horseman noticed Lith, he took out a silvery whistle from under his shirt and blew into it, emitting a high-pitched noise. Lith kept moving forward, but slowly, ready to react at any moment. Soon the scout was joined by 4 other horsemen, and they started trotting toward Lith in an arrowhead formation. Lith stopped moving. He had many spells at the ready. "Kid, are you Lith? Son of Raz and Alina?" said the horseman on point. He was a middle-aged man, with brown hair and eyes. He had a perfectly trimmed mustache, and everything from his straight posture to his commanding tone identified him as a military commander of some sort. Lith looked carefully and noticed that all the horsemen had the same vibe, marching perfectly aligned. Yet they were wearing casual clothes. White shirts over leather hunting pants. Isn't it a little early to go out without the matching leather jacket? Lith thought. Unless they need to avoid showing any household insignia. "Who are you, mister? My mother always tells me that I am not supposed to talk to strangers." Lith decided to stall for time while he and Solus checked their surroundings for lookouts or possible reinforcements still in hiding. "I perceive only 5 human males with above-average physical strength and deep red mana cores," Solus reported. It was the same thing Lith had determined using life vision, but 4 eyes were better than 2. "I ask the questions, kid. Are you the Lith that is supposed to start his apprenticeship today?" Lith grimaced. "Whoever sent this hired muscle, knows way too much about me." Lith thought. "I am." Lith retorted fiercely. "And it's none of your business. I'm here to give you a bit of friendly advice, son. Today you are feeling very ill, and it's best for you to go back home and stay in bed all day." Lith's anger started to grow and he didn't care about hiding it. "I'm feeling perfectly fine, thank you. Now scram." The 5 men lowered their hands to their weapons hanging from their belts, the reins held tightly ready to charge. "Last chance, kid. Turn back now. I know you have such a pretty house and such a beautiful mom. Not to mention 2 gorgeous sisters ripe for the taking. It would be really sad if something bad happened to them." Lith released such a powerful killing intent aura that the horses took a step back. His mana and hatred seeded together generating the equivalent of an aura of fear. The hair on the back of the rider's neck suddenly stood up. "I wanted to play this nice and slow, but I just changed my mind." With a sweep of his right hand, 5 wind blades struck the horse's legs, making them whine in pain and collapse on their sides. "Now you cannot retreat anymore." The man with the mustache and his right-hand man managed to dismount with a roll, avoiding getting crushed by the falling horse. The other 3 weren't so skilled. "Kill him. Go. 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 Kneel." Lith's voice was cold, his words fell on the 2 men like boulders, making them instantly fall on their knees. Lith's spirit magic was stronger than ever, and he wasn't holding back even one bit. "What the heck? Sarge, I can't get up," screamed the right-hand man struggling on the ground. "I never allowed you to talk or to look at me. I said kneel." Another wave, even stronger than the previous one, pushed their heads toward the ground. Despite dropping their weapons to absorb the impact with their hands, they still hit the ground so hard that they started to bleed. "Much better. Now let me dispose of the garbage before resuming our talk." Lith walked over to the closest horseman. He was still under his horse, his leg was stuck and broken, making him scream and wince in pain. With a wave of his hand, Lith turned his head 180 degrees. The rider's neck snapped like a dry log tossed into the fire. "Stay away! Stay away from me, monster!" screamed the next in line, crying in desperation. "Am I a monster? Was it not you who was ready to burn a house full of innocents, to our *P a barely 8-year-old child?" Without waiting for his reply, Lith clenched his fist, distorting the man's head before making it implode like a walnut. "Please, please. It's not my fault. Have mercy. I was just following orders," said a blonde, handsome youth trying to free his trapped leg. "Just following orders. I could lecture you about the many atrocities that men like you did with such an excuse. But you see, I'm just the same. I'm just following orders too. Mine to be precise." A firebolt struck both horse and rider, turning them into a pyre that screamed in agony. Lith returned to the kneeling men. They were still struggling to escape his control, their faces pale as ghosts, gritting their teeth while exerting every ounce of their strength. "I'm sorry," Lith said with a cherubic smile while letting them raise their heads. "But my puppet master spell isn't so simple. It takes more than a touch of strength and a spoonful of wishful thinking to escape from it." The two men wanted to beg for mercy, but their mouths refused to open. It was like their teeth were fused to each other. "Now, I have good news and bad news. The bad news is that I don't need both of you. Between the pack leader and a lackey, the choice is obvious. The good news is that I allow you to speak. Any last words?" "Please, don't. I just married, I needed the prize money from my lord. My wife is expecting a child. I could not afford to lose my position." Lith emitted a cruel, joyless laugh. "We'll have to agree to disagree. You say wife, yet all I can hear is a widow." Lith put his left hand on the man's head, turning it into a block of ice. It fell to the ground, shattering into countless shards of bone, skin, and brain matter. The man with the mustache started to puke uncontrollably, but his mouth was still shut tight. Some barf managed to escape from his nose, the rest he was forced to gulp down over and over, to avoid choking. Lith raised his right hand, making the man with the mustache float in mid-air upside down, so that he could look him straight in the eyes. "Now, you have only two choices. You can tell me what I want and die without suffering too much. Or you can keep resisting, suffering through unimaginable pain and agony before telling me what I want to know. You have free will after all." At those words the man steeled his resolve, recovering the courage worthy of a soldier that had looked death in the eyes many times on the battlefield. When Lith allowed him to speak, he wasn't afraid anymore. "I am a knight, my honor lies with my lord. I will never betray his trust, you filthy mongrel. Oh my, you're so helpful. Thanks to your friend there, I already knew there is a lord behind the ambush. But I thought you were just mercenaries. Are you telling me you are actual knights? Maybe his personal guard?" Realizing his mistake, the knight bit his tongue, literally, trying to die before letting anything else slip out of his mouth. "Tisk, tsk. Not so fast." Lith froze him in place again, forcing the knight's teeth away from his tongue before healing it with light magic. "You are way dumber than you look." Lith never stopped smiling, talking to him with the calm and collected manner that a mother would use with a small child. "I'll spell it out for you. Not even death can save you from me. I can take you apart, piece by piece, and then put you back together, like the flesh puppet you are." Litha's eyes lost any trace of humanity, his voice exuded only hatred and rage. "Yet if it's pain that you want, I can give you plenty." Lith clenched his fist, and suddenly the knight felt his nether regions squeezed and crushed, like they were in a vice. The knight's eyes filled with tears, his mouth was only able to emit gargling sounds. Lith would open his hand from time to time, giving the knight some rest, before twisting and turning his hand again, making spirit magic do the same to the knight's gonads. "Are you ready to talk?" The knight was still in so much pain he could barely understand Litha's words. "No. Not a problem, I just wanted to test my new and improved plague arrow. After a bolt of darkness hit the knight in his chest, Lith released him from the puppet master spell, letting him sprawl on the ground. 1. Before the knight could start looking for his weapon, he found himself shivering in cold, while his teeth rattled uncontrollably. 2. He curled up in a fetal position, hugging himself and trying to find some precious warmth. 3. Suddenly the cold was gone, the knight started sweating bullets. He felt terribly hot, like when he had been forced to stay on guard for hours under the scorching summer sun. 4. 5. He felt like he was suffocating, so he tore away his shirt, gasping for air. The knight's throat was so parched that he started gulping down handfuls of snow, thanking the gods for its fresh relief. 6. 7. Then it was like his blood had started flowing in reverse, all his body was coursing with pain. The whole world had become the knight's enemy. The ground hurt his skin, the snow was like sandpaper in his throat, the light felt like it was piercing his eyes. There was no safe position he could find, he could only switch from one torture to another. 8. 9. The knight's veins were full of poison, his own saliva tasted like acid. The knight started to puke uncontrollably until nothing but bile remained inside his intestines. And 10. Ready to talk now? Lith dispelled the plague arrow using light magic. Please, no more. No more. If you waste any more hours you'll play right into their hands. The knight was barely alive, but at least he had a sliver of hope. By enduring all that torture he now had a bargaining chip. Hours? Lith laughed. I killed your soldiers in 3 minutes? Barely another minute has passed since you told me about your knighthood. Even rounding that up, it makes 5 minutes at worst. What hours are you talking about? The knight was shocked, that couldn't be right. He looked at the sun, searching for proof to expose the lie for the cruel joke that it had to be. Yet the sun was still rising over the horizon. Gods have mercy, how can all that pain and misery last a minute? It seemed hours long. You really are stupid. Lith paralyzed him again. It's a minute from the moment you tried to bite your tongue off. The plague arrow lasted barely 10 seconds. Didn't you hear me counting out loud? It seems that the plague arrow distorted his sense of time. Solus was studying the specimen's body reaction to the new spell. His lack of mana must have allowed the dark energy to reach his brain, altering his perceptions. Lith was on cloud 9, it was all too perfect. I'll only ask you once more. Are you ready to talk? The knight's mind broke down, forgetting all about his vows and his honor. All he wanted was the pain to stop. Even death seemed alluring in comparison. So, he told Lith everything. About how after being humiliated during the spring festival, Ricker Trahan had reconsidered Nana's worth. He had understood how lacking his preparations were, and he had become determined to be Nana's only apprentice. After taking the matter to his father, Baronet Trahan had explained to his stupid son the enormity of his mistake. Nana held a huge grudge against nobles, and since they had started off in the worst possible way, begging or bribing her would be useless. The only option available was to remove the competitor from the picture, hoping that Nana would be willing to replace one pupil with another who was more reliable. The reason they ambushed Lith was the same reason that prevented Baronet Trahan from coercing Nana to do his bidding. He could not afford to make her angry, otherwise the whole Trahan household would be wiped out. Despite how Nana's fallen status in the Mage Association had stripped her of most of her privileges and authority, she was still a member nonetheless. In the county of Lustria, she held authority equal if not superior to that of Count Lark himself, and that meant that she was free to execute lesser nobles like them on a whim. Nana would not even need to justify herself for such an action, just explain her reasons to the association by writing a letter. A mere formality. That was why Baronet Trahan had sent his personal guard on an undercover mission. He had stressed countless times the importance of not creating a fuss. Nana should never come to suspect anything. Their orders were to make Lith give up on his apprenticeship by intimidating and threatening him. If none of the above worked, their job was to make him disappear without leaving any trace. During the spring festival, Nana told me that powerful magicians are like nobles, but I never expected that she was actually such a terrifying existence. Seems like my choice of becoming a mage has far greater ramifications than I had imagined. Status of a noble, even a frigging mage association. All this stuff is giving me a headache. Now, what to do with this dirtbag? It was a rhetorical question, but Solus replied anyway. Disposing of the bodies would backfire on us. If we want to make this baronet pay, we need the bodies and some proof that links him to the ambush. My thoughts exactly. Lith Mind nodded. Last question. Where are the leather jackets with the Verhen family crest? We left them at home. We could not allow anyone to notice us, it would mean implicating the baronet. The knight was terrified. Litha's eyes were turning black, glowing with dark energy. Wait. The whistles. We brought along the silver hunting whistles the baronet gifted us when we swore our allegiance to him. They bear his family crest too. Thanks, a deal is a deal. Lith double-tapped the knight's head with ice arrows, killing him painlessly. He then collected all the whistles from the dead bodies, taking care to erase the traces of his spirit magic. Those twisted necks and imploded heads could raise way too many questions. Let's cover our traces. I simply need to cut off the former and freeze the latter. After that, Lith used air fusion to rush toward the village. Being forced to wake up Nana was now the last of his worries, he wanted revenge. Air fusion allowed him to reach a speed of 60 km per hour, 37 miles per hour, so he arrived in less than 2 minutes, but once at the village's outskirts he had to cancel the spell. I can't allow anyone to see the fastest kid alive. Damn, I want those books so bad. I need to know if spirit and fusion magic are public knowledge or if they are still unknown. I can't risk exposing my aces in the hole unless it's a matter of life and death. Lith kept running until he could spot Nana's house in the distance. When he saw a luxurious stagecoach right in front of her door, he pushed the pedal to the metal. Lady Neria, I beg of you, be reasonable. Consider the bigger picture. Lith could not hear from that distance, and even if he could, he was too focused on closing in to pay any attention. Solus had no such problems. In the last year, she had not acquired any new abilities, but her senses had become much keener. A farm boy has so many things to take care of. Magic is a strict mistress that demands time and resources, all things that my dear son can provide aplenty. I'm sorry, dear baronet. Nana's voice was polite but devoid of any warmth. Her hands were clutching her cane so hard they turned white. A mage's word is her bond. I'll wait for Lith all day, if necessary. In my opinion, raw talent and a sincere disposition are much more important foundations for a mage. Things that your son is clearly lacking. Or do we want to pretend that his rude words and acts during the spring festival never happened? I may be old, but my memory has yet to fail me. Ricker Verhen was pale as a ghost. So far, his father's plan didn't seem to work. They had spent the last half hour in a one-sided negotiation. If everything failed and Ricker didn't manage to enroll in the Lightning Griffin Academy because of his rude behavior, he knew that his father would skin him alive. Baronet Verhen had invested countless resources to give his son all the books and teachers he could afford. The idea of all that money and effort, wasted because of Ricker's foolishness while dealing with the best mage in the county, was enough for the baronet to disown Ricker. Now let's not be so hasty, Lady Neria. It's normal to make mistakes when we are young. The important thing is to learn from them and never repeat them. I know that Ricker has quite a temper, and I apologize for his behavior. I can assure you he is terribly sorry for what he did. Ricker had never felt so humiliated. They kept talking about him like he was not there. Also please, consider that punctuality and reliability are very important when walking the path of magic. Yet I do not see this Lith anywhere nearby, whereas my son is right here. Don't you think that maybe a farm boy cannot understand the privilege you are granting him? Life in the wild is very hard on the young. I honestly fear that his parents did not have the opportunity or the time to impart to him a proper education. I can understand your position, you gave him your word and knew him for so long. But I can't stand the idea of such an opportunity wasted on someone that cannot give you the respect you deserve. Also, I can guarantee you that if you take Ricker as your disciple, I will reward you handsomely. In case he gets admitted to the Lightning Griffin Academy, we will never forget your help and generosity. I am ready to commit as of now that if my son reaches the greatness he deserves, he will do anything in his power to clear your name. What do you say? Nana snorted. I would like to say many things, but it doesn't seem to be necessary. The reason you don't see him is that you are looking in the wrong direction. Lith is the panting little imp right behind you. At those words, father and son turned around just in time to see Lith rush past them, only stopping when he was standing in front of Nana. Only when he stood by her side did Nana see that Litha's body was covered in cuts and bruises. Some were quite deep, but they had already been roughly treated with light magic. They were still bleeding, but Litha's life was in no danger. What in the God's name has happened to you? As far as I know, the roads to the village are safe. Nana did not miss the panic flashing in the expression of the two nobles in front of her. Lith was still bent over, hands on his knees, trying to catch his breath. Was it really necessary to inflict all those wounds on yourself before coming here? Solus asked, still worried about Lith. No pain, no gain. Lith responded telepathically. Coming out of a sink or swim fight unscathed, alone against 5 knights, would have been too suspicious. These wounds serve 2 purposes. First, to make Nana angry enough to do what must be done. Second and most important, to avoid any further investigation. If there's anything this mess proved, it's that too much attention is bad. The higher I get, the more dangers I will have to face. Right now, I have no backer. All that stands between my family and the baronet is Nana. I can't protect them all the time. It was a stroke of luck that they decided to only target me. In the future, I must be careful that I don't cross the wrong people, at least until I get enough power or backing. I don't care about magic or wealth if I don't have anyone to share them with. No one will ever be taken away from me. Never. The whole conversation with Solus lasted for barely a second. Still panting and wheezing, Lith told her about the ambush. When I was coming here, 5 horsemen tried to coerce me into giving up on my magic schooling. When I refused to submit, they tried to kill me. Thank the gods I managed to kill their leader before they got too close. With him dead, their formation fell in disarray and I managed to kill them before they killed me. Lith sniffled. He covered his eyes with his hand and pretended to be fighting back tears. Gods, I don't know how I managed to do it. It's all a blur. Nana performed a skillful series of hand signs before saying, Vinayar Lokat. A warm sphere of light magic enveloped Litha's body, healing all his injuries. That's enough, Lith. I can easily imagine the rest. Nana caressed his head, trying to comfort him. You did your best to treat your wounds before rushing here to warn me about this scum noble. She raised her cane, pointing it toward the baronet's face in an intimidating manner. Please, Lady Neria, don't rush to judgment, Enough with your fake sycophancy. Nana was bursting with rage. Do you want me to believe that all your talk about respect and punctuality and the attack on the boy's life happening today, at the same moment, is just a sheer coincidence? How stupid do you think I am? Baronet Trahan knelt down, his hands on the floor in submission. Please, Lady Neria, believe in my good faith. I know nothing about it. The kid is still scared and traumatized, maybe his memory about the assault is confused. Also, he doesn't have any proof. Don't make hasty decisions before considering all the facts. The sight of his father, kneeling to a commoner, shocked Ricker deeply. Yet he kept enough of his cool to remember what was at stake. He knelt too, begging for mercy. Good faith, my wrinkly ass. I have met enough nobles to understand how your kind thinks, and how cheaply you value a commoner's life. I think. Nana stopped talking. Lith was tugging her arm repeatedly. She knew he was smart enough to understand that she was fighting for him. Lith must have had excellent reasons for interrupting her like that. He was showing her 5 silver whistles, one of which had burnt marks. Nana took one and started examining it. She barely needed a second to recognize the Verhen family crest engraved on its top. "Well done, Lith," she whispered. "Even in the face of danger, never let your emotions cloud your judgment. That's the way of a true mage." She was kindly smiling at him, like a grandmother proud of her grandson's achievements. Then, while keeping her back to the Verhens, she quickly performed some complex hand signs before whispering Ekidu Roha. Nana's eyes briefly glowed black with dark energy. Ekidu was the root magic word for darkness magic, like Vinayar for light magic or Infiro for fire magic. She was casting a darkness spell. Lith couldn't wait to see its effects. At the same time, though, the way she used the spell threw him into confusion. Why take the trouble of performing hand signs and using words? Nana knows silent magic, I've seen her do it already. Couldn't she just do it silently in front of them? I can't believe she is using a complex spell that requires that much caution just for those weaklings. Nana turned around, poking both the father and son with her cane. She has just hit them with her spell. Solus notified Lith. Everything had happened in an instant, without releasing even a magic spark. If it wasn't for Solus's mana sense, Lith would have missed it entirely. Enough with this charade. Do you want proof? Is this proof enough? She shoved the silver whistle in front of the baronet's face, who turned red, then white, and finally green. Baronet Verhen had to use every ounce of self-control he had to stop himself from start puking out of panic. Now get out of my sight. If anything ever happens to my apprentice or his family, even if one of them breaks a fingernail, it's you who will pay the price. The two of them got back on their feet, running toward the stagecoach without saying a word. Lith was both shocked and disappointed by Nana's behavior. So much for her hatred toward nobles. Who would have thought that after everything she went through, she would still be so merciful? Nana went to the bakery, to talk to the coachman who was eating some pastries while waiting for his master. "Hey, kid," the man was actually in his mid-20s, around 177 meters. He had blonde hair and a kind, perfectly shaven face. "What's your name?" "Andy," he replied while nibbling at a cream puff. "Andy?" Nana raised an eyebrow. "Gods be my witnesses, it's a really strange name." Andy shrugged. "It's actually just a nickname. Better than my real name, though." Many people found Hasa Diga Ibowe too hard to pronounce. Nana was flabbergasted. "Anyhow, what do you need me for, Lady Nana? You seem like a nice man, so here is some friendly advice. Bring your master back home as fast as you can, then find yourself a new job." She winked. Andy dropped the cream puff like it was hot, deeply bowing to Nana before running to the stagecoach. Nana returned to her house, opening the door to let Lith go inside. And now what? He was barely repressing his disappointment. Do we wait for their next move? Nana laughed heartily. Their next move? They will drop dead before arriving at their pompous home. What do you think that darkness spell was for? I just wanted to avoid making a fuss in front of the whole village. Lith suddenly felt very stupid. Well played. This will teach them a lesson. He could finally sigh with relief. Far from it. Nana said with an ice-cold tone. She went into her private quarters, quickly followed by Lith. Nana's house was really similar to Lith's, but the dining room was smaller, and instead of 3 bedrooms there was just one. The other 2 rooms were occupied by a study room and an alchemic lab. She went into the study room and opened one of the desk's drawers with a key she wore around her neck. Nana then took out a wrapped cloth, revealing a silver amulet. It had a nut-big gemstone in its center, with arcane glyphs engraved all over. Lith didn't need life vision to know it was a magical item. This is a communication amulet. Every member of the Mage Association gets one. Now give me a minute to do a full report about Baronet Trahan's attempt on my disciple's life. They hate when some small-time noble messes with us. Before I put this back into the drawer, their whole bloodline will be wiped out. That will teach all those damn nobles a lesson. Lith deeply bowed to Nana, inwardly apologizing for doubting her character. Master, your disciple awaits your command. The report was indeed brief. Once activated, the amulet generated a small 3D hologram of a middle-aged bald man, sitting behind a clean and orderly desk. All Nana had to do was to introduce her disciple, say the name of the noble, and the mage on the other side had already started giving instructions. Nevertheless, Nana gave a short description of the facts, showing the silver whistles as proof. Lith could see from the man's expression that he could not care less about such minor details. He still took note of everything, even somehow scanning the whistles through the amulet. After everything was said and done, Nana gave Lith his first assignments. Start by reading The Basics of Magic. It's the book you tried to borrow 3 years ago. Lith nodded. Read it carefully. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. In case there is a client, wait for me to finish. If there's no emergency, I'll answer you, otherwise you will have to wait. You can use my study. When you have finished with the basics, I'll give you your first Tier 1 magic book. Lith ran back into the waiting room, fetching his prize. After sitting behind the desk, with the thick book in front of him, he could not avoid thinking back to all those years spent cramming during college. He was back to being a student, a familiar and reassuring feeling. Lith pushed emotionalism aside and opened the book, reading it from the author's foreword. My name is Lachra Silverwing. I am known as the wisest sorceress of the Griffin Kingdom, and also the only one of my generation to achieve the title of Magus. What the heck is a Magus? Isn't it just a synonym for mage? Lith paused for a second, taking a mental note to ask about the mage hierarchy. I want to dedicate this book to all my female readers, in the hope that they can make good use of it and unleash their superior potential. In a world scourged by wars waged by men, it's of the utmost importance for us women to keep our leading position in the magical field. Let our calm minds soothe the savage fury that dwells in their hearts. What the actual fuck? Lith cursed, jumping off the chair. He ran straight to Nana, the book still in hand, in dire need of explanations. Sorry to be the one to break it to you, but it's the truth. Nana chuckled. Like men are stronger physically, women are more apt towards magic. It's the nature of things. Fuck me sideways. Lith inwardly screamed, amongst soulless giggles. Does this mean that I start right off on a back foot? Was what he actually said. Yes, little imp. Be it the Griffin Kingdom, the Gorgon's Empire, or the Blood Sand Desert tribes, usually women hold most of the key roles in the various mage associations. Even I never expected to have a male disciple. Back when I attended the Magic Academy, 70% of the students were female. I don't think things have changed much. If you aim for the top spots, they'll be your fiercest competition. Great. Lith felt dejected. He wasn't the kind of man to discriminate, he despised humans regardless of their gender. What dispirited him was the idea of once again being on the losing side of life. Not rich, not talented, not handsome. I even managed to be of the fairer magical sex. Just splendid. He thought. There. Nana patted his head. Don't be depressed. History is full of very powerful male mages. It's the talent that matters the most, not the gender. One day you could even become a magus. Oh, yeah. I almost forgot that was my second question. What's a magus? The magic community is like a separate society, and just like any society, it has a clear hierarchy. First, there are normal people. Anyone is capable of using chore magic, but their range barely reaches 2 meters and they are incapable of executing any complex task. They are not even considered people. Most mages refer to them as if they are cattle. Then comes those like you, that can use all 6 elements and can perform complex tasks with magic, but lack proper magical education. They are referred to as magico, males, or magica, female, and are the real grassroots of the magical community, from which mages can expect a magically talented offspring. Even if it's considered uncommon, a magica can sometimes be accepted by a magic academy and become a full-fledged magician, like happened to me. A magico usually becomes a medicine man in a village or city, depending on his talent. A magico becoming a magician is even more uncommon, but far from rare. Terms like mage, witch, sorceress, and warlock are all just different words that identify someone that managed to enroll in a magic academy and complete the 5 years course necessary to be recognized as a true member of the magic community. At that point, one just has to follow his ambitions. You can become the personal mage of a noble, if you enjoy life at court. Others choose to devote their whole life to studying magic or creating specific artifacts. As long as you don't do anything to contribute actively to the development of the kingdom or the mage association, you'll always remain just a mage no matter how powerful you are or what you accomplish with your experiments. Remember, no mage can be forced to share their spells or discoveries in the magic field. Not even the king himself can openly violate this rule. But what you keep for yourself has no worth for society, hence it gives you no merits. Only by sharing your knowledge or by using it to perform tasks from which the kingdom or the magic association receive great benefit, can you be elevated to the status of archmage. They are for the mages what dukes and marquises are for the nobles. And finally, there is the magus. A magus is someone whose power is equal only to his outstanding merits toward the community and the knowledge he shared with the magical association. A magus usually ensures that those who come after him have a deeper understanding of magic, and the means to achieve better foundations than their predecessors. A magus is a king to mages and a god to men. Very rarely has there been more than one. Whenever any country has 2 or more magi, it's considered to be in its golden age and everything becomes possible. Lith was far from impressed. Basically, it's just a fancy title that some old fogey forces on you after milking you dry. I don't know if in the process of becoming a magus I would just feel sad or simply lose all my self-respect. You insolent whelp. Nana was outraged by such disrespect. Without magi like Lakra and their legacies, people like me would never get the chance to pass the entrance exam of any academy, no matter how small or insignificant. It would remain a privilege for those with an outstanding talent, or that come from noble or magic families. Simply by writing that book, she willingly sacrificed a great advantage she had over all the rest of her peers. Lith shook his head. I see it differently, master. In my opinion, you do have an outstanding talent. If in the past even those gifted like you wouldn't be accepted, in the long term this would have led the magical community to dwindle, if not to completely disappear. Being born in a wealthy or talented family only gives you more resources and schooling, but the talent is decided at birth. Hence Lakra must have written that book not out of the goodness of her heart, but to correct a dangerous flaw in the magical community. It's true that magic allows to beat quantity with quality, but with the old system, the number of mages would be insignificant. Without people like you, maybe even like me, there wouldn't be enough new blood, and magic would sooner or later disappear. This is the reason why I can't see her book as a gift. She needed us, and badly. Nana opened her mouth to rebuke Lith, but stopped halfway. She pondered a while before speaking again. Damn it, Lith, whatever your mother fed you as a baby, I wish I had it too when I was your age. I never looked at it from this perspective, yet I can already sense enough truth behind your words to not dismiss them as children's babble. She sighed deeply with regret. I wish I was so thoughtful back in my days. I would have avoided so many stupid mistakes. Yeah, sure. Lith thought. An over 30-year-old man that comes from Earth and is not able to see that much would be a complete idiot. Scholarships here or on Earth are the same. Either a way for the rich to get rid of some of their sense of guilt for being filthy rich, or the manifestation of their fears. The fear of not having a doctor, a lawyer, or any professional help when they need it. If just having an offspring would suffice for their needs, they would have closed the schools centuries ago. The door of Nana's waiting room opened, the first client of the day had arrived. Time to make some money. Do you have any other questions from the forward? She tried being sarcastic, but was still dwelling on Litha's words, so she lacked the proper tone. Only one. I may need to take notes. Is there anything I could use to write? But of course. After confirming that the woman and child that just entered the waiting room simply needed a medical check, Nana politely asked them to wait for a minute or two. Nana and Lith went back to her study room, where she gave him a big, thick book with a red hardcover. Its pages were completely blank. This will be your first grimoire. Treasure it dearly. Paper is rare and expensive by nature. It's sold by weight, and it's more precious than silver. Lith was stunned by such news. The book was 27 centimeters, 10.7 inches, long, 17 centimeters, 6.7 inches, large and 3 centimeters, 1.2 inches, thick. It was huge. Lith stuttered for the second time in his new life. I don't know what to say. I can't believe you would do such a thing for me. It must have cost you a fortune. I'm deeply moved. A tear appeared in the corner of his eyes. Nana laughed heartily. Oh. So wise yet so naive. You bet I wouldn't. Money doesn't grow on trees. If it were for me, a few pages would have sufficed, little imp. The warmth in his heart died as quickly as it had appeared. Then who do I have to thank for it? Count Lark, who else? That noble is a magic enthusiast. He sent it to me as soon as he was informed of your apprenticeship. Now more studying and less flapping your gums. You are here to learn magic, not to chat. Nana left in a hurry, hoping to avoid her waiting room getting clogged up with patients. Lith sat back behind the desk and resumed reading. Most of the contents of Lockra's book were old news to him. He had discovered them by himself through countless trial and error experiments. He could only sigh in regret. If only I had this book as soon as I was reborn. I wonder how powerful I would be today. Whenever Lith would find something noteworthy, he would write it down in his grimoire. Lith could not trust his bad handwriting, so he dipped his finger into the inkwell and then used water magic to spread the ink on the page before drying it. The result was a whole page written with outstanding calligraphy, even copying illustrations when necessary, in perfect English. All in just a second. Ah, Lith inwardly laughed. I don't need a secret code. I am the only one that speaks English in this world. My secrets are safe with my grimoire. They would be safe either way. Don't forget my pocket dimension. Solus chimed in. One more layer of protection never hurts. There is no such thing as too careful. Lith found the sections about fire, water, air, and earth quite bland. He already knew almost everything written in the book, but he read every word carefully. Nana allowed him to read only until lunchtime. After that, he was forced to go back home and resume his previous routine, switching the hunting time from morning to afternoon. It took him 3 days to get to the juicy part. Lith was aware that, being a self-taught, light and darkness magic were his weakest subjects. They were the only two elements that didn't exist on Earth, after all. He spent a whole week on the light and darkness section, taking countless notes and finally understanding how shallow and rough his mastery over those elements was. Amazing, simply amazing. It never ceases to impress me how profound Lockra's understanding of light and darkness is. Her description of the mana flow in the patient's body is just peerless. I would have never thought of that on my own. Only now do I finally understand why she wrote about them in the same section. Light and darkness are not separate elements, but two sides of the same coin. Darkness is of paramount importance for healing diseases and congenital conditions. Once I have fully absorbed all this new knowledge, I might even be able to cure Tista for good. If I really manage to do that, I will rethink my views about being a Magus. Lith read that section again and again until he became certain he had not missed anything. His magic power hadn't increased much, but his comprehension about all the 6 elements was now on another level. Lith was sure he would be able to achieve even stronger foundations, also improving his spirit and fusion magic. But with his confidence, new doubts also arose. The more I learn the less it makes sense. How is it possible that with all this knowledge in her hands Nana didn't manage to cure Tista over the years? Why did she need both hand signs and a magic word to kill Baronet Trahan and his son? A finger snap should have sufficed. Lith wondered. Lith decided to postpone those questions until he had fully understood Lockra's book. Maybe he was missing some key elements, or maybe it wasn't as easy as it appeared. Nana was delighted to learn that he had finished the whole book in just a week, and immediately gave him his first Tier 1 magic spellbook. Let's see if you are good at practicing magic as you are with theory. Lith took the book from her hands, treating it like a precious gemstone that could easily break. He walked solemnly to his desk, opening the book full of anticipation. He would have never imagined being disappointed to such an extent. What in Heisenberg name is this? Is this how a spellbook is supposed to look like? By my core, what is this crap? Solus cursed for the first time in her life. Both Lith and Solus were too flabbergasted to make any further comment. So, they closed the book and reopened it again, discovering it was unchanged. They had expected it to be filled with instructions about how a mage should manipulate the mana flow in their body, how to better connect with the world energy to obtain spells whose power was incomparable to those they already knew. Instead, all they found was an odd mix of a spelling book and a hand signs instruction manual. Not to mention that they already knew all of those Tier 1 spells, just with different names that Lith had invented over time. Blasting Sphere is just a fireball, Piercing Ice is identical to my Frost Lance, if not worse. Lith went back to the foreword, noticing that this book had not been written by a Magus, and was just a collection of the most common spells. By reading the instructions for Blasting Sphere, Lith noticed how the author stressed out the importance of executing the hand signs in the proper order with precise movements. Even the magic word was split into syllables, to help the student learn the correct pronunciation and accent. After skimming through the whole book, Lith couldn't find any mention of how to perform them with silent magic. Becoming more and more confused, Lith went to Nana for advice. I'm sorry Lith, I had forgotten how frustrating and painful it is going from the simple and easy silent chore magic to the much more complex real magic. Only Tier 0 magic can be silently cast. All the superior tiers of magic require both hand signs and proper spelling of the magic word. Litha's head was spinning so fast he had to sit down for a moment. This makes no sense at all. He thought. I use silent magic with my ice spears and fireballs all the time. I wouldn't be alive otherwise. Then a sudden thought erupted in his mind. Maybe I am special, after all. Maybe I use a different kind of magic because I came from Earth. Maybe I am some sort of chosen one. Lith was both scared and flattered at the idea. None of the above. Solus's words abruptly doused his enthusiasm. Thanks for the vote of confidence. Much appreciated. What's your explanation then? Lith could feel Solus's mind spinning so fast that it was hard for him to follow her reasoning. If my hypothesis is correct, then you, like Lockra Silverwing and all the other past and present magi, are one of the few people in this world to actually use true magic. What do you mean with true magic? Lith thought. At this point, it's still too early to tell. Of course, if you are curious you can always look at my mind right now, but I don't know how helpful it would be. Lith merged his mind with Solus, discovering she wasn't exaggerating at all. Her mind was full of ifs and buts, constantly examining facts, revisiting memories, and making one speculation after the other before dismissing them. What can I do to help you? Lith asked. I need 2 things. First, all the books about the history of magic you can find. Second, we need to get out of here and do some experiments. I'll explain everything later. Lith went to Nana, asking her for help. Sure, I have a magic history book. But it's not such an interesting topic, so I only purchased one covering the last couple hundred years. Is that enough for you? Lith shook his head. Can you please contact Count Lark and ask him if I can borrow some more from him? You sure are an oddball. First you beg me to teach you magic. I never begged. It's you who offered to teach me and I accepted. Nana pretended to not have heard anything and continued. And now that you get an opportunity to practice real magic, you want to bury yourself in history books. After pondering about what you told me and what Magus Locke wrote, I understood that I need to understand the past to comprehend the present and plan for the future. Lith improvised, digging up an old family motto. Makes sense, sort of. Nana conceded. I'll contact Lark via the communication amulet and see what I can do. The Count has one too? Lith asked in surprise. It's not some sort of secret or anything. Nobles, merchants, soldiers, no matter your background, as long as you can afford the price, you can get yourself one. Lith thanked Nana before returning to the study room. The book was very detailed, recording both historical turning points and lore. Lith didn't know what they were looking for exactly, so he read carefully, skimming only the parts about conflicts between countries or magic associations. Instead, he focused on studying the life of influential mages, archmages, and magi. After spending a few hours researching the past, he had already found a recurring pattern in the rise of the magi. Some were recognized as geniuses at an early age. Most of them, however, had started being considered mediocre at best, never achieving noteworthy results until at some point when their talents simply skyrocketed. It usually happened between the mage's 30s and 40s year of age, well past their supposed prime and when the magical community had pretty much forgot about them. Of course, the author had no idea of what could have happened to cause such a drastic change, so he just presented the theories most popular at the time. Too bad that those paragraphs resembled more a work of fiction than history reports. According to some rumors, Magus Illista had married the god of magic in secret, while others claimed that she had found a mystical amulet from a lost civilization that was able to grant her unlimited mana. The same had allegedly happened to Magus Morgania and Frederick. An obscure start, followed by a sudden rise in power and glory, with no plausible explanation outside fairy tales and divine encounters. Could this be what Solus was looking for? Maybe what changed them wasn't some insane stroke of luck, but the discovery of the true magic Solus mentioned before. Lith was about to close the book, having ran out of magi, when Solus stopped him. Turn the page, please. Lith had no idea why, but did as instructed. By quickly reading through the page, he noticed it was about some conflicts in a faraway place, during which several low-ranked mages had died. Solus had him flipping every page until the book ended. It was already lunchtime, so Lith started walking back home. Did you find anything important? He asked. Yes, I think so. I just need us to perform some experiments to put my theory to the test. If I am right, once you experience the difference between fake and true magic, you'll be able to understand my reasoning. I hope that once you do, you can help me fill the holes I am unable to explain. Litha's mind and heart were in turmoil, the road seemed to stretch endlessly in front of him. Even when he sat around the table together with his family, he was unable to hide his unpleasant feelings. Damn it. Damn it all this **p. First my real origin, then spirit magic, fusion magic, and now this? How many secrets do I have to keep to protect myself from this world, to protect my family from me? Couldn't I just find a magical hammer or something, granting me godlike powers? Or maybe just be hand-picked by an ancient magician, to become the champion of order just by speaking one frigging word? Why does everything have to be so complicated? I really love my family, except for Tryon, but I can't be honest with them. At this rate, I will never have friends, a lover, or anything else. I will be forced to spend my life alone with my secrets. No. Not alone. Solas's voice resounded in his mind, full of kindness and affection. The tower core around Lith's neck pulsed, releasing gentle waves of mana that enveloped his body like a warm embrace. Lith's mood lightened a bit, allowing him to have a pleasant meal and conversation with his family, telling each other about their respective day's work. After doing the dishes, he was finally able to leave home and go to the Tron woods. Lith had his own special glade, deep in the woods. A place spacious enough to train his magical skills without endangering trees or wildlife, away from prying eyes. Lith and Solas double-checked their surroundings for intruders or magical beasts. Finding none, Lith could finally take out his grimoire from the pocket dimension and start memorizing the simplest Tier 1 spell he had found in Nana's book. We don't need something powerful or complex for our experiments. Only something to compare with your own spells. The faster you master it, the sooner we'll have our answers. Solas explained. The spell was Piercing Ice, a watered-down version of the Ice Spears spell that Lith used against huge opponents like the Re or the Boars. Its magic word was Jaruna Litu, with accents on the U for Jaruna and the I for Litu. The hand signs required to cast it started with the index fingers touching at the tips, before pulling them away, drawing a 7 in the air with the right index finger while the left finger had to execute a mirrored movement at the same time. After that, the left hand had to stop, while the right index finger had to rotate, drawing a full circle before pointing at the target. The expected result was conjuring and shooting a giant ice shard against an enemy. How can this thing be considered a simple spell? So much effort for so little return. At his first try, Lith managed to conjure some kind of giant fork that traveled forward for a couple of meters, 2.2 yards, before crashing on the ground. You did not aspirate the H, Solas remarked. Then it became a boomerang that almost chopped his head off. It's Litu, not Litu. After a series of non-life-threatening failures, Lith had to admit he wasn't able to learn both the pronunciation of the magic word and the hand signs at the same time. So, he had to sit down and recite the spell until he got it right. After that, he had to face his poor hand-eye coordination head-on. That's not a 7, more like a 1. Do the second line steeper. You are supposed to draw a circle, not an egg. Will you stop your left hand during the last movement, please? Otherwise we'll never see the end of it. Failure after failure, Solas kept nagging in Lith's mind, correcting the many mistakes he made during each attempt. If you are so good, why don't you do it yourself? Lith rebutted, bursting with frustration. Sorry, I do not have a body. Not to mention I cannot perform any spell unless A, you first know how to do it and B, you give me the permission for it. It was a long afternoon for Lith, full of cursing, sweating and casting, not necessarily in that order, before he finally managed to get Piercing Ice right. He kept repeating the spell until it became second nature to him. I can't believe I had to work so hard for the simplest spell. I barely have an hour before the sun sets. Hey, Solas, is it enough time, or do we wrap things up for today and go back home? It's more than enough. Tell me, how does it feel using magic that way? To be honest, it does not feel at all. I'm so focused on all that CR*P that I can barely breathe. Solas mentally nodded. Perfect. Now cast your Ice Spear spell, shooting only one spear. Lith was so tired that he needed to speak the magic word aloud. Joran. With a flick of his wrist, Lith conjured a slender, sharp ice javelin that struck the nearest tree faster and harder than the piercing ice. Now focus, how did you do it? Lith couldn't understand all those apparently stupid questions, but he trusted Solas enough to know she wasn't trying to just piss him off. Like usual. First, I mentally visualized the effect of my spell, things like the shape of the spear, the trajectory, etc. Then I used my mana core to generate enough mana to support my spell, taking into account the size of the spear I wanted to conjure and how strong I wanted it to strike. Finally, I projected my mana on the outside, mixing it with the world energy to have access to the water element, and voila. Order up. Okay, now use Piercing Ice, again. This time do it slowly, try to feel how your mana flows according to the spell. Lith needed a few tries before succeeding in the task Solus had assigned him. The result was astonishing. What the heck? As soon as I start with the hand signs, a portion of my mana leaves my body. And there is more. The magic word determines how my mana interacts with the world energy, in this case the water element, while also giving the spell its shape and size. Lith could tell that if Solus had a face, she would have had a smug grin from ear to ear. You are almost at the finishing line. Do piercing ice again, but try making the ice shard bigger. I can't. Lith was flabbergasted. If I try adding more mana the spell becomes unstable and dissipates. Solus asked him to try generating a second ice shard, then to make the single shard faster and finally to alter its trajectory right after it materialized. Lith's answer was always the same. I can't. The whole spell is set in stone. Once I learned the proper signs and pronunciation, I became nothing more than a mana source and a targeting system. My mana core and imagination play no part in this type of spell casting. Lith suddenly had an epiphany. And that's why you consider it fake magic. Calling it fake magic is a little extreme, but for simplicity's sake let's call it that. Lith could sense Solus brimming with pride. Now I can finally share my theory with you. First of all, I'd like you to think back about all the steps necessary for you to use true magic. Solus paused for a moment, giving Lith enough time to think. What's your point? My point is that what you so casually dismiss as usual is actually a really complex feat, much harder than fake magic. Sorry, I still can't follow you. Solus' mind snorted in frustration. True magic isn't as simple as you make it out to be. It requires you to be aware of your own mana core and to be able to generate the right amount of mana for each and every spell. Too much mana and it would backfire on you, too little and it would not succeed. It also requires you to be able to project your mana outwards, reaching out to the world energy by yourself. I doubt even Nana would be able to do that. Lith found that last part hard to believe. When you put it that way, sure, it's not an easy feat but is what everyone does with chore magic. What's the difference between true and chore magic? Why does no one else use it? The difference is in the amount of mana required. Chore magic needs little mana, so you can use it even without activating your mana core, while true magic may require great amounts of mana, according to what you are trying to accomplish. Seeing as Lith was struggling, Solus started to use a monotone, lecturing tone. Chore magic is the very foundation for magic, it teaches you everything you need except how to activate the mana core. Fake magic is like a crutch, a foolproof magic for dummies spellcasting method. You only need to learn a few words and gestures and as long as you have enough mana, it does everything by itself. My hypothesis is that chore and fake magic are taught in this order as a training course towards true magic. But only a few, like the Magi, understand that fake magic is not about finger movements and spell words, it's about perceiving the mana flow and learning how to control it. Your breathing exercises are a crutch as well, but a good one, since they helped you in accessing the mana core and made you aware of the mana flow. Fake magic, instead, is a bad one, since it makes its users too reliant on its power. Most fake magic users are so obsessed with details like hand signs and pronunciation, that they live their whole lives without noticing what lies beyond. Fake mages, especially those with great talent, become so complacent being able to do what no one else can, that they never stop for a moment to ask themselves why. It's kind of ironic. Lith was astonished. Everything made perfect sense. If you had all this figured out, why didn't you tell me? What are those holes in your theory you mentioned earlier? Solus was embarrassed, but she replied nonetheless. Because I can't answer some key points of my own theory. If I am right, why is fake magic the only one available for everyone? Why do true mages kill whoever tries spreading it to the whole world? Say what? Solus merged their minds, showing Lith all the things she had noticed reading the history book. How so many theorists and rising mages had all died in accidents or mysterious circumstances, often right after announcing to the magical community a groundbreaking discovery. Others, instead, would be dismissed as frauds, before going mad and disappearing. Lith could only laugh his heart out. Oh, my. Solus, you are so smart and yet so naive in the ways of mankind. The answer is really simple. Do you know why back on Earth we had traffic jams? Because everyone could get a car. Would you really let any madman or any naive fool get his hands on this kind of power? Fake magic is a means to control the masses, it's not the final test like you think. After one discovers true magic, the final test is demonstrating to be smart enough to silently join the club and reap the benefits. And if you don't like the club rules, the only way out is death. When they finished comparing notes about Solus's explanation for true magic, it was already late. Lith had to rush to get out of the woods before it became too dark. He wasn't afraid of nighttime predators, his mother Alina, though, was another story. If I come back too late, I'll get grounded for weeks. Darn it all, I hate curfews so much. He did not want to come back home empty-handed, so he took a couple of fat blinkers he had saved for moments like that out of his pocket dimension. The next day, Nana informed Lith that the Count had agreed to help and that some of his best books were on their way. Lith was forced to pretend to still be engrossed in Nana's history book, it was too big to finish in one go. He spent that day abridging all the Tier 1 spells into his grimoire, keeping only the name, hand signs, pronunciation instructions, and a short description for each spell. I don't need to waste precious pages on this stuff. I can fake the hand signs by moving my hands fast, but I still need to remember each new magic word when I pretend to use fake magic. Also, if Nana wants to put me to the test, I need to show her my proficiency. Sigh, all this brainless memorizing will drive me crazy. The silver lining is that by learning this stuff I can predict an enemy's spell and counter it if necessary. More than once, Lith found himself wishing Solus could move his body at will. She had a much better memory and it would save him a lot of time. The only spell Lith was really eager to try was the air magic floating body. With this incantation, one could make anything or anyone float in mid-air as long as whatever it was weighed less than 100 kilograms, 220.5 pounds. It had many uses, like breaking a free fall, moving a severely injured patient without bumps, or moving without leaving traces and making noises. It was a vital spell for a hunter, no matter if their prey was human or animal. Floating was something that Lith had attempted many times on his own, but with no success. He could easily make others float with spirit magic, but not himself. It was really hard balancing his whole body while focusing on the spell. The same could be said about using air magic instead of spirit magic. A minor mistake would make him float upside down or make him spin like in a washing machine. Lith never managed to float properly, let alone move. If Solus is right and fake magic is a training course, I can use this floating body to learn how to float for good. Then, the most natural step is evolving it into a flight spell. I can't wait to soar through the skies like my childhood heroes. Right after lunch, Lith went back into the woods and started practicing. Floating body's magic word was, Breza-re-lac, so he had no problems with pronunciation. The hand signs, instead, were quite complicated. Having learned from his mistakes, Lith first made sure he had got the magic word right before moving on to the hand signs. He took it slow and easy. He didn't need to learn how to fast cast it, he only needed the spell to learn how to distribute the energy. After only a few tries, Lith managed to cast the floating body properly. It was an odd feeling, much different from what he had expected. To float it did not require a single strong updraft, but hundreds of them at the same time, each one pushing upwards with the same force to keep the balance in check. This is much worse than I had anticipated. No wonder I always failed in the past. Now, according to the book, floating body makes me weightless, standing in place. To move I need either external support or air chore magic. Lith conjured weak winds, moving around like a toy drone. This feels great. This spell has countless applications, I wonder why it's just a tier 1 despite being so elaborate. Because it lasts only 1 minute. Solus reminded him while Lith was already falling to the ground. After experimenting with floating body a few times, Lith used his own mana flow to replicate the spell. Soon it became apparent that he wouldn't be able to do it in a single afternoon. True magic, after all, was really more difficult than its fake counterpart. Angry and frustrated, Lith started grumbling non-stop. It's all so annoying, having to learn 2 kinds of magic for every damn spell. I'm telling you, Solus, I have seriously considered using floating body instead. But if I am stupid enough to do so, then I would be forced to learn all its upper tier versions, and who knows at what step actual flight may lay. This way, instead, once I get some solid foundations, everything else should come easy. Or at least I hope so. Lith spent all day and night practicing his new spell, levitation, but when morning came, he had yet to succeed. The following day, a small crate of books was delivered to Nana's house, and she promptly handed it to Lith. If they were mine, I would never allow you to bring them out of my house. But the Count explicitly told me you are free to bring them home as you see fit. Lark is a very generous man, don't abuse his trust. At first, Lith was really pissed off. He had completely forgot about his plea for help, and now he was flooded with useless books that he had to pretend to read. After 2 whole days as a shut-in, his body was craving some action. Then, he noticed that there weren't that many history books. Most of them were biographies and autobiographies of past and present prominent mages, archmages and magi. He finally had the information he needed about how much talent he could reveal safely at hand. Lith could finally see a light at the end of one of the many tunnels he was stuck in. So far, his apprenticeship had only added more problems to his life. Getting lucky for once made him feel really good. He took note in his grimoire of all the feats his role models accomplished and at what age they managed to do it. Then came the most serious part, deciding how far to push his act. I'm of humble origins and with no backer. Mimicking a Magus is like courting death. If even revealing less talent than Nana brought a noble to try to kill me, showing so much skill would put me on the hit list of all the major families. Agreed. Solus chimed in. The best choice is to keep yourself below Nana's talent. If Count Lark starts protecting you, you can ramp yourself up to her level. A male mage of that skill would definitely be noteworthy. From then, it's better to adjust your power talent based on how things develop. My thoughts exactly. Lith mind nodded. During the following weeks, while at Nana's house, Lith and Solus split the tasks at hand. Lith crammed all the tier 1 spells while Solus would read the Count's books and take note of every relevant detail. Lith gave her control over both spirit and water magic, making it possible for her to flip books and write an appendix on the grimoire. During the afternoon, instead, they would try to make levitation work. Little by little they were working out all the problems, sometimes even improving floating bodies' foundations. Lith completed levitation after over a month of hard work. By that time, he had also already mastered all the tier 1 spells, but he was forced to wait. According to the Count's books, that was a feat worthy of a future archmage. So, he had to wait for another half a month before revealing to Nana the fruits of his endeavors. She was truly impressed by Litha's skill and determination. Nana had told him that back in the day she had needed less than a month to memorize all the book, and despite Lith being of lesser talent, he had managed to accomplish the same result with just 2 weeks of delay. Nana had expected that it would take him no less than 2 whole months. Nana had offered for him to help her during the busy hours, and Lith gladly accepted. Until completing levitation, he had not hunted for over a month. Not only was the reserve of game he kept in his pocket dimension almost depleted, but that huge break had also cost him a lot of money. Lith needed to make up for the lost time. Officially he only knew 2 tier 1 light spells, Vinayar Rad 2, the illness/injuries detecting spell, and Vinayar Dan, a basic healing spell, capable of treating coughs, light colds, and not too deep cuts. Hence, most of the times he would only get the diagnosis fee since it would be Nana treating the patients. He would only get to heal minor injuries, yet his profits weren't that bad. Nana's business had deep roots, people from all the neighboring villages would come to seek her aid. By spending more time in the front office, Lith discovered that Nana was so much more than a healer for the people of Lucia. She was also their protector and the strongest law enforcer. Simply by living there, most bandits would avoid the village, and those who were brave enough to attack would quickly meet their maker before doing any real damage. Nana was also the shield for all the local merchants and population. No foreign merchant, young master or young mistress could bully the people of Lucia without incurring her wrath. Sometimes she would even be called to put an end to a drunken brawl. Lith found it hard to believe that she had such a disposition towards the people she served, always standing ready to intervene whenever it was necessary. One day, after Nana taught a lesson to a young noble and his bodyguards, who had believed that he could forcefully take any maiden that suited his taste, Lith decided to find out the truth. The old hag had already proven that she cared more about money than everything else. Lith had fallen for her kind act more than once, so he wanted to know what her real angle was. Being rude to his mentor was definitely a bad idea, so he went with a subtler approach. "Master, I really don't know how to express my admiration for you. Taking care of the safety of the village, basically all by yourself, and asking nothing in return. It's really impressive of you." Nana laughed out loud, sounding ominous like the plumber, back on Earth, that Lith had once been forced to call during a national holiday. "You really are hilarious, kid. Sometimes you are so wise I almost forget you are just 6 years old. But whenever you come out with this nonsense, you really look like a naive child. Of course, I get something in return. Have you ever wondered why my treatments are so expensive?" "Actually, yes. Many times. But I always thought those were the normal fares for a healer." The moment he said it out loud, Lith remembered how ignorant he was in the ways of the new world. "They are not." Nana shook her head. "Listen, little imp, in a few years you are going to get out of this village and face the world. Not everyone is as kind as your parents, and most nobles are not like Count Lark. For the average person, life is hard, and most of the time unfair. Hard work means nothing without luck and opportunity. I am not telling you this to scare you, but only because I don't want you to make the same mistakes I made. You need to wise up, so let me tell you a story. Once upon a time, a mage fallen from grace decided to return to her old village, to settle in and forget about her failures. At first, people were scared of her, thinking she would abuse her power and authority to settle old feuds. But the mage was too tired and bitter for petty revenge, she only wanted peace. So, when she became a medicine woman, doing nothing but tending to the ill and wounded for a fair price, the villagers were really happy. And when they noticed that since her arrival brigands, merchants and nobles treated the village with much more respect, they became ecstatic. But bad things kept happening from time to time and the mage had no interest in playing hero. So, the people in the village offered her a deal. They would pay her a certain sum in exchange for her help. Everything was perfect, and everyone was happy for a while. Then, the villagers, the only ones who benefited from her protection, decided to make a little change to the initial deal. Sure, peace and quiet were doing wonders for business, and the presence of the mage brought so many people from the neighboring villages to get treatment, but that sum each year was a burden to their profits. Not even the fact that the county's most important noble had made the village the permanent seat for the local spring festival was enough to satiate their greed. So, they decided to convince the local farmers that it was in their best interest to help the villagers cover the sum they had agreed to pay to the mage. You may ask how they managed to do it. Well, let's just say not by appealing to the goodness of their hearts. They simply threatened the farmers to change the exchange rate of their goods to the point of turning their life into a nightmare. What could farmers do about it? Nothing. They needed the blacksmith for their tools, the merchant to buy and sell cattle and crops. You can easily imagine the rest. Without the villagers, the farmers were cut off from the rest of the county. By refusing, every single farmer would have to travel for days, each year, even to buy a new plow. Imagine how hard and perilous it would be, moving the cattle and the crops to the nearest merchant. All while leaving their family in fields unattended. Lith nodded, a ferocious expression on his face. Let me guess. According to the new deal, every time the farmers needed the help of the mage, they would pay a share of the agreed sum. Just like everyone else. When Nana had finished her story, she could read the rage and disgust in the eyes of her disciple. There, Lith. I didn't mean to make you angry. My purpose was to show you what normal people, even good people, do to each other on a daily basis. We are good friends and all, that is until our pockets or families get involved, then one's own priorities come first. Life is hard for everyone, but for mages, it's even worse. Normal people see them as monsters, nobles as something to control or exploit. Remember, though, the worst always comes from your own. Even in the magical academy you will find hidden ranks and hierarchy. The competition will be tougher than you can imagine. The pressure both families and teachers put on those poor kids quickly turns them into ferocious beasts. They get measured, judged, and looked down upon for every mistake they make. Social status, wealth, talent. The more they have the higher the expectations everyone burdens them with. Lith was feeling confused. Are you saying that you want me to go easy on them? To not judge hastily? To try making friends rather than enemies? He was inwardly scoffing. Gods forbid it. The very opposite. Nana yelled in desperation, flapping her arms like a hysterical bird. I already told you, you need to wise up. Don't fall for the first nice act someone performs. How do you think they will treat a dirty poor country bumpkin? How do you think they treated me? At first, you will easily make friends with the students from the lower classes, but as soon as you reveal any talent, you'll only be surrounded by two kinds of people. Those who want to destroy you and those who want to suck up to you. Stay away from the former, and even further from the latter. Otherwise you'll end up like me. Naively believing to have lots of important friends, until you make one single mistake. Then they pile up on you like everyone else, leaving only scorched earth around you. When she finished talking, Nana looked really tired and bitter. She stared at the floor with watery eyes, seeming to have aged another 20 years in just a few seconds. Lith pondered for a while on her words, before giving her his answer. I appreciate the thought and will treasure your words forever. I also hope that you'll understand that your story kind of pissed me off big time. So, here is my plan for the immediate future. When Nana finished listening to Litha's idea, she laughed heartily, going back to her old snarky self. That's what I am talking about. Good boy. My good sense is finally starting to rub off on you. You have my permission, but do it only in my absence. It would be bad for my revenue otherwise. If anyone complains or tries to do something funny, I'll cover for you. In the following months, Lith had to prove his magical skills as a healer time and time again, before Nana gave him a Tier 2 spellbook to learn from. This allowed him to expand his official skill set and be recognized by the people of Lucia as a true healer. Lith was finally able to enact his plan. Nana wasn't always at her home office. Sometimes she had personal business to attend to, but most of the time it was because she had to do house calls for patients that cannot be moved. During those times, Lith was in charge of everything. Those who could afford to, would wait for Nana to return. Lith was still a 6-year-old after all, he didn't seem trustworthy enough to put someone's life into his hands without Nana's supervision. Emergencies couldn't be planned, so there was always someone desperate enough to come for his help. His first real patient ended up to be Luca, Rizal's youngest brother. He was just a toddler, so his mother, Lisa, had a terrified expression when she brought him in. Luca was crying desperately, his left arm purple and swollen, bent in an unnatural angle. Lith hadn't even finished pulling the curtain to give them some privacy when Lisa laid Luca on the bed and started to beg for Litha's help. It's all my fault, I'm so stupid. I was cradling him in my arms while preparing lunch when he started squirming and fell. Can you please help my baby? Lith quickly waved his fingers into a Vinaya Rad 2. A small wisp of light danced around the baby before penetrating his chest. The light spread throughout all his body, becoming dimmer around his chest and left arm. Immediately after, Lith faked a Vinaya Lockhat. Guided by his willpower, the light magic first dulled the pain, then it made the bone fragments reattach themselves to the ribcage and the arm. Lith activated his invigoration breathing technique on the baby. He used the imaging it provided him with to make sure that the bones were perfectly healed and aligned before interrupting his spell. He had a broken arm and cracked ribs, but now he's as good as new. Luca was still crying, but now he was moving both arms. His skin was pink and with no traces of bruises. Lisa sighed in relief, thanking Lith with a deep bow before handing him the money. It was Nana's usual fare, 4 copper coins. Enough for a family of 4 to eat well for one day. Lith took only 2, what she would have paid without the village protection tax. Seeing that she was confused, Lith whispered. I know about the deal with the villagers, and I am not Nana. I protect no one. Also, us farmers need to stick together, am I right? Please, keep your lips sealed about it, otherwise the next time I will be forced to ask you for the full price. Lisa was shocked, her eyes watery. She did not know what to say. Then can I ask you to check my leg too? It's been hurting for a while, and the pain is not getting any better. Is that how little Luca managed to slip away? Lith asked. Yes. A few weeks ago, I took a bad fall while repairing a hole in the roof. At first, it didn't hurt much, and with a baby, we can't afford a visit after every small accident. Lith used invigoration again, using the injury detection spell as a cover. Holy CR*AP, her leg is badly cracked. It's a miracle she was still able to walk without a limp. Lith thought. After healing her, Lith was conflicted about taking the rest of the money. He could see Alina in her. All the sacrifices his family had made just to keep Tista alive were always vivid in his memory. Lith couldn't avoid empathizing with the daily struggles his neighbors had to face every day. It allowed him to perceive them as real people, just like him, instead of dismissing them as trash, like he always did with those he killed in the past. Luckily, Lisa made the choice for him, handing over the money and opening the curtain before he could say a word. What a proud woman, truly deserving of my respect. Next time she comes, I'll perform the healing while checking up on the wound, so she won't get to pay. Those 4 copper coins were the heaviest Litha's hand had ever held. Lisa's family would have to skip a meal or 2 to cover for that expense. From that day onward, Lith would do the same thing for all farmers, always prompting them to silence. Soon his reputation grew wildly outside the village's borders. Inside those same borders, though, things were quite different. On another occasion, when Nana had been called away, another kind of patient walked in. It was Renkin, the merchant and richest man in the village. Renkin barged in while carrying his son on a makeshift stretcher, with the help of one of his assistants. Nana. Where in the 9 hells is that wretched healer when you really need her? She is away at the moment. Lith moved forward, making way for the stretcher. The boy was around 15 years old, his black hair stood out on his pale face. He was bleeding from his leg, despite the wound being tightly wrapped up. Where is she? Renkin yelled. The men repairing the Colon Bridge had an accident. She will be back in the afternoon at the earliest. You idiot, can't you see that my son is dying? I don't have that much time. Lith snorted in annoyance. If you have to yell and be rude, there's the door. If you want me to take care of him. Lith extended his right hand while pointing with the left at a sign on the wall that said. Payment up front. No refunds. Pay you. What are you, for? Almost 6.5. Again, if you aren't going to pay, make space for real clients. If you want miracles, feel free to pray, but do it outside. Litha's tone was stone cold. Okay. Rankin gave up. Here is your goddamned 4 copper coins. 8. Lith stopped him before he could take the money out of his pouch. That's clearly a deep wound, requiring 2 tier 2 spells, if not even a tier 3. Either way, the price is set to 8 copper coins. Lith pointed to another sign, stating the prices. Checkup, 1 copper coin. Tier 1 spells, plus 1 cubic centimeter, tier 2 spells, plus 3 cubic centimeters, tier 3 spells, plus 7 cubic centimeters. Those are Nana's prices. You are not Nana. Really? Lith mimicked his master's crabby tone. What gave me away? The age? The height? The gender? You are really perceptive, worthy of a merchant. Rankin was choking on his own anger. Such an arrogant little brat. I meant that you shouldn't ask so much. Didn't your master tell you about our agreement? Lith just pointed to the end of the second sign, where "No discounts, ever," was written in big bright red words. Don't you have a heart? How can you ask so much? You are so young and inexperienced, after all. In all his years as a merchant, Rankin was proud to have never overpaid for any product. He was determined to get a discount at all costs. I could argue that I don't think you ever gave a discount to someone just for pointing out your age or likability. Also, which one of us is bargaining for his son's life? I doubt all the healing magic in the world would do him any good once he bleeds out. Finally remembering his beloved son Garth, Rankin finally paid the fee, letting Lith do his job. What happened? Lith asked after using Vinire Rad 2 coupled with invigoration, sensing a deep-cut wound that missed the femoral artery by an inch. This blockhead and his idiotic best friend had the brilliant idea of practicing their swordsmanship with real swords. That's what happened. He lost a lot of blood. Lith said after perfectly healing the leg. Keep him in bed and make him eat rare meat. Later, that day, when Rankin returned to complain to Nana about her disciple, she laughed hard in his face for a whole minute, before shutting her door in his face. 2 more years passed. Lith was now 8 years old. During that time, he had mastered all the spells contained in Nana's books, which brought his official skill set up to the most common tier 3 spells. Books about superior tiers were extremely expensive, and Nana had no interest in acquiring them. She had her own grimoire, after all. The books she bought over the years were mostly for display, to show her clients what they could purchase. Yet while his skill in fake magic stagnated, Lith used those years to deepen his understanding of true magic. His grasp on its powers and foundations had improved greatly. By practicing true magic every day as a healer, he had gained such fine control on both light and darkness magic that he had finally acquired the necessary skill to permanently get rid of Tista's congenital condition. The problem was that despite all of his efforts, his mana core was not strong enough to perform the treatment Lith had devised. During those years he had used assimilation whenever he could, guiding his mana core through multiple cycles of expansion and compression, turning it from deep green to bright green. Unfortunately, it was still green. Litha's impurities had yet to reach his mana core, and until that happened both his mana and body would not undergo qualitative changes. He had reached a bottleneck and had no idea how to overcome it. Solas too had changed quite a lot. She was no longer limited to her pebble form and could now turn into any shape while retaining the same overall mass. That allowed Solas to take the form of a smooth stone ring, that Lith wore on his right middle finger. When she asked him why a ring on the middle finger, Lith replied with an odd short poem related to a green ring of power. It was something related to his childhood, of which he was really fond of. Along with some of her power, Solas had also regained a new function, something that Lith called Solaspedia. It was another pocket dimension, but specifically crafted for books, maps, and all means to store knowledge. All the books that Lith stored in Solaspedia, he could consult with but a thought. For example, by storing his grimoire he didn't need to memorize the magic words and hand signs for the fake magic spells he had learned. Lith still had to practice the hand signs and pronunciation, but he only had to think about what he needed and he would recall everything down to the smallest detail. The same applied for maps, herbs, and bestiaries. Lith had given almost everything he had earned as a healer to his family, allowing them to have a much easier life and accumulate a decent dowry for Rena and Tista. Whatever he kept for himself, he would use to buy the most detailed compendiums he could find about the most useful topics, like law, court etiquette, and even a vocabulary book. As long as they were in the Solaspedia, Lith knew them inside and out. What made him inwardly gloat, was the fact that he could buy even those items that were almost falling apart. That wasn't a problem for him. Just like for the pocket dimension, they would be frozen in time, and hence potentially last forever. After his 8th winter ended, Lith received a call from Count Lark on Nana's communication amulet. The event took him by surprise. The Count had never contacted him before. Having had plenty of video calls and job interviews on Discord and Scope back on Earth, he was familiar with that kind of meeting. Lith bowed deeply as a salute while cupping his fist. "Dear Lith, you are always so polite. No need for all the formalities, you are among friends now." Count Lark had a convivial and friendly demeanor, making him look more like an uncle calling his nephew rather than a lord. "Count Lark, to what do I owe the pleasure of this call?" Lith looked at Nana, who stood beside him, in search of approval. She nodded while staring at the magical hologram of the Count. "You have accumulated quite some merits. I wanted to know if you plan on using some of them." Merits were something that anyone who contributed to the welfare of the kingdom would receive and could be exchanged for privileges or commodities. A convict could have his sentence shortened by serving in the military and earning merits. A farmer could get more land for free, a scholar could get a recommendation for a government job. Merits? Lith was taken aback. "I didn't do anything to earn such things." "Quite the contrary, dear Lith. Every year I receive hundreds of commendation letters from the farmers and their families, about the outstanding job you are performing as a healer." Since Lith had started to give treatments for half the price to the farmers, they would wait for Nana to leave the village before coming to her home office to receive medical care. Nana knew it and didn't care. They still needed her for the emergencies, and the house call extra fees covered whatever profit she may have lost. "A letter counts for earning merits?" Lith asked, still confused. "One letter, no. But dozens, hundreds of letters all about the same person for a prolonged period of time, of course they do." "Do you have anything in mind the kingdom can help you with?" Lith pondered for a while accessing the law book in Solaspedia. Asking for more lands was akin to suicide. His family was already stretched thin and they couldn't afford hired help. The kingdom would not trade merits for money, but Lith could still get the next best thing. "Do I have enough for my family to be exonerated from taxes this year?" Count Lark dropped his monocle from the shock, his mouth ajar. "Taxes? Your family still pays taxes?" "Yes, we are law-abiding citizens, your lordship." Lith was almost as confused as the Count, but with a better poker face. "I'll flay my accountant alive." The Count jumped off his chair, his face red from anger. "I told that incompetent fool to exonerate your family since the day Lady Neria took you under her wing. I swear to the gods, I'll fire that man with such bad references he will never find another employer." Lith tried to calm the Count down. "Maybe it's for the best. I'd prefer to be exonerated because of my merits, rather than for being a magician in training." The Count sat back down, a perplexed expression on his face. "Why? The result is the same, and you would get to keep your merits for future needs. It may seem just a matter of semantics but it's not." Lith explained. "If my family gets exonerated, sooner or later it will come out, and what happens next will depend on the reason why we got it. If it's because of my status, in the eyes of the community it would be an unfair privilege. That could generate envy and grudges. In such a tight community, it could prove to be toxic. Help and support from the neighbors are of paramount importance for a farm, and I will not remain here forever. If we get exonerated because of my merits, instead, it would be something that the community has bestowed upon me, as a sign of gratitude for my good deeds. Being able to somehow repay their benefactor, would make them feel happy, and prevent them from harboring ill feelings. During the whole explanation, Lith was inwardly crying out of joy, congratulating himself for purchasing the vocabulary. I can finally talk like I used to back on Earth. The inability to express myself correctly has always been such a burden. He thought. Magic is indeed the supreme form of art. Count Lark nodded in agreement. Only a magician can be so wise despite being so young. I am honestly impressed. A dragon whelp is still a dragon, after all. Nana chimed in. The boy is not only wise beyond his age, but also is blessed by the light. He is talented enough to have already invented his own light spells. Litha's skill as a healer is almost at the same level I had back at his age, and he even created some cosmetic spell for his sister. She has the fairest skin I have seen in my whole life. This is just between us, of course. Lith was smiling and nodding, but he was actually scared to death. Nana seemed to have seen through some of his deception. Wonderful. Just wonderful. The Count jumped off his chair out of joy, once again losing his monocle. Thanks for your trust, Lith. I will keep your secret with me at all costs. After the call ended, Lith stared at Nana, unable to express his questions out loud. She laughed out tauntingly as usual. Don't be so shocked, I'm a mage too, after all. When some of your patients came back for a second opinion, after describing their injuries to me, I was bound to discover the truth. Some of those wounds were supposed to be beyond your skill. As for your mother and sister, you just overdid it, little imp. Whatever you did, made them too gorgeous. I commend you for doing it slowly and over time, but whoever knows a thing or two about magic would suspect something. The Count too would notice it, once Rena first and Tista later take part in the Spring Maiden contest. Or do you think he has acorns instead of eyes? It's better to play it this way. Lark is an honest man, the best noble I have ever met. If he thinks he has your trust, he will do his best to uphold it. You are still his precious pet project, after all. I doubt he would risk losing everything he has invested so far for such a trivial matter. Lith could do nothing but agree. Master, you do not trust anyone, do you? Nana snorted. I barely trust myself. Besides, I am the only one who always fought for my best interests. Lith bowed deeply, his fist cupped. Master, your disciple thanks you for your guidance and help. I will take your words to heart. In the following days, Lith couldn't stop blaming himself for making such stupid mistakes. Damn it. Always so full of myself. I need to stop thinking I am always the smartest in the room. I can't keep screwing up on the small details, in the long run, it could prove to be fatal. Having such a bitter and cynic master is a blessing in disguise. We are basically two peas in a pod. She still suspects nothing, and I have to keep it that way. Having her by my side can help me grow as a mage and protect me from my own stupidity at the same time. Aside from that, Litha's family got exonerated from the annual taxes thanks to his merits. As he had predicted, that caused only joy and happiness in the neighbors. It had happened thanks to them, after all. It was a slow day at Nana's house office when a pair of hunters barged in. Each carried another blood-soaked hunter on their shoulders. A magical beast. The first hunter shouted. A magical beast is rampaging through the Tron woods. Please, you have to save my men. That monster almost ripped them apart. The people in the waiting room made space for the hunters while Nana and Lith quickly dismissed their previous patients, leaving the beds free for the wounded men. They were so desperate, that no one complained about Litha's age or diminutive stature. Before either of the two hunters could say anything, both healers spoke as one. Close the curtains and let me do my job. They performed Vinaya Rad too, but rather than using it to find the cause of the affliction, which laid bare in front of their eyes, it was meant to check if there was any hope of saving them. Lith didn't even have the time to activate invigoration, before noticing that the woman was already dead. He tried nonetheless, but there was no mana flow to manipulate, no life force to enhance with light magic. "I'm sorry," Lith said, closing the dead woman's eyes. "She was already dead before you got here." Before he could continue with his bedside manners, to him Nana yelled. "Get here, quick. We can still save this one if we work together." Lith rushed to the other bed, positioning himself at the man's feet while Nana moved behind the head. They both needed space to operate at their best. Nana was right, invigoration could still feel a mana flow, despite it being weak. The hunter's wounds were very deep. Lith doubted that fake magic could help him. Fake healing magic would spread to the whole body, before focusing on the injury, and that caused it to need a few seconds to take effect. Even worse, the spreading and focusing process would cause the spell to lose some of its effectiveness. True healing magic, instead, would directly affect the wound. Thanks to invigoration, Lith was also able to pinpoint where to send the light mana with surgical precision, maximizing the potency of the spell. Nana's specialty is not light magic, after all. If she called me, it means that she hopes my personal spells can save this man. He thought. For a moment, Lith hesitated. He would have loved to have the time to ponder about the risk-reward ratio of that scenario. He couldn't care less about the life of a stranger, he was much more scared of exposing his secrets, losing everything in the process. Screw it. Sooner or later I'll have to reveal my spells. I want to believe in Nana and give all this, blessed by the light, CR*PA go. Play scared, die scared. Lith performed quick hand signs, mixed with ninja hand seals he remembered from an old movie. He had prepared that choreography since the last conversation with Count Lark. Vinayar Eskla. The light magic flowed straight through the hunter's blood vessels, repairing them and stopping the blood loss. With Nana keeping his condition stable, Lith was able to bring the hunter to the point where fake magic could save him. After that, he had to lean against the wall and slide down to the ground. Lith was exhausted, he had never attempted something that required so much focus and mana for a prolonged time. Damn my stupid green mana core. If it was already cyan, maybe I wouldn't be forced to leave halfway through the procedure. He thought. Luckily, Nana took all the credit for the success, relieving Lith from any possible questioning about his unknown spell. After taking her 40 copper coins, she warned the hunter's leader. He is alive, but barely. I don't know if he will make it or not. I can't even assure you a full recovery. His injuries were too deep, we did the best that we could. 40 copper coins, almost AF** king half silver coin, and that's all you have to say. A bunch of ifs and wishful thinking. He yelled. Nana clearly understood that the man wasn't really angry with her or Lith. He just couldn't accept the loss of one, if not both of his friends. Yet she did not care. When it came to anger, Nana was second to none. She had been the scapegoat for others' misbehavior enough to last for a lifetime. Listen to me, young man, and listen well. I dare you to find any village that hosts not one, but two healers capable of casting tier 3 spells. If you want certainties, go find Krishna Manohar, the god of healing. He lives in the White Griffin Academy, just 500 kilometers, 311 miles, from here. Now get out of my house, before I make you. Even a grieving man knew that to further antagonize a mage whose eyes were brimming with power and whose voice generated wind was plain suicide. The two surviving hunters could only comply. While Nana was clearing the blood spattered around the room, Lith had managed to use invigoration enough to recover some of his strength, so he followed them outside. Tron Woods was too close to his house for comfort. Sir Hunter, please wait. They were already halfway toward the tavern. The hunter's leader really wanted to vent his frustration on the little pest, but he had regained enough of his cool to admit that the kid was blameless. If anything, he had contributed to saving the life of his little brother. That, and he was still scared less of Nana. No need for honorifics, young man. My name is Ikart Longran, and this is my sworn brother Fleck Arosha. My name is Lith. The three men bowed to each other. The man whose life you saved is my little brother, Odom Longran. If I can do anything to return the favor, you just need to say the word. Could you please tell me more about this magical beast? Eckhart shivered for a moment, his eyes closed by the fear that memory generated in his heart. But he was a great hunter, who had danced with death countless times. With every passing second, he was recovering both his courage and spirits. It's a huge BYK, do you what it is? Lith nodded. According to the bestiary in Solaspedia, a BYK was a bear that had evolved into a magical beast. They were in tune with earth magic and in rare cases, also with fire magic. It all started around a month ago. The farms on the east side of the Tron Woods were being attacked by a mad beast. At first, it would just slay some cattle before returning to the woods. But then that harpy of Baroness Wrath put a huge bounty on the BYK, in the hope of avenging her mad son. She believes he had fallen prey to the beast some years ago. Wrath. Lith thought. The name sounds familiar. The psycho that tried to rob you of your bunnies. Solus reminded him. And that was the beginning of the end. After slaying some wannabe hunters, lured by the promise of easy money, the BYK got a taste for human flesh. From that moment, it started to hunt down its pursuers with elaborate traps. When we understood how smart the BYK was, it was already too late. We managed to get away only because he was too engrossed in his last meal to chase us. Lith bowed again. Thanks. I live near the woods, and your information may have just saved my family. Consider your debt settled. Before he could turn around, Eckhart grabbed his shoulder. I have been in this business long enough to recognize a fellow hunter when I see one. Listen to my advice, don't go after it. That beast is unnatural. Not only is it smart and cunning, but it also moves at unbelievable speeds. No matter how fast you run away or chase it, it keeps switching places, like a ghost. I know it sounds stupid, but I believe it to be a vengeful spirit. Lith thanked him again, before going back to help move Odom into one of the tavern's rooms and to clean the blood on Nana's house floor. When he finished, Nana handed him 20 copper coins, half the fee. Go home and rest. You really are talented in light magic, but that spell is too draining for you. Use it only in case of emergencies. Lith nodded, but before going back home he needed to purchase some things. He kept discussing the matter with Solus the whole time. Facing such a monster without more than one plan and enough preparation was idiotic. After warning Celia, he spent the whole day resting and using accumulation. In a life or death situation, even a small power-up could make the difference. That night, he slept for the first time in 2 months. Lith wanted to be at his peak condition, he wasn't willing to take unnecessary risks. He woke up before dawn, leaving a note for his parents. He then wore his brand new leather hunter set, with metal protectors for the forearms, shins, and heart, his last line of defense in case everything else failed. Once outside, after checking there were no witnesses, he cast the Soaring Hawk spell and took flight. The Tron Woods was too big, and moving on foot was too slow. Using both his life vision and Solus mana sense, he started looking for his prey, while moving near the top of the trees. It didn't take long to find it, the BYK wasn't even trying to hide. Lith could trace it thanks to the bear's claw marks on trees and rocks. When he found the BYK, it was eating a deer. So much for smart and cunning. How the heck can it still eat? It should have filled its belly many times already. Lith thought. Nevertheless, let's see if I can kill it nice and easy. The BYK was on the ground, while Lith was in the sky, the distance between them about 30 meters, 33 yards, well within spirit magic's range. Lith sent a huge wave of mana, trying to snap the BYK's neck in one go. The BYK's instinct was sharp. Even if it was still unaware of the new hunter, it could feel that something was off. It infused his whole body with earth magic, so when the two mana flows clashed, the spirit magic was diminished to a neck rub. Damn it! Spirit magic failed again, just like with the re. It seems that magical beasts are able to use fusion magic to some extent. Solus commented. No duh, Sherlock. What's worse is that fusion magic is spirit magic's bane. It can disrupt my mana flow, making it useless, but that only stands for direct attacks. Having his first plan fail, Lith hid behind the tree while moving away from the BYK. Casting spells in mid-air still required too much effort. He also wanted to keep his ability to fly a secret from the prey. Once on the ground, he took a roundabout path toward the BYK, using float to keep quiet, and a subtle dark aura to cancel out his smell and aura. When Lith found the BYK again, it was still sniffing the air, looking at its surroundings. Lith moved right behind its back, before unleashing a stream of lightning as big as the crouched BYK. It had no effect, aside from angering the magical beast and blackening some of its fur. Holy shit! I would have never suspected that earth fusion could shield from lightning. The BYK roared its challenge, standing tall on its hind legs. It was an enormous beast, at least 4 meters, 13 feet, tall, with a weight close to a ton. Its fur was deep brown with shades of green, and its green eyes were staring at Lith with malice. Too big for comfort. Lith summoned a strong wind, hoping to take advantage of that unstable position to topple the BYK and prevent it from charging ahead. The BYK channeled even more earth magic, becoming heavier while digging deep into the ground with its claws. It managed to fall back on all fours, now standing 1.6 meters tall at the shoulder. Magnificent display of earth fusion. Solus couldn't hold her admiration in. Lith felt much the same, but he was too worried to say anything. Yeah, I'm clearly a noob compared to it. Ice spears. Countless spears of ice appeared out of thin air encircling the BYK. Each one was 2 meters, 6 feet 8 inches, long, 10 centimeters, 4 inches, thick, and razor-sharp. It was Lith's sure kill spell. The spears came down at the same time, like a deadly rain. The BYK didn't seem scared, though. It roared again, getting partially up on its legs, before slamming its front paws on the ground, creating a spherical shield made out of earth and rock. The spears crushed against the summoned barrier, inflicting no harm to the BYK. Both Lith and Solus cursed as one. Fuck me sideways. Magical beasts use true magic too. Lith's and Solus's minds were spinning at full gear, but for entirely different reasons. What if magical beasts are the primordial true mages? What if human mages learn true magic by watching magical beasts hunting, like Chinese martial artists derived their moves from Earth's animals? Solus pondered in amazement. What the heck can I do? I just revealed my trump card for nothing and my fusion magic is useless. If that thing closes in, it only needs one good hit to rip me in half. Not to mention that air, earth, and spirit magic would probably be useless against it. I am only left with light, darkness, fire, and water magic. Lith trembled in fear, but his body was ready to move, his mind never giving up on life. The BYK charged through its own shield, intending to make things up close and personal. Lith reacted promptly, using air fusion to gain speed and keep his distance. You may truly be as immovable as a mountain, but you sure can't keep up with someone fast as lightning. Yet the two enemies' speed was the same. The BYK was indeed heavier, but the difference in physical prowess was enormous. Not to mention, they were both slowed down by trees, rocks, and undergrowth. Lith felt reassured noticing that the BYK couldn't close in, since he could still resort to flying as a desperate measure. Unbelievable speed, my pale *S. This thing is fast, but not by that much. Eckhart and his men were either too scared or hallucinating. He thought. The game of tag went on for a while, with Lith throwing ice spears whenever he could spot an opening, and the BYK using rock projectiles trying to shoot him down. Lith knew that bears weren't supposed to smile, but on the BYK's muzzle he could clearly see a smirk. Sometimes it even emitted a her sound. Is that a laugh? Is that B*** actually just having fun? While running, Lith moved the fight to his private clearing. He had finally found a path to victory, but he needed to have both hands and legs free, without worrying about tripping on roots or pebbles. Also, the river Philo flowed nearby, greatly enhancing his water magic. Not having to conjure it anymore, Lith could focus only on the manipulation aspect. The BYK moved forward slowly and triumphantly. It knew the prey was now cornered. In front of the human cub there was the raging river, and the BYK was certain to be capable of cutting off any other escape route. Soon it noticed that something was off. Not only was the smell of fear gone, but also the prey had ceased to run. He now stood firm with the river at his back, watching the BYK's every move with defiant eyes. The BYK slowed down even further, trying to suppress its overbearing bloodlust and looking again at its surroundings. Suddenly it remembered all those dangerous ice spears and realized it was a trap. But it was too late, it had already got too close to the river. Tendrils of water grabbed its legs, trying to drag the BYK into the water. The BYK reacted promptly, making tendrils of earth envelop its legs and body, stopping the water in its tracks. It knew it could not stay on the defensive, so it fired a barrage of stones against the prey. Lith didn't move an inch from his spot, either dodging the rocks, or using his own earth magic to deflect those he could not avoid. It soon became a battle of attrition where the loser would be the first one to exhaust their mana. After a few such exchanges, Lith infused himself with fire and earth magic, performing a roundhouse kick to send a huge stone back at the BYK. The BYK didn't miss that anomaly. The prey had never done such a thing, it was clearly a deception. As soon as the stone came close enough, the BYK deflected it with a flick of its claw, using earth magic to avoid touching it. The BYK immediately noticed that right behind the rock there was a dense black mass, Lith's plague arrow. The BYK followed its instinct and tried to dodge that slow bullet, but its own tendrils of earth were keeping it stuck in place. Before the BYK could summon any sort of magical protection, the plague arrow struck its mark straight into the BYK's huge chest. Pain radiated through the BYK, blinding it and leaving it unable to detect Lith closing in while shooting 6 more plague arrows. The first arrow struck it in the chest again. The wounded spot was the easiest target to enhance the crippling pain. Then he followed up, striking the 4 limbs each once, to prevent the BYK from fighting back. The 6th and last plague arrow struck the head, almost at point-blank range, for the kill. It all happened in barely 3 seconds. In that very short lapse of time, the standstill had turned into a victory for the prey. Lith would have died that day if his plan failed or even if it got delayed. In fact, as soon as the BYK let out its agonizing cry, a second one, even bigger, came rushing out from the woods. It wasn't fast. There were 2 of them. That's why they could play with the hunters like a cat with a mouse. Lith used air fusion to stay away, keeping the distance the same as he previously had with the other BYK. Luckily the second BYK didn't seem interested in pursuing him and started to lick its partner affectionately. From its size, it should be a male. The only notable difference is that its fur has shades of black instead of green. No wonder the hunters weren't able to tell them apart. Solus observed. You better make use of this time to replenish your mana. We don't know what it's capable of. Lith immediately used the invigorating breathing technique, letting the world energy replenish his lost mana and washing away his fatigue. Thanks to the good night's sleep, invigoration's effect was at its peak and it would not take Lith long to recover. After all, his body was in perfect condition, only his stamina and mana had been consumed during the fight. Filthy human. How dare you kill my spouse? The BYK spoke. Lith had no time to be surprised, so he kept his breathing rhythm steady, aiming to stall as long as he could. Wow, you talk. I didn't know bears could talk. Lowly maggot. I'm not a bear. I'm Urtu, the new king of the woods, and she was my queen, Gerda. Sorry, your majesty, but if you wanted to live happily ever after, you should have respected my turf. I don't care what you do on the east side of the woods, but the west side is mine. Also, I know a re that could refute your claim. A re? Urta moved away from the carcass, putting enough distance from the river to be safe from the man-pup's tricks. You mean that weakling? The mud is as good as dead. Urta grinned while slowly moving forward. Don't come any closer. Lith ordered. If you leave now and promise to never return, we can end it here. Otherwise one of us will have to die. Her. Urta laughed. You will not die, murderer. I will just rip off your arms and legs. Then I'll follow your scent back to your burrow and devour your family alive, in front of your eyes. Only then will we be even. Lith dropped the act like a live grenade. I never intended to let you walk away from here alive. I only had doubts about how much to make you suffer. Thanks for clearing them up for me. Such arrogance for a weak man-pup. I will not fall for your trickery, like my poor Gerda. I have watched the whole time. The only reason you are still alive is that she loved playing with you vermin too much, before biting your head off. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have indulged her so much. If I had killed you back then, she would still be alive. Urta roared, getting even closer. Lith had already fully recovered and then some. If you want to apologize to her so badly, let me send you to the other side. Despite all of Litha's provocations, Urta remained calm and collected, always keeping a safe distance from the water. He is too confident, I have a bad feeling about this. Why does he keep advancing despite what happened to the other BYK? Lith fought back the temptation to use all the extra mana he got from invigoration in one go and limited himself to a single plague arrow. Instead of dodging it, Urta stood up on its hind legs, laughing cruelly. When the plague arrow hit the BYK's heart, Lith could see with his life vision that instead of attacking its vital organs, the dark energy was being assimilated by Urta's core. Her. Did you really think that you would be the only one to have mastered darkness magic, maggot? Now die. Urta jumped forward, and before Lith could take advantage of its inability to dodge in mid-air, for rock formations abruptly erupted from the ground, right where Urta's paws were going to be. That way, the BYK was able to jump forward once more, his speed further increased by exploiting the four rocks' momentum. In less than a second, Lith was robbed of his opportunity to counterattack, while Urta had turned into a one-ton bullet. To evade the attack, Lith had to not only use air fusion, but to also roll forward. The BYK was too fast for a real dodge, his only option was to pass under it. After that point, things got worse. When Urta landed, instead of creating a crater, the ground stretched under its legs like a trampoline, allowing it to resume the chase without a second of delay. What the heck, you can do that with earth magic. Lith bit his lower lip hard, cursing his own ignorance. He was self-taught after all, the only knowledge he had about true magic was what he discovered experimenting by himself. Clearly, the BYK was a natural at magic and had refined its mastery over Earth through the years, aptly adapting it to best suit its hunting techniques. Making a split-second decision, Lith kicked the ground with his left leg while using all the mana he could to infuse himself with earth magic, boosting his defense. Thanks to the clean cut in his previous trajectory, Lith was only grazed on the chest from Urta's claw. Yet it was enough to rip off his chest protector and graze the skin underneath. Lith instinctively used light fusion to stop the bleeding and gain a healing factor. The mid-air strike had messed up the BYK's tempo, so after the second jump it was forced to stop. Lith used that moment of respite to cast Soaring Hawk and take flight. The opponent was clearly superior, he had almost run out of options. No escape. Urta roared, shooting a rain of rock debris at Lith. He mimicked Gerda, using air instead of earth to generate a fast-spinning barrier that deflected the sudden attacks. Yet his flight was interrupted, and he started to fall down. Urta grinned, getting up on its hind legs, ready to catch him. He could already feel the crunchy taste of the prey's limbs in its mouth. Lith was almost out of options. Almost. From that angle, Urta did not notice that Litha's right hand was now holding something, removing the stopper with a flick of the thumb. At the last second, Lith stopped in mid-air with float, while the substance in the flask kept falling and hit Urta right on the head. Suddenly the BYK was blind, his eyes burning like fire. A strong smell flooded his nose, making him sneeze and rendering it unable to sense Litha's presence anymore. When I bought this horrible perfume, my idea was to use it to make a BYK lose my traces in case the worst happened. I never expected to be forced to resort to such a gamble. Luckily Urta does not know about Solace, nor her pocket dimension. He thought. The flask materializing out of thin air was something inconceivable for the magical beast, taking it by surprise. Urta was still roaring in pain, his paws rubbing his eyes, when he got stabbed from all sides. Thanks to the river, Litha's ice spear spell needed just a split second to strike. Lith waved his hands non-stop, sending a barrage of spears until Urta's corpse was so riddled with holes that he could see through it. Even after that, he sent another one piercing its head, right between the eyes. I always hated how in horror movies no one ever makes sure that the frigging monster is really dead, only to get backstabbed during the credits. You took a huge risk there, pretending to have lost control of the flight spell and going into free fall. Solace had objected to that last-minute contingency plan from the second Lith devised it, deeming it too reckless. What if the BYK impaled you with a rock spear? What if instead of waiting for you to come down, it had jumped to finish you off? That would have been merciful. Urta was too cruel to do such a thing. Lith replied without hesitation. It wanted me to feel despair and helplessness, to be conscious while it ripped me apart. In some ways, we were quite similar, both hell-bent on revenge and inflicting pain to our enemies. The only difference between us, is that I would never allow my bloodlust to drive me crazy. Gerda and Urta were a threat to my family. That's the only reason I came here. I prefer giving my enemies a painless death, even making Urta's pelt worthless, rather than taking the smallest risk that they could harm one hair of my beloved ones. Lith had just collected the two magical beasts' carcasses inside the pocket dimension, when his body started trembling in pain. A familiar hot sensation rose from his mana core. Not here, not now. Lith inwardly screamed. Until it's over, I will be a sitting duck. He knew that it was impossible to delay the refining process of the impurities until he was back home. Lith had no choice but to offer no resistance, making it as fast and painless as possible. Soon, black ooze started being excreted from all his pores and orifices. Litha's eyes and throat were burning from the nasty feeling the impurities inflicted on their way out. Lith felt like a river of bile was coming out of his body. When it finally ended, he was kneeling with his hands on the ground. A huge puddle of the tar-like substance was below him, tainting the air with its putrid smell. Congratulations on evolving your mana core to deep cyan. Solace's voice was full of joy. You also should have lost at least a kilogram or two, 2.2 or 4.4 pounds, judging from how many impurities you expelled this time. I can already feel the quality of your mana flow improving. My meals have never been so tasty. Deep cyan. Lith coughed up some impurities that got stuck in his throat. All these years, the hard work, even risking my life against not one but two consecutive magical beasts, just for the worst cyan core possible. He couldn't help but feel depressed and frustrated. I'm still below Nana's level, and she was born with that core. If she practiced my breathing techniques, there's no telling how strong she would be. She could probably already topple mountains and split the sea. With a pulse of darkness magic, he banished all the impurities into nothingness. Look at the bright side. Thanks to the breakthrough, you should finally be able to cure Tista. Isn't that what you wanted from the beginning? Solace tried to console him the best that she could. At that thought, Litha's mood lightened up immediately. You are damn right. Sometimes I am just a self-centered shoal. Sometimes. Solace sarcastically remarked. Okay, fine. Most of the times I let my hunger for power get the best of me. Happy now? Solus giggled. Despite having yet to use invigoration, Lith could already perceive the world around him more vividly than ever. The colors, the smells, the sounds, everything was different. It was like being born again and experiencing the world for the first time. Still feeling lightheaded, he splashed the river's cold water on his face, trying to regain his focus. Suddenly, Lith felt a shiver run down his back and his neck hair stood up. Lith abruptly jumped back on his feet, turning around to discover that a re, the very same re from 2 years ago, was silently walking toward him. It had become bigger, its height at the withers reaching 1.6 meters, 5 feet 6 inches, and its red fur had gained shades of white, dancing in the sunlight like a wildfire. Just trying the soaring hawk spell almost made Lith faint, so he was forced to cancel it while using invigoration to regain his strength once again. Yet Lith's mana core was still unstable after the evolution process, and therefore unable to assimilate more world energy. F***ck my life. I can only escape on foot. He thought. Sniffing his stress and fear, the re spoke up. Fear not, Scourge, I mean no harm. On the contrary, I have come to give you my thanks. It was my duty stopping Ertu and Gerda, but you managed to precede me. It threw a magnificent deer he was carrying on its back at Lith's feet. Both the skin and the antlers were in perfect conditions, aside from a single bite mark on the neck, where it had been cleanly broken. I noticed you humans prefer them like this, since after eating the meat you can exchange the rest for those things you call money. Lith didn't feel very reassured. He decided to keep stalling while he was catching his breath and searching for the best possible escape route. So, you can talk too, Why didn't we have this conversation 2 years ago, instead of fighting? Stop eyeing for an escape route. If I really wanted to kill you, I would have avoided useless talk and struck when you are at your weakest. I am not arrogant and cruel like Ertu. I would not make the mistake of underestimating you again. As for your question, it was you that attacked me first. Also, do you know what happens when one of us speaks? The human faints or runs away. Either way, they come back in numbers, even willing to set the woods on fire to kill us all. The re growled at that unpleasant memory. Lith relaxed a bit. Yeah, humans get scared easily. They think themselves all high and righteous. They don't like when someone or something they don't recognize as an equal threatens the status quo. By the way, sorry for the sneak attack, but you were big, scary, and destroying something really precious to me. A light of understanding lit in the re's eyes. You mean the annoying rock that you now wear at your finger, I see. Then it's my turn to apologize for damaging your property and trying to kick you out of the woods. I only wanted the noise to stop, and for you to cease your attack. If I have to believe your words, why do you call me Scourge? Isn't that kind of offensive? Lith kept moving, very slowly, towards the fastest way home, one step at a time, like he was just shifting his weight from one foot to another while chatting. The re snorted, pretending not to notice it. It's no insult. You killed the king in the west, and with its life you claimed its title as well. That would make you the king in the east, I suppose. What's your title? Lith moved another step. The Protector. My role is to keep both humans and unruly magic beasts at bay. It has a much better ring than mine. By the way, Your Majesty, I am not interested in kingships or messing with your turf. Feel free to take over Ertu's region or whatever it's called. I only hunt for my survival, not for sport or pleasure. And that's why you are still alive. Seeing that the human was too self-conscious about his weakened state, the re gave up and turned back, walking towards the woods. Lith was still scared, yet had the presence of mind to store the deer in his pocket dimension. As soon as the magical beast disappeared from his sight, Lith ran out of the woods, telling Solus to look out for any possible danger. Once outside, he changed into his usual clothing, deeming the claw rip on his shirt too unsettling for his parents. The closer he got home, the weaker he felt. The adrenaline rush was fading away, his body and mind were both battered from all that had happened. A splitting headache arose, making it difficult for him to think. When Lith finally arrived at his destination, he was too tired to speak or even walk to his bedroom. He sat down on the nearest chair, sighing in relief, allowing himself to relax. The next thing he knew, someone had put him into bed, and judging from the lighting it was already night. He closed his eyes, pondering about what to do next, and when he opened them again it was already dawn. Tista and Rena were still asleep. Lith decided to get up and prepare breakfast for everyone, following his normal routine. It was in that moment that he realized how much he had changed overnight. Not only was his body brimming with strength, but he could also perceive his own mana flow without the assistance of any breathing technique. Lith needed but a thought to start floating, managing to get out of the bedroom without making the wood creak. What had required so much focus just the day before, now barely needed his attention. If a Tier 1 spell has become so easy, what about chore magic? Lith discovered that now he was able to use up to 6 spells at once without the use of any gesture or magic word to help him to coordinate them. Soon many small vortexes were cleaning every nook and cranny of the dining room. The air in the room was getting warmer by the second, all the while plates and cutlery floated in their place. By the time the table was laid, he had also finished washing and drying the floor. I have performed in less than a minute what usually took me half an hour. I still have a lot of time before having to wake everyone else up. Solus, how do you feel? Now that I know you are all right, just peachy. But since you were referring to my abilities, instead of my feelings. Judging from her tone she was quite pissed off. Both Solaspedia and the pocket dimension have started expanding since your mana core stabilized. And what about you? Thanks for asking without any subtle hint from my side. The sarcasm was palpable. I am still recovering from the huge scare you gave me yesterday, but I'll live. I'm sorry, I know you wanted me to escape from Urtu and not take unnecessary risks, but I couldn't run away and live in fear, waiting for him to find and attack my family. I have lived too long in terror of my father, back on Earth, to let the same thing happen again. I hope you can understand. Wanting nothing more than to change the subject and escape that awkward silence, Lith asked. What about Gerda's carcass? Can we take credit for the kill or would it raise suspicions? There is no problem for Gerda. History is full of promising mages, even younger than you, killing a magical beast. Since there is no way to determine how strong it was, you can say that you ambushed it successfully. Urtu, on the other hand, is more problematic. Not only is his pelt useless, making him only good for racking up merits, but his corpse also shows signs of a spell that should be around tier 4 or 5, if not above. I'd say to save it for rainy days. After deciding what to do with the various carcasses, Lith used the remaining time to practice accumulation, while thinking about how to announce to his parents that he had devised a treatment for Tista. Among all the things he had gained since arriving in the new world, his family's happiness was still the greatest prize he could strive for. Lith spent the next few days familiarizing himself with the changes in both his body and mana core. Healing with true magic was very different from the on-off effects that fake magic used. Not to mention that the procedure for Tista required surgical precision. So, he used his new job as Nana's assistant to once again master his mana flow. Lith also personally reported the slaying of the magical beast to Count Lark via Nana's communication amulet. He gave the Count the chance to buy the perfectly preserved pelt, but for that he needed to get in touch with Celia. Lith had no idea how to tan and preserve such a magnificent fur, and neither did he know how much it was worth. So, he had been forced to turn to the huntress for help. Celia had accepted in exchange for 25% on the final price. The same fate befell the deer carcass. Litha's goal was to improve his relationship with Count Lark by earning merits for both of them. Through their confidential agreement, Lith would achieve merits because he had eliminated a threat to the county, while the Count would take the credit for the kill. Lark would say that it was him who had discovered Litha's talent and claimed to have entrusted him with the task. According to the law book in Litha's possession, a noble could achieve great fame and honors, according to how his subjects performed. While they would get merits, the noble would improve his social status and importance in the king's court, raising his chances of achieving one more title with all the lands attached to it. It was a perfect win-win situation. Lith hoped to reel in Count Lark among his official backers. Having him as a patron was not enough. Being that the Count was a magic enthusiast, Lith was just one of the many talented youths he was sponsoring and nothing more. Lith wanted their relationship to develop further, so that when he finally could leave the village, he would have someone to rely on. If there was one thing that he had learned from Nana's story, it was that a country bumpkin like him was in desperate need of someone trustworthy in an influential position. Count Lark was obviously thrilled at the idea that one of his protégés had achieved such a result. His hopes for Lith being accepted at the Lightning Griffin Academy skyrocketed. After so many failures, another success was in his sights. It would further raise the Count's status in the eyes of the court. Killing a magical beast was good, but finding and developing the talent of a powerful mage was much better. Together with the military, mages were the backbone of the kingdom. After settling his business with Count Lark, Lith had Solus help him completely rethink his concept of magic. So far I have used magic just like a club, to hit and kill. But Gerda and Erta have shown me that magic, in this world is not fixed as it is in dungeons and looting. I have been too narrow-minded. It's not only light magic that can act at a cellular level. All kinds of magic can interact with matter, changing its properties. If Erta could make the ground elastic, then I should be able to walk on water without freezing it first, by altering its density. I need more advanced spellbooks to understand magic's limits. It's no wonder that a Magus talent increases exponentially after discovering true magic. Not only do they start with a better core than mine, so they can refine it to further heights, but they also become capable of replicating every single spell they saw until that point. While inventing a new spell takes a lot of time for a fake mage, finding the right balance between hand signs and magic words to obtain the desired effect, a true mage just needs to understand the underlying principles behind a spell to perform it. Thanks to his battle with the magical beasts, Lith was able to quickly develop new spells, by either imitating their tactics or experimenting by himself. After about 2 weeks, his body, mind, and mana core were perfectly in tune. Lith asked Rena to go to the village with Tryon, giving him the opportunity to freely talk with his parents and Tista. Tryon and Lith were now in a more neutral relationship, there were no hard feelings left, but no trust either. Lith had to dumb the concepts down a lot to make his parents understand the risks of the procedure. He was not a doctor, but they were his parents just like Tista was their beloved daughter and his beloved sister. Lith would not proceed unless he received their informed consent, or at least the next best thing, since they understood very little of magic and nothing at all of anatomy. "How sure are you about this thing?" asked Raz, holding Tista as tight as he could, like Lith was going to take her away. "I'd love to tell you that everything will be alright, but I can't. I never tried something so big and complex. Tista, I worked years to develop this spell, just for you. The only thing that I can promise, is that I will give my all. I have obsessed over this for many nights and days, because I want you to be free and happy like everyone else, instead of being stuck in a cage. Be it your body or this house, no matter how golden we can make it, it's still a cage. I want you to be able to run in the wind, walk in the snow. To get out of this house, to meet people, make friends, maybe someday fall in love with someone and be loved back. I will do all I can to free you from these shackles, but I can't do it without your trust and consent." Lith looked them in the eyes, one at a time, to show them his resolve and determination. Tista escaped her father's arms and hugged Lith tight. "Oh, Lith. When you talk like that you sound more like Dad than a little brother," she said, crying. "Of course I trust you. You have always been by my side, taking care of me, even when I could do nothing but stay in bed all day. You worked so hard, giving me so much. Food, clothes, you even invented the rocking chair for me. Mom, Dad, I want to do it. Whatever happens, I could never regret having trust in my little brother." Without saying a word, Raz and Alina joined her in the embrace. All of them sobbed together, even Lith, so fond of their bond and so scared to lose one of them at the same time. After Lith calmed down, he could finally start. On paper, the treatment was simple. By using Invigoration's real-time imaging of Tista's body, Lith would use light and dark magic in sync. Dark magic would destroy the damaged cells that composed almost half of Tista's lungs, while at the same rate light magic would enhance the healthy cell's ability to multiply, instantly replacing the lost organ tissue. Even with his limited knowledge of medicine, Lith could see many underlying problems. The destroyed cells would release toxins and impurities in Tista's system. If too many of them accumulated too fast, she could die of shock or organ failure. Also, regenerating a vital organ like the lungs was a delicate process that would consume lots of her strength, and she hadn't much to begin with. Lith decided to take things slow, treating only a minimal part of her lungs to begin with. Then he would use his control over her mana flow to expel all toxins and impurities the dead tissues would release from her body. Then, he would give her some time to recover before attempting another session. During the whole process, he took care of her, ensuring that she was eating and resting properly. To do that, Lith skipped hunting and magic training, only keeping his job with Nana to have a steady source of income while Tista was resting. The whole procedure took over a month, but thanks to all his painstaking efforts and meticulous bordering on anal-retentive preparations, everything went well. In some respects, even too well. After the treatment, Tista's mana core had gone from light orange to yellow, and according to Solus, it kept evolving over time. Seems your sister was quite talented, but her illness prevented her core from properly growing. That's good. Lith nodded. As soon as she completely recovers, I can bring her to Nana to learn magic. That way she will be able to learn a trade and achieve a social status on her own. What comes next depends entirely on her. Won't you teach her true magic? That would be idiotic. She is just 10 years old. If there's really some sort of global conspiracy and control over magic, that would mean putting her in danger. She deserves to finally have some fun. To live instead of just surviving. I won't drag her into a hornet nest unless that's what she wants. Lith made sure that everyone in the family understood the importance of keeping Tista's recovery a secret. Lith was still a no one. If the rumor spread, nobles or other mages could hunt them down to get their hands on the procedure. Despite the fact that they regretted being forced to keep Tryon in the dark, they accepted wholeheartedly. None of them was stupid enough to endanger such a newly achieved happiness just for a bit of bragging. Since according to Nana there was a chance for Tista to heal by herself when her growth spurt hit, they decided to stick with that story and claim it to be a miracle of nature. Lith had developed a spell to alter the results of Nana's Vinaya Rad 2, so that when she checked on Tista she would still appear ill, but slowly improving. This time he would not slip up on the details. Tista had to put up a facade every time Tryon was around, but she soldiered on bravely. Being sick was second nature to her. Sometimes she even fooled Lith and her parents with her acting. But whenever she could, she would walk with Lith through the Tron woods, going together to his secret clearing where she could finally be free to run, swim in the river, sing, and dance at her heart's content. Lith didn't regret even one moment spent with her instead of practicing magic or refining his mana core. Those things were of secondary importance to him. He had started practicing magic only because of his hunger for power, to put this new world to the test before committing suicide again. But then he had fallen in love with his new family, and magic had become a tool instead of a purpose. And that purpose was laughing and jumping around, in front of his eyes. Lith couldn't and wouldn't hold his tears back. Wherever you are, Carl, I hope with all my heart that you too have found someone to love and to protect. I love you, little brother, and no matter how distant we are, you'll always be with me. A few months later, Lith received an invitation from Count Lark, to join him for a day in his manor as his esteemed guest. The whole thing happened in an odd fashion. Lith received a letter instead of a holocall, and despite being addressed to him it was delivered to Nana's house. Being the host, Nana took the liberty of reading it before handing it to him. She was just concerned about Litha's well-being, of course. The letter said in a perfect penmanship. Dear Lith. Thanks again for slaying the monstrous magical beast. You have served the county of Lustria and deserve to be rewarded accordingly. To this end, I would like you to join me in my manor in 10 days after receipt of this letter. We have much to discuss. I urge you to contact me as soon as you can via Lady Neria's communication amulet. Count Tranquil Lark. What does this mean? It sounds so serious to almost be ominous. It doesn't seem like something a joyful and spirited person like the Count would write. Lith asked Nana. Nana nodded, eager to avoid the outrageous accusation of being nosy. I can smell good news and bad news. The good news is that there isn't anything serious. Despite the somber tone, worthy of a payment order, Lark used a letter. This means it's nothing urgent or important, since he could afford to wait for the delivery and the reply. The bad news is that all the above stinks of formality and etiquette. I fear that you are in for a whole day of boredom, while attending all the official business regarding your prizes and whatnot. As I always say, little imp, no good deed goes unpunished. That's my line. Lith inwardly screamed. Not only you open my mail, you even steal my shtick. Even the following holocall was awkward. Count Lark was uncharacteristically calm and composed, managing not to ask Lith any questions about magic, nor did he lose his monocle once during the exchange. After hearing that Lith had accepted his invite, he stated that his personal tailor would stop by later to take Litha's measurements, and that he would send his stagecoach on the set date, 1 hour after dawn in front of Nana's house. Then, the Count politely but promptly ended the call, saying he had many things to attend to. For Lith, it was like talking to a complete stranger. The tailor arrived less than an hour later and he didn't give Lith any mean look or nasty remark. On the contrary, he somehow recognized him at first glance, complimenting him for his height. Despite being only 8.5 years old, Lith was already over 1 meter and 35 centimeters, 4 feet 6 inches, tall, and in the county of Lustria any man above 1.75 meters, 5 feet 9 inches, was considered tall. Keep growing up so fast and soon you'll be as tall as the Count, young man. After the man left, Nana whistled in surprise. Good gods, I know him. That's the tailor that personally prepares the clothes for the Lark's family. It's even worse than I thought. This occasion must be something really big, like being invited to a ball kind of big. This is one of those rare moments when I'm happy not being part of high society anymore. Prepare yourself for long awkward silences, insufferable small talk and being shown around like some kind of exotic beast. Lith spent the next 10 days in his usual routine, obsessing about Nana's words was pointless, since he had already taken those things into consideration when he decided to tighten his relationship with the Count. Except dancing, of course. Lith had always hated dancing, even back on Earth, mostly because of his 2 left feet. But even that wouldn't worry him much, there was no way for him to learn the court's dances in so little time. Even if he managed to find a book about it and added it to Solaspedia, knowing was not doing, he would still need to practice. He could only suck it up and endure. When the fated day came, a luxurious stagecoach stopped in front of Nana's house. It was all white, with the decors painted gold, drawn by 4 snow-white stallions. A valet descended, bowing to Lith before giving him a small wooden box. My lord, would like you to change into your new outfit, before getting into the stagecoach. So much respect was dumbfounding for Lith, so he bowed back without a word, before going into Nana's living quarters to change. He came out wearing deep blue velvet pants over hard leather shoes, a snow-white silk shirt and a blazer that matched with the pants, with the Count's family crest embroidered in gold over his heart. Neat. I'm probably wearing more money than my family's farm is worth. Judging from the crest, I guess Nana was right. Lark is going to introduce me to someone, and he needs that someone to know who I belong to. Lith was alone on the stagecoach. After opening the door for him, the valet went to sit beside the coachman. Despite the horse's remarkable speed, the ride lasted over half an hour. Having nothing to do, Lith spent the whole time using accumulation. His deep cyan mana core had yet to change by even a shade, it definitely needed more work. When the stagecoach finally stopped, Lith looked out of the window, only to discover they were just at the gates of the estate. Two fully armed soldiers talked to the coachman, inspecting inside, above and below the stagecoach before letting them pass. Going at full speed, guards armed to the teeth who performed a full check on the coach. Maybe Nana was wrong, this looks more pressing by the second. Once inside the gate, and beyond the high grey walls, the stagecoach slowed down, allowing Lith to take in the full manor view. The park around the manor extended as far as the eye could see. The air smelled of cut grass, flower beds and finely trimmed bushes adorned the cobblestone paths that went across the whole park. Halfway between the gate and the manor, there was a plaza, surrounded by benches. At his center there was a huge pedestal with a marble statue of someone that Lith assumed had to be either the first Count Lark, or an ancestor of which they were proud of. The manor itself was bigger than he had imagined, extending for at least 3,000 square meters, divided into a main building, a left and a right wing forming a reversed U shape. It took almost 5 more minutes to actually get to the manor's entrance. The more he looked around, the more he could feel that something was amiss. One of the greatest changes that happened after Litha's mana core evolved to Cyan, was that alongside his 5 senses, his instincts had greatly improved. He was able to sense hidden dangers, like with the Re, and to more easily grasp someone's real demeanor and intentions. So, he didn't miss that there were too few servants around, and those few he managed to spot all had a tense expression. A butler in a white and deep blue livery welcomed him with a deep bow. "The Count asked me to apologize on his behalf for not personally receiving you, Magico Lith. His lordship also tasked me to bring you to his private quarters as soon as possible, where he will explain everything to you." The butler's poker face was impeccable, but Lith could have cut the atmosphere with a knife. He followed the butler until they reached a double-doored room guarded by 4 soldiers. Looking through the windows, Lith could see that there were even more guards on the outside, patrolling the windows and the glass doors leading to the park. Inside, he found the Count nervously pacing around. 2 youths were sitting on armchairs, and both were showing signs of anxiety, either tapping their feet or fiddling with their hair. Count Lark hadn't changed much since the last time he had seen him in person. He was in his mid to late 50s, around 183 meters tall with a thin build, that made him appear even taller. The Count had thick black hair with streaks of gray and a short-trimmed goatee of the same color. His inseparable black-rimmed monocle was attached to his breast pocket with a blue silk string. As soon as he saw Lith, his somber demeanor disappeared. The Count was back to be his old, passionate self. "Good gods, Lith, you are finally here." The Count shook his hand with such vigor that Lith thought he was actually trying to crush it. "Where are my manners? Allow me to introduce you to my beloved children." The 2 youths stood up and extended their hands in turns. "This is my third born, Jaden. He is also the next in line to become the next Count Lark. Hopefully it will happen many years from now." Lith shook his hand. Jaden had a firm but gentle grip, physically resembling his father, except being almost 10 centimeters, 4 inches, shorter and with a much more muscular build. He was in his early 20s, with pitch black hair and a goatee. "And this is my 4th born, Keelia. This beautiful young lady is almost 16 and ready to make her debut at the king's court. They are the only family I have left." Keelia was a petite girl, 153 meters, 5 foot, high, with flaming red hair with shades of gold and emerald green eyes. She was wearing an emerald green day dress that highlighted her hair and eyes. She fitted the Count's bill, except for the beautiful part. She wasn't really well endowed for Litha's tastes, and despite all the makeup she wore it was impossible to hide such a bad case of acne. Even if she somehow got rid of it, LTH would have considered her pretty at best. Kayla offered him her hand, the palm facing downward. Lith didn't need his etiquette book to know that she was expecting a hand kiss. It was awkward for him. He had never done such a thing even for his past girlfriends when things had got almost serious. Luckily, after being dead and reborn twice, having faced killers and magical beasts, it would take much more than that to embarrass him. So, He gave her a small bow while giving a short peck on her hand. "It's a real pleasure and an honor for me to meet you all," Lith said, following the etiquette. "Now please, your lordship, could you explain to me the reason of my summoning?" The more Lith saw and heard, the less he understood. Lith couldn't figure out why the Count was giving him all those useless details, nor why the hand-tailored suit he received was so similar to the one Jaden was wearing. The Count face-palmed himself. "Oh. Of course, I'm so sorry. I'm still so shocked by the recent events that my head doesn't work properly. Let me explain. I called you here because I need your help to save our lives. My wife wants to kill us all. I beg your pardon." Lith was flabbergasted. "Dad. How many times have I told you to start explaining things from the beginning, not the end?" Kayla rolled her eyes. Yes, my dear. You see, when I was Jaden's age I got married. It was an arranged marriage, with the purpose of joining the resources of the Lark and Gishel households. Back during that time we were both in dire straits and needed a way to get out of the insane debts that our profligate parents had left to us. The financial side of the business was a success. Between our combined annuities and by selling some of the residual assets, I was able to have enough capital to invest in the right businesses. Long story short, our families went from almost broke to being two of the richest in the Marquisate, and that's when everything fell apart between us. My wife, Koya, had never been kind or lovely to me. We were just business partners. We never shared a common interest or ideal, but until we got our money back, at least it was bearable. After that point, our marriage was purely for show, and aside from when she asked me to attend to my marital duties, we had no intimacy. I got 4 children from her, after all, and even got them tested with blood resonance magic to be certain they were actually mine. I might be a little airhead, but I'm not that naive. Both Jaden and Kayla blushed up to their ears. Dad. Too much information. Stick to the facts, please. This situation is already embarrassing enough as it is, don't add oil to the fire. Jaden said, but the Count was inflexible. To be able to help us, Lith needs to understand what kind of woman we are facing, or do you want to underestimate your mother again? At those words, Jaden lowered his eyes and sat back down. Lith was really interested in the blood resonance magic, but he held his questions for later. Things were confused enough already. Where was I? Oh yes. Right after our households got back on their feet, Koya soon became restless. She was obsessed with us getting more titles, more annuities, and more lands. To the point that she took part in the court's power games and intrigues, trying to make allies to weaken our neighbors and take over their lands. But after working hard for more than 20 years, I was content with what I had. 4 beautiful children, a rich and prosperous household, a thriving county. I just wanted to slow things down and enjoy the life I had built, while expanding my power and influence through hard honest work instead of underhanded schemes. Of course she was furious. All her plotting was useless without my consent. After all, I wasn't married into her family, she was married into mine. And being the one that did all the work, I kept the biggest share of the profits. At that point, somehow, our constant arguing and mutual spite started affecting our 2 oldest children. I don't know if it happened because they were born when I was still too busy to give them proper care and attention, or if they just got more from their mother's side rather than mine. Only the gods know. My eldest son, Laurent, started taking his status as my successor for granted. He neglected his duties and did nothing but drink, gamble, and chase skirts. My second-born, Laika, had always been a problematic child. She was never content with what she had. She always wanted more toys, more dresses, more jewelry. Nothing was enough for her. As my constant fights with her mother continued, she became angry with everything and everyone, throwing fits of rage for the smallest things. She started beating the servants almost on a daily basis. I lost count of how many ran away from this house because of her. Between Laika and Laurent, it was like there was a competition about who would make me spend more money monthly, trying to cover up their misdeeds and compensating their victims. I tried sending Lauren to all the military academies I could find, hoping that some discipline would straighten him up, but he always managed to get dishonorably discharged in a few months, if not weeks. My last resort was giving him a position of responsibility in the household, but he would either not attend at all, or show up dead drunk. When I discovered that he had begun not only to deceive maidens with promises of marriage, but also to take them by force, I decided that enough was enough. I publicly disowned him, stripping him of his titles and annuities, leaving him enough money to live an honest life, if he quits gambling, of course. I also told him that the next time he defiled a girl he would be judged like any other scoundrel, and pay for it. At those words, Lith thought about Orpal for the first time in over 3 years. That shoal should be away for at least another couple years. Maybe if I decide to take part in this episode of Game of Spades and we survive, I can have the Count trace and eliminate him for me. That would be nice. I hate loose ends. After a short break for a glass of water, Count Lark continued his story. My wife was outraged. To her, Lauren's crimes were just boyish pranks that we should indulge and forgive. But it was the Lark household that he was dragging through the mud. It was my money that he was throwing away with gambling and loan sharks. To add insult to injury, my reputation had become that of a corrupt and profligate noble. Even if somehow I didn't have any decency or honor within me, how could I entrust my life's work to someone that would destroy it in less than a generation? Have I ever told you why I appreciate magic so much? It's because mages and nobles are so similar and yet so different. They both hold a power that allows them to destroy or save lives with a single word, to influence their surroundings just by being there. I consider magic superior, because a mage's might come from study and discipline, and that means that he knows and understands the values of his power and the consequences of his actions. Nobles, instead, get that power as a birthright. They take it for granted, and some live their whole lives considering it perfectly natural for them to be superior, a higher existence. That's why so many of us end up abusing our status and authority. But I digress. After expelling Lauren from the family, Koya wouldn't listen to reason, and neither would Laika. She really loved her brother, and after he was kicked out, she became even more angry and violent. The Count's eyes turned watery, he had to remove his monocle to rub them with a handkerchief. Have you ever heard about all those stories about nobles killing and maiming commoners for trivial reasons? Well, she turned out to be the living embodiment of all those stories, and when I discovered what she had done, the body count was already over a dozen. I had no choice but to disown her too, pleading to the king for mercy and losing a lot of my accumulated merits in the process. Despite everything, she is still my daughter. My wife was brought to the brink of insanity, saying that it was all my fault, and so she left the house for good, returning to the Gishels. At first, I thought that being apart would allow her to regain her senses and come back. After a while, though, I really enjoyed the peace and quiet. I hoped she would never return. But then I discovered that she had brought our disowned children with her, breaching my trust and blatantly flaunting the king's law. At that point, I applied for the marriage to be annulled, otherwise after my death, she could reinstate them as family members, if not even as heirs to the county. The annulment process would take a while, but I was certain I had settled that matter. In the following weeks, I started to feel weak and feverish. Despite all my personal magician Jennan's assurances, I could tell that something was wrong. No cold ever felt like that or lasted so long. I started skipping my meals in secret, eating only fruits that I picked up myself, and guess what? My symptoms faded away. Only then did I remember that Jennan was from my wife's side of the family. She had hired him personally, and she did so for more than half our staff. After firing everyone she had brought into the house, I had hoped to finally be safe, but then even Kayla and Jaden fell ill. I would have never imagined that she would harm her own children, just because they didn't agree with her. At that point, I was in dire need of a magical aid, but who could I trust? Competent magicians are hard to find, and at this point, I don't trust anyone. Who knows who may actually be sent by my wife or one of her associates? That's when I sent you the letter with the help of my personal secretary, a man that I've known and trusted for decades. I couldn't call for Lady Neria's help. Without her the whole district of Lucia would fall apart, not to mention that it would be a sign of weakness. Who would entrust a county to a man incapable of managing his own house? Nana has on more than one occasion assured me that your healing skills are on par with hers. Also, having killed a magical beast yourself, I'm reasonably confident that you are already more competent than Jenin, who graduated from a minor academy thanks to his father's money. Lith closed his eyes, trying to assimilate all that information at once to decide his next course of action. Damn! I'm in a dead end. He thought. If I say no and he survives, I'll lose everything I built so far. If I refuse and he dies, not only do all my efforts to turn him into my backer fall through, but this wannabe Borgia strikes me like someone who after getting rid of her husband, will wipe all traces of his existence out as well, and that includes me. Unless she is deaf, blind, and dumb, she is bound to know how much the Count has invested in me. That puts my entire family in danger. I definitely don't want this Laurent guy to come anywhere close to my mother and sisters. Feeling cornered, he had only one doubt. I consider myself a good healer and hunter, your lordship, but I don't see how I can help. Except by keeping you safe and healthy for the time being, of course. Yet that would just be stalling for time. If you don't have a way to make your wife yield, it could go on for years. No, rest assured that it won't. As soon as the marriage is annulled, she will no longer be able to make demands on the Lark household. Unless I am sorely mistaken, by that time she will be knee-deep in troubles caused by our disowned children and for violating the king's law by bringing them into her family despite being marked as a living shame. Her only way out is to get rid of me, Kayla, and Jaden. I would make my will null and void, she would remain the only inheritor alive, plus she could restore Lawrence and Koya's status. I just need you to keep us alive until the king signs the annulment documents. Litha's mind was spinning at full gear, consulting with Solus to ensure that all of his bases were covered. That can be done. I have some demands that I would like your lordship to agree with before accepting. From their expression, it was clear they didn't expect such a request, yet the Count nodded without hesitation. To be able to protect you, I need to move inside your house until the matter is resolved, right? But of course. That's why you wear the family colors and crest. Your clothes identify you as one of my personal aides, second in authority only to me and my children. Good to know. Lith thought. That explains why Jaden and I have almost matching clothes. I am deeply honored for it, but if I agree to help you, your wife could also target my family in retaliation. If I move in, I might need them to come along, for their safety, and someone has to take care of the farm, or they will have nothing to return to. Count Lark facepalmed himself. Oh Lith, I'm so sorry for doubting your loyalty. For a moment I thought you were going to refuse. You are right, I missed this possibility. I will have them come here as soon as possible. They will be my honored guests as well. I will send my sharecroppers to tend to your farm until everything is settled. Anything else? Yes. I need free reign within your household. If your wife still has spies among the house staff, I will need to resort to unpleasant means to sort them out. We cannot expect them to confess out of the goodness of their hearts. Count Lark took out a handkerchief, cleaning his already shiny monocle to ease his nerves. Do you mean torture and interrogations? Do we really need to resort to that? As a last resort, yes. Desperate times call for desperate measures. It should not be necessary. I can easily disguise myself as your guest while keeping a low profile. After all, no one here knows who I am, except for the butler. The Count started coughing loudly. Jaden and Kayla looked at each other, before turning towards Lith. Actually, everyone knows who you are. Jaden said with an awkward smile. Well, that doesn't mean they know what I am capable of. When he saw them exchanging another look, while the Count kept coughing non-stop, Lith felt compelled to ask, they don't, right? Kayla cleared her throat before standing up, prompting him to follow her. A picture is worth more than 1,000 words. I think you need to see how you are depicted in the painting hall. How I am what? Lith yelled, having lost his cool for a second. Now it was the Count's turn to become red up to his ears. Lith followed Kayla, resisting the urge to make her move faster. This whole situation was completely unexpected, and was weighing heavily on his mind. Since Lith had heard of the painting, Solus hadn't stopped laughing, projecting famous statues like the David by Donatello or the Perseus by Antonio Canova into his head. She had replaced the facial features with Lith's and switched the Medusa's head with the BY case, grinding on his nerves. I swear that if that moron of a Count had me drawn naked or something, I'll kill him faster and more cruelly than his psycho wife ever could. Luckily for the Count, that wasn't the case. The painting was quite big, 1 meter, 3 feet 3 inches, large and 1.5 meters, 5 foot, high, and represented the BYK, standing on its feet with glowing red eyes in a dark forest, occupying the center and the left corner. Lith was drawn while facing the magical beast, offering only the left profile to the viewer. His small body occupied only the bottom right corner, engulfed in a magical aura. His left arm and hand were set ablaze, supposedly because of a fire spell he was casting. The perspective and darkness-filled background made the BYK seem big and terrifying like a dragon, while Lith appeared as the only element of light, his face filled with courage and determination. The enormous stuffed body of the BYK was placed a few meters to the right, half hidden in an alcove, to show the visitor the ending of the story depicted in the drawing. Well, it's not that bad. Lith thought. It's not the tacky horror I had imagined, and I am not even idiotically beautified. That's my actual face. Solus, is it me, or do I look kind of handsome? Well, I don't know. She replied. It's definitely a version of you that doesn't glare and frown all the time. More importantly, he doesn't look like he is there because he has lost a bet, like you do when you watch yourself in the mirror. Lith sighed in relief. At least he wasn't portrayed in his birthday suit or in some kind of arrogant or overbearing pose. That would have been really embarrassing for him. What's the problem with the painting? Lith asked, scratching his head in confusion. The problem is that my father showed it to every guest, servant, and passerby that was willing to listen to him. He recounted how you single-handedly defeated the malevolent beast in an epic battle of magic and wits. Jaden answered. That's quite an accurate recollection of the events, albeit entirely made up, Solus commented. The Count would make an excellent storyteller. Lith dismissed Jaden's worries with a wave of his hand. You are overthinking it. No one actually witnessed the fight, the pelt is almost completely intact, and everyone knows about Count Lark's obsession with magic and sponsoring promising youths. They would be more likely to believe that either I lucked out or that the Count gave me some help, and is trying to distort me into being a hero. No offense, your lordship. None taken. The Count replied. So, do you like it? He was bouncing with impatience, waiting for Lith's reply. What's not to like? He shrugged. I'm not an art expert, but it seems well painted. Both me and the BYK are depicted realistically. The only question I have is how could the artist know my... Then Lith's I noticed the painter's signature in the bottom left corner. It was a squiggly line, but with a leap of imagination one could actually read the name, Tranquil Lark. Lith turned around abruptly just in time to get a glimpse of Count Lark jumping with joy, before regaining his composure. Having cleared that issue, they silently returned to the Count's private quarters, before resuming their conversation. Lith pretended to be casting a fake magic spell, while actually casting his hush spell. It would create a spherical air vortex that would make eavesdropping by conventional means impossible, by distorting the sounds coming out of the room. That will prevent anyone from listening in. As I was saying, taking everything into account, no one would actually believe such a story. Of course the fact that everyone knows my face complicates things, but a covert operation is still feasible. The way I see it, we have two options. Option 1, I pretend that I'm a half-baked magician who can't live up to what the Count set up until this point. This will give the enemies inside and outside the house the confidence to carry on with their plans, as if I am not even here. It should make it easier to capture whoever tried to poison you, but it also means that the assassin will be emboldened and attack more often. Considering that such a person could be a small fish, even eliminating them would do us no good. They would be easily replaceable. Option 2, I play it big and loud, confirming all the rumors about me. That should put your wife on alert, forcing her to reconsider her plans and become more cautious. That would mean a temporary peace, but the next assassination attempts would be conducted by a skilled assassin who would strike only after careful preparation, giving them a high chance of success. At the same time, it wouldn't be easy to find another trusted mercenary on such short notice, if we managed to eliminate the first one. Both paths are filled with thorns and danger, so it's up to you to decide. The room fell into silence. The three nobles were pondering how they wanted to bet their lives. Isn't there a third option? Kayla asked. If you can find one, sure. I am open to suggestions. Lith shrugged. I say that our best option is discretion. The Count had made up his mind. We aren't trying to beat Koya at her own game, we just need to stall for time. If we manage to survive on our own until now, with Litha's help things should be much easier. Let's keep our real strength hidden as long as we can, so that when she finds out the truth, hopefully she won't have enough time to take the best countermeasures she could. I know her well, she is cold and calculative, but under pressure she is much better at taking orders rather than giving them. It's happened multiple times in the past and now is not any different. She could have pretended to accept my decision, to stay by my side despite our differences. That way, even the first poisoning attempt would have succeeded, since my suspicions arose mostly because I knew that she wouldn't stand idly by while losing the status and money that the title of Countess gives her. As always, Koya's bad temper got the best of her and she made one mistake after another. So, what's our next move? Until everything is resolved, don't hire new servants, it's too risky. Lith said. Aside from that, there is not much we can do, we are still on the defense. The only thing that comes to my mind is to introduce me to your staff, one small group at a time. Those who are still loyal to you will look at me with curiosity and benevolence, while those who are on your wife's payroll may feel pressured and lose their cool. It's a long shot but it's better than nothing. Litha's plan was actually more complex than that, but it wasn't something he could share. Between his life vision and soulless mana sense, he would take note of everyone whose physical strength exceeded their occupation's requirements or had at least a yellow mana core. Our best bet would be a male, middle-aged with a strong body and mana core. It would make the perfect suspect. Lith thought. Why a male? Solus asked. Because men are physically superior, even in this world. A woman would be better suited to a honey trap, but we already know that the Count doesn't fiddle with the maids. Middle-aged because it should be someone the Countess planted long ago, to let him gain the trust and authority necessary to freely move in the manor. Also, a strong mana core would be a great tell for a hitman. I doubt anyone with enough talent for magic would settle for a manual labor job without a really good reason. If something magic-related happens, it would be the perfect diversion, since women would always be the prime suspects being naturally more talented. When the Count told Lith that he had fired half of the staff, Lith had deluded himself into believing that it would make things easier for him to control. But reality begged to differ. The remaining personnel still amounted to over 50 units, and that was only after not taking into account gardeners and stable workers, since they did not have access to the main building. 54 King persons. It's more than the whole village population. It took me hours just to meet them all. None of them had shown signs of stress meeting him, making his official plan a complete failure. The silver lining was that he had actually found possible suspects. The problem, though, was that there were too many. Lith had found among the staff 16 people who stuck out for their physical or magical abilities. Yet he had no way of performing a background check outside directly asking them or their colleagues, but that would make his intentions too obvious. He couldn't rely on the Count or his children for that. They barely knew their names and roles in the household. Lith decided that for the time being, the best he could do was keep his own family in the dark. As long as he played his role as a weak magico, the safest place for them was the one furthest away from the eye of the storm. He kept thinking and thinking, but he couldn't find a way out. Damn it. I'm really starting to believe that this time I am way out of my league. I'm no detective, just an out-of-practice chemist that now practices magical arts. This is not a problem that I can solve by killing or burning stuff. The situation resembles a frigging game of chess more and more, and I hate chess. I suck at chess when the fight is fair, let alone when all I have is my queen, me, the king, count, and 2 pawns, heirs. Solus' giggle was the first good thing he had heard the whole day. Well, if the board is so unfavorable, have you thought about cheating? Suddenly Lith's stone ring turned to liquid, splashing on the floor before returning to the form of a marble. 8 little legs came out of the stone marble, making it resemble a spider that started to move in circles around Lith. Nice little trick, don't you think? I wanted to give this a try since I gained the ability to change shape at will. Solus explained. It's amazing. What can you do in that form? The same as always. Store things and use the magic that you know by consuming your mana. If you allow me to do it, obviously. Then what's the point? Last time we checked, our mind link was around 10 meters, 10.1 yards. Sure, I could plant and use you like a bug, but then I would need to somehow retrieve you without raising suspicions. How far can you move on your own? We are about to find out. Solus started moving fast, first on the floor then up the wall, until she reached the ceiling. Then she moved on the opposite side of the room, putting 5 meters, 5.4 yards, between them. So far so good. I feel like I can move even further. Lith opened the door of his room, checking with life vision to be sure that there was no one hidden in some corner or behind a secret passage that he was unaware of. Then he let Solus get further away from him. She kept humming the entire time, making it possible for Lith to determine how the strength of their mind link changed with distance. At 10 meters, 11 yards, it was perfectly clear, like she was still on his finger. After 20 meters, 22 yards, it became muffled. He could still share her senses and communicate with her, but it required focus. At 30 meters, 33 yards, her thoughts were barely a whisper. I don't feel so good, I'm afraid that this is my limit. If I get any further, I won't be able to receive your mana anymore and I will begin to consume my life force in order to move. My reserves are not as depleted as when you first found me, but the idea of being all alone, bleeding energy with every step frightens me quite a bit. Lith could understand her fear. She had already come very close to death once, and in order to survive, Solus had to pay a terrible price. If mana is the problem, let's see if I can do something about it. Lith created a string of mana with spirit magic, and used it to connect to Solus. Suddenly everything was clear again, he could even feel her little body perform a joyful dance. Solus was able to proceed swiftly until the distance between them was 50 meters, 54.7 yards, the new limit of spirit magic's range. Sending her mana over a further distance required increasing focus and energy consumption on Lith's side. It was like casting and keeping several spells active at the same time. For Solus to reach the servant quarters, Lith required such concentration that he became blind and deaf to whatever was happening around him, going into a meditative trance. This is completely unacceptable. I need to babysit the Count and his kids at all times. What would happen if we got attacked while I play the Sleeping Beauty? Not to mention how can I possibly explain my narcolepsy to the Count without either losing his trust or revealing Solus's existence. Lith tried to open his eyes, to listen with his own ears instead of using Solus's senses. It didn't come easy, it was like pushing a car uphill, the slightest mistake and he would be back to square one. After numerous failures, Lith snapped. Damn! If finesse doesn't work, let's go brute force. Lith forcefully awoke, his room was as he had left it, the doors still barred from the inside since Solus had gone beyond his line of sight. He could hear and see again, but the burden on his mind and body was unchanged. He could feel his mana being drained, his mind was slower than usual. It was like trying to do mental calculations with a commercial jingle stuck in your head. The mind link was still there, but it was blocked. Seems that at this range I can either use my senses or hers, not both. It's not great, but still an improvement. At least I won't have to fall asleep at the weirdest times. Closing his eyes again, Lith asked Solus to come back. When she returned, they started planning their next moves. In the following days, Lith would stay with the three nobles at all times, barricading themselves in the Count's private quarters and surrounded by guards. That way from the outside it would look like Litha's arrival had changed nothing, but appearances couldn't be more different from the truth. Lith would make them drink only water he conjured, and before letting them eat even a single bite of any food, he would use magic to search for poisons and detoxify them. He would also use Vinayar Rad 2, the light magic diagnostic spell, to cover up his use of invigoration, his body strengthening/imaging breathing technique, to check their bodies for slow-release poisons they could have ingested before his arrival or any relevant anomalies. The poison was mostly in the food, covered by spices and sauces. The only anomaly he could find was Kayla's acne. Poor girl. This stuff doesn't just cover her face, it also covers her back and shoulders. I guess for her debut in society she will have to pick a dress that leaves a lot to the imagination. While Lith was seemingly holed up, he was actually checking on his suspects, one by one. To avoid useless energy expenditure, he would establish his mind link with Solus before attaching her to a plate, tray, or under a servant's collar. She would then travel to the kitchens in search of her target, and only then would she send a small burst of energy to signal Lith to start feeding her again. She would then follow the suspect during the day, hoping to catch them red-handed. Usually she would get nothing out of it, but just the gossip was worth the trip. Sigh, since the Countess left, so many bad things have happened. Said a maid in her late 20s. Yeah, first someone tried to poison the Count, and then he kicked out a lot of our friends. I get that he is scared, but that was unfair. Said a valet that was barely 18 years old. Shut up, idiot. Thank the gods we still have our jobs and references. This isn't a good time for slackers and whiners. Rebuked a chubby maid in her 40s. Personally, I have always considered her ladyship nuttier than a fruitcake. Chimed in Poultice, the butler and head of the staff. He was the one who had welcomed Lith at his arrival. She was always nagging to the poor Count and asking for money. Yet this time, I think she may have a motive that, it pains me to admit, is almost justifiable. He said dramatically, looking over his shoulder like someone that knows too much. What do you mean? What do you know? Soon Poultice was hard-pressed to reveal his juiciest discovery. Isn't it obvious? I mean, who in his right mind would stand up for those two worthless scum? They are nothing but human-faced monsters, not even the Countess would dirty her hands with that trash. I'm so happy they are finally gone. My daughter is getting lovelier by the day, you know. During the last year, I have spent every day in dread, hiding her from that walking dick of Laurent. Who cares about your daughter, old fogey, spill the beans. Said the chubby maid. A small crowd of servants had gathered up around him, and even if there was no one else around, he whispered like he was about to reveal a forbidden secret. I think that the kid that just arrived is the Count's fifth son. All the servants present gasped in astonishment. Think about it. Pitch black hair, very tall for his age, obsessed with magic. They are clearly made from the same mold. Otherwise, why would the Count personally paint him and put his picture in the painting hall, among his family members? Why would he send the family tailor to make him his clothes and ask the kid to join him in his time of need? A family must stick together. Soon the whole room erupted with shouts and chatter. That's why the Countess was so angry. It explains everything. Do you think he could be the next in the line of succession? Poor Jaden. While everyone's imagination was going wild, Solus was really happy that she was a magical construct at the moment. She was laughing so hard that she could barely keep her form. If she had been inside a human body, she would be rolling on the floor, hugging her belly and gasping for air. The servants' gathering was going to last a long time. Luckily her Mark wasn't that interested in gossip and started to move toward the servants' quarters. Solus promptly detached from the apron she was hiding under and followed her quietly until she was able to latch onto her shoe. The maid was one of Litha's prime suspects, a member of the personnel that had access to all the family's meals. Also, she had a physical and magical strength above the average. Not much, but it was all that they had. All the other previous suspects had been nothing but a bust. Sure, someone would steal silverware, another had an affair with another staff member, but that wasn't what Solus was looking for. The young girl opened her room with a key and then walked in. All the staff's bedrooms were identical, 8 meters long and 6 meters large. There would be one bed next to the wall on the opposite side of the door, and 2 more beds alongside the side walls. The only source of light outside of oil lamps was a single large window. Each bed had a wooden chest where the servants could store their belongings. As soon as she was alone, the maid started grumbling out loud. Those idiots. All they think about is gossip. They make everything related to nobles' relationships out to be some sordid affair. Who cares who fucks who? I can't wait for this mess to be over. Since the staff was halved, I don't get to slack off anymore. The Count has lessened our workload, sure, but with half the house to clean, now Pontus has double the time to check on our performance. If I get any more demerits, that old bastard will take money out of my salary. Gods, I'm so tired. She closed off the curtains and then changed into her nightgown before going to sleep. Solus could only inwardly sigh. Guess this is just another bust. She really doesn't seem to be a cold-blooded killer. She is really cute, though, especially without all those baggy clothes on. I wonder if hers is the body type Lith likes, or if he will indulge in these images. She chuckled. Guess not. Based on his memories, it's too soon for his body to have those urges, and his mind couldn't care less. Even when I told him I got into the women's quarters he didn't check my memories even once, he only listened to my report. Solus used the hush spell to prevent any noise from waking up the sleeping maid, adding a touch of dark magic to turn the room pitch black. She then proceeded to open the chest. Using a mix of spirit magic and her body-shifting abilities, picking the lock was easy as pie. While rummaging through the maid's personal belongings, Solus wondered about her life. It always feels so odd to be away from Lith. I'm so used to constantly hearing his thoughts, worries, and memories that all this silence in my head feels really lonely. Even when he sleeps, his mind always keeps me company. After all these years, I still haven't figured out what he is to me. A companion? A host? A master, or rather my mother. He gave me a second life, after all, and my first happy memory begins with him. The only reminiscences I have before meeting him are filled with the fear of dying or losing myself. The search had given no results. There was nothing outside casual clothes, shoes, family mementos, and harmless letters the maid exchanged with her loved ones. According to Earth's detective stories, the culprit should have with them a detailed letter from the instigator, money, a signet, a flask of poison or whatnot. Already being in the room, Solus decided to also check the remaining beds and wooden chests, starting from the one on the left side of the room. It turned out to be even blander than the previous. 2 down, 1 more to go. Solus opened the last lock, going through the clothes, the letters, and the trinkets contained in the last chest. She turned an old pair of shoes upside down when a hidden treasure fell into her hands. Well. What do we have here? A few days later, Lena Crestwick was at her wit end. The Countess was sick and tired of her failures and had clearly told her to either get the job done or start running for her life. That ungrateful *TCH. After so many years of loyal service, always covering her sorry ass, even volunteering to get rid of her deadbeat husband, that's how she repays me? Now I get why the sod wants to get rid of her. I'll make a last attempt before getting out of here. I'm sick of being caught between a rock and a hard place, always watching my back. If even this fails, I'll escape to the Gorgon Empire. I should be safe there. She had no idea what could have possibly gone wrong. Before getting fired, Jenan had told her that the Doomberry kiss was a powerful poison that even he would have a hard time detoxifying. Could the Count have an inhuman constitution despite being so thin? During her shift in the kitchen, she waited for the plates to be left unattended before adding 2 spoonfuls of poison into the Count's plate. It was impossible to miss, since even the napkins had the initials embroidered. That dose would be enough to kill a dozen men, but she was tired of slowly raising the amount, day after day, waiting for something to happen. Some hours later, she finally succeeded. After eating the soup, the Count had started to have difficulty breathing and his tongue swelled like a sponge. Both the so-called magician Brat and Pontus, who had been a field medic back in the military, couldn't help him. The bastard was finally dead. Lena, just like her co-workers, started sobbing uncontrollably. But while they were grieving, she was weeping with joy. Now she was safe, and with the sum she had agreed upon with the Countess, she could finally turn her lifelong dream into reality. She didn't need to work her A*S off anymore for someone else, it was her turn to live in a beautiful house, surrounded by servants. Of course, first she had to wait for the investigation to be concluded. Jaden, the new Count, imposed martial law, prohibiting anyone from leaving the house without his permission. Lena had nothing to fear, thought. As soon as she spiced up the late Count's plate, she had thrown away the remaining poison and carefully washed the flask before putting it back in the kitchen pantry. During the rest of the day, every room was combed and every member of the staff had to undergo a long interrogation. When they finally let her walk, she was exhausted. All the stress and emotions had taken a big toll on her. Also, she was starting to realize that she had actually killed a man, and a good one too. She tried to ease her guilty conscience by thinking of her future wealth and happiness, but instead she ended up second-guessing everything she had done so far. What if that B*TCH breaks her word? It's not like I can expose her crime, after all. Even worse, what if my reward turns out to be a knife in the back or a poison drink? She doesn't need me anymore, I'm just a loose end. Good gods, what have I done? Have I really killed a harmless buffoon, just for a pile of gold? The words pile and gold still had a soothing effect on her, so she decided to go to bed and put all that drama behind her. What's done is done, all the remorse in the world can't bring the Count back, may the gods rest his soul. The problem was that her roommates wouldn't stop talking about what happened, it was the first time in years that a murder occurred within those walls. After some yelling and bickering, she managed to convince them to close the curtains and turn off the oil lamp. Lena had just closed her eyes when the doorknob started turning and rattling. Someone was trying to get in. As soon as the light was lit again, the rattling stopped. What was that? One of her roommates said. It must be another of Saika's stupid pranks. She's such an asshole. The other one replied. And how could she do it if all our rooms are closed from the outside? Martial law, remember? Lena pointed out. When they were still trying to find an explanation, suddenly the room became so cold that they could see their breaths condensing, their room's window got all fogged up. One of her roommates became really scared, banging on the door and calling for help, but no one answered. All they could do was wear their heaviest clothes and cover themselves with the blankets. Then, the oil lamp went out. No matter how hard they tried, it was impossible to light it again. Panic started to ensue when the knob rattled again, even stronger than before, while their beds shook like during a quake. It's like in the old stories my grandmother used to tell me when I was little. Screamed one of the maids. A vengeful spirit is trying to get in. Grow up, Syria. There are no such things as ghosts. Lena was a woman of action, she never believed in folk tales. She raised her nightstand, to use it to smash the window that refused to open, when she saw him. The late Count Traquil Lark was in front of her, despite her room being on the first floor. His whole figure was pale white, glowing in a dim light like a firefly. His eyes were all white with no pupils, shedding tears of blood. Small blue flames were erupting from his snow-white hair, dancing around him while emitting screams of pain. Their eyes were locked, Lena couldn't look away, her whole body frozen stiff, the nightstand still raised. "How could you do this to me?" The Count's voice sounded distorted and distant, barely a whisper, but they could hear it as clearly as a shout. Screaming in terror, the three women ran to the door, trying to open it and calling for help. When they looked back, the Count was already floating inside, despite the window still being locked. When he extended his hand, they felt a jolt running through their spines, falling into a cold oblivion. When Lena woke up, she discovered she wasn't in her bedroom anymore. The moon was covered by clouds, and with only the dim light of the stars, she couldn't figure out her new location. Lena only knew she was now in the open. The cold night breeze and the rough feeling of the earth under her hands left no space for doubts. As her eyes started to adjust to the penumbra, she noticed some humanoid forms laying on the ground, only a few meters away. Glad to not be alone, she slowly crawled towards them, while trying to remember what had just happened. Lena was about to shake her roommates, when the clouds moved and the moon illuminated the forms, revealing them to be skeletons. Lena started to scream, and when she recognized the nightgowns they were wearing as those she had seen countless times on her friends, it turned into a shriek. Around her, multiple figures started to moan and move about. She tried to run away, but tripped over something soft and squishy, hitting the ground. When she opened her eyes again, she was staring at a tombstone which was engraved. "Here lies Croblin Lark, beloved father and husband." Lena suddenly realized where she was and why it felt so familiar. She was in the Lark family burial grounds, where all the forefathers of Count Lark were laid to their eternal rest. At that moment, she remembered everything, the poisoning, the rattling knob, the ghost. She wanted to believe it was all a bad dream, but her foot still hurt after the fall. Lena was about to lose her mind, when the moonlight revealed that the moving figures weren't undead, but other members of the staff she knew all too well. Two of them were actually her accomplices, Zaman, the second oldest butler after Poltus, whose loyalty actually lay only with the Countess, and Bizya, a young maid that had been planted a couple of years ago to keep an eye on the Count's private quarters. The three of them had been tasked by the Countess to ensure her return to power, by eliminating all possible obstacles. It was only thanks to Zaman's and Bizya's help that she had been able to slip the poison in the food unnoticed, even when she wasn't supposed to be in the kitchen. Either by relying on Zaman's authority or Bizya's flirting charm, she had managed to complete every task assigned to her after the Countess' forced departure. There were also two more staff members with them. Rafaya, a young valet she had often worked with, and Almond, one of the many butlers of the household. "Lena, is that you?" Bizya looked confused, shaking her head, trying to regain her focus. "That scream of yours almost made my head explode. Where in the God's name are we? Why am I not in my room? I clearly recall." Zaman's voice was cut short, the blood draining from his visage as he remembered the last events. "The Count!" he exclaimed. At those words, all five of them froze up in place, swept away by the terror caused by the unnatural encounter. "The Count is back," Rafaya said with a choked voice. "And the gods know why, but he believes I'm responsible for his death." Soon they all started looking around, finding the corpses of their own roommates. Their clothes were unscathed, whereas their bodies seemed to have aged centuries. "Rorik, why did this happen to you?" Almond fell to his knees, near the remnants of his oldest friend, crying desperately. "Shut up, you fool." Zaman forced his mouth shut with a hand. "In case you haven't noticed, we are in a cemetery. It is better not to wake that which can eternal lie." Zaman didn't dare emit more than a whisper, he was very superstitious. Usually Lena would mock him for his cowardice, but this night was different. She could feel her guts twisting and turning in fear, her body begging her to run away. Suddenly the ground trembled, and a raging fire erupted from an open grave. "Count Traquil Lark's grave. How could you do this to me?" The Count's spirit slowly emerged from the flames. Prepare to be judged by my ancestors. From the tombs nearby the Count, 3 skeletons arose, unearthing themselves up to the waist. Murderers! Wailed an old man's voice. Traitors! Yelled a woman's voice. Vermin! Said a man's voice. The 3 skeletons were struggling to get free from the earth's embrace, while announcing their verdict. The dirt, tattered clothes they wore kept ripping apart. The die is cast. The Count's spirit said with an otherworldly deep voice. Confess. He was pointing his finger towards Raphia, who suddenly felt pushed down on the ground by an invisible force. I'm innocent. I swear. He said, sobbing uncontrollably. The 3 skeletons started to wail as one, in a cacophony of indistinguishable voices. Their hollow orbits emitted a red glow, like a candle had been lit within, and like the Count, blood tears started to endlessly flow along their cheekbones. Liar! The Count yelled, and Raphia was dragged by the invisible force towards the Count's open grave, whose flames started to rise and roar loudly. The others tried to hold him by the arms, but the spirit's pull was too strong. When Raphia was thrown into the fiery pit, he emitted an inhuman shriek while the flames turned from bright red to an ominous purple. He will serve me in the netherworld, to atone for his sin. The Count's spirit said. Confess. This time he was pointing at Almond, who promptly complied. I confess. I confess. It was me stealing the silk bolts, exploiting my inventory duty. That's why there was never enough. And how do you atone? Said the spirit, its eyes reduced to 2 flaming slits. I'm so sorry. I swear. Words are not enough. The corpses on the ground arose, their orbits brimming with a red light. They lifted Almond with their skeletal hands over their heads, and threw him into the pit. Rorik, why? Was his final scream before disappearing in the flames. Before the ghost could pass his judgment, Lena knelt deeply, head on the ground, begging for forgiveness. I confess. It was me poisoning you, and those 2 are my accomplices. She said, pointing at the 2 survivors. Zaman and Bizya tried to take a step back, but the skeletons had returned, surrounding them again. Because of you my children are alone in this world. The ghost wailed in pain. It's only a matter of time before they join me in death. How do you atone? I'm so sorry. I've been stupid, I have no proof. I threw away the poison and burned all her ladyship's letters. Then burn yourself. Lena was then dragged by her dead roommates into the pit. Only the flames put an end to her shrieks. Zaman and Bizya kneeled too, going straight to the point. I can save your children. Yelled the young maid. I'm not stupid, I never trusted that bitch as far as I can throw her. I kept all her letters, her orders, in case she broke her word. I keep them all under a loose board in the kitchen's pantry. And so did I. On top of that, I know where she keeps all her personal correspondence hidden. The old butler rushed to add, fearing that he would become useless to his captor. She ordered the poison months ago. Plus there's so much more to it. It's all in a secret compartment right under her bed. I swear, that's all that I know. Please have mercy on this old fool. Magnificent. Said the Count with his usual joyful and enthusiastic tone, clapping his hands in delight. Suddenly he didn't sound otherworldly at all. The skeletons fell down like puppets whose strings had been cut, the fire went out and the Count came down to the ground with a thump loud enough to be heard. Was this all? Zaman couldn't believe his eyes. A farce? Poultice completed the sentence for him. Yes, old weasel. I knew you were always up to no good. The traitorous servants were able to put a face to the old skeleton's voice. Jaden, Kayla, be a dear and go retrieve the evidence. At this point I can't trust anyone else. The Count's heirs came right after Poultice, nodding, before running back to the house. Knowing he was doomed, Zaman still found the strength to look into the open grave, finding out that everyone was still alive, just bound and gagged by tendrils of earth. Thinking about what would befall him and his family, the old butler was filled with regret. The long years of loyal service, the savings of a lifetime, all those careful plans for his retirement, shattered together with his hopes for a better tomorrow for his sons. Lith sighed with relief. He could finally come out in the open. If he could, he would pat his own back. The results had far exceeded his expectations. Since Solus couldn't find anything in the remaining rooms, Lith had her follow Lena day and night, taking note of all those she was in contact with the most, to round them up all together for the final act. Which had been quite a hassle to arrange. To avoid blowing his cover, Lith could only resort to chore magic and spells up to tier 3, like the hovering spell he had applied to the Count. He had explained everything in detail to the Count, to avoid him being scared or surprised by the special effects he had in mind. Lith, of course, said he would move the skeletons with air magic, while he was actually using spirit magic. The blood tears trick was an easy one. Chicken blood that he prevented to clot with light magic, while using water magic to make it go down the cheekbones, pass behind the ear and through the hair to get an endless stream effect. The single steps were easy, but keeping all those spells active at the same time, manipulating flames, blood, and skeletons, had been quite exhausting, even with Solus's help. She had taken care of half the stage, but the mana she used was Lith's. They were like two divers with a single oxygen tank. The Count was very happy with the results. Ah! I always knew that magic is awesome. Flying has been such a memorable experience. Not to mention their faces. Count Lark was laughing like a kid after a successful prank. You should have seen their faces. Priceless. I never had so much fun in my life. He patted Lith's shoulder, covering him in white powder. Who would have guessed that old ghost stories from my books could be so effective? With a little tuning here and there, of course. For being a goody two-shoes, the Count is quite the trickster. Lith thought. Despite being so averse to torture, he had no qualms scaring so many people ***. Guess he never heard about psychological torture and PTSD. As soon as they got their hands on the incriminating evidence, Count Lark immediately used his communication amulet to contact the King's Bureau of Law and Order to submit them. The night clerk assured him that they would move his paperwork to the top of the list and that they would send royal investigators to shed light on the case. Translated from the bureaucratic lingo, it meant that the Count's case would now take days instead of weeks. Lith wouldn't take any risks, not after showing so much of his prowess. He had the Count make his whole family come to the estate the very next day. He also sent them some clothes he had prepared beforehand. In such a palace, the lowest stable boy was better dressed than them, even if they wore their best suits. When they arrived, one way or another, all the staff was assembled to see firsthand the mysterious woman who had spawned the Count's alleged fifth son. They expressed much admiration for his mother's and sister's beauty, and even Raz received a lot of attention. When Lith sent Solus to check if the rumor had finally died out, she replied with endless laughing out loud and an unbelievable story. According to her report, the household was now split into two factions. The first team, that she dubbed as #TeamLith, was led by Poultice, who refused to step back from his initial theory. Who would have thought that such an airhead like the Count could also be such a schemer? Not only had he got himself such a beautiful and young mistress, he also had the smarts to choose a woman whose husband resembles him so much that he would never suspect the son isn't his own. That witch of the Countess can't hold a candle to such a gorgeous woman. The second team, #TeamRaz, was led by Hilya. She was the head of the kitchen staff, first chef and also Poultice's oldest rival in terms of both authority and gossip skill. Have you gone senile or what? The Count is too noble and chivalrous to cheat, even on such a treacherous hag. Clearly, he had an affair before their wedding, and Sir Raz is the offspring of that love. That means that not only is he the real Count's fifth son, but that the young mage and his beautiful sisters are all his secret grandchildren. That's why he cares so much about the boy, and why he has brought them all here, now that the Countess is dead set on wiping out the whole bloodline. How noble of him. He probably has protected them from the shadows all these years, to keep them safe from his wife's jealousy and ire. Lith didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How the heck did we come to this? Sorry. Solus shrugged. It seems that the Count's staff has the hobby of making everything related to nobles look sordid. Thinking ill of something makes even coincidences look interesting, don't you think? Lith shook his head in desperation. Poor Mom. She is just a forbidden love triangle away from becoming the main character of one of those chick flicks that were all the rage a few years ago on Earth. Aside from the gossip, life in the Count's private quarters was really peaceful. Count Lark took the initiative to explain everything to Lith's parents, taking the blame entirely on himself and giving only words of praise to their son. Raz and Alina were actually quite angry and wanted to give Lith a solid piece of their mind. Yet after the Count apologized, even bowing to them, they were too embarrassed and flattered to say anything, at least in front of him. The whole family could not stop staring at the house. Walls made of stone, the luxurious furniture, the carpets. Everything seemed to come straight out of a fairy tale. Until that day, they had always thought they would never see such riches. Lith was wondering how long it would take for them to come back down to earth when breakfast arrived. The delicious and sweet smell of the pastries immediately caught their attention. Just great. Lith sighed inwardly. I should have expected my family's reaction to the Count's house. Luckily our hosts are overlooking their rude behavior. My only hope is that they don't jump on the food like starving wolves. That would be too embarrassing. Party pooper. Let them be happy, so that maybe they'll beat your A*S less when you get back home. Solus rebuked. Point taken. As soon as the cart entered the room, Lith's family mimicked their host's behavior, politely sitting around the table in an ordered manner, waiting to be served. That was also the first time someone outside the family was treating them with such care. The girls couldn't stop giggling. What the fuck? Lith was fairly surprised. It wasn't a maid pushing the cart full of delicacies, it was Hilya herself, accompanied by some kitchen personnel that Solus identified as her posse. It was the first time that Lith saw her in the flesh and soon he understood why. Hilya personally served the Count's family and then Lith's, showering everyone with compliments and attention. Her followers did the same, but with more tact and less enthusiasm. When they left, there was enough food on the table to feed a battalion. Team Raz rules, bitch. Solus screamed. Count Lark was both embarrassed and flabbergasted. Hilya barely served him on his birthday, and he had no idea why his usually impeccable staff had taken such liberties with his esteemed guests. Lith signaled him that he would explain later, then he stopped everyone in their tracks and prevented them from taking a single bite. Usually that would have garnered him a lot of nasty words from his family, but in front of their host they had to shut up and listen. The mention of the past poisoning attempts made them inwardly perform a 180 degrees turn, going from planning revenge to gratefulness in just a few words. Lith wasn't willing to let his guard down. He kept checking every single plate and forcing them to drink only conjured water. It was really depressing for his family, since he was the only one having tasted hot chocolate back on Earth, but they sucked it up. In the following days, the forced cohabitation would have been much more awkward, if the Count's private quarters had not been bigger than their own house. The women, led by Kayla, took the bedroom for themselves. It was the biggest and most comfortable room, while the men had to settle for the anteroom and its soft sofas. There were no more assassination attempts. All the gathered evidence had caused a fuss for the Countess, and by remaining stubbornly holed up in the best guarded and easily defensible part of the house, the Count left her with no openings. Koya Lark had looked in every nook and cranny, searching for leverage, but the Count had no weakness she could exploit. Also, that nasty Magico kid was even worse. After a thorough background check, she discovered he had no friends and no family outside those he had brought with himself. Killing or kidnapping his lost brother, Orpal, could be considered doing him a favor at best. The only person remaining was Neria/Nana, his mentor, but that was suicide. If the kid was so powerful, what were the limits of that old hag's prowess? The Countess could only curse herself for always ignoring her husband's hobbies. She had no idea who Nana was, or what repercussions messing with her could have. Koya knew nothing about magic, except what her cousin, Jenin, told her in the past. Even then, she had only pretended to listen to him most of the times. She decided to keep that as a last resort, if everything else failed. Meanwhile, Litha's family was quickly getting accustomed to living in such a splendid manner, wearing only beautiful clothes and eating delicious food. Aside from the random scare caused by a guard's sneeze or an animal in the garden, life had turned into a fairy tale for them. Lith, instead, was quite annoyed. Since the first day, the Count, Kayla and Jaden had showered Alina, Rena and Tista with praises for their perfect skin and luscious hair. "I'm so envious of you, girls. I wish I could get rid of these things on my face." Kayla sighed. Over time the camaraderie between the young ladies had grown strong. "Yeah, you are already so pretty. If only." Tista threw Lith a meaningful look, that he pretended not to notice. Jaden's interest toward Rena was embarrassingly obvious, and while he tried looking at her stealthily, such attention in turn got him several stone-cold glares from Lith. "I get that he is just 20 and horny as a boar, but she is just 14. Back where I came from, that's bad. Plus, unless he wants to marry her, I'd rather neuter him. I won't allow him to ruin her future, treating her like a fling. Over my dead body." Rena was flattered by both the young man's attention and her little brother's care. Yet she was just dazzled by the house, not stupid. Alina had warned her many times about young men, nobles or not, who would try to take advantage of naive young girls. She would accept compliments, but refuse any improper gift and avoided remaining alone with him. When Kayla and the Count noticed that if Litha's glares could maim, Jaden could easily fit into an envelope, they had a private talk with him. After that the air in the room became a lot lighter. Finally, the Count received notification via the communication amulet that the annulment was finally done. He was once again a free man. After confirming that Koya had been notified too, hence she had no more reason to plot against him, he could finally relax and step out of his room for the first time since weeding out the traitors. The first thing he and Lith did was to contact Nana to explain everything to her. "That's why you were so serious," she pondered. "And why you took away my only helper. Lark, when we meet again, we have to talk about compensation. My business suffered because of your family squabble," she nagged. There, Lady Neria. It was a matter of life and death, and the young Lith proved to be decisive in solving the matter. Sorry, but I have to go. I have business to attend to. We'll talk later, especially with you, young imp. This lack of trust wounds my old heart," she said, trying to act all old and frail. Lith bowed and asked for her forgiveness, but his thoughts were quite different. "Do you even have a heart? I'd bet all I have that the only reason you are pouting is that you have missed such juicy gossip for so long." Contrary to their expectations, Nana called only a few hours later, and their next conversation had an entirely different mood. Nana was laughing her ass off the entire time, managing to speak only briefly while gasping for air. "Ah! You won't believe what just happened to me. Someone just tried to kidnap me. I'm serious." A long laughing pause followed. "It made me feel young again, like when I was still an adventurer. Guys dressed in tacky full black clothes, coming at me from all directions, it was hilarious. You should have seen their faces when I took them down at once with a corona discharge." According to the Count's books, it was a very strong Tier 5 lightning spell. Nana's true specialty was air magic, after all. Lith had no idea what it was exactly. It was mentioned, but not described. He already had enough troubles understanding Tier 4 spells. They were on a league of their own compared to the magic he had previously learned. They were so cute. They even had some minor magical items on them. "I have no use for such trinkets, but I can still sell them for good money." Lith was so envious. Magical items. He had yet to find any. Hey, that's offensive. Solus said. I resent that. You are not an item, you are a friend. The pure sincerity of that thought sent Solus giggling and blushing into a corner of her mind, away from Litha's perceptions unless he explicitly searched for her. That makes the three of us even. Nana said. I have not had this much fun in decades. I was almost considering letting some of them go and not submitting a report to the Mage Association. Almost. So, Lark, this is my annulment gift for you. From now on, you can choose to introduce yourself as a bachelor or a widower. I'd go with widower, it's more dramatic. Chicks dig rich lonely men and it makes it less awkward to explaining why you have 2 children already. After the communication ended, both men were shocked to their bones. You told me that your wife handled stress badly, but this is beyond idiotic. Lith even forgot the most basic etiquette. Indeed. The Count didn't seem to notice. The only explanation is that Koya had arranged Lady Neria's kidnapping in advance, and when she received the news about the annulment, it was too late to call it off. Neria is a close friend to both of us. Koya's plan would make sense if Lady Neria wasn't the strongest magician in all the county. Not to mention that even if the plan succeeded, the result would be disastrous anyway. Count Lark sighed. Koya, you never listened to me when I talked about magic and its rules. I hope they don't make you suffer too much. You are still the mother of my kids. Thinking about the destruction that was about to befall the whole Gishel household, including his disowned children, he could not avoid shedding tears of regret and compassion. Lith moved behind him, patting his back while using his sheer willpower to suppress a hysterical laughter. Lith and his family spent 2 more weeks as the Count's guests, fully enjoying his hospitality and the beauty of the whole manor, especially the park. Now that there was no danger anymore, everyone could have a room of their own. That meant that away from prying eyes, Rena and Tista could freely mock their little brother for the Count's painting and the heroic aura he had depicted him with. Living every day with Lith, they really couldn't see him as someone great or overbearing. He was always their little brother. Lith paid them no mind, their laughter was something he had fought so hard to protect. As long as they laughed happily, sibling mockery was perfectly acceptable. Alina and Raz, instead, were really scared by the stuffed BYK, considering that their son had been reckless enough to face such a beast on his own. When they got back home, they would give him a talk, but not now. There was no point in spoiling their first vacation in over 30 years. For farmers, vacations were just myths, like dragons. Lith used that time to get acquainted with the huge magic library the Count had assembled over the years, finally discovering what blood resonance magic was. It was a recently discovered branch of light magic, and by using it a mage could ascertain if 2 people were blood-related or even to whom a blood sample belonged. Interesting, back on Earth this could become the foundations for forensics analysis. Seems that this mage, Duke Marth, is still alive and well, teaching magic in the White Griffin Academy. This makes 2 famous mages residing there. Maybe Nana went to the Lightning Griffin because of her air magic prowess, while the White Griffin specializes in light magic. Or maybe it's just a coincidence. Whatever, it's too far from here for me. Returning home turned out to be a bit traumatic for his family. No more servants, no more slacking off, no more all-you-can-eat buffet 24/7. It took several days and even more sighs, but soon they returned to their old routine. The Count's sharecroppers had done an excellent job. They even repaired and reinforced the house, making it seem brand new. The Count had also sent them home with lots of gifts. All the clothes that had been prepared for them, a lot of makeup from Kayla, and a whole crate of food from Hilya. The cook was really fond of the family, and couldn't wait to have them back in the manor. One night, Lith was training his martial arts together with Solus, when she felt an unknown mana core approaching. More curious than worried, he made her return to his finger and set up various layers of protection around the house. Whoever he was alone and not very sneaky. Now that he had stopped practicing, Lith could hear him getting closer. The night birds and insects had gone silent. "Who the heck are you?" Lith asked as soon as their eyes met. The man in front of him wore an expensive robe, worthy of a magician in dungeons and looting, but it was now all dirty and ripped in many places. He was unshaven with mud caked into his hair, and with only the moonlight Lith couldn't discern its color from the dirt. "You." The man had a pleasantly surprised expression on his face. "You have finally returned. I have waited for weeks, sleeping in the mud and eating only acorns and berries, but it was worth the wait. I'll ask you only one more time, who are you?" Lith yawned, the man was not making any sense. "I'm Jenin Gishel. You killed my entire family. Prepare to die." Lith reacted by laughing his A*S off. "Oh. I get it now. Bravo on surviving despite belonging to a family of brain-dead idiots. How dare you? I'll kill your whole family, like you killed mine." Lith started laughing even harder. "You? With your pathetic yellow manicore? Even my little sister is stronger than you." Litha's words and countenance made no sense to Jenin. Outraged by such a lack of respect and fear, completely different from how he had imagined the face-off while enduring all the hardships, Jenin started casting a lightning spell. Lith responded by bringing his index finger up to his lips whispering. "Hush. We don't want to wake up the neighbors." A second air dome, beside the one that Lith had previously set up around the whole house, surrounded the two men, covering a 30-meter radius. Breza Enidra. Jenin completed his spell, a bolt of lightning shot toward Lith, who was still laughing. "Look up," he said pointing to the sky, and like an obedient dog, the bolt turned 90 degrees up, rising harmlessly in the air before dissipating. "Seriously? A Tier 2 spell? How the heck did you manage to graduate from whatever backwater academy they sent you to?" Jenin suddenly felt scared. What he had just seen made absolutely no sense. Not even his teachers had ever done something like that. "You know, I am really stressed." Lith stopped laughing, his tone turning cold and detached, like he was talking to himself rather than to his opponent. "I have spent weeks holed up, pretending to be weak and harmless. Playing the good F***king kid role. But now I can finally be myself." For the first time since he had achieved the cyan mana core, Lith went all out. His body released a brilliant cyan aura, filled with killing intent. His bones and muscles started to pop and creak, moving to accommodate the sudden surge of power. His eyes glowed like torches, emitting an ice-blue radiance while his smile went from ear to ear. His teeth shined like fangs in the full moonlight. Jenin was scared but not frozen. He started to cast a Tier 3 fireball, the strongest spell he could cast safely without risking the spell backfiring on him. Lith stood there, tilting his head left and right, waiting for him to finish. The fireball was a 5 meters radius sphere of raging flames, but the closer it came to Lith, the more it shrank, until it became the size of a marble, allowing Lith to catch it with his open palm and squeezing it out with a puff. "You can use everything but fire magic. The noise isn't a problem, but the light could alert someone, and we don't want that." Jenin had no idea what was happening, but he knew that remaining there was too dangerous. That wasn't a magico, but a monster. He tried to run away, but before he could get out of the hush zone Lith was already pinning him down. "First you threatened my family and now you want to leave. That's rude. The night is still young, and I have so many experiments to try on you. Let's play." Despite the protective barrier, deep in the Tron woods, the King in the east, could feel the magic turbulence growing stronger. "Take heed, my pack. Some human has threatened Scourge's cubs. Let's learn from his mistakes, and pray together for his soul, so that in his next life he will be wiser for this." The entire woods resounded with howls until dawn came. The next day, Lith was happy and relaxed. He kept humming the whole time while he cleaned the house and prepared breakfast, reheating the pastries to make them regain some of their fragrance. The long permanence in the Count's manor had proved to him how stressful it was being constantly forced to hide his skill and powers. Being born in a backwater village, where no one knew jack about magic, was a blessing in disguise. He had become too used to the freedom and isolation that living in a farmhouse guaranteed him, to the point that holding back and constantly pretending to use fake magic for a prolonged period was akin to torture for him. After a long discussion with Solus about the problem, they decided that finding a way to avoid attending any magic academy was the best course of action. According to the magic annuals he had read during the last weeks, it was possible to become a member of the Magic Association even as a homeschooled. It just required a longer and more difficult exam session. The biggest differences between a homeschooled and a Magic Academy graduate only amounted to a matter of fame and prestige. By being admitted and successfully passing the tests devised by famous and talented magicians, the student was bound to have an easier time with whatever the path of his choosing was. A homeschooled, instead, no matter the score he could achieve, would always be seen like a rogue magician with no references. He would first need to prove himself, by either performing voluntary military service or becoming an adventurer. Achieving merits was the only way for a rogue magician to have access to a prestigious and well-paid job. Lith didn't care for any of that, he just wanted to develop his powers, staying away from the spotlight until he reached 16 years old. At that point, he would be considered an adult, and could finally leave Lucia to start exploring the world and searching for a solution to his reincarnation problem. If achieving true death turned out to be impossible, he would need to find a workaround by either becoming an immortal or binding his soul to his current world. That would be the worst-case scenario, but at least if he died, he would still be reborn with all his magic knowledge and have Solus by his side. Thanks to the money he got from the Count for saving his family, Lith had no need to keep working as a healer. Only when Nana was on house calls or away for personal matters, would he take her place in the home office. Many farmers relied on his presence and discounted prices to afford all the medical care they needed. Nana's usual fares were too expensive for them. Just because at the moment he had no need for an extra income, it didn't mean he had already forgotten how bad it was for a family being forced to watch one of their loved ones suffer, the helplessness felt when money dictated the difference between living and barely surviving. Lith would spend most of his mornings exploring the Count's library, in search of tomes to borrow. It was a room twice the size of his house, at least 100 square meters big, located in a corner point of the main building. Both the west and north side of the room had huge windows, arranged so that the sun would manage to perfectly light it until dusk. The bookshelves were placed from wall to wall, parallel to each other, and spaced so as to avoid the ridiculous domino effect in case one fell over, creating 4 corridors. In the center of the room, there was a luxurious desk and a couple of armchairs. The books covered all the topics, not just magic. It was the sum of all the knowledge the Count had accumulated through the years. Every time Lith returned home from the library, he would carry over a small chest full of delicacies. Hilya would never let him go away empty-handed. The first book Lith picked up was the Lightning Griffin Academy Rulebook. Together with useless information, like how to submit your application and what were the most common admittance tests, he found an answer to an old question. The academy would last 5 years, and each year the student would need to prove a rising level of mastery of magic. The first year required learning at least 20 Tier 1 spells, the second one 30 Tier 2, and so on. So that's why spells are divided into tiers. It's to identify the skill level of the magico compared to the official academic course. Tiers from 1 to 3 were comprised of simple spells with a single effect. Tier 3 was basically the same as a Tier 1, but much more powerful and with higher requirements in terms of talent and skill. From Tier 4, the effects would be much more complicated, like when Lith weaved together different spells with true magic. Tier 4 and 5, based on what he could find, seemed to be greatly similar to true magic. That's probably why most mages never learn the truth about magic. Once they think they have reached the pinnacle, they simply stop asking themselves questions. They put too much attention to the destination and too little on the trip itself. Aside from magic, Lith was also burdened by an annoying personal problem. After seeing his family, the Count was begging him on a daily basis to help his daughter get rid of her acne. Please, the debutante ball is when a young noble gets introduced to society as an adult, in the presence of the king's court. It's a very important event that can affect her whole life. It can change not only her chances of finding a good husband, but she could also be handpicked by the queen as her personal attendant or even a lady-in-waiting. It wasn't that Lith didn't understand, such events had existed on Earth as well. More like he didn't care much. He firmly believed that only one person could keep a secret. 2 were a risk, 3 a whole crowd. Adding a 4th person wasn't much to his liking. Solus, what do you think I should do? The Count has done and is still doing so much for me. A hard pass would be extremely rude on my side. At the same time, I don't know how much I can trust Kayla, being that she is a teenager. I'd say to play it smart. Nana was extremely vague about what you did, and the Count has no idea about the before and after, since he only saw your family after the treatment. Explain to Kayla the dangers you are putting yourself in just by helping her, and after you are sure she has understood, cure only her acne, nothing more. This will minimize the risks. The fact that you saved her life should matter to her. Not to mention that after what her mother put Kayla through, she shouldn't be that naive anymore. She knows what it means to live under a sword of Damocles. Following Solus' advice, Lith and the Count explained all the possible consequences of breaking his trust to her, both for Lith and her family. Kayla was a smart girl, so she felt kind of offended by receiving such obvious warnings. First of all, thank you for your trust. You have already saved my life, and now you are willing to risk your own safety to save my social life too. This is a debt I will never be able to fully pay back. Second, you have no reason to worry about my silence. An advantage is called an advantage because you are the only one who has it. I would rather cut my tongue out than to allow my competition to get their hands on something like this. No offense, Dad, but I know all too well that we are just small-time nobles in a backwater county. I need all the help I can get. Even with no acne, with our status and wealth, we are still leagues behind the big noble families. Lith chose to play it safe, making the process last for weeks instead of seconds so that her skin treatment would go unnoticed. They kept Jaden in the dark, and he only noticed the changes when her skin had become smooth and her makeup much lighter. Thanks to Solus, he was also able to keep the female staff under his watch, and when not even they noticed anything strange, Lith could finally sigh with relief. By that time, the Count's mansion was back at full staff, and the whole house was busy preparing for a big party. The Count wanted to celebrate 2 happy events. The first was the annulment, while the second had been something completely unexpected. Based on his prenuptial arrangement, the crown had decided to assign to him all the lands and annuities of the Gishels after their untimely disappearance. Sadly, he wanted Lith to attend, to introduce him to all the neighboring nobility. It's really important for you, I managed to get even Marchioness Miriam Distar to attend. She is for me what I am to all the barons and baronets in the county. Her marquisate encompasses all the region and its counties. If you can, prepare a good gift for her. The only suggestion I can give to you is to prepare something with your hands, or even better, with your magic. Lith was unimpressed and uninterested, but having to live another 8 years in Lustria County, he could only suck it up and move on. Making a gift for a woman was already hard, making one for someone much richer than him was a challenge. Does she like games? Yes, she loves all kinds of strategy games. She is a smart and cunning woman. If there is ever a war, gods forbid it, she would make an excellent general. And I suppose she is the head of the Distar household, right? Once again correct. Her spouse married into her family. He is like a prince consort, his title as marquis is purely nominal. Don't tell me you already have something in mind. Lith nodded and left, very sad at the idea of wasting a whole afternoon and evening being a wallflower. His destiny was akin to that of Gerda's corpse, something to show and brag about, before completely forgetting about it and moving to the next gossip piece. Count Lark had another suit of clothes prepared for Lith, specifically tailored for the occasion. It was very similar to the other day suit he had received in the past, but black in color and with a more elegant cut. It's amazing how similar party suits are compared to Earth customs. All men wear almost the same clothes, the only significant difference is the household crest embroidered on the chest pocket. Instead, the women all wear different types of dresses, varying in colors, neckline, and embroideries. Not to mention the jewelry. Aside from family rings, men wear only monocles or pince-nez. They really resemble a flock of penguins. Lith kept himself away from the crowd as long as he could, there was nothing to be gained except awkward memories and curious looks. Lith soon discovered that Marchioness Distar was very important to Count Lark. So important in fact that the Count arranged a private meeting between Lith, the Marchioness and himself in his private quarters while the party was taking place in the ballroom. "Thank you so much for coming, dear Marchioness. You have no idea what it means for me to have the possibility to share such a happy moment in your company. The pleasure is all mine, dear Lark, I wouldn't miss it for anything in the world." Her lips were smiling, but her eyes weren't. Litha's instinct could tell that she was actually quite bored, and that she was here only because the Count must have relentlessly cajoled the Marchioness to convince her to attend. He knew from experience how stubborn the Count could be. Based on what the Count had told him, Marchioness Distar should be a woman in her late 30s, but even with the little makeup she wore, it was hard to imagine her a day older than 30. She had a beautiful face with great proportions, eyes brimming with intelligence and curiosity. She wore her waist-long hair straight down, with no hairpin or barrette to adorn it. She had dark brown hair, with shades of blue all over it. It was almost hypnotic to look at when she shook her head. Her evening dress was of a pale blue, with no neckline. It even covered her shoulders. In contrast to all the other noble dames, the Marchioness had no gemstones embroidered throughout her attire and was wearing a pair of evening gloves. She had clearly chosen a plain dress, hoping to either go unnoticed or leave early. "This is the boy I talked to you about so much." The Count laughed. "He is incredibly skilled, wise beyond his age, and according to Lady Neria, he is blessed by the light." "Really?" The Marchioness didn't believe a word, but ruffled Litha's hair nonetheless. Lith could feel that such a gesture of intimacy was out of place, coming from such a grand dame. It also had no warmth at all. It felt more like a dog show judge checking the fur, rather than a caress. "Sigh, as predicted, Traquil has once again wasted my time," the Marchioness thought. "It's just another of his childish delusions, finding a talented male mage in such a scarcely populated land. I would really love to tell him that the reason why women and magical beasts have colored shades in their hair is the sign of the blessing from the 6 gods of magic. It would save so much of his efforts and my time. Too bad that the Mage Association would make a huge fuss if I did. Those old fogies and their reluctance to reveal such an open secret. Everyone in the king's court knows it, whether they are a mage or not." Lith could see she was disappointed, but had no idea why. Eager to go back home and do something actually meaningful, he bowed to her. "My name is Lith of Lucia, your ladyship. I'm glad and honored to make your acquaintance. Please, accept this humble gift. It's not much, but I made it myself." The Marchioness was pleasantly surprised. At least this country bumpkin acts humbly and knows the proper etiquette, instead of being all arrogant like he owns the place, unlike all his predecessors. She thought. "Thank you, I'm much obliged." It's what she actually said even before opening the envelope. It turned out to be a square-shaped wood board, with sides about 51 centimeters, 20 inches, long, with 8 columns and rows of black and white alternating colors of wood. After checking with the Count, Lith discovered that chess did not really exist in this world. He really didn't want to waste any time thinking about what a proper gift for the Marchioness would be, so he decided to adapt a version of chess for this new world and gift it to the Marchioness. The Marchioness' interest was piqued, she had never seen anything like it before. The board was accompanied by the chess pieces and a booklet explaining all the rules. The differences from the common chess game were few but significant. First, the king and queen roles were swapped. Lith had to suck up to an important woman, making the king the game goal was plainly stupid. Also, he renamed the bishops as mages and the pawns as commoners. Everything else was as it was supposed to be. The Marchioness read the rules so fast that Lith thought she was simply skimming. Instead she asked him a precise question. Why can the commoners become any chess piece if they reach the end of the board? Although he had considered it unlikely, Lith had prepared for this question. He gave the usual fortune cookie wisdom answer that the Count so much liked. Because when someone, even a commoner, completes his journey toward wisdom, life holds endless possibilities. After all, even the king's ancestors at some point have been simple commoners, before rising to power. The Marchioness giggled softly. Well, it seems that at least the part about the wisdom is true. She thought. Fancy a game? It seems really interesting. You could show me the ropes. It would be a nice way to get to know each other better. You can understand a lot about a person based on how he plays, wins, but most importantly how he accepts loss. Such an outcome was completely out of his expectations. Lith was taken aback. He knew very little about chess, aside from the rules. He had never liked the game much, he found it to be too long and boring. Why waste time with some pieces of wood, with so many VR games available on Earth? He had learned to play when he was very little, after reading a wonderful book about a chess player, but his experience had been far from pleasant. He was too reckless and impatient, barely able to think one move ahead. Lith found no pleasure nor passion while playing chess. To him, it was like a game of solitaire where you have to wait minutes to turn a single card. Luckily, he was never alone. Solas had fallen in love with the game since she saw it in Litha's memories, viewing all the matches he had played in the past and those he had spectated. Solas, take the wheel. Save me, please. He thought. It would be a pleasure, your ladyship. After sitting at a table, the game began. Even from her first game, the Marchioness proved to be incredibly intelligent, cunning and bold. She was able to think at least 5 moves in advance, always trying to figure out Litha's intentions and weak points. Too bad for her, Lith barely knew what he was doing. He was the perfect straw man for hiding Solas's real plans. He would just move the pieces as she instructed him to. You defeated her in barely 30 moves. Shouldn't you be a little kinder to her? Lith asked. The Marchioness clicked her tongue, asking for a rematch. To a smart woman like that? She would notice and get offended, naive man. Solas thought. Maybe if you went easier on her earlier, she wouldn't notice now. And where's the fun in that? Lith was flabbergasted. This is not a matter of fun. We're sucking up to her, remember? Lith said. Oops. My bad. Oops, my pale *s. Solas started to slow things down, but after just a few moves the Marchioness showed a displeased face before toppling her queen. I clearly underestimated you and your game. I need more time to get acquainted with all the possibilities. She extended her hand, and Lith shook it. She had a gentle but firm grip. Lith could feel no hostility from her. Mind if I show it around? I need opponents to get some practice. It's all yours. You can do anything you want with it. After that, Lith left the 2 nobles to their discussion. He was all too happy to get away from that torture chamber. After asking Jaden if he was finally allowed to leave, in a polite manner, of course, and getting a no as an answer, Lith was left pondering on what had just transpired. Maybe there is a silver lining in you crushing that woman. He thought. Really? Solas replied. Yes. If we want to avoid being forced to enroll in a magic academy, we could just as well sabotage ourselves a bit. We already know that the Count does not have the means to ensure our admittance. If we piss off the nobles a little, just enough for them to not back his recommendation, we'll avoid the whole thing without offending the Count. Good idea. Even if indirectly, you have already caused both the Gishel and Trahan households to fall. In the nobles' eyes, you probably already have quite some demerits. You are already halfway there, you're quite good at being disliked. Thanks for the vote of confidence. Lith turned sour. Solus inwardly cursed herself for the slip of the mind and avoided apologizing. At that moment it would only add fuel to the fire. For the first time in years, Lith was actually hurt by those words, his anger silently rose. When he heard someone belittling his endeavor of killing Gerda, he seized the opportunity to set his plan in motion. It was a couple, likely father and son, commenting on the stuffed BYK exposed in a corner of the room. "It's not that big," said a chubby middle-aged man that barely managed to reach Gerda's navel with his head. "I'm sure you could have killed it too, Verhen." "I don't know, Dad," replied the 10-year-old kid who shared a striking resemblance with the man, only younger and thinner. "It seems big to me. And look at those fangs and claws. This Lith must be crazy to get near something like this." "Bah!" scoffed the man, making his double chin and his waxed brown curls tremble. "If you kill it with magic, there is no need to get close. It's just that simple. How can you be less bold than a commoner? I pampered you too much. I beg your pardon." A stone-cold voice reached them from behind. The two turned around, trembling visibly. They had recognized Jaden's voice, the future Count Lark, and lord of their lands. Even in his anger, Lith wasn't so reckless to make the first move himself. He had just ratted them out to his noble friends, leaving the dirty job to them. "That was quite a rude remark, Baronet Hogum." Kayla's voice was fierce and loud, resounding through the whole room. Lith was many times her benefactor, and hearing such a blatant lack of respect in her own house was simply too much to bear. Jaden thought the same, but his sister had butted in at the right moment, forcing him to step back momentarily. "Ah! There's a misunderstanding. The baronet title was the lowest, getting on the Lark family's black book was beyond bad. Are you implying we are both deaf or just stupid? Did you hear what I did too, dear brother? I heard a nasty remark about one of our honored guests, dear sister." Before things could escalate further, the Marchioness chimed in. There. It's a party, let's try to be friends and not spoil the mood." Her appearance made all heads turn, the chatter instantly stopped. Besides, it's so simple to separate the wheat from the chaff. What about a little magic challenge? The room roared in applause. Under the Marchioness' lead, the crowd moved outside. The park was already perfectly lit up, since after dinner the party was supposed to move outside, to enjoy the fresh night breeze while drinking properly aged liquors. She made the two boys stand 20 meters from each other, before explaining the rules. "This will be a friendly match, so it ends on first blood. Only magic is allowed. I want no underhanded tricks, also seriously harming the opponents is prohibited. A mage without control is no different from a violent drunkard." Strangely, the Marchioness said that while looking only at Lith, and that pissed him off even further. "So, just because I'm a commoner, she treats me like a barbarian? So much for losing with grace. Such a hypocrite," he thought. "I'll be the judge. If I say stop, you better stop." Fuel was added to the fire. Both the youths nodded. Lith put his arms behind his back. "You know, I really wouldn't want to be in your shoes. If you win, you prove nothing. You would have just beaten a lowly commoner, like everyone expects you to. But if you lose..." Lith paused dramatically, still waiting for the start signal. Wouldn't it be terrible, losing in front of all these people, proving to be less talented and bold than a commoner? The young baronet started swallowing loudly and turning constantly toward the crowd, suddenly realizing the pressure of the challenge. "Begin." When the Marchioness's voice rang out, he was so stiff that he had yet to move when Lith opened his palm while yelling. Scram! A powerful gust of wind made Baronet Hogum fall on the ground. Lith of Lusha wins. The crowd was surprised, a murmur started spreading like wildfire. Why did she stop the match so suddenly? Everyone asked. The Marchioness helped the boy to get up and brought him closer for them to observe. There was a shallow cut on his left cheek, going from his nose to the ear. With just chore magic. From that distance. Impressive. That's how he single-handedly killed a BYK. The nobles kept commentating Lith's performance, incapable to believe to their own eyes. Lith puffed out his chest, his anger subsiding enough for him to avoid further humiliation of his defeated opponent. A small girl quickly rushed to the Marchioness, making a perfect bow to her while whispering something. Her face was all smiles and pleasantries. She was so petite as to appear ageless to Lith. She could be 8 years old or 13 years old, he couldn't tell. She was definitely flat as a board, with gold blonde hair with shades of red. Her dress had gemstones the size of an acorn embroidered into it. The brat must be loaded. Lith thought. Be careful. While the boy was just a yellow core, she has a green one. Solus warned him. Lith inwardly scoffed. Lucky be ****. Lith, this is Minia Tristarm, daughter of the Viscount Tristarm. Minia, this is Lith from Lucia. Nice to meet you. The girl performed a barely noticeable curtsy. The pleasure is all mine. Lith returned the rudeness, by performing such a small bow that it could be easily confused with him checking if his shoelaces were properly knotted. Minia was really impressed by your feat, and would like to challenge you to a different kind of competition. It would be an honor performing for her grace. My father has tried for so long to get an audience with your ladyship. Obnoxious brat. Lith thought. She has been watching the Marchioness the whole time, speaking like I'm not even here. You are in for a surprise. They moved back into the ballroom, where the servants promptly prepared a small round table. A single candle was standing in its center. This is a magical competition that's really popular in the capital. The girl kept looking at the Marchioness, while she explained the game with a condescending tone. Real mages are not mindless brutes. Real power comes from the mind. Spare me the details and explain the rules. Lith's tone was even more condescending. It's really simple. Minia looked at him for the first time. Each of us picks a color. The one that manages to keep the candle of their chosen color for 10 seconds is the winner. Is it clear? Lith yawned. I'll take the yellow. And I the red, like my hair. It's my favorite color. When the Marchioness gave the start signal, Minia tried her best to turn the candle to red, while Lith was checking his nails' length, yawning from time to time. Soon the 10 count was completed, and he tried to walk away. Wait. I demand a do-over. The girl was bright red from the embarrassment. Why? Everyone asked. Do you realize that keeping control of a flame is much easier than taking it over? Lith could easily see through her allegations. Are you insinuating that by exploiting the natural color of the candle I took control of it before the challenge started, getting an unfair advantage? He laughed. You can understand a lot about a person, based on how she plays, wins, but most importantly how she accepts loss. Lith quoted, looking straight in the Marchioness' eyes. Let's have a do-over, then. This time I'll pick cyan. Feel free to get a head start. I'll commence my attack only when the flame is completely red, so we'll be even. Agreed? Eager to restore her wounded pride, Minia nodded while she was already turning the candle to a bright red. Can I? When both the Marchioness and Minia nodded, Lith started sending tendrils of mana toward the candle. Slowly but inexorably, many cyan spots appeared inside the flame, taking it over in less than a minute. I yield. Minia didn't wait for the 10 count, the outcome was painfully clear to her. Do you want another do-over? Lith hissed, bending forward, getting really close to her face, his eyes reduced to fiery slits brimming with mana. Lith, your mana is overflowing. Solus warned him. Let it burn. Minia shook her head, before running back to her father. No one dared to challenge him anymore. The rest of the evening was full of chattering and gossiping, but otherwise uneventful. This should be plenty enough to make any academy in the region reject our application. Lith thought. Almost 4 years had passed, and over time many things had changed. 2 years ago, when Lith was still 10 years old, Rena had reached adulthood. She participated in the Spring Maiden contest, winning it by a landslide. Between the clothes from the Count, the makeup from Kayla, and the beauty treatment from Lith, she basically had no competition. She soon started to hang out with several young promising bachelors, before finding the right one. His name was Senton, and he was the son of the blacksmith. After dating for almost a full year, they were ready to marry. In that same year, Tista had reached her growth spurt at the age of 12. Her congenital condition was officially healed and she started practicing fake magic under Litha's and Nana's guidance. Her mana core had become deep green, and according to Solus, there was still space for it to grow at least up to bright green. Tista was finally able to get out of the house without supervision and finally started making friends with the neighbors' children. It was too late for her to try to attend a magic academy. She barely knew the basics of chore magic, but she didn't mind. After being a prisoner in her own body for so many years, she had no interest in perpetual challenges. The only thing she really wanted was to enjoy her new life, trying out all the things that had been forbidden to her before. Becoming a magica and one day inheriting Nana's business was already beyond every expectation she had ever held. Even Litha's household had deeply transformed. Between his magic, the help from the Count, and all the money he was able to earn, the walls were now made entirely of stone. Only the floor and the roof were still wooden. He had also built a new bedroom for himself that also served as a study. Lith was getting too old to keep sleeping with his sisters, and had no intention of moving in with Tryon. He demanded his personal space and privacy, and since he was the one paying for it, no one could make any objections. As for Lith himself, he too had changed deeply, at least physically. Despite having yet to become 12 years old, he was already 1.6 meters tall. His thin and scrawny build was only a memory. Now he had broad shoulders and his muscles were well developed but not ripped, as if they had been finely chiseled. He didn't want to stand out nor to carry useless weight. Lith wasn't planning on becoming a soldier, after all. He was more than content with a far from average build and a body that was able to react instantly, according to his will. His mana core was still cyan, but not deep cyan anymore. It was halfway through to the light cyan that would precede the next evolution. A mana core on the light end of the spectrum had proven to be much more powerful than the previous ones, but at the same time it put a much heavier burden to Litha's body. He had reached a bottleneck that couldn't be overcome with training or study. Only after hitting his growth spurt would his body become strong enough to allow him to refine his mana core further. Before such a time, the use of accumulation would bring to him only pain and no benefits. Also, since all of his new clothes had the Lark household's crest on either the shoulder or the chest pocket, he made full use of his newfound authority to protect the village in Nana's absence. For a fee, of course. The only criminals he would take out for free were those with a nice, dead or alive, bounty on their heads. Lith had a strict policy to deliver them feet first. Now that he was almost 12, the number of spells and the skill level he could reveal had increased exponentially, since now he officially had more than 6 years of magical training. Seeing him fly around, hunting for pelts or bounties had become a common occurrence in the Lusha village. By having 3 healers and 2 protectors, the village kept growing in fame, size, and population. It was only thanks to him that Rena and Senton were able to date each other. Previously, the idea of the son of an artisan marrying the daughter of a humble farmer would have been preposterous. Inside, though, Lith had changed very little. He was still the cynical, mistrustful broken man he had always been, with no real friend or loved one outside his family and Solus. Having to deal with criminals, chasing away profligate boys that tried to molest his sisters and interacting with the nobles had further solidified in his mind the idea that mankind, even in the New World, was a plague that he needed to avoid. His only real confidant was Solus, and despite all her attempts, she had not been able to change his mind, even one bit. He was also in a very bad mood. Damn it, Tier 4 spells are really hard. I can manage to reproduce them with true magic, but I still feel they are somewhat lacking. When I cast them with either true or fake magic, something always feels amiss. He thought. Yeah. Soulless Mind nodded. Maybe it's just my impression, but this kind of spells feels like it's supposed to hold some deep and profound concept that we are not able to grasp. Maybe, if we had access to Tier 5 books. Ifs and buts are just a waste of time. Who would have ever thought that Count Lark wouldn't buy them? He is still dead set to try and send me to the Lightning Griffin Academy, no matter how many times I repeated that I prefer being homeschooled. Well, you knew how stubborn the Count can be. Solus replied. Also, from his point of view, not buying the books kills two birds with one stone. He manages to save a mountain of gold and forces you to attend the academy at the same time. During those 4 years, Lith had relentlessly tried to convince the Count that an academy was not good for him. He even resorted to using the need to protect his family and the village as leverage. But the Count was immovable. Dear Lith, you have a dire need of the academy, and I say this only in your best interest. I cannot stress how important it is to learn how to properly interact with your peers and to establish the right connections. Not to mention that you have no friends of your age. You need to socialize, maybe even fall in love. Otherwise you'll grow into a cranky and cynical man. Been there, done that. Solus giggled. Also don't worry about your family. As soon as you enroll, they'll gain a newfound status, and until your graduation, the Magic Association will take personal care of them. At that point, not even the most reckless madman would try something funny. Lith had run out of excuses, and could not tell him the truth. He was sick and tired of being looked down on by nobles and foreign merchants. Even resorting to violence or intimidation after a while had lost much of its charm. Lith just wanted to be left in peace and treated with respect, like any normal human being. He didn't know how long he could suffer the contempt and abuse from his so-called peers at the academy, before shoving their high and mighty attitude up their throat. Probably after taking a detour through their **ses. The idea of not being able to practice true magic, spirit magic and fusion magic was enough to give him a big headache. In an academy he would be crippled, losing all of his advantages so as to not blow his cover. It was a lose-lose situation. Litha's mood was made even worse by the thought of Rena moving out of the household. After what happened to Carl, he had developed an obsessive-compulsive need to know where everyone was at any given time. He needed to feel that everything was under his control to be at peace with himself. If you really love them, you have to let them go. Solus tried to console him. After all, academy or not, when you reach 16 years and leave the house, what are you going to do? Stuff them and store them in our pocket dimension? You need to learn to let go and focus on what's really important to you. If you really wanted to make them your puppets, you wouldn't have cured Tista. Her illness was the perfect leash, yet you willingly chose to free her. They are not Carl. The whole world is not filled with trash like the one who killed your brother. Litha's mind recognized the truth of her words, but his heart refused to even consider it. It would keep screaming, F***ck the world. They are mine. 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 Is this what a father feels when his children leave the nest? He thought. He couldn't avoid noticing that even Raz, despite all the smiles and happiness he showed, was actually quite depressed to be losing his eldest daughter. If I'm like this with adults, I'm afraid to discover what I would become if children were involved. It seems I am destined to be single for life. Now that Lith was 11.5 years, he had reached the minimum age requirement to apply for a scholarship at the Lightning Griffin Academy. Count Lark was waiting for him at his manor. From there they would travel to their destination by stagecoach. According to the Count, flying in the vicinity of any building owned by the Mage Association was strictly forbidden. To even get into the vicinity a special pass was needed and an appointment had to be set up through the proper channels. The academy wasn't that far, but using a stagecoach would require several hours of boredom. While looking through the window, Lith could only hope that all those years of preparations and self-sabotaging would pay off. Being accepted into such an institution, away from home, would be the beginning of his worst nightmare. It was in moments like this that Lith felt how annoying a bottleneck was. Normally, in such a situation, he would use accumulation, turning his downtime into a training session while also studying how his body was developing. But now that option was unavailable, and being stuck in such a state for almost a year, he knew his body inside and out, to the point that he had memorized where every impurity was located. After half an hour, he was about to fall asleep. Hope the Count doesn't mind me snoring a little, he thought. Lith, why don't we open Nana's goodbye gift? I'm really curious. Sola said. I'm not. That stingy old hag just gave me a piece of paper. I bet it's a list of souvenirs she wants me to buy for her. A small friendly bet was better than doing nothing, so he took out the small envelope and read its content. Lith had lost the bet. It was a brief letter. Dear Lith. Now that you are going to a magic academy, away from the prying eyes of your parents, you deserve to know the truth. Your magic holds a forbidden spell that I never taught you. Now you are old enough to know. It followed a short but precise description of how to use darkness magic on himself to avoid unwanted consequences from sharing intimacy with girls. It was a birth control spell. The letter closed with a remember to always be a gentleman and have fun. You'll thank me later. With love, Nana. What a dirty old lady. I'm not even 12. Lith couldn't stop from laughing out loud. The idea of Nana being the one worrying about his sex life was hilarious. Is this about something Lady Neria wrote? An anecdote? Can I see it too? The Count was very curious. Seeing Lith laugh was a very rare occurrence. After reading the message, Count Lark became purple from embarrassment. The scene made Lith laugh even louder. Oh my, the Count is such a softy. Getting flustered by such a stupid thing. Sometimes he seems straight out of a manga. Lith, this is no laughing matter. The Count said. I appreciate Lady Neria's concern, but I still find it ill-timed and vulgarly expressed. The matters of the heart should be treated with more tact, especially with someone as young as you are. Lith couldn't help but renew his laughter. He really called it matters of the heart. It's just sex, man. The light mood didn't last long. The long trip soon made both the men fall asleep. When the coachman woke them, they had already arrived. The sight of the Lightning Griffin Academy was truly impressive. The building itself seemed to be an enormous castle, straight from the wet dreams of a medieval engineer. Yet it was impossible to see it clearly, they were still too far away. The academy was in the center of a huge forest that extended in all directions as far as the eye could see. That explains why it's so distant from populated areas. It's basically a county of its own. The forest may even have an extension superior to the Tron Woods. Lith thought. Why do we stop here? We are still very far. How are we supposed to reach the academy? The Count was excited like a kid in a candy store. Don't worry and follow me. He brought Lith to a small brick house on the edge of the forest, where two men were sipping tea while idly chatting. The Count introduced himself and showed them their permits. The man that was now holding the papers whispered a few words. The ink rearranged itself, coming out of the sheet and forming some kind of magic circle on the ground. Even the permits are a magical item? Lith was shocked. I sensed some mana coming from them, but I supposed it was just some kind of magical seal of authenticity, not something this complex. Solus explained. **T. We are completely in the dark about magical items, and there's no mention of it in any book we read so far. Either we find a way to correct this situation, or our travels will be much more difficult in the future. Following the man's instructions, Lith and the Count stepped inside the circle, which instantly became a translucent yellow sphere. It gently rose up in the air, before starting to fly at breakneck speed toward the castle. Despite moving faster than Lith ever had before, they felt no different than standing on the ground. This thing is like gyro-stabilized. What a brilliant idea. For the first time, Lith was almost regretting his choice. Almost. The trip was short, but Lith still managed to see many huge magical beasts running inside the forest. They even came close to colliding with an eagle the size of a Piper aircraft. Its eyes were full of scorn and it shrieked something that sounded like a reprimand at them. "Is it me, or are there only magical beasts in there?" Lith asked the Count, who nodded. "Yes, magical beasts and emperor beasts, of course. They'll explain everything to you once you enroll." The Count had a fatherly tone, but Lith could also clearly hear a hint of condescension. "I told you so." Like. The sphere landed on a balcony before dissipating. A young woman in her early 20s who was wearing a magician robe was waiting for them. She guided them through magical escalators and corridors, before leading them into the headmistress' antechamber. She had talked via a small communicator amulet the whole time, giving orders about menial duties. In Litha's experience, that meant bad news. Whenever he had a job interview, the secretary's attitude towards the applicants was a tell about how the company treated their employees and what their expectations about a candidate were. She had ignored them the whole time, not giving them a tour or an explanation about any of the magical marvels they had encountered. For someone who wanted to be rejected, though, it was good news. The Count was too mesmerized by the castle's interior to notice the mage's rude behavior. His eyes were moving to every single piece of furniture, his mouth agape in admiration. The room itself was a prodigy. Despite no visible source of light, be it windows, torches, or light stones, every nook and cranny was lighted, as if the morning sun was shining above their heads. "What do you think of this?" The Count asked as a rhetorical question, expecting Lith to show an enthusiasm equal if not superior to his own. "Honestly, I find it pretentious and stuck up. Everything in the room feels like their master is looking down on us, trying to intimidate the guest and put them in their place." "Really?" The Count's dream bubble popped up abruptly. "Yeah. I mean, a little splendor is fine, but this? It's too much." He pointed at the gold decoration that kept shifting to silver and platinum, and at the gemstones embroidered at every corner, like shining eyes staring at them with contempt. "Also, how do you explain that girl's rude attitude? She barely looked at us at all." "Oh dear." The Count gulped. "Now that you point that out, this room very much resembles the king's antechamber for unwanted guests." "Is there such a thing?" Lith was curious. "Yes, it's kind of an open secret. The king's room has more than one waiting room, depending on how much he cares about the visitor. The one for the unwanted guests is filled with tacky stuff like this, to remind the visitor of the crown's power. It's also filled with paintings depicting the previous kings and queens slaying rebellious nobles or mages. Depends on whom he wants to pressure. Like these ones." Lith pointed to many magical paintings. All of them were short movies, showing how the Mage Association got rid of entire families of unruly nobles throughout history. The event depicted would go to the point of showing the bloodshed and the mansions set aflame, before starting to retell their story from the beginning. "Precisely." The Count swallowed loudly. Expecting to have to wait for hours, Lith made himself comfortable, trying to fall asleep again. He wasn't disappointed. When the Count woke him up, he could see from his face that he had quite some pent-up stress. He had waited patiently for long enough to get the message. "Don't say a word. If we want to salvage this thing, we need tact and diplomacy. Leave everything to me," Count Lark said with barely a whisper. The headmistress' office was much less tacky than her antechamber, very much resembling a common principal's office from Earth. She was a woman at least as old as Nana, but time had been kinder to her. Her face was full of wrinkles, but her eyes were full of energy and life. Unlike Nana, she was ready to live a long life and stood straight as a pole. Her hair was almost completely gray, only some shade of yellow still remained. She wore a robe with the colors of her academy. It was of a light blue, while all the decorations were of a bright yellow, most likely gold. The way its fabric had been woven, made it seem like every movement of the headmistress was the wind moving through the sky, while the gold embroidered appeared and disappeared like sudden flashes of lightning. She had only smiles and nice words, but Lith's instincts could sense no warmth in her. "Dear Count, we haven't met for so long." She extended her hand to him. "You are too kind. It's all my fault that I can't bring you enough promising youths." The Count's poker face was impeccable. All traces of stress and anxiety had disappeared. His words were calm and gentle as if he was meeting a long-lost sister. "Please, have a seat. Sorry for the long wait, but as you know this is the busiest time of the year." The apology sounded fake like a $3 bill. "Do not apologize, I completely understand. Now, sorry if I go straight to business, I don't want to waste any more of your precious time." The Count took out a folder that contained a chronicle of all the feats Lith had accomplished, together with his official merits count. The headmistress pushed the folder back. "No need. We always do a full background check on every applicant. I must say that you brought me a really interesting fellow." This time it was Lith's turn to gulp loudly, cold sweat going down his spine. "What the heck did I do wrong?" he thought. She took out a folder of her own, much thicker than the previous one. "I can see that this young man, Lith, has earned a lot of merits by healing the poor and by getting rid of many of the menaces that threatened your county. Did you know that the criminal underworld has nicknamed him Scourge? Beats me how the heck my beast title reached their ears. How can delinquents and magical beasts view me in the same way?" Lith thought. It seems that he likes his bounties dead as a doornail, and that's good. Being merciful with the scum of the earth can only bite you in the back, sooner or later. He also had quite a number of magical challenges with some noble youths. And that's bad, right? Lith clenched his fist, full of expectation. That's good too. A true mage must not fear to defend himself or his name. In our line of business, talent and power are more important than etiquette. Not to mention that those who do not have the skill, should not fly too close to the sun and then complain about getting burned. Lith felt like the earth was collapsing under his feet. So instead of sabotage, I self-promoted all this time. F***ck me sideways. But. Suddenly Lith's hopes revived, like a phoenix risen from its ashes. Sadly, I must say that he doesn't meet the requirements for a scholarship. I'm really sorry. F***ck yes. I forgive you, deceiving B***tch. I did it, and that's what matters. The Count turned pale as a ghost. May I know why? Talent, skill, heart. I dare say he is the best candidate I ever brought here so far. His voice was broken. Lith felt bad for the poor man. Of course you can. You deserve to know. You see, the real problem lies not in your protégé, but rather in his mentor. Excuse me. Blood flushed back into the Count's face. Neria is a fallen mage, akin to a disowned son of the Academy, if not of the whole Mage Association. Like it is forbidden to nobles to help the outcast members of their family, the same stands for us, or at least for me. She has brought shame to the institution, and up to this very day, she keeps meddling with us. To make matters worse, even if indirectly, Lith has been involved in the purge of 2 noble households. As a mage, I can't stress enough how despicable I find dragging the Mage Association into every single petty squabble. It's an abuse of power, and I want to send a message to all the rogue mages out there by rejecting her disciple. You can try bringing him to other academies, but I think their answer will be the same. What? The Count was now bright red, his eyes almost popping out from rage. Lady Neria has protected and helped Lustria County for years, while everyone else did nothing. This young man saved my life, my family. He did what he did only for self-preservation, and you are telling me that you are willing to ruin his life for your own petty revenge? For politics? How dare you speak to me like that in my office? The headmistress jumped up from her armchair, her eyes glowing with power. I dare. I double dare and call this bullsh*t. Lith had never thought the Count to be such a brave fighter. You are just sacrificing a mage, and a powerful one at that, for your own political gain. Lith, let's go. The air stinks in here. Before going out the door, the Count turned back, yelling. This doesn't end here. I'll let everyone know how low the Lightning Griffin has stooped. You'll never again get a single copper coin from my county or any of my retainers. And by the way, he is the inventor of the chessboard on your desk. The door slammed behind them, without giving her the opportunity to rebuke the Count. Man, seriously? So much for tact and diplomacy. You are a small cog in a big machine. Your threats are nothing more than wishful thinking. Lith thought. Litha's happiness was clouded by his worries about the consequences that the Count's fit of rage could have on both his homeland and his friend. Count Lark had fought for him fiercely, and that was something Lith would never forget. The Count was true to his word, and the news about what happened in the Lightning Griffin Academy spread like wildfire in Lustria County. The villagers of Lucia and its outskirts were simply outraged. Life was already hard as it was. The idea that, even if talented, a commoner had to suffer from political plays was a slap in the face of all their hopes and dreams. Despite her attitude, Nana was a savior to most of them. To the point that many in the county considered her part of their own family. Countless people knew all too well that without her, too many babies would never have been safely delivered. Seeing their benefactor treated as a plague, tainting everything she touched, was too much to bear. The same thing applied to those few noble families she associated with for her personal affairs. Hundreds of letters were sent to Count Lark, who in turn forwarded them to the king's court. Now that he had regained his cool, he realized how little importance was actually placed on his county and funding by such a large institution like an academy. Even if coupled by so many letters, his official complaint about the headmistress violating the rules to pursue her political agenda was bound to rise little if no interest in the court. He sent them anyway. Surrendering to fate without even attempting to fight back was something that he would have regretted his whole life. Litha's family was as furious as they were helpless, cursing the academy for its unfairness and themselves for their own impotence. Lith was the least disappointed with such a turn of events. One way or another his plan had worked, and that was good. On the other hand, though, that trip to the academy had been an eye-opener about how ignorant he was about the new world and how fake magic had developed through the centuries. Solus had confirmed to him that while the rude secretary had a deep cyan mana core, the headmistress had a fully developed blue core. Lith had always felt so proud being one of the only two cyan core holders of the county, but not anymore. He had started to regret not having the opportunity to at least check the other students and personnel of the academy. Even if just to collect data about what the average power level in the outside world truly was. Now that he was forced to follow his original plan, he had discovered so many unexpected flaws in it. The first and most annoying flaw was being forced to rot for another 4 years in Lustria County, where his talent was doomed to stagnate. On their way back, the Count had confessed to him that rather than not wanting to purchase Tier 5 books, it was actually impossible for him. It wasn't only a matter of their price, which would be enormous anyway, but he lacked the connections to obtain them. He had already acquired all the books he could, which included only those that the Mage Association was willing to share with the general public. To get more he would need either a stroke of luck or the association had to change its rules. Both events were highly unlikely. That meant that Lith was stuck with Tier 4 spells that he had learned without understanding their purpose. It was frustrating for him, like memorizing a mathematical equation just to pass a calculus exam, but knowing that you had been incapable of understanding its significance. During the next 4 years of boredom, all the other magicians in the world would continue their education, shaving off 4 years of magical practice from the advantage he held. Lith, however, still had an advantage over his peers, because while they started their studies at 6 years of age or later, he had already started as a newborn. But soon all his hard work, the sacrifices, and the hunger would all turn out to be a fool's errand. The second flaw was that he had completely underestimated the importance and distribution of magical items. He hadn't seen much, but it had been enough to give him an itch in his head he could not scratch. If it was possible to create such useful items with fake magic, then with true magic he would likely be able to wield and create superior versions of those items, getting an even bigger advantage against other magicians. Now, instead, he had no idea how they worked or how to acquire them. With enough knowledge, it could even be possible to help Solus regain her powers faster, maybe even reforge her or something. Damn, I'm not just a frog in the well. I am a frog in a well in the middle of nowhere. Considering everything I saw in less than an hour, it's not surprising at all that true magic is still a secret. A fully magically equipped fake mage could probably fight with me on equal footing. I have no idea of the scope and availability of magical items. Even if somehow, I manage to keep expanding my knowledge, my future travels are bound to be much more difficult than I had previously anticipated. The only silver lining in all this is that, outside the biggest families, magical items should not be too common, and that I managed to avoid 5 full years of being a bullied cripple. Before calling myself lucky, I need more information. I am starting to suspect that I underestimated my circumstances a lot. Nana and Lark have a lot of explaining to do. Lith took flight and moved towards Nana's house. The Count was just a magic enthusiast after all, whereas she had actually attended one of the 6 big academies. She was bound to have far better and more complete insider knowledge. At his arrival, he found out that Count Lark was there too, and had sent some villagers out to search for him. Both of his patrons wanted to speak to him. Since the waiting room was filled with patients, Lith helped Nana and Tista clear the queue so that Nana could leave Tista in charge and take a break for their talk. Once inside Nana's living quarters, the 3 of them sat around her kitchen table. First of all, Lith, allow me to apologize. I never expected that old hag Linnea would be willing to escalate our enmity to the next level. Making you pay for my mistakes, whether true or alleged, is beyond unfair. Aside from that, from what I hear from Tista, you are taking this situation far too well. You still don't understand how wronged you have been, and that's also my fault. I stupidly respected the academy rules and kept its open secrets. Since they are playing dirty and Lark is still willing to submit to apply in your stead for the remaining 5 big academies, I need to play dirty too and violate my oath. If you want to have even a 1% chance of being admitted, you need to give your 100%, if not more. Enough with this crappy, whatever, attitude of yours. There's a lot at stake, and we need you to take this seriously. Lith knitted his eyebrows. What oath? What secrets? What are you talking about? I read that stupid academy pamphlet countless times. Sure, unless some miracle happens, I will not get to study tier 5 spells, but that's it. I can still become a member of the Mage Association. To be honest, the idea of spending 5 years locked up with arrogant rich kids trying to stab me in the back is far from alluring. I can easily imagine what they would put me trough, day after day. So, if it amounts to just some books, then thanks but no thanks. Nana shook her head. It's so much more than just books. You see, you are right about being looked down upon and the daily bullying. The problem is that you are wrong about everything else. In your case, just like me, you wouldn't need 5 years, just 2. How, exactly? 2 years was still a long period of time, but much more manageable than 5. He had to concede her that much. The first 3 years cover the basics of magic. They teach things like the importance of accuracy in hand signs, accents, that kind of stuff. Unlike you, many kids have to learn etiquette, history, geography, all kinds of topics, not just how to read and write. Otherwise they would be an embarrassment for their parents. In the court life, they must also learn how to ride a horse, swordsmanship, playing an instrument, everything their parents need to brag about during social events. Lith nodded. That of course takes time. Time that they cannot dedicate to the magical arts, hence needing to study the basics of the basics, even chore magic. You don't expect to see a young duke doing chores, do you? Those like us, instead, need to go to the academy only for the last 2 years, and reap the endless benefits it brings. At the words endless benefits Litha's mouth was watering, his mind starting to second-guess his decisions so far. What kind of benefits? Have you ever thought about why even the rich and the nobles send their kids there? If it was just about books, many students would rather avoid all the competition, just like you, and study in the safety of their homes. What makes entering one of the 6 big academies so alluring are the 3 benefits that only they can grant: the access to all kinds of spellbooks, the possibility to take 1 or more specialization courses, and even more importantly, the free access to magical items. Litha's mouth was agape from the shock. Nana used his uncharacteristic silence to strike the iron while it was still hot. No matter what the tier, there are countless spells out there. Those you have studied here and at Lark's house are simply those that the Mage Association deems so common that they can be released to the public. All the best spells, especially from Tier 4 and 5, are strictly controlled, and getting hold of even a sliver of knowledge is incredibly hard. Only in a great academy do you have free access to every topic, without restrictions, allowing you to build a great grimoire even before you set your foot out of the door. If you get admitted to the 4th year, everything of Tier 4 or below will be yours to take. What about the specializations? That's complex to explain. Let me give you a simple example. You are a healer, right? Should you choose to become a master healer, not only would you be taught spells that even allow you to regrow lost limbs, but most importantly, you would be taught the secrets on how to more easily create your own light spells. The same applies to every specialization. What's your specialization? Lith asked. I'm a war mage. Nana puffed her chest out with pride. I was taught the secrets behind air magic, and back in the day, I could have wiped out whole battalions all by myself. Lightning doesn't have many applications, but when it comes to destruction, it's second to none. Now let's get down to the juicy part, the one that I still regret the most. The possibility to have access to a myriad of magical items. Litha's interest was really piqued, so he let Nana continue, keeping his questions for later. Based on how a student performs, they are able to gain or lose points. Individual points or group points. Lith felt so dumb. He had not even finished his previous thought when he had already been forced to contradict himself. I swear, if there's some kind of retarded household competition, I'll take back every doubt I had about my choice. He thought. Nana raised her eyebrows in disbelief. Do you even remember what I told you the last time about the academies and their students? Should you put a juicy slab of meat in front of ferocious hungry beasts, do you expect them to cooperate for it? No. They would rather tear each other's hearts out and eat it. Of course the point system is individual. It's very similar to the merit system, but instead of gaining credit from the kingdom, you gain it from the school itself. The points are the only currency allowed inside the academy, and with them, you can afford lots of things. Magical potions, enchanted items, and even rare ingredients for your experiments. Obviously, the higher the value, the higher the price. From the long pause, Lith assumed that she had finished and was waiting for his questions. What are magical potions? It's the first time I've heard about them. Magic potions are like special spells in a vial. The most basic are akin to healing spells, but between the infirmary and the fact that everyone knows light magic, they are rarely purchased. The more precious potions are those that allow the user to become temporarily faster, stronger, or even harden their skin if they suspect they will be forced into a melee fight. What about mana potions? Mana what? Isn't there any kind of potion to quickly restore one's mana? Nana laughed heartily. Kid, knowledge is shared on a voluntary basis. If any master alchemist ever discovered something like that, he would keep it for themselves. At least that's what I would do. Lith was underwhelmed. Potions seemed like a poor imitation of his fusion magic. Not only are they consumable items, but you even have to waste your time to haul them around and replenish your supply when needed. Plus, fake mages don't even have something like invigoration. The only good thing about potions is that I can pretend to use them while I use fusion magic instead. Aside from that, they are not very interesting. He thought. I understand. Is what he actually said out loud. What kind of magical items can be purchased? Every academy has at least 10 Forge Masters as residents. They act as both teachers and researchers in the magical field. They usually put their lesser works out for sale, but they can sometimes bring out high-grade magical items. Especially when the academy wants to stir up a rat race, like right before the final exams. The most useful items I had were a dimensional amulet and rings from Tier 1 to 3. The dimensional amulet allowed me to bring around whatever I needed without suffering its weight, while the rings were able to store spells of the same tier, allowing for an instant cast. Lith didn't miss the strict use of the past tense while referring to her possessions. He felt sorry for her, but instead of hyping him, her speech was having the opposite effect. A dimensional amulet? Is it some kind of magical storage item? He played dumb. Nana nodded. Brilliant as usual. Yes, dimensional rings and amulets can store anything inanimate up to a fixed volume of space, regardless of the weight. The lowest class has only a few cubic meters available, the highest class can even store 50 cubic meters. The size of a whole small house. The underwhelming feeling was getting deeper. Solus, how much can our pocket dimension store? At the moment the storage can hold thrice as much as the so-called highest class and is still expanding. The library space, or Soluspedia, as you call it, is now around 30 cubic meters big. And it's also expanding. Litha's poker face was good, but not that good. Nana could see that he wasn't impressed at all. What's with that face? Do you not understand that whatever you get during your studies, you get to keep once you graduate? Do you have any idea how difficult and expensive it is to purchase even the lowest tier magical item? Lith closed his eyes while rubbing his forehead. How can I even pretend to be interested in something that I already have or that I can do better? Sure, those things would help me greatly keeping my true magic hidden. Whenever I employ an instant cast, I could use the rings as a cover. But that's it. Being an expert liar, Lith knew what his limits were. So, he changed the topic. The Forge Master's job seems really interesting. Is it possible to specialize in such a field? Does one need to also be a blacksmith to become a Forge Master? Yes, it's among the available choices. And no, blacksmithing is not required. A Forge Master does not create anything, they just imbue objects with magical properties, be it a ring, an amulet, a chair, or even a day dress. They can't possibly master all the craftsman jobs. Most of them prefer to learn just the basics of their favorite trade. So, a Forge Master specialized in rings will know something about goldsmithing, and so on. That's really interesting. And for once Lith wasn't just pretending. Out of the 3 topics, the only ones that really interested him were the books and the specializations. With an endless supply of knowledge, he could easily recreate or invent all kinds of spells with true magic. But that was still something that he could figure out on his own, with time and experience. Becoming a Forge Master, instead, would be a priceless treasure for him. Lith had no knowledge about such arts, hence he could never grasp even the basics without some external help. Once he had uncovered the underlying principles of Forge Mastering, coupling them with true magic and the Academy's library, he would be able to unlock infinite possibilities. Just the ideas about magical items that came to him on the spot were enough to give him an adrenaline rush. Unfortunately, when his excitement was at his peak, a sudden thought sent chills down his spine. Before getting my hopes up, can you please explain to me how one would go about getting points? There is no such foolishness like daily challenges between students, tournaments, or something like that, right? Nana laughed her A*S off. That's such an idiotic idea. Not even the wildest rumors would go that far. Otherwise they would be called magic graveyards instead of academies. There's already enough violence going around as it is. If any headmaster started to reward students for their violent behavior, only a dozen mages would graduate each year, and no one would make their children enroll. A war battlefield would be a much safer environment. Lith could finally sigh in relief, one of his biggest worries had just faded away. Points are earned mostly through how a student performs in class and during practical exercises. Any feat that benefits the Academy, like sharing personal spells, gives additional points. But the real motherlode is the quarterly exams and the finals. All points can be converted anytime, even after graduating successfully. That's why there is so much competition for the top spots. Beware, though. Even if discipline won't give you any extra points, it can easily make you lose a lot of them. Aside from failing tests repeatedly, it's the only way to lower your score. If it goes to negative, you'll be forced to compensate by giving back everything you might have already bought. That's how I lost everything I had. Nana sighed, her voice filled with sadness and regret. She tormented her neck where her dimensional amulet probably used to be. Count Lark intervened, explaining their reason for hiding such things from him. We didn't tell you any of this before, to keep you from being stressed and also so you would not get your expectations up about your future too much, in case you failed to get in. Most of the applicants get rejected. In the past, when such knowledge was publicly available, there have been countless suicides among the youths that either couldn't bear the pressure or handle the failure. Especially for those of humble origin, being admitted in a magic academy is the only way to escape their destiny. To a lesser extent, the same could be said for nobles and merchants' sons that are not in the line of succession. I can see that happening. But honestly, I don't see the point in telling me all this. It's not like I got rejected for a lack of trying. Lith lied. What do you expect me to do? Travel through all the county looking for magical beasts? Cause disasters just to be able to solve them? Honestly, I don't think there is any amount of merits that could change my situation. The Count shook his head. We don't expect you to do anything but your best. You have spent years trying to dissuade me to not send you to the academy, and don't think that I didn't notice your total lack of enthusiasm during our trip. You spent the whole time acting like it was all about someone else, someone you didn't care about. You didn't stand up for yourself, you only wanted to get out of that room. Well, maybe you are right. But maybe, I just wanted to avoid the headmistress killing you on the spot. Also, you were the one telling me to keep quiet. It would have been beyond stupid to add oil to the fire. Lith wasn't lying. In that moment, when he had seen the headmistress' eyes overloading with mana, he had been seriously worried about the Lark's family destiny and had decided to drag the Count away as soon as possible. Point taken. You are right. Count Lark sat down with a depressed face. Bottom line, we still have a few cards to play. Most likely, nothing will come of them. Yet if by some chance we succeed, we need you to do more than sit on the sidelines. That's the point. That long conversation had been pretty exhausting for Lith, adding new weight to his burden. However, it was not for the information he acquired. All in all, he felt that his situation was still pretty good with or without an academy. The only adjustment to his plans was that, after joining the Mage Association as a de facto Outer Circle member, a rogue magician, he would need to rack up merits as soon as he could. He would need them to be taken as an apprentice by a good forge master. Normal merits would do him no good, he needed those he could earn as a magico, serving the Mage Association as best as he could. The only real problem with his current situation would be wasting 4 more years of his time, like the proverbial frog in the well. The reason why Lith felt so down, was that he had finally realized how much his friends had invested in him. Not only in terms of money, but also time, passion, and hopes. It wasn't the failure bothering him, but the fact that with his brash and uncaring attitude, he had hurt their feelings, treating the whole thing as a joke. Lith had to admit that in their shoes, he would feel like he had cast pearls before a swine for years. Sure, Count Lark wasn't as judgmental as him, but Lith could see how deeply he cared, and how wounded he was after the last rebuke. It was the first time that Lith felt that despite the fact that he had won the battle, he had ended up losing the war. Aside from second-guessing, there wasn't much he could do at that point. So, he promised himself to reconsider everything with a fresh set of eyes if the opportunity arose, and decided to move to a more pressing question. Lith had yet to solve his issues with Tier 4 magic, and asking Nana was out of the question. It would reveal too much to her and expose how deep his comprehension of magic was, despite the fact that he was just a self-taught. The only card he had yet to play was to ask for the help of his friend, the Re-King in the west of the Tron Woods. Thanks to his cyan mana core, Lith had become less scared of it, and during the last few years they had developed an odd sort of relationship. Lith would use it as a confidant, sometimes asking it advice about fire and wind magic, the two elements the Re could use. In exchange, Lith would help him with the problems in the east zone of the woods. After Urta's death, there wasn't a magical beast strong enough to take its place. From time to time the power struggle among the various factions would affect the balance of the forest. In those situations, the Scourge and the Protector would join hands to force the magical beasts to a truce. At the moment, Tier 4 fake magic was a mental bottleneck that neither he or Solus could overcome. Despite being able to cast all the spells he had found in the Count's books, they kept making no sense to him. It was something unacceptable, eating Lith from the inside. He had always hated riddles unless he was the one asking them. Lith had almost arrived home when he caught a familiar smell. "What the heck are you doing outside the woods? If someone sees you, it could trigger a witch hunt. The last thing I need right now is for you to have a bounty on your head and me having to explain why I'm not interested." "I know," the Re replied. "But desperate times call for desperate measures. A monster has appeared in the woods, strong enough to pose a threat to my cubs as well as for yours. We need your help. I have never seen the Re scared before, whatever this is, it must be damn important." Lith thought. After agreeing to help, the Re asked him to hop on its back. The magical beast then launched itself at its top speed towards the woods. Between the use of air fusion and its physical prowess, Protector was able to easily reach the 300 km per hour, 186 miles per hour, making it a short trip. When running that fast, the Re would conjure a wedge-shaped wind blade in front of itself. The wind blade was used as a windscreen to protect them from insects and dust. At that speed, even a fly would hit them with the energy of a bullet. The wind blade also created a slipstream effect, allowing Protector to go even faster. Lith's horsemanship ability amounted to a single lesson over 2 lifetimes ago, so he needed all of his focus and willpower to stay upright on the Re without falling off. The Re had a thick and soft fur, but being unable to follow its movements, Lith was forced to use both earth fusion and light fusion to prevent permanent damage to his nether regions. What kind of threat are we going to face? Is it really necessary to go so fast? If you continue on like this, I don't know if there will be enough of me left to do anything. Quit whining, we are almost there. And yes, speed is of the utmost importance when facing an abomination. Protector replied. Lith's mind went through all the bestiaries he had in Solaspedia and all his tabletop and video game RPG memories before giving up. What the heck is an abomination and why is it so dangerous? He asked. You don't understand. We don't call it an abomination for what it does, but for what it is. They were headed north, into a region of the woods that Lith had never visited before. It started slowly, like the tension in the air before a storm. Only after they had gotten deeper into the woods, could Lith understand what the Re meant. Soon the grass started to thin out until there was none at all. The earth laid bare as if there had been a drought that lasted for the past few months. The undergrowth had disappeared and so had all kinds of life forms. The trees around them had their bark completely blackened out. They had no leaves nor branches left standing, resembling giant wooden stakes. There was no sound at all, everything seemed out of a post-apocalyptic movie, after a nuclear fallout. The natural landscape was completely destroyed as far as the eye could see. After a while Lith could clearly hear the sounds from a battle, so he focused his eyes, enhancing his eyesight. They were closing in on some kind of moving shadow, locked in ranged combat with a Gylid, a stag-type magical beast with a shoulder height of over 2 meters, and weighing at least 900 kilograms. It had light brown fur with shades of blue. Attacking the shadow from the flank, there was also a Shyf, a puma-type magical beast as big as a tiger, with a shoulder height of 1.5 meters and weighing over 300 kilograms. It had a honey-colored fur with shades of green. The Gilead is the king in the north, Lifebringer, while the Shyf is the king in the south, Reaper. Protector quickly introduced Lith to their allies. That thing is the abomination. Stay away from it as much as you can, or it will suck you dry like everything else. The abomination was oddly shaped. It could stand up on its hind legs, resembling a man with very long and thin limbs, or it could stand on all fours, becoming large and stumpy like a pig a kid had drawn. What the heck is that thing? Lith unleashed 5 fireballs with a wave of his hand. The abomination was surrounded by a thin black fog, with a radius of 15 meters. By traveling through the fog, the fireballs shrank in size, and when they hit, the resultant explosions were diminished by half when compared to their usual effectiveness. The abomination emitted a low-pitched scream that sounded far more like desperation rather than pain. The Re howled, conjuring a pillar of wind that pinned the shadow creature down to the ground, allowing the other kings to rest and regroup. That's your idea of backup? A human? If someone had ever thought that a stag could not look ferocious, he would be forced to think again when he looked at the Gilead. Less yapping, more catching your breath. The Shyf panted heavily. If he's good enough to take down Ertu and Gerda, he's fine by me. Lith noticed that one of the Shyf 4 legs was actually made of earth. The real one was unnaturally atrophied and dried. A prosthetic limb out of earth magic. What an amazing amount of control it must have, to move it like a real one. I wouldn't even notice if the Shyf wasn't so close. Lith thought. Having noticed Lith staring at it, the Shyf explained. That's what happens when you are so arrogant that you let the wither get close enough to touch you. I would be dead if Lifebringer hadn't caught its attention long enough for me to escape. Wither? Isn't that an abomination? The Gilead scoffed. He wanted to reproach the Re, but the pillar of wind was dissipating, so he preferred bringing Scourge up to speed rather than wasting time bickering. An abomination is when a creature of the forest fails to evolve. Normally they die on the spot, but more rarely they lose control of the world energy and become insane. Abominations are incredibly strong, with exceptional powers that make them as strong as emperor beasts. Being them mindless beings, usually a king is more than enough to put them down. On very rare occasions, we all gather together to kill a unique abomination, like in this case. It shouldn't be difficult to understand why we call it a wither. The Gilead pointed with its snout to the dead woods around them. How the heck did he cause all this damage? Lith couldn't believe that 3 creatures of such power couldn't take down a single monster. Simply by existing. The Re explained. Wherever it goes, everything dies. Whenever we are about to kill it, its body becomes so formless that nothing we do can pin it down. So, it escapes to a healthy zone of the woods, heals itself, and we have to start everything from scratch. We have been fighting it for 3 days, we can't hold out much longer. That's why I decided to ask for your help, Scourge. Unlike us, all the elements obey your command. Lith nodded, trying to assimilate everything he had just learned. They have been fighting for 3 days. Holy shit, that's some stamina. Soulless, analysis. Yes, Skipper, I mean Lith. All the kings have a cyan mana core, but Protector is most likely to have a breakthrough in the next few years. I meant the wither. Misty aura, shadow body, is it an undead? Lith watched the creature writhe and moan under the dissolving pillar. According to Earth's fantasy literature and the New World lore, undead were supposed to have red glowing eyes. The wither's orbits were pitch black, like the rest of its body. It's not an undead. Its life force is nothing like I have ever seen before, nor is its magic aura. What the heck could a black mana core mean? Soulless replied. Black. Lith was flabbergasted. According to their light spectrum theory, a black mana core would indicate the complete absence of any form of mana. In a world where even rocks possessed a mana flow of their own, how could a living being have none? He immediately activated his life vision. Fuck me sideways. Despite the small build and the thin limbs, the Wither was emitting an energy signature stronger than the four of them put together. To his eyes, it was like staring into a black sun. The three kings and Lith surrounded the Wither with a square formation, alternating attacks with paralyzing spells. If the Wither moved in a direction, the whole formation moved along with it, trying to prevent it from getting closer or running away. Lifebringer was capable of using earth and water magic, using the former to slow it down, and the latter to attack with a torrent of razor-sharp ice blades. Reaper used both air and earth magic, using mainly air to restrict the Wither's movements and lightning to attack. Speed was crucial in inflicting damage because the black fog surrounding the abomination was capable of eating away everything, even sunlight. Protector's fire magic was useless, he could only use air magic, following Reaper's lead. Despite Litha's help, the situation wasn't getting any better. As the Wither weakened, it always started ignoring the attackers and forcibly moved toward a new area to replenish its vitality. Litha's and Solas's brains were spinning at top gear, trying to find a way to end the struggle. If it's alive, why can't we kill it? What are we doing wrong? After another 2 acres of woods were lost, Litha's life vision could see the three kings' mana and stamina dwindling. It was only a matter of time before the Wither had all of them for dinner. Damn! Is this the level of strength that an Emperor Beast has? If it wasn't for the formation and their impeccable teamwork, I would have died within the first minute. Also, how the heck do they have so much energy after 3 days of this? I'm here for barely an hour and I had to use invigoration thrice to replenish my energies. I don't even remember when the last time I actually slept was, my timer is ticking even faster than theirs. Magical beasts are damn overpowered. Protector. Lith called for him, being the closest to his position. I'm going to get close, there's something I have to try. If I am right, you should notice immediately, so leave me there. If I'm wrong, pull me out as fast as you can. The Re was too busy conjuring one lightning storm after another, so he just nodded. Lith broke the formation, entering the black mist. He immediately felt his body becoming heavier and heavier. His life and mana were slipping away with every breath, allowing the monster to get stronger again. If that thing has a black mana core, maybe it's like a darkness elemental. That should mean that light magic is its weak point. I need to get closer to hit it with my most powerful healing spell. Light and darkness magic had a shorter range than the other elements by nature. They also moved slower compared to other spells when cast against a target. Lith needed to get close enough for his next spell to hit, not giving the Wither enough space to dodge the sudden attack. As soon as Lith started merging his mana with the world's light element, he felt a strong pull at the level of his mana core. The spell was getting drained even before it could fully manifest. The Wither suddenly looked stronger and his body less ethereal. His low-pitched scream of agony was now a moan of pure joy. Suddenly Lith remembered the words of Locra Silverwing. Hers was the only book he had ever copied from the first to the last word, reading it over and over while mulling over new spells. Locra Silverwing was a Magus, and most likely another true magic user. Her wisdom was something Lith treasured deeply. Damn it, how can I always be this stupid? This is not a video game, there is no such thing as elemental vulnerability. Magus Locra repeated it over and over, light and darkness are not opposites, but two matching pieces of the same puzzle. Darkness' greatest bane is not light, but darkness itself. Lith cancelled the healing spell, spreading out a dark aura of his own. The two forces collided, emitting black sparks every time they came into contact and tried to cannibalize each other. Litha's aura was weaker, but he was free to manipulate it whenever the two dark fields clashed, condensing it where the enemy's defense was weaker. The Wither, instead, was constantly harassed by the Three Kings' attacks that disrupted its focus and weakened its life force. The Wither's body was getting incorporeal again, but this time it could not turn its back and run, otherwise Litha's dark aura would consume it mercilessly. Lith was full of joy, intoxicated by bloodlust and the pride of having finally solved the mystery. That creature is not burning with power. Rather it's bleeding mana from every pore or whatever it has. That's why it needs to relentlessly feed on so much energy. Its metabolism is akin to a shark, if it stops, it dies. The wither was getting weaker and weaker, its high-pitched scream filled with fear and pain. Thanks to their coordinated efforts, Lith's aura managed to consume a whole chunk of the abomination, giving Lith a sudden, unwanted epiphany. It was very similar to what happened with Solus when they first met each other. Lith was once again inside a memory. He could see himself as a young bear, striving to become strong enough to surpass Urdu's strength and become the new king in the East. Somehow the young bear knew about mana cores and was able to refine its own in a way disturbingly similar to Lith's. But unlike Lith, the young bear was a natural at both earth and darkness magic, so it continued to relentlessly refine its mana core, even when it got painful. Its hunger for power grew along with its mana core strength. Tired of waiting for its body to develop naturally, the young bear decided to try to evolve the mana core from green to cyan at all costs, so he could become strong enough to claim the title of king. It fought against the pain, bravely and recklessly at the same time, until it made it. But its happiness lasted less than a day. The mana core was too big and strong for its young body, and soon started to fall apart and the energy it contained started to leak out. Darkness magic went out of control, the bear's survival instinct kicked in. It tried everything just to survive a second longer. The young bear let the dark energy overflow until it became the wither. Lith's bloodlust dissolved like a bubble. That poor bastard, it's not a monster, he is me. A me who failed promoting his mana core, too eager to do things his way to care for the consequences. A me that just wants to live, fighting against an unfair life. Becoming aware of his opponent's story, Lith no longer wanted to play with his enemy. Its screams of agony were torture to his heart. "I'm sorry for what happened to you," he said. "I'll do my best to give you a peaceful death." Lith's compassion didn't make him lose his cool, on the contrary, it gave him a renewed focus. He knew that to achieve his goal he needed killing intent, not mercy, so he looked inside himself in search of hatred. He recalled his first life, his father's abuses, his mother's indifference, until the day Karl died. He remembered the burning anger and desperation, how it peaked before Karl's murderer got his joke of a sentence. His angriest day happened when he was planning Karl's funeral. Out of the blue, after ignoring their lives for years, his mother had the gall to come to his door. Crying, she asked for Lith's forgiveness, offering to pay for Karl's memorial service. Lith could still remember his eyes seeing red, his right hand holding her throat, trying to squeeze the life out of her. That woman, that seemed so strong and cruel when he was little, was now a frail little thing. She begged him to kill her, to let her atone for her mistakes, and join her little boy in the afterlife. It was then that Lith's anger burned brighter than ever. He threw her out of his house, alive and well. "Too little and too late, you bitch. I hope you live a long and miserable life, knowing that for both your sons you were nothing but an embarrassment." *T that they flushed out of their lives as soon as they could. Those were their parting words. In a corner of his mind, Solus was crying for him. Yet she couldn't avoid noticing that despite all he had done, Orpal amounted to nothing in Lith's mind. His existence was merely an annoyance. Focusing all that rage and anger into his fist, Lith released a stream of dark energy that struck the wither's mana core, forcing it to crumble. It was unable to withstand the conflicting forces from within and outside itself. After that, the young bear's agony finally ended. Its purified spirit finally able to return to Mother Earth's embrace, in search of a new life. After the battle ended, everyone dropped down to the ground, finally able to relax. Despite the victory, there was no place for joy or celebration. The Tron Woods would bear a scar that might take months if not years to heal. The three kings were already discussing how to rearrange the borders of their areas of influence, to prevent future food shortages from affecting them too harshly. Lith, instead, was still dwelling on the young bear's memories, comparing the abomination's life with his own. It was only because he had been reborn in a good family that Lith didn't end up endlessly obsessing over power, being able to afford to take care of his body. In the bear's shoes, with the fierce competition of the wilderness, Lith might have been tempted to do the same thing. All his life up to this point had been one huge risk/rewards assessment. Lith had simply been luckier than the young bear. It was the second time in a single day that his victory had been hollow. He started to feel depressed, making the adrenaline rush dissolve much faster. Soon exhaustion would take its toll, he needed some real sleep. Before going home there were still some things he had to do. First, he gave the SHYF a whole boar to eat, then Lith proceeded to heal its atrophied leg. He couldn't do it before, otherwise the fatigue from recovering from such a wound, coupled with Reaper's already debilitated state due to the prolonged battle, would have made the SHYF faint. Being a healer was almost second nature to Lith at that point. He also wanted that, whatever happened next in the woods, the kings would be able to face it on their own. Lith already had enough on his plate, all he wanted was to sleep and eat for a week straight. On top of that, he could finally share not with one, but with 3 powerful magical beasts, his doubts about Tier 4 magic with a practical example. With the energy he had left, Lith performed a scaled-down version of the Tier 4 lightning god's finger spell with true magic, weaving together fire and air magic to conjure a small sphere of plasma. The real deal would be bigger, hence doing more damage but also requiring much more energy. Because of its nature, plasma was highly volatile and would disperse at the slightest mistake. It could indeed generate temperatures on the order of thousands of degrees and even strike with surgical precision, but it was incredibly slow to move. Lith couldn't find a single practical use to justify spending so much mana on just one spell. Both the Re and the SHYF were natural air magic masters, so they could immediately understand the nature of the spell and its underlying effects. "That's just useless," Reaper blurted. "It's the prettiest waste of mana I have ever seen." Protector laughed. "With much less energy and effort, you could wipe away an entire acre of the woods. I think the problem is not you, but the spell itself. According to what you told me in the past, humans deemed each other so stupid and untrustworthy that they divided magic into steps, or tiers, as you call them. In my opinion, either the human that invented that CR*P had more free time than brains, or the spell is incomplete on purpose. Are humans really so idiotic? To teach their cubs how to kill prey but not where the best parts are." The SHYF was flabbergasted at the idea. Another dead end. Lith sighed, his depression getting worse. The Re was his last hope to make heads or tails of the magical conundrum. "I'm sorry, Scourge," the Re said. "But us magical beasts have a much more practical view about magic. Most of your human issues are either senseless or idiotic to me. Another problem is that we are incapable of controlling all the elements that comprise the world energy. Only king-level beasts can manipulate 2 elements, while the most complex spells you showed me sometimes use 3 or more. I would love to help you further, but between my duties and this tragedy, I need to focus on avoiding the impending famine. Sorry." The Re and the SHYF left him, starting to discuss how to make the whole forest, especially the zone most damaged by the wither, survive the upcoming winter. Lith could feel his headache getting worse by the second, so after bidding them goodbye, he started to move as fast as he could towards home. So much for a second and third opinion. If the Re is right, then we are F***ked big time. No academy means no Tier 5 spells, which in turn implies that we will be stuck with Tier 3 as our main source of inspiration. Not to mention that I really do not envy all those students that waste a whole year of their life practicing incomplete spells." Lith thought. "Actually, I have been pondering about what Nana told us, and I think there is yet another possibility. Maybe Tier 4 and Fire are so rare to find because they are strictly related to a mage specialization." Solus suggested. "What if the lightning god's finger isn't an offensive spell, but rather an energy source for constructs? Or maybe it's the only way to carve magic runes in the hardest materials used for weapons or armors. We know nothing about forge mastering, potion brewing, or anything related to indirect magic. Damn. You are probably right. And that adds insult to our injury. Seems we are destined to live 4 very uninteresting years. As soon as he came home, Lith refused to move a finger, going to bed right after dinner, hoping that the next day would bring him good news. Yet months passed, his birthday was getting closer and so was the deadline for applying to any academy. Meanwhile, Count Lark hadn't been sitting on his hands. He had used every single opportunity, every pretext, no matter how flimsy, to seek an audience with the king, and when that failed, he worked his way down the court's hierarchy. He had pestered everyone so much that many would hide whenever he showed his face, or pretend that they did not notice him so he would not get any opportunity to pursue his fool's errand. But the count was a stubborn man, he knew the rules and regulations inside out, and by using real problems related to Lustria County as a cover, there was only so much they could do to avoid him without setting a dangerous precedent. He was able to endure long hours of waiting as if they were nothing, and then still have the energy to plead for his case until his hosts were so exhausted that to get rid of him, they had to at least promise to consider his claims. When Headmistress Linnea talked about wanting to send a political message, this wasn't the result she was hoping for. Soon her name would get associated with ingenious curses and swearing, and so was her bloodline until the 7th generation. Count Lark soon became a hot topic, receiving the same degree of attention an impending flood or plague would get. One way or another he achieved part of his objective, making the whole court discuss the possible implications that Headmistress Linnea's new rule could cause in the future. Was it really worth it to bar the road to a promising magician because of how or where they had learned her spells? Why punish the victim of a crime just because they had asked for the laws to be upheld? Should a headmistress of such an important institution be allowed to change the rules of admission on a whim, without any form of control? An important discussion like that needed time, but most importantly peace and quiet. The court unanimously resolved to grant Marchioness Distar, the true ruler of Lustria County, extraordinary powers to face Count Lark as she thought best. In other words, she was left with the short end of the stick. Now Count Lark would relentlessly pester her, while everyone else would live happily ever after. Marchioness Distar already had her fair share of trouble, Tranquil Lark was just the icing on the cake. She considered more than once to simply use her newfound powers to behead the count, but her good sense and all her personal advisers stopped her. Lark was one of her best retainers. He was sincere, didn't skim on the taxes, and he never had sordid affairs that she was forced to cover up. On top of that, under his guiding hand, Lustria County had been flourishing for over 20 years. Because of that, the Marchioness and her mother before her never had to move a finger. It was a well-oiled machine, and honest to boot. Replacing him would cause her much more trouble than executing him would prevent. Having her back against a wall, she decided that honesty was the best policy. Lark was a loving father, after all. Maybe he would understand her position and leave her alone if he knew the truth. After granting him the 37th audience in less than 3 months, she explained her family's plight to Count Lark. As you know, the higher you get the more trouble you incur. A few weeks ago, my family experienced an attempted murder. Thanks to the safety measures we have surrounded ourselves with, it failed. But it didn't pass without consequences. One of the assailants managed to reach my daughter. Her magical protections took the brunt of the hit, reducing what would have been a death blow to slightly more than a pinprick. All is well that ends well. The Count commented. The Marchioness had to stop herself from slapping him to death. She rubbed her forehead instead, trying to calm down. I wish. Because of that pinprick, my daughter has been cursed. Cursed. Count Lark's monocle jumped out of his orbit from the surprise. Usually he would scoff at such a preposterous concept. In all his years of exploring magic curiosities from all over the world, he had encountered curses only in the bedtime stories he read to his children. Yet the Marchioness' glare silenced the Count. He put his monocle back in place and let her continue. Yes, cursed. I wouldn't believe it myself if I hadn't seen it firsthand. When the healer tried to help her prevent a scarring, instead of disappearing the wound became bigger. I tried everything, calling renowned master alchemists, healers, medicine women, shamans. Nothing worked. Now the only thing that keeps my ever-bleeding daughter alive is the constant consumption of potions and the help of my personal magician, Ains. As you know, he is considered a genius, maybe the best ever graduated from the Black Griffin Academy. To make matters worse, when the assailants understood they had no chance of escaping, they chose to blow themselves up, destroying all the evidence. There was no one to interrogate, nothing left to examine to understand what they had done. This is fantastic. The Count thought. This is terrible. The Count actually said, keeping his best grieving face. I know you will call me an old fool, but I think I have the solution to your problem. If you are referring to your little protégé, then you are more than a fool, you are certifiable. I tried, Ains tried, I could write a book with the names of all those who tried. I can only hope that Krishna Manohar, the god of healing, will return soon. Only he can save me from this anguish. The only reason he is not here yet, is because that goddamn lunatic is nowhere to be found. He is doing his experiments in some remote village, forsaken by both humans and gods. He even left his communicator behind, so that he couldn't be disturbed. My mother always said that bachelors are unreliable, and damn if she wasn't right. If that bastard had a wife or a husband, hell, even a cat, someone would know where to find him. I completely agree with you. Only a married man truly understands the burden of responsibility. Count Lark sucked up to her. But allow me to say that you are underestimating my protégé. Lark ignored the ferocious snarl from the Marchioness and pushed forward. As I told you more than once in the past, he is blessed by the light. I'll share with you a family secret. He actually helped my daughter with a similar problem. Your daughter was cursed. The Marchioness rose an eyebrow in disbelief. Sadly, yes. It plagued her life for years. Count Lark knew that the best lie was the one shrouded by a half-truth. Kayla had always called her acne a curse, after all. What do you have to lose? If I'm wrong, we'll leave and you will never hear from me again. Outside official business, of course. Is that a promise? It was too good to be true. I swear on my ancestors. If he fails, the only things we will ever talk about are county matters. After shaking his hand to seal the deal, Marchioness Distar had him contact Nana, which in turn called Lith. When he arrived at Nana's house, Ains was already there, waiting for him. He was a man in his mid-20s, wearing a full black robe that covered his entire figure except for his head and hands. He had long fingers, pitch-black hair and eyes, with some odd black shades that seemed to devour sunlight on contact. Ains had sharp and intelligent features, with a blood-red gemstone embroidered on his chest. Aside from the flashy gem, that's the kind of man I would gladly marry one of my sisters to. Too bad he is too old, noble, and tacky. Lith thought. Ains gave him an odd look, but his eyes didn't betray any emotion. My liege requires your help, young Magico. Do you know how to fly? Lith nodded, swallowing a snarky remark. Then go in that direction as fast as you can. Ains pointed at northeast. I'll follow you closely. Lith pretended to cast a personal spell, wriggling his fingers randomly and counting backward from 10 to 7, in English. By mimicking the re, he coupled his best flying spell with the slipstream effect, reaching a speed close to 500 km per hour, 311 miles per hour. It took Ains only a bit of effort to catch up with him. Not bad. Purple Mana Core guys are really impressive. Both Solus and Lith wanted to see what someone with such talent was capable of with their own eyes. Impressive. So young and he already has devised some personal spells. Maybe the old lunatic isn't so crazy, after all. Ains thought. When they reached the Marchioness house, Ains moved through all the barriers and guards so fast that Lith couldn't manage to take a proper look around. He had to spend all his energies just to keep up with his pace. Before he realized it, he was in a fancy parlor. Both nobles stood up at their arrival. That was fast, Ains. The Marchioness seemed pleasantly surprised. The young one seems to have more than one ace up his sleeve. Is this commenting about my skills supposed to be subtle or something? Seriously? How stupid do you take me for? Lith was seriously pissed off, but the looks from the Count and his guilty conscience kept his mouth shut. The Marchioness gave Lith an abridged version of the story, dragging him to her daughter's bedroom without giving him the time to think or even express his opinion. I get it already. You don't have any faith in me. Quit dragging me around like a damn parcel. Lith thought. He was seriously considering failing on purpose, just to get even with her, but from Lark's troubled face, his instincts could tell that there was more at stake than just the life of a girl. From Lark's countenance, Lith could deduce that the Count had exerted a lot of pressure just to get him to that spot. Lark had faith in him, and judging from the Marchioness' expression, she was clearly expecting, if not straight out wishing, for Lith to fail. It wasn't the time to stand on the sidelines anymore. Lith believed that if the Count assumed he could do it, there shouldn't be any risk playing his "blessed by the light" card. After catching his breath, he performed more finger wriggling while counting up from 1 to 3 in English, while activating invigoration on the poor girl. It was a beautiful young woman in her early 20s, with only cotton gauze to cover her chest area. They compressed a huge wound, 10 centimeters wide, that cut her diagonally from the left shoulder to the right hip. After a few seconds, he could only say, "Interesting." The Marchioness scoffed. Everyone before him had said the same word. And it's not a curse. Just some kind of magically laced poison. What? The Marchioness lost control, stamping her feet on the floor. You heard me. Lith was tired of being looked down upon, treated like some illiterate barbarian. It's a slow-release poison that disrupts the effects of light magic, turning any attempt to cure it into a new wound. Simply brilliant. It's almost impossible to cure such a condition. Almost? The Marchioness knitted her eyebrows. Are you saying you can cure her? Yes. He nodded. It will take about a week to make the proper adjustments to one of my spells. It's the same thing I did for Count Lark a few years ago, just more complicated. They hadn't arranged this speech beforehand, it was the simple truth. It was just like Kayla's acne, only instead of removing natural impurities, he had to remove the artificial ones in order to make the healing possible. Kid, my daughter's life is no joke. I tried, Ains tried. She pointed to the black obsessed mage. Are you sure? She tried. Lith thought. Solus, didn't you tell that me she only had a red mana core? Indeed, and it's still red. Try scanning her clothes, accessories, anything that doesn't have any mana. Her barrette. Solus exclaimed. It has no magic flow, but that's impossible. This means that even items capable of hiding one's talents exist. Forge Master is definitely a specialization we have to take. Lith thought. Pretty sure. I will be back in a week, Anne. Lith tried to move, but the Marchioness stood in his way. If what you say is true, you'll stay here and cure her as soon as you are finished, not a second later. Lith was enraged even more. He was being taken hostage by a grief-struck madwoman abusing her power, but remained silent. Both Count Larks and his family were in danger. When Marchioness Distar noticed Lark's shocked gaze, she had already gone too far. It is never wise to mistreat a healer, my liege. Ains used one of his personal spells, sending his words directly into her ear as a whisper that only the Marchioness could perceive. Healers tend to life, but how you relate to them changes their attitude and care toward their patients. If Manohar is unavailable in the future and if this Lith can actually do what he says, do you really want to make an enemy out of him? Please, save my daughter. The Marchioness said with a deep bow. If you manage to heal her, I will send you to whatever academy you choose. I swear to the gods. This is much better. Lith thought. The following week was pretty stressful for him. Being paranoid, he was sure the Marchioness or one of her servants would spy on him 24/7. Lith had to sleep every night and spend the following days pretending to experiment with hand signs and accents. He could actually cure the girl right off the bat, but that would have been too fast. Lith had followed Count Lark's advice, preparing himself to reveal at least part of his talent. When Manohar was his age, he had solved a similar case in less than 3 days. Lith didn't want to appear as good as him, so he took as reference another contemporary great healer whose records were stored in Solaspedia. I can't be too much of a genius, but being average is out of the question. To achieve what I want I must be treasured, but not envied or used as a benchmark. Scoring 90 out of 100 is more than enough for my needs. A week later, he entered into the young lady's bedroom again, under the eyes of her family and Ains. Lith first put his hand on her sternum, taking control of her mana flow and forcing the poison to move into a single spot before extracting it. Then, he made it float in a bubble, before dripping it into a vial he had prepared beforehand. After that, Lith executed his best healing spell, closing the wound in one go, without leaving a mark or a scar. The girl immediately regained a healthy pink color, her breathing turned from quick and shallow to strong and steady. Marchioness Distar couldn't believe her eyes. She quickly unwrapped the gauze, barely giving Lith and the male side of the family the time to turn around. Doing it left him full of regrets. Be strong, old man. We are still physically young, there are still plenty of wonderful breasts waiting for us in this new world. Think of it as an investment. It's better to start our relationship with our new backer on a clean slate. While the Marchioness was hugging her daughter and sobbing, Ains took the poison to analyze it, while Lith exited the room, waiting for permission to go back home.